I woke up aching all over, confused and disoriented. The room was run down, and 3 dirty children stared at me in fear. At first, I thought I was still in the rainforest, where my teammates betrayed me and I was poisoned. But no, this body wasn't mine. I had died, and now I'd awakened in someone else's body. Someone also named by Qinyao. As memories flooded in, I realized I'd become a hated stepmother in a village called Ding. The woman before me had a terrible reputation, selfish, petty, and abusive toward her late husband's children. No wonder they looked at me with such distrust. I tried to speak gently, but the children recoiled. I learned I had been unconscious all morning. No food, no care. They hadn't eaten either. When I offered to cook, the kitchen was completely empty. Just old pots and disappointment. I found a basket and planned to forage, but even that made them panic. The boy asked if I was planning to sell them because apparently the former me had tried to. That truth stung. I wanted to tell them I'd changed, but I knew words meant little. If you don't believe me, you can come, I told them. They doubted me, of course. But I wasn't giving up. Not on them and not on myself. I'd make up for her sins, one honest act at a time. I was starving and getting weaker, but the children still doubted me. Understandably so, considering how cruel the original, me, had been to them. I gave them a choice. Come with me or wait at home. To my surprise, little Gu Zhe Huai stepped forward. He was only 4, malnourished and fragile, but he still longed for a mother's warmth. He hesitated when calling me mother, remembering that I didn't allow it before. But I gently accepted him and carried him in my arms. I turned to the other 2 and told them I regretted my past. If they ever wanted, they could call me mother, too. They were stunned. I knew it would take more than words to earn their trust. As I walked out of the house with a Huai, we ran into Aunt Hua, a neighbor. She saw me carrying the child and immediately assumed I was trying to sell him. I wasn't even surprised. After all, the previous by Qinyao had once planned something that heartless. I explained we were just going to find food, and when I spoke kindly, Aunt Hua looked at me like I was a stranger. I could tell she was shocked and skeptical. Who could blame her? I left her with a promise. I would change. Taking a Huai with me, I headed to the rocky beach near Dayuan village. It's a poor fishing village, but the sea has always provided. I remembered that. I knew I could find food here, something, anything, so the children wouldn't go hungry again. I set a Huai down on the sand and told him to wait. He nodded but still followed me, wobbly on the soft ground. I couldn't help but smile. As I searched the rocks with a small hammer, a Huai reached out to touch something sharp. I stopped him gently. This time, I won't let them get hurt. Not by hunger, and not by me. When I spotted the rocks by the beach, my eyes lit up. They were covered in oysters. The people in this village didn't know how valuable they were, so they just left them there, fat and untouched. My stomach growled loudly, and little Huai, standing beside me, heard it clearly. I cracked open a few oysters with a makeshift hammer. It wasn't clean, but I was too hungry to care. Huai wrinkled his nose at the fishy smell, unsure what to think. I reassured him. They may smell bad raw, but they'd be delicious when cooked. He hesitated, then quietly said he'd help. His small hands carefully explored the rocks, and he soon spotted something crawling nearby, a tiny crab. I pulled it out for him. He was amazed to hear it could be eaten. Food meant survival to these children. Even something as small as a crab made his eyes shine. We gathered enough oysters for a proper meal, and I decided it was time to head home. I picked up the basket and lifted Huai into my arms. At first, he squirmed. Old memories made him unsure, but then he saw my face and slowly wrapped his arms around my neck. His little eyes sparkled. For the first time, he truly relaxed in my arms. On our way back, he suddenly grew tense, staring behind me. Before I could ask what was wrong, I heard someone call my name. I turned and saw a man in a blue robe, Zhang. So smug, so full of himself, like a rooster who thought he was a phoenix. The former me had liked this guy? Seriously? Even his stolen-looking robe hung awkwardly, and he had the nerve to act proud. He looked at me with disdain, but when I didn't react the way he expected, he looked confused. I didn't give him the reaction he wanted, and for once, that felt good. Honestly, I was starving, tired, carrying a child, and he thought I'd be thrilled to see him? Please. He really gave himself too much face. I hadn't even gone looking for Zhang, yet here he was, running his mouth like he owned the world. The nerve of that man. The same man who helped cause the original Mi's death, who tricked her into giving him food, money, and whatever else he could mooch. A so-called scholar who convinced a child to steal food and watched her die because of it. And now, he had the audacity to demand I feed him? I held Ahuai close and confronted him calmly, but when he insulted me and acted like I owed him something, I'd had enough. I kicked him to the ground without hesitation. He didn't see it coming, and I didn't stop there. Every punch I threw was for the pain, the shame, and the manipulation he'd made the old me suffer. He tried to bark orders, demand silver, and claim he'd lent it to me. I told him to write an IOU for 30 taels, every coin he scammed out of the previous me. When he refused, I reminded him of all he'd taken: the food, the clothes, the fake reputation. With a stick in hand and zero patience left, I made him write it, then sign it with his thumbprint. Only then did I let him crawl away. When I turned back, Ahuai was stunned, eyes wide. Gently, I picked him up again. His tiny arms wrapped around me like I was someone he could finally trust. He was still surprised when I called myself mother. Yes, mother. I'm not the cruel woman they remember. Not anymore. Come on, Ahuai, I said softly. Mother has something delicious waiting for you. When I returned home carrying Ahuai, I saw Gu Zishuan and Gu Zijing anxiously watching the door, clearly worried. Their eyes said everything. They thought I might have sold him. I joked lightly, what? Afraid I sold Ahuai? They didn't answer, but I could see the truth in their faces. I set Ahuai down and promised again, softly, that I wouldn't hurt them, that as long as I was here, I would raise them well. But they didn't trust me. Not yet. Gu Zijing scolded Ahuai for following me and called him a little traitor. It stung, but I couldn't blame him. They'd been hurt too deeply to believe in sudden kindness. I went to the kitchen and found just a little flour and one lonely egg hidden away. It must have been something the old me was saving to snack on. That, plus the oysters we gathered and some wild vegetables, would have to do. Ahuai slipped quietly into the kitchen while I was cooking. I pulled him back gently, didn't want him to get burned. He didn't say anything, just looked at me with big, trusting eyes. When I asked if he wanted to stay and keep me company, he shyly nodded. I gave him a small stool, and he sat beside me like a little shadow. Outside, I could see Gu Zijing stomping his foot in frustration and muttering about that little traitor. Even Gu Zishuan watched with a complicated expression. I didn't mind. I just kept cooking. I beat the egg, added flour, salt, and chopped wild vegetables to make an oyster pancake. There was barely any oil left. Zhang had taken it all, but I managed. The sizzling sound and delicious smell soon filled the kitchen. I saw the kids outside sniffing the air, their mouths practically watering. When the pancake was ready, I started steaming the rest of the oysters. I knew how long to cook them, just enough to stay tender and flavorful. Ahuai, go wash your hands, I said, pinching his cheek with a smile. Then I turned to the others. Xian, Jing, you too. They flushed at the nicknames, but didn't argue. Hunger won out over pride. Bit by bit, I could see the walls they'd built start to crack, just a little. And that was enough for today. When I laid the food out on the table, the children just stared in disbelief. Gu Zijing even asked, "Is this for us to eat?" Their reaction broke my heart a little. The old me would have eaten in secret, leaving them scraps, if anything at all. I smiled and told them to wash their hands. Gu Zihuai didn't hesitate. Gu Zishuan still doubted, but the moment I warned he'd miss out if he delayed, he grabbed his younger brother and rushed off. Once they returned, I served them warm oyster porridge. I fed Ahuai myself. He was shy at first, but he soon smiled and said, "Delicious." His joy made every bit of effort worth it. I'd carefully chopped the oysters small so they could chew easily, made sure the salt was mild, and used every last bit of what little we had. Even Gu Zhang and Gu Zishuan looked stunned by how good the porridge was. And then, shock hit again when I told them I wasn't eating much because I wanted to lose weight.
Me?
The selfish stepmother? Trying to be healthier? After the meal, I asked them to clean up. I had work to do. Our roof had a massive hole in it. If it rained, we'd be sleeping in a puddle. No way was I letting that happen. But the ladder at home was useless, so I sent Ah Xian next door to Madame Zhang's house. She wasn't exactly fond of me, thanks to how cruel the old me was to the kids, but I went with him and tried to make peace. I brought her some wild vegetables as a goodwill gesture. She hesitated, understandably, but seeing Ah Xian and the weather turning, she finally opened her door and let us borrow the ladder. She even offered her son, Dahu, to help us fix the roof. I was touched. When I thanked her sincerely, she looked at me like I was someone else. I guess to her I was. The old Bai Qingyao would never have said thank you. But that's not who I am anymore. Not to them. Not to anyone. Jiang Dahu helped us carry the ladder back to the Gu household. One look at our yard, and he was stunned. Overgrown with weeds, a mess. I couldn't blame him. The old me never cared for the place. I tried to ease the awkwardness, calling him Big Brother Zhang, and even inviting him and his mother over once I cleaned up. He looked confused, understandably so. I used to bark his name like I was better than him. But I wasn't here to win hearts instantly. I was here to change, slowly, sincerely. He went straight to the house and saw the gaping hole in our roof. It was bad. I felt ashamed, seeing that look in his eyes. He asked for hay, and I rushed to get it. Realizing I had called him Dahu earlier, I quickly corrected myself and explained my confusion. I'd hit my head, after all. He nodded politely, but clearly didn't buy it. I don't blame him. Still, he fixed the roof quickly and neatly. When I thanked him, he just scratched his head awkwardly and fled like he was being chased. I smiled. At least now we won't get soaked the next time it rains. I decided to go back to the sea and gather more food. I asked the kids if they wanted to come with me. Ah Huai stepped up right away, his eyes shining. I gently patted his head. Gu Zishuan surprised me by agreeing too, clearly suspicious but curious. I could see the gears turning in his head. What did she give Ah Huai that made him trust her? I said nothing, just nodded. Okay, let's go. We reached the seaside rocks again. This time, the two older boys watched me in silence as I expertly pried open oysters. The white meat landed one by one onto the leaves in the basket. They were stunned. I guess they didn't expect someone like me to know how to do something useful. Meanwhile, little Ah Huai happily played in the sand like it was his personal playground. When Gu Zhang walked over and asked what he was doing, Ah Huai pointed proudly at something he dug up and said, "Eat." Gu Zhang frowned and scolded, "You can't eat things from the sand." But Ah Huai insisted, "Can eat." I held back a chuckle. He wasn't wrong. There are edible things in the sand, if you know where to look. And I do. At first, I didn't think much of it when I heard the kids arguing, but when I saw what Ah Huai had dug up from the sand, my heart lit up. Clams. He really found them on his own. I praised him immediately, calling him clever. He looked so proud and hopeful when he asked, "Can we eat these?" Of course we could. Once cleaned, clams make a delicious soup. The older two were skeptical at first, especially Zhang, who called Ah Huai a little fool again. But when I confirmed it, their eyes sparkled. They all started digging like excited little badgers. I warned them not to wander too far, and soon enough, the beach was full of holes. While they dug, I returned to prying oysters off the rocks. The big ones would be perfect for steaming whole later. My thoughts wandered, maybe too far, until Zishuan snapped me out of it by calling my name. His tone was curt, but his eyes, not as cold as before. They'd already dug up quite a pile of clams. I reminded them, only as much as we can eat in one day. I also said we'd share some soup with Aunt Zhang later, as thanks for her kindness. Zishuan didn't say much, but I could tell. He was watching, wondering if my change was real. Then, Huai ran up and called out loudly, "Mother!" Everyone froze. Zhang scowled and shouted, "You little traitor!" But I just smiled wider. Even Zishuan, behind his quiet eyes, had the faintest flicker of something. Maybe hope? I said nothing. I wouldn't rush them. Time and warmth would do what words couldn't. We packed the clams and oysters and headed home. On the road, a few villagers stared, some whispering. I knew my reputation still followed me, but let them talk. I had more important things to do. Once we arrived, I turned to the kids. "Wait here. I'll cook for you." Zishuan spoke up. "I'll clean the weeds. Zhang, watch over Huai." It was a small thing, but it meant everything. The house still needed work, but with the roof fixed, it already felt brighter. I washed the oysters carefully, but as I reached into the basket, a sharp shell cut my finger. Just a small nick, nothing serious. I rinsed it and went on preparing the clams, letting them soak and spit out the sand. It was still early, so I decided to help clear the yard. If we could clean it up, maybe even plant vegetables, it would help feed the children and lift the mood around here. When I stepped out, I saw Xian already pulling weeds. I tried to tell him to rest, but he ignored me. He's too responsible for a child his age, taking on burdens no kid should have to. Still, I let him help. The sun rose higher, and soon I was sweating through my clothes. Then I saw him. His cheeks were flushed red, and he looked dizzy. Worried, I rushed over and touched his forehead. It was warm. He was on the verge of heatstroke. Without hesitation, I picked him up and carried him under the eaves, soaked a cloth in cool water, and pressed it to his forehead. His brothers rushed over, worried. I kept wiping his face until he finally opened his eyes. "Xian, don't move around," I said gently, handing him a cup of water. "Just rest." I asked Zhang and Huai to stay with him. Zhang almost snapped at me. His reflex to reject me was still strong, but when our eyes met, he fell silent. I returned to the yard and continued pulling weeds. The soil beneath was damp, good for planting. I had just stood up to stretch when an angry voice exploded from outside the gate. Zhang Sheng's mother. She was storming toward our yard, face twisted, cursing me for deceiving her precious son and tricking him into signing a promissory note. She ranted that I wasn't worthy of him, me, a married woman with children, dreaming of marrying a scholar. I opened a gate and stood my ground. "Deceive?" I asked calmly. "I don't have the ability to trick a scholar. Everything he signed for, every coin, every item, I remember clearly. Ask him." She was caught off guard, sputtering that those gifts were just to honor her. "Honor you?" I laughed. "We aren't even related. Why should I honor you at all? If I'm to honor anyone, it'd be my late grandmother, not you." She didn't expect me to speak so directly. But I was done with silence. If they wanted to fight, they picked the wrong woman. Zhang Posey exploded when I spoke up. She accused me of cursing her and declared that I'd never enter the Zhang family. She even threatened to raise a scene if I didn't hand over the promissory note. Sure enough, her goal was to ruin my reputation in front of everyone. I didn't back down. I reminded her and the watching villagers that I was already married into the Gu family. I had no interest in her son, Zhang Sheng. I had only ever thought of letting him tutor the children. It was her family who took advantage of my generosity, not the other way around. Then I played the role the old Bai Qingyao would never have dared. I wept publicly, claiming I was a poor woman, left behind by her husband, trying to raise children on her own, and had been tricked by the Zhangs. The crowd stirred, watching me with sympathy. Even Zhang Posey looked stunned. But she recovered fast, launching a fresh round of insults. She called me shameless, accused me of seducing her son, and finally tried to hit me. Before I could react, Huai, my sweet, brave little Huai, stepped in front of me. "Don't curse my mother." Zhang Posey shoved him, without hesitation. My blood turned cold. That was it. She lifted her hand to strike me, but I blocked her and shoved her down hard. She landed on the ground, howling dramatically, trying to paint me as the villain. But I'd had enough of their slander. Fine, I told her coldly. If you won't admit your debts, we'll go to the authorities. That shut her up. The mention of reporting to the county and the threat of legal punishment clearly frightened her. She tried to play it off, but I didn't budge. You want proof? Let's ask the village chief. Let's go to the county seat. If I'm lying, I'll take the punishment. But if I'm not, you'll pay every tael you owe. The villagers murmured. Some began to side with me. After all, the Zhang family had indeed taken a lot from ours. Even if I was once known as a troublemaker, I had a point now. Then an old man stepped from the crowd, trying to end the dispute. Don't stir up more trouble. We're all from the same village. If this gets out of hand, it won't look good. I turned and sneered. Because this wasn't about saving face. This was about protecting my children, and for once, standing up for myself. Granny Zhang sneered mockingly, such a lowly, broken thing, still trying to oppose her. Honestly, she came to the Yuan village much earlier than her. White Qingyao saw her face and showed a hint of sarcasm. Who do you think you are? Turns out, you're old Zhang's wife. The person wasn't anyone else but the head of the Zhang family, who was related to Granny Zhang's family. But he was too full of himself, and she wasn't even part of the Zhang family. Was this old Zhang used to giving orders at the Zhang household, and now coming here to show off? Does he really think she's easy to bully? However, I don't agree with what old Zhang just said. Repaying debts is a basic duty. You can ask everyone here, paying back what you owe is just right. How did it come to pass that old Master Zhang simply dismissed it with a light, forget it? Yes, repaying debts is what we should do. Moreover, the Zhang family often takes things from the Gu family without issue. Exactly. The voices in the crowd were a bit noisy, but they could still hear what was being said. Cough, cough. Old Master Zhang was helped along, but he also heard whispers among the crowd. His face looked very displeased, and he struck the ground hard with his wooden cane. Then he turned his head, glaring unfriendly at Bai Qingyao. You're quite eloquent. No wonder Ashim keeps falling for you. Bai Qingyao sneered coldly. Old Master Zhang is disrespectful to elders, always asking her to give up her own interests. Now he's trying to blame her for everything. Where's the fairness in that? Old Master Zhang, I don't agree with that. Paying back debts is a natural rule. Do you think that because I borrowed from the Zhang family today, I won't have to return it tomorrow? You, a middle-aged man helping old Master Zhang, heard her words and frowned. Elders' words should not be challenged by someone like you. As elders, we should set a good example. Since old Master Zhang is ignoring the rules, it's only right for us juniors to remind him. You, cough, cough. Old Master Zhang coughed lightly, then looked up at Bai Qingyao. What a sharp-tongued girl you are. No matter what, it was you who gave the items to the Zhang family. Now you want them back. Isn't it unreasonable to take back what was sent out? The items I sent out? How does old Master Zhang know those were given by me? Maybe they tricked me into giving them. Old Master Zhang's old eyes flashed with a sharp glint. The contract is clear. Since Zhang Sheng signed the IOU, how can he change his mind? Old Master Zhang, you should know this well. Now that the Gu family elders are not here, since you call yourself an elder, I doubt you'll take advantage of the younger ones. Bai Qingyao held Gu Zhuai tightly, showing no fear of old Master Zhang's gaze. Everyone around gasped when they heard this. Old Master Zhang was highly respected in Dayuan village, and no one dared to offend him. Furthermore, the Zhang family was the second wealthiest family in the village after the Gu family, and no one would easily provoke them. Now that Bai Qingyao had directly challenged old Master Zhang, the villagers found it incredible. Humph! Such a sharp-tongued young girl, the elders scolded her, yet she dared to talk back. Old Lady Zhang didn't speak, but the middle-aged man beside her looked at Bai Qingyao with a stern and unfriendly expression. Our family's old master's words. You just listen and obey. Who gave you the right to talk back? Then let's settle this at the government office, Bai Qingyao said confidently. She wasn't afraid of their threats. With many people present, she wouldn't fight them directly. Anyway, she had the IOU. Even if Zhang Sheng refused to acknowledge it later, he would have to accept it. Cough, cough. The villagers around them gasped and looked at each other. 30 taels? I didn't expect Zhang Sheng to spend 30 taels from the Gu family. Is the Gu family really that rich? How come they're in such a bad state now? It's obvious. Bai Qingyao must have taken the money and given something to Zhang Sheng. Now he's finally realized. But still, 30 taels of silver. How many years would it take to save that? Bai Qingyao snorted coldly. When Zhang's family used our Gu family's things before, they weren't careful at all. Now they want him to repay the debt, and the elders are crying poverty to me. Hearing this, old lady Zhang's face grew even uglier. The woman wanting to step forward paused. She looked at Bai Qingyao with complicated eyes. Since when did the Gu family become so sharp-tongued? And before, she saw Zhang Sheng clearly eager to rush forward. Although old lady Zhang didn't often see him, Bai Qingyao was also afraid of her. But now, she showed no trace of fear on her face. Old Master Zhang, the debt was owed by Zhang Sheng. If you insist on stepping in, I have nothing to say. But, hearing Bai Qingyao's slightly softer tone, old lady Zhang's expression softened a little. The Gu family was still somewhat perceptive. Then Bai Qingyao continued. But even if old Master Zhang speaks today, since Zhang Sheng took things from the Gu family, he must repay them. Old lady Zhang's face immediately turned cold, her expression blank as she looked at Bai Qingyao. So, you're determined to argue with me today? Bai Qingyao shook her head. Old Master Zhang, today I'm not the one arguing with you. It's you who's arguing with me. As she spoke, her peripheral vision caught a figure in the distance, and a flash of sharpness appeared in her eyes. The person she was waiting for was finally here. I am Gu family woman, so I cannot give things away for free to Zhang Sheng. Originally, I wanted Zhang Sheng to teach my 3 children, but I never expected him to deceive me. As she spoke, Bai Qingyao began to cry and wiped her tears with her hand. Now, just a light comment from old Master Zhang made me give up the IOUs from Zhang's family. Have you ever thought about how my family of 4 will survive? When did the old man say such things? Isn't that what you mean? Our family has always been struggling, and now old Master Zhang wants me to give up the debt I owe outside. I don't mind that. But I feel sorry for my 3 children. They are the only bloodline of our family. Enough. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. The crowd parted, and a middle-aged man in plain linen clothes stepped out. Seeing him, the villagers from Dayuan village, who had gathered here, immediately quieted down. Village chief. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded. His face showed no emotion, but his gaze fell on Bai Qingyao and then on Gu Zishuan and the others. Noticing his gaze, Gu Zishuan pulled Gu Zijing closer to Bai Qingyao. Seeing the children approach, Bai Qingyao looked up at the visitor, who was the village chief of Dayuan village, Gu Jingda. By the way, Gu's family's 3 children's father, Gu Yichen, is from the main branch of the Gu family. Although Dayuan village is remote and has poor living conditions, the bloodline consciousness here is very strong. This village was originally the territory of the Gu clan. Over time, it took in many people and grew stronger, but the main population was still from the Gu clan. Unexpectedly, the Zhang family, who was taken in later, grew and even developed ambitions to replace the Gu family. Now, the Zhang family only has an elderly old lady left, who can still speak up in Dayuan village. But no one expected that this time, he would risk his reputation to stand up for Zhang Sheng. Thinking about it, Zhang Sheng is the only talented scholar in the Zhang family for generations, but his character isn't very good. And as for the Gu family, if not for Xuan and the others, forget it. Bai Qingyao's behavior today was quite normal. However, seeing how thin and weak Gu Zishuan and the others looked, Gu Jingda frowned tightly. It's been a few days, and why are Xuan and the others so thin? Is Bai Qingyao mistreating them again? However, based on their appearance, they seem to be much closer to Bai Qingyao than before. Earlier, he wanted the children to stay away from Bai Qingyao, but they refused, so he could only visit her during his free time. He withdrew his thoughts and looked back at old Master Zhang and the others. As for the Gu family's belongings, they naturally couldn't be given to others cheaply. Old Master Zhang, I wonder what brought you here personally. Gu Jingde turned his gaze away and looked at Old Master Zhang. At the same time, Old Master Zhang looked up and met Gu Jingde's eyes. Well, it's because my unworthy junior in the family was tempted in the village and did something wrong. When I heard about it today, I had to muster my courage and come out to handle this matter. Old Master Zhang spoke lightly, blaming others for all the mistakes, without mentioning Zhang Sheng's own faults. Gu Jingde looked at Bai Qingyao. Do you have anything to say? Debt must be repaid. It's only right. Even if this matter reaches the officials, I am not afraid, Bai Qingyao said, then turned to Gu Jingde. Village chief, I have the IOU in hand, but Old Master Zhang accused me without reason. I cannot accept this. I will report it to the authorities for judgment. Old Master Zhang's face visibly changed, but he didn't say anything. Gu Jingde's dissatisfaction with Bai Qingyao eased a little. Old Master Zhang, how do you explain this? Although Old Master Zhang was older, Gu Jingde was still the current village chief of Dayuan village. Zhang's family didn't dare to act too presumptuously. This matter, Old Master Zhang, this is a private matter. But since Bai Qingyao is still a wife of the Gu family and Yichen is not at home, the items she borrowed should be returned. Moreover, the IOU is in hand. Is there anything you're unhappy about? Old Master Zhang had been silent earlier because he saw Bai Qingyao alone and had no one to speak for her, so he spoke recklessly. Now, with Gu Jingde here, even if Old Master Zhang was unwilling, he was still the village chief, and his family's roots were here, so he dared not act too wildly. Since the village chief is here, I have to say a few more words. The IOU the Gu family has is for 30 taels. How could Ah Xing use Gu's belongings and have so much? Old Master Zhang, how do you know that? The things Zhang Xing took from me were all taken away and brought back. Could it be that you've seen them? Shut up, elderly people said. Where do you, a woman, have the right to speak? The middle-aged man beside Old Master Zhang scolded loudly. After saying this, he shot a dissatisfied look at Lady Zhang. If she hadn't been so pushy and forced Gu's family into this situation, they wouldn't have had to resort to desperate measures. Village chief, 30 taels is indeed not a small amount. Look, here is the IOU. Gu Jingde ignored him and turned to Bai Qingyao. Village chief, everything Zhang took, I have recorded each item. It's all here. Bai Qingyao took out a piece of paper from her sleeve, listing all the items Zhang had used recently. Every detail was carefully recorded. After writing the IOU, Bai Qingyao expected that the Zhang family wouldn't give up easily. But since these are her belongings, others shouldn't try to steal them, especially the Zhang family. Gu Jingde looked at the items and first noticed the handwriting. He silently glanced at Bai Qingyao. When did the Bai family start writing so well? But these details weren't his concern. He raised his hand and handed the items to Old Master Zhang. Old Master Zhang, please take a look. Humph. Cough cough. After reviewing, Old Master Zhang tremblingly raised his hand, pointed at Zhang Sheng with an angry face, but didn't curse. Instead, he turned to Lady Zhang. Look at what you've done. What has Ah Sheng been doing with you around? Ah Sheng's father passed away early. Ah Sheng is a capable boy. If he works hard, he might even pass the imperial exam. But now, what have you made him do? These debts, you should pay them yourselves. Don't bother me anymore. After speaking, Old Master Zhang trembled and turned around, supported by the middle-aged man, and left. Lady Zhang sank to the ground, crying loudly. Gu Jingde paid no attention. Zhang Sheng, Lady Zhang, you need to return these debts as soon as possible. After that, Gu Jingde looked at Bai Qingyao. By family, you should settle down and take good care of the children. Yes. After speaking, Gu Jingde looked around and then left. Bai Qingyao told her 3 children to stand aside. She walked over to Lady Zhang. Grandma Zhang, you need to return the money quickly. Otherwise, when we go to the government office, it won't just be polite words. If Zhang Sheng is missing something, then he won't be able to take the imperial exam. You are a mean person, always hoping for our misfortune, and even cursing us, you rotten, ulcerous thing. Bai Qingyao ignored her and looked at the three children. A Xian, a Jing, a Huai, let's go inside first. Don't listen to the dogs barking here. Dog barking? Where's the dog? Young Gu Zihui spoke honestly and directly. Gu Zishuan and Gu Zijing glanced outside the door, but their faces looked relaxed. This old lady Zhang used to bully them many times before. You lowly thing! How dare you curse me as a dog, a bad omen, bringing misfortune to your husband from the moment you entered, a young widow pretending to be weak and seducing. Suddenly, there was silence. Bai Qingyao withdrew her hand, and the voice of Zhang Laopa, who was cursing nearby, suddenly stopped. You wicked woman, how dare you splash dirty water on me? Aren't you leaving? If you don't, I will act now. Bai Qingyao held a broom, standing at the door with her hands on her hips. Zhang Laopa was startled by her fierce expression and turned to call Zhang Sheng, but saw him already crawling away in a panic. She hurriedly got up tremblingly. Before leaving, she didn't forget to curse again. You little wicked girl, you'll get your comeuppance sooner or later. Pa, what kind of dirt is this? Hitting her would make her hands dirty. Bai Qingyao looked away and caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye. She saw Granny Zhang turning to leave, so she quickly spoke. Granny Zhang. Is there something? Hearing her voice, Granny Zhang paused. Thank you earlier, Granny Zhang. I didn't do much, Granny Zhang replied indifferently. But Bai Qingyao shook her head. Although she said that, she knew that if Granny Zhang hadn't spoken first earlier, many people wouldn't have spoken up. Granny Zhang also helped her. By the way, Granny Zhang, please wait a moment. She hurried back into the yard and soon came out again, holding a basket. This is some seafood I found by the sea. It's edible. The oysters are already steamed. If your family has scallions and vinegar, you can put some in a bowl, remove the meat, and dip it to eat. Another one is oyster pancakes. You can try them. No need. Give it to a Xian and the others to eat, Granny Zhang said with a slightly eased expression after hearing her words. The Bai family finally showed some gratitude, but she didn't care much for these things. Granny Zhang, don't worry. We have enough at home to eat. While speaking, Bai Qingyao directly handed something to her. I'll go back now to take care of the children and prepare dinner. Before Granny Zhang could say anything, Bai Qingyao disappeared from sight. She looked helplessly at the basket in her hand, then turned and went back to the yard. As soon as she returned, she saw a middle-aged man sitting in the yard. Are you just sitting here all the time? Granny Zhang put down the items and spoke with a not-so-good expression. It's noisy outside. Staying outside is no different from being inside the house. After speaking, the middle-aged man, Zhang Yongfang, looked at the basket she had just placed on the table. What is this? Gu's family gave it to me earlier, saying it was something they found by the sea to eat. Gu's family, Zhang Yongfang was surprised. In his mind, the Gu family was the kind of people who only took from others, never gave. He opened the basket, revealing its contents. Several large oysters filled most of the basket, and he was shocked, eyes wide open. Can these things be eaten? Could it be that the Gu family was lying to you? Hearing this, Granny Zhang put down the wooden box she had just picked up and walked over. She looked down and saw the contents of the basket. Aren't these the things from the rocks by the sea? These items weren't rare. Bai Qingyao hadn't lied. They could often be seen on that part of the sea. But this Gu family, are they really not joking? Can these things be eaten? The local fishermen and villagers had never known these could be edible. Moreover, the shells of these things are very hard. If you bite into them, your teeth might break. As she spoke, Zhang Yongfang's hand reached for a live oyster in front of him. Before Granny Zhang could react, he picked one up and cracked it open along the seam. Seeing his action, Granny Zhang frowned. Hey, what are you doing? Before she finished speaking, she turned her head and saw Zhang Yongfang had already taken the hard shell and even opened it to take out the contents inside. This, there's something inside? And it's so soft. Could it be that this really can be eaten? Zhang Yongfang hesitated as he looked at Granny Zhang. She looked up at the Gu family's house across the yard, where faint sounds could still be heard. Maybe. It's okay. She sat opposite Zhang Yongfang, picked up an oyster, and tried to peel off the shell to take out the meat inside. These oysters had been kept warm in a pot by Qingyao and hadn't cooled completely. Now, Grandma Zhang is holding it in her hand and can still feel the warmth. Delicious. Zhang Fong didn't know when he had already taken a bite. His eyes lit up as he looked at the raw oyster in his hand. Grandma Zhang withdrew her thoughts, saw that he had already eaten it, and frowned, but she didn't say much. Although he was reckless, the Gu family had also eaten this oyster, so it should be fine. Watching Zhang Yongfeng eat so quickly, Grandma Zhang was so angry she almost exploded. She put the food down and said, "Eat, eat, eat. Just know how to eat. Hurry up and clean up." Hearing this, Zhang Yongfeng was stunned for a moment. He looked up at Grandma Zhang's departing figure and blinked. Aren't these things just food given to them by the Gu family? Grandma Zhang left the yard and sighed. Bai Qingyao has changed now, which is really a good thing. But I wonder how long this will last. Meanwhile, Bai Qingyao took the three little ones back to the yard and went straight to the kitchen to serve the food. She gave some oyster pancakes to Grandma Zhang. There were a few left. Although not many, the bowls were enough for them to eat tonight. She placed the food in front of the three little ones. "All right, eat up." After Bai Qingyao finished speaking, the three little ones hesitated and didn't move. She looked up and saw the suspicion in Gu Zishuan and Gu Ziying's eyes. She sat down calmly and served them food. "A Xian, a Jing, everything that happened before was my fault. Now I've woken up and hope you can give me a chance." Gu Zishuan looked at her directly. "What are you trying to do? There's nothing left at home." "A Xian, I really want to change this time. Moreover, today I've completely torn apart with the Zhang family. It's also my way of proving myself." Bai Qingyao knew that her previous self had hurt them deeply, so it was understandable that they held grudges. "If I hadn't decided to cut ties with the Zhang family, this wouldn't have happened today." Gu Zishuan looked at her without saying a word. "All right, let's eat first. If you don't believe me, you can keep an eye on me in the future." The Gu family had a very quiet dinner. However, Gu Zishuan and Gu Ziying kept stealing glances at Bai Qingyao from time to time. Gu Zhihui stayed by Bai Qingyao's side the whole time. After dinner, Gu Ziying pulled Gu Zishuan aside. "Big brother, what do you think? What does she really mean? And, why? She used to treat them like that, and now she's actually defending them in front of outsiders." "I don't know either." Gu Zishuan shook his head. "But now, Bai Qingyao clearly looks more like a mother." "Mother," a voice was heard, drawing Gu Zishuan and Gu Zijing's attention. Bai Qingyao came out of the house, still holding a basket. "What are you going to do?" Gu Zishuan asked hurriedly. Maybe he didn't realize it himself, but a look of worry appeared on his small face. "This basket is a bit damp. I want to take it outside to dry." "Why aren't you resting yet?" Bai Qingyao closed the door outside the yard, then returned to the door of the house. Seeing the three little ones still not moving, she was a bit surprised. "Mother, I want to sleep with you. Is that okay?" Although it was only for a short day, Bai Qingyao's image in Gu Zihuai's mind had changed completely. Just like now, she even came to Bai Qingyao and said these words. "You should know, in the past she was very clear about boundaries." "Of course, that's fine." Bai Qingyao picked up Gu Zihuai, gently tapped his little nose, then turned to look at Gu Zishuan and Gu Zijing. "Your rooms are already cleaned. The quilts at home are old. Tomorrow, I will think of a way to go to town and exchange some money, then I will replace your quilts." Gu Zishuan was a bit surprised when he heard her words, and his expression didn't hide it. Bai Qingyao saw this clearly. "Since I have decided, I will live a good life and keep my promises." Gu Zishuan looked at her with a complicated expression, then pulled Gu Zijing and went back to his room. Although it was called his room, it was actually their father's room. No one knew that after the original body married the father of the three little ones, they had been sleeping in separate rooms. As for the three little ones, they were born when the original married the father of the children. Gu Zishuan and Gu Zijing were old enough to remember, but Gu Zihuai didn't know that Bai Qingyao was not his biological mother. Big brother, that little traitor, Huai tricked him with just a few words. And that. Who knows if she's telling the truth? Gu Zishuan looked at Gu Zijing. Although he spoke fiercely, it was clear he was also envious. His attitude had softened a lot compared to before. "Ah, Jing, do you want to go too?" Like a cat whose tail was stepped on, Gu Zijing's face turned red. He stiffened his neck and said, Who wants to go? But his tone was a bit lacking. Moreover, his gaze was always fixed in that direction. Jing, if you want to go, then go. Gu Zhixian tidied up the house. It had already been cleaned by Qin Yao, so there wasn't much to do. Still, when he said this, he subtly glanced at the nearby room. Gu Zijing shook his head firmly, looking proud. I won't go. He then took his somewhat worn-out quilt and lay on the wooden bed at the very back. Gu Zhixian looked at him and lay down on the other side of the bed. On the other side, for the first time, Gu Zhihui slept in the same room as Qin Yao. His excitement was obvious. Qin Yao brought a basin of water from outside and placed it on the ground. Hui, come here. Wash your hands and face. It's almost time to sleep. Gu Zhihui, dressed in his inner clothes, walked over. He quietly put his small hands in the water, letting Qin Yao wash them. His eyes, however, kept looking at her. Mother. Suddenly, Gu Zhihui spoke. Qin Yao didn't look up. What is it? Gu Zhihui called out again. Mother. Qin Yao looked up. He shyly lowered his head, but the blush on his cheeks revealed his feelings at that moment. Mother is here. She said this, then took his hand out of the basin and dried it with a nearby cloth. All right, Hui, go to bed first. I'll pour out the water. Gu Zhihui obediently got into bed, sat there, blinking, and stared motionlessly toward the door. When Qin Yao returned, she saw this scene. Gu Zhihui saw her and quickly lay down, but his gaze still stayed on Qin Yao. She simply tidied herself up, loosened her clothes, and took off her outer garment. Her body was a bit plump and sweated easily. She had just washed a little, and the smell on her body had mostly faded. It seemed she needed to put in some effort to lose weight in the future. She looked up and saw the small head hurriedly hiding under the quilt. She chuckled softly and walked over. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Waiting for Mother? Qin Yao was surprised. She took off her shoes, got into bed, and tucked Gu Zhihui in. All right, Hui, go to sleep quickly. Will Mother leave? Hearing this, Qin Yao felt a sudden pang of sadness. She reached out and hugged Gu Zhihui in her arms. No, I will always stay with you. I won't leave. Okay. Gu Zhihui obediently closed his eyes when he heard this. After he fell asleep, Qin Yao didn't sleep immediately. Instead, she was thinking about the current situation at home. Currently, the family has little rice and oil. Tomorrow, she must find a way to go to town and earn some money so she can buy flour. After all, eating only seafood is not a good solution. Later at night, close to midnight, after the tide goes out, she plans to go see if she can gather some things from the sea. The night breeze is cold, and outside is very quiet. The moonlight has not yet disappeared, and the light filters through the wooden window into the house. Qin Yao slowly opens her eyes, looks at the sky, and realizes it is probably the early hours of the morning. Outside, everything is very still, with only the faint sound of the wind. She glances at Gu Zhihui, who is sleeping soundly, then quietly gets out of bed. She carefully puts on her clothes, opens the door, and steps outside. The door creaks because it is old. Qin Yao worries about waking everyone, so she glances at the next room. She sees Gu Zijing lying comfortably with his legs stretched out over Gu Ziyuan. She picks up the basket at the door and looks at the clams they dug up in the afternoon. Most of the sand has been washed out, so they can be cooked and eaten in the morning. She withdraws her gaze and walks out the gate without stopping. Near the sea, the night still carries a slight chill. She tightens her clothes around her and, holding the basket, walks toward the sea. Although there is moonlight, the path at night is still a bit dark. She needs to be extra careful, especially since she is near the sea, where dangers are everywhere. When she reaches the daytime's rocky beach, Qin Yao sees many large rocks nearby and a faint shimmer of water, probably the tide coming in. The tide has indeed gone out, and the rocks are covered with oysters. Suddenly, Qin Yao's eyes brighten. Yes, there are no oyster sauces here, but there are many oysters. Since the family has no income, she can start with this. Thinking this, her steps quicken. Right after the tide goes out, The oysters on the rocks are still firmly attached, and each one is plump, much larger than the ones from this afternoon. It's a pity to use these oysters for oyster sauce. But there are so many oysters here. She quickly sets down her basket, picks up her small hammer, and begins to tap on a rock. The oysters here are big, making it easier to pry them off than the smaller ones. They are scattered here and there, and Bai Qingyao becomes more excited as she works. Before long, her small basket is full. She feels satisfied and stops. Watching the receding tide in the distance, Bai Qingyao paused slightly. Since the tide was going out, the shoreline should have washed up many things. Since they were gathering seafood, they couldn't just collect oysters. It was a good chance to improve the meals for the 3 little ones. She walked a bit further, but the beach was still covered with seawater. Seeing this, Bai Qingyao decided to go into the water barefoot. The beach was full of broken shells, and if she stepped on them, it would be painful. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared before her eyes, and she saw a shadow swimming past. She quickly followed it. Splash! As she lowered her basket, she temporarily poured out the oysters inside. Now, she placed the basket in the seawater and guided the fish into it. The fish was still struggling when it entered the basket. After a moment of resistance, it stopped moving. Bai Qingyao looked into the basket and was surprised to see a flatfish. It wasn't very big, but it probably weighed about a pound. It would make a good snack for the 3 children. She couldn't believe her luck today. Her feet moved freely in the seawater, creating waves and stirring up the sand, making the water cloudy. After walking a few steps, she stopped, bent down, and lifted a large stone in front of her, about 5 or 6 times the size of her foot. Based on her experience, there was likely something underneath such a stone. Sure enough, when she lifted the stone, it revealed sand underneath, and a swimming crab was hiding below. She gently stepped on the crab, applying just enough pressure to immobilize it, then quickly grabbed its claws and tossed it into the basket. Fortunately, the basket was large enough. She had separated a small layer inside. Otherwise, given the crab's fighting strength, the flatfish might have been in trouble. She continued walking forward. There were many small fish and shrimps in the water, but Bai Qingyao automatically ignored them. Those small creatures were best fried and eaten, but the household was running low on oil, so catching them wouldn't make a tasty meal now. It was better to focus on larger targets first. Once they had oil at home, she could go back for the small crabs and fry them. Delicious. Bai Qingyao suddenly shook her head. She told herself not to think about it. If she kept thinking, her stomach would start to growl. Shaking off her thoughts, she bent down and continued walking forward, occasionally paying attention to whether there was any seafood nearby. After searching for a while, Bai Qingyao found a few octopuses and some small fish weighing about half a jin each. Together, these fish probably weighed around 3 jin. This morning, she could cook a pot of fish soup to warm up the 3 little ones. Although it is summer, living by the sea means some dampness, so drinking fish soup to warm the body is a good idea. She packed up her things and looked at the sky. She had been out for over half an hour. Not far away, the tide was gradually coming back in. She walked out of the shallow sea and returned to the beach. Just as she was about to go nearby to collect oysters to take home, her steps paused. It seemed she saw a flash of silver light in the crevice of a nearby reef. Curious, she walked over and looked down, but saw nothing. She frowned, wondering if she had just seen things. With doubt, she was about to turn away when the reef beside her shimmered again. This time, she clearly saw the light coming from the reef. She stepped closer, her alertness unrelaxed. There are many creatures in the sea, some that glow like jellyfish and naturally, other glowing animals too. But the more magical the creature, the stronger its potential toxicity. Having lived by the sea for many years, she never dared to relax her vigilance. As she approached, the flickering of the light became more frequent, until Bai Qingyao suddenly stopped, only about 10 centimeters away from the light. She saw clearly what was glowing. It seemed to be a round shape, somewhat like a tray. She moved closer to examine it. The object was covered with glowing tentacles, some even hanging to the ground, with the tips resembling water droplets. The more beautiful something is, the more toxic it tends to be. She knew this well, but she wasn't sure if it was still alive. Uncertain about the creature and dangerous unknowns, she didn't dare to approach easily. She took out the hammer she had used earlier to pry oysters from her basket, turned it upside down, revealing 4 short legs.
Could it be
a turtle? It was probably washed ashore by the sea, with some of the same material from the jellyfish on its shell. Bai Qingyao put away the hammer, bent down, and picked up the small turtle. It looked small at first, but once she held it, she realized it was surprisingly heavy, filling her palm. Ugh! At this moment, she noticed that her right hand, which had been holding the hammer, was scraped and bleeding. She had soaked it in seawater for a while. She hadn't felt the pain when she picked up the turtle, but now she did. As for the little turtle, she took it in and kept it safe. When they go back, she can let the 3 little ones play with it. Unfortunately, there was only one, so they can take turns playing with it. If they meet again in the future, she will bring it back for them. She didn't notice that when she placed the little turtle on her chest, it flickered slightly, but the light was very faint. After tidying up the oysters on the ground, Bai Qingyao returned happily. However, just as she reached her front door, she heard crying from inside. She frowned, quickened her steps, and hurriedly pushed open the door. She placed the basket on the ground and went inside, where she saw Gu Zihui sitting on the bed, crying. Hearing the noise, Gu Zihuan and Gu Zijing turned around and saw Bai Qingyao's figure. "What's wrong, Ahuai?" Seeing her return, Gu Zijing snorted. "Where did you go again? Are you trying to leave us secretly?" Gu Zijing looked up at her, a bit angry. "How could I leave you behind? I went to the seaside to gather seafood. I took the chance while you weren't awake to find some food. Otherwise, you would have gone hungry this morning." Bai Qingyao glanced at Gu Zijing. This little guy was only 5.5 years old, and he also lacked a sense of security. She reached out and patted his head. Gu Zijing felt the warmth on his head, and his little face blushed unexpectedly. "Mommy, hiccup, do you really won't leave?" Gu Zihui hiccuped while crying, then looked up with red eyes at Bai Qingyao. "Of course not. You are all my children. How could I not want you?" Bai Qingyao looked at them gently, her tone soft. She wiped the tears from Gu Zihui's face. "Really?" Gu Zihui still had a tear hanging in his eye. He had just cried until his eyes were red and his face was flushed. Now he looked up with rabbit eyes, looking at Bai Qingyao with a sad expression. "Really, I mean it." Bai Qingyao bent down and picked up Gu Zihui, then looked at Gu Zijing and Gu Zijian. "Look, I brought back a lot of good things. I will make something delicious for you later." She pointed to the basket in the yard. The 3 little ones instinctively looked over and saw a basket full of food. Delicious things? Gu Zihui's attention was immediately drawn by Bai Qingyao's words. He looked along her gaze and saw the full basket of oysters, with a few fish hanging outside with grass ropes. "Mommy, what are those?" Gu Zihui looked at the fish nearby, confused, and asked Bai Qingyao. He had eaten fish before, but only when their father was at home. At that time, he was too young to remember. Now, seeing it again, he couldn't help but feel curious. However, Gu Zishuan and Gu Zijing brightened up when they saw the fish. Although the fish was very fishy, it was still meat and could fill their stomachs. Compared to fish from the river, the fish from the sea tasted much better. "All right, Ahuai, don't cry anymore. Soon, Mother will make you something tasty." Hiccup. Gu Zihui nodded, letting out a small hiccup, and his eyes were drawn to the things in the basket. Bai Qingyao saw this and placed him on the ground. She turned to look at Gu Zishuan and Gu Zijing. "Zishuan, Jingjing, it's still early. Do you want to go back and sleep a little more?" They must have been awakened by Gu Zihui earlier. Now that it's just dawn, they could rest a bit longer. They shook their heads. They no longer felt sleepy. "I'll go help you wash the oysters." Gu Zishuan glanced at her, then headed towards the yard. Gu Zijing saw his older brother leave and looked at Gu Zihui, who was still staring blankly at the fish nearby. He sighed and stayed where he was. He decided to just watch Gu Zihui quietly. In the yard, Gu Zishuan skillfully picked up a small wooden bucket, ready to fetch water. The water source in Dayuan village is in the center of the village, where there is a lake. That is the only freshwater spot. The rest is seawater and not drinkable. Bai Qingyao stepped forward and took the bucket. Zishuan, you watch over your brothers. I'll go fetch water. After saying that, Bai Qingyao picked up the shoulder pole, placed 2 buckets on it, and went straight out of the yard. At this time, Dayuan village was quite peaceful. In about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, many villagers would start going out to fetch water and begin their busy day. When she reached the lake in the village center, Bai Qingyao set the buckets down beside her. This was the only source of fresh water in the village. It was said that the water flowed down from the mountains. Once discovered by the villagers, they enclosed it for their use. Otherwise, they would have to go to a river 6 miles away to fetch water. That river made it easier for the villagers to get water. Later, to ensure everyone could use this water, the villagers dug out the lake and filled it with water. It was surprising that this lake contained living water. Just after she finished fetching a bucket, a few figures approached from a distance. Bai Qingyao looked over and recognized the familiar faces, people she had just seen at her doorstep yesterday. Clearly, when the man saw her, he also looked surprised. In the past, Bai Qingyao wouldn't have done such things.
Today.
Has the sun risen from the west? When Bai Qingyao saw her, she smiled and greeted her, Aunt Chow. After she walked away, the middle-aged woman called Aunt Chow finally came to her senses, took a step back and nearly fell. Hey, what's wrong with you? You almost stepped on me. The woman jumped back a little and brushed her clothes. Aunt Chow then regained her composure, turned around, and looked at the person behind her. That's Gu's family. Today, I don't know what medicine she took, but she came here to fetch water and even greeted me. There's nothing strange about that. We all come here. Halfway through, the woman's voice suddenly stopped.
What? Who are you talking about?
Bai Qingyao, she actually came here to fetch water herself. The woman's eyes widened, clearly unable to believe it. Bai Qingyao didn't know what was happening here. Even if she did, she would just smile. The 2 buckets of water on her shoulders were indeed heavy, but she wanted to lose weight, so naturally she needed more exercise. These chores were the best way for her to work out. When she returned home and opened the door, she saw that a small patch of weeds in the yard had been cleared again. Gu Zishuan's face and clothes were all dirty. Seeing this, she hurried forward. Xian, what are you doing? She paused, then turned and took a basin of water to wash his hands. Gu Zishuan felt a bit uncomfortable with Bai Qingyao's touch, but didn't refuse. After washing his hands, Bai Qingyao noticed a long, red, swollen scar on his small hand. You're hurt, but you still dare to touch those dirty things. She carefully cleaned his wound and wrapped it with a clean cloth. Such a big wound. Does it hurt? Seeing her caring expression, Gu Zishuan was momentarily stunned, then shook his head. His little ears turned bright red, and he secretly glanced at Bai Qingyao. They were very close, and in that moment, she could see every detail of the tiny hair on his face. It was the first time he looked at Bai Qingyao so closely. All right, Xian, before you get better, don't touch water again, understand? After saying this, Bai Qingyao turned around and poured the freshly fetched water into the water tank. Then she began to pack up the fish she had brought back. Before returning, she had already cleaned the fish briefly, which saved a lot of water. She went to the kitchen to take a quick look. The oil containers in the house had a layer of residue, but luckily they were clean inside. The sediment at the bottom was murkier than the oil on top, but the original rapeseed oil at the bottom was clean. She poured the oil into a pot. Soon, the fish was fried golden on both sides, with a slight char on the surface. A fragrant smell gradually wafted from the pot. There weren't many strong-smelling seasonings at home. Bai Qingyao used whatever herbs she found nearby, picking some random spices she recognized from her past experience. She took the fried fish out and placed it on a plate to set aside. Then she poured water into the pot. Once the water boiled, she put the fish back in. Fish cooked in cold water often retains a slight fishy smell. Unfortunately, there was no tofu at home. If she had some, she could add a few pieces, which would make the fish soup taste even better. The 3 little ones had been playing in the yard. When they smelled the aroma, they followed it into the kitchen. They saw Bai Qingyao busy working in the kitchen. By the time the three little ones appeared, Bai Qingyao had already noticed them. She didn't stop them but waited for them to come closer. She glanced at the stove and then went to wash the remaining crabs and octopus. The house didn't have much oil, so these could only be steamed and cooked. Gu Zihui looked at the fish in the pot and the steaming, bubbling pot emitting heat and swallowed hard. Ah Huai, the stove is very hot. Don't get too close, or you might get hurt. Seeing the three little ones getting closer to the stove, Bai Qingyao quickly reached out and pulled them back to prevent burns. Gu Zihui blushed. Though young, he already knew that hot pots could be dangerous. Just now, because of the strong aroma, he almost made a mistake. He looked down sadly and spoke in a low voice. Mother, I'm sorry. I understand now. Bai Qingyao smiled, reached out, and patted his small head. I'm not scolding you. I'm just telling you these things are dangerous and you shouldn't touch them. Okay?
Okay.
I understand. Gu Zihui looked up at Bai Qingyao, his face returning to his usual cold expression. I'll watch over my brothers better in the future. Hearing this, Bai Qingyao looked at Gu Zihui. The boy was so young but already so responsible. It was all because of the mistakes made by the original body. She sighed and cleaned the pot thoroughly. She poured water inside, placed a wooden steaming rack on top, and then put the crabs in. As for the octopus, she placed it in cold water at the bottom and started steaming it. On the other side, the pot was bubbling and steaming with white bubbles. A strong aroma was wafting from it, and the three little ones were instantly drawn in by the smell, all looking at it at the same time. Bai Qingyao lifted the lid, revealing a milky white fish soup. The three little ones stared intently at the soup inside the pot. Why is it white? Gu Zishuan, being older, still remembered eating fish before, but he had never tasted this kind of milky white fish soup. Also, the fragrant smell coming from the pot hardly had any fishy smell. It was very amazing, because I first fried the fish in oil, then added hot water. This way, the fish soup tastes very fresh and delicious, with no fishy smell, and all the nutrients are concentrated in the soup. As he spoke, Bai Qingyao stirred the fish soup in the pot, scooped out the fish meat, and put it into a bowl. The three little ones watched her move, their eyes fixed on the fish soup in her hand. Seeing this, Bai Qingyao smiled and said, All right, wash your hands quickly. Dinner will be ready soon. In the yard, another pot was steaming with hot vapor, white mist swirling around. When she lifted the lid, a bright red crab was revealed. She took a plate from the side and placed the crabs on it. Carrying it to the table, the three little ones had already washed their hands and were eagerly watching Bai Qingyao. Okay, let's eat first. In front of each of them was a bowl filled with fish soup. The fish in their bowls had been deboned. One sip of the fish soup warmed their stomachs and hearts, and they all sighed happily. Eat more if you like. There's still more in the pot. Seeing how happy they were to eat, Bai Qingyao picked up a crab from nearby and started to crack it open. The three little faces turned red from eating, and their tiny feet moved happily in hidden spots, clearly very pleased. Crabs are cold in nature, and since the children were young, they shouldn't eat too many, but they could still try a little. She removed the shell, revealing the crab meat inside. Unfortunately, it wasn't the most delicious time for crabs yet. Mother, what is this? Gu Zihui took a sip of fish soup, with milky white drops on his lips. He blinked and watched Bai Qingyao's actions. This is crab. It's very tasty, but crabs are cold, so you can't eat too much. After speaking, Bai Qingyao put the shell aside, picked up a spoon, and added some crab meat to each of their bowls. Wow, this is also delicious. Gu Zijing took a small taste first, and immediately his eyes lit up. He had a little tuft of hair standing up on his head, which must have appeared after waking up this morning. Now it was wobbling gently, looking very cute. Bai Qingyao felt it was adorable. She reached out and tousled his hair, causing the little tuft to sway along with her hand. Crab? They had never seen crabs before. They didn't expect there to be so many delicious things in the sea. Later, after we tidy up, we'll go to the town to buy some stuff. Tonight, I'll cook clams for you.
The town?
When they heard town, the three little ones immediately stopped what they were doing and looked up at Bai Qingyao. What's wrong?
You.
Gu Ziqian opened his mouth but didn't say anything in the end. Bai Qingyao suddenly had a bright idea. Yes, the original owner had previously used the excuse of going to the town to leave, but at that time, she had been tricked out of all her money and had to return home feeling embarrassed. Now, hearing her mention it again, the three little ones all thought of that past incident at the same time. Did you see the oysters I brought back from the yard? Bai Qingyao pointed to the basket outside the yard. The three little ones looked over. We probably can't finish them all. I thought we could sell some in the town to help with household expenses. Then, we'll go too. Gu Zijing and Gu Zihuai looked at Gu Zishuan. Gu Zishuan bit his lip and looked up at Bai Qingyao. Now, he didn't want her to leave either. Okay. Bai Qingyao nodded. They were at home, but she was still worried. She was afraid the Zhang family wouldn't give up and might come to cause trouble. The three little ones wouldn't be able to handle it. Just eat all the food on the table quietly. I'll go tidy up a bit. If they only sold oysters, strangers wouldn't dare buy them. Steamed oysters were okay to eat 1 or 2, but eating too many would become bland. So the most important thing was the dipping sauce. As long as the sauce tasted good, people wouldn't hesitate to buy. She took out some seasonings she had dug up from a corner nearby, including wild garlic and green onions from her yard. Coincidentally, her yard was full of wild grass, but a few wild onions still grew there. Then she poured some vinegar and soy sauce into the mixture, ready for a taste test later. She turned and saw the satisfied faces of the three little ones, and suddenly remembered she had brought back a small sea turtle. Wait a moment, I'll bring you a little toy. After speaking, she reached into her sleeve and fished around. The little turtle had somehow rolled inside her sleeve. She frowned and, after some effort, finally pulled it out. Just as she placed it on the table, the normally still little turtle suddenly opened its eyes. Bai Qingyao was surprised to meet those tiny, bean-sized eyes. Did you save me? The turtle suddenly opened its mouth. Bai Qingyao was startled and dropped the turtle from her hand. Oh no! She loosened her grip, and the turtle fell to the ground. What kind of creature are you? And how can you talk? The turtle, already weak, rolled its eyes at her. Creature? I am a hawksbill turtle. But I am also a divine beast of the sea. Divine beast? Hawksbill turtle? She had heard of hawksbill turtles before and seen them in marine animal books, but she had never seen one that could talk. This might be a magical, 1,000-year-old monster. The hawksbill turtle rolled its eyes again. Its intricate shell patterns moved slightly with its movements. It looked up, weakly speaking. I am a 1,000-year-old hawksbill turtle. I have long surpassed ordinary sea creatures. I was living peacefully on the ocean floor until suddenly there was a big disturbance. An enormous whirlpool appeared. I was sucked into it. If I still had some strength, I would have been blown away. When I woke up, I was already in the shallow waters. It explained that it was trying to escape and swim back, but the strange whirlpool had made it very weak. It still didn't have much strength in its body. It also clearly sensed that it had serious internal injuries. With its current condition, it couldn't return to the deep sea. Even if it could, the pressure would crush it. If it encountered that strange whirlpool again, it wouldn't survive. Bai Qingyao listened with a surprised look. Then how can you go back? The hawksbill turtle looked at her and said, I need rare creatures from the ocean floor. Only they have faint energy that can help me recover. It felt its lifespan was quickly decreasing. If this continued, it wouldn't just be unable to return. It might not survive on land either. Bai Qingyao understood. I see. I'll take you back to the coast later. You can crawl back on your own. She still needed to go to town soon. If she returned now, maybe it would still be alive. If it died, it was a divine beast. Maybe she would be in big trouble. Tortoise. After saying so much, this girl is so cruel to let an old person die. I will die if I return to the sea. Huh, hearing this, Bai Qingyao was momentarily stunned. What did you say? You. She raised her hand and pointed at the tortoise. Tell me if you go back to the sea, you'll die. This was the biggest joke she had ever heard. A noble divine beast, originally living in the sea, and returning means death? Were there so many jokes in ancient times? The tortoise looked at her slowly. Are you serious? Yes, my body is now injured. If I go back, I can't hunt, and I might even be swallowed by creatures in the deep sea. There are plenty of things in the ocean that want to swallow it. Oh, I see. But I can't do anything about it. I'm powerless. You'd better find your own way. After saying that, she was about to leave, but the tortoise quickly spoke. Help me find rare marine creatures, and I will pay you. You? Payment? By Qingyao's voice slightly raised. What could it give her as a reward? Yes, a reward. After speaking, the tortoise spat out a glowing orb from its mouth. This is something I collected from the sea long ago. I found it on the ocean floor. I don't know which era it's from. Here. Bai Qingyao looked at the glowing orb, a bit shocked. What is this? She lowered her head, her gaze level with the orb, and saw what was inside. A ship? Is this thing so small? The tortoise shook its head. Just place it where you need it, and it will return to its original form. This is its evolved divine power. Bai Qingyao didn't rush to take it. Then what do you need? I need you to give me some marine creatures every day, preferably deep-sea creatures. Only deep-sea fish can make it feel a faint power. It doesn't know when it will fully recover. But I can't catch things from the deep sea right now. Even with this ship, it's impossible to catch them every time. The tortoise had already thought of this. It rubbed itself and took out a dark, fuzzy thing. Bai Qingyao frowned in disgust. What is this? This has my scent. It's a great supplement for deep-sea creatures. When you fish, you can use it as bait, and it will make your work twice as effective. This little girl, who doesn't respect her elders, really irritates it. All right, I need to rest now. Remember what you promised me. Before Bai Qingyao could react, the tortoise had already fallen into sleep. Mother, what did you just say? The three little ones had been focused on eating and didn't hear what Bai Qingyao said. Nothing. A Huai, A Xian, A Jing, take your time eating. Later, we'll go to the town. Okay. She turned around, ready to pack some things to take to the town, but suddenly, the turtle, which had been closing its eyes, opened them wide. What's that smell? What smell? Bai Qingyao was caught off guard. After a moment, she replied, It's the oysters I made. Of course, it recognized these things, those simple sea creatures on the rocks. But why did it smell the raw smell from them? Do you want to eat? Bai Qingyao handed it 2 oysters and placed them in front of it. The turtle stretched its neck and quickly swallowed 1 oyster. Then its eyes brightened, truly a sign of vitality. Bai Qingyao looked on in surprise. Even your underwater creatures eat cooked food. The turtle rolled its eyes irritably. I don't eat human food. I just felt a sense of life from this. Sense of life? Can it help you recover? She immediately focused on this point. But you didn't say. Only rare underwater creatures can make you recover. Before she finished speaking, she saw the turtle already lying on her stove, munching on the oysters. Stop talking. These are for selling. Here, here. It's just money. The turtle spat out 2 glowing orbs, which then dispersed into large pearls from the ocean. Bai Qingyao took them without hesitation. No, if you want to eat, I'll make more for you when I come back. The turtle. She packed the steamed oysters and the prepared sauce into a basket. Bai Qingyao carried it on her back, ready to head to the town with the children. As soon as they stepped outside, they ran into some villagers. However, her reputation wasn't good, and the villagers quickly looked away when they saw her. She also saved herself some trouble and headed toward the town with the 3 little ones. The town of Peach Blossom was not close to Dayuan village. Most villagers took a cart to go there. When they reached the village entrance, only a few people were around. After waiting a while, more people arrived gradually. When the ox cart finally arrived, Bai Qingyao stepped forward, smiling as she took 4 coins from her sleeve and handed them to the middle-aged man on the cart. Uncle Nyo, here is our fare. The man called Uncle Nyo looked up when he heard her words and took only 2 coins. Those 2 little ones don't take up much space. As for the thing A Xian is carrying on your back, I will reluctantly accept 1 coin from you. After saying that, she tidied up the corner of the ox cart. Come up. Thank you, Uncle Nyo. Because the 3 children had been malnourished for a long time, they were now quite weak. Sitting in the ox cart, they didn't take up much space. Bai Qingyao placed the basket in the corner of the cart, then held Gu Zihuai in her arms and sat next to Gu Zishuan and Gu Zixing. The driver, Uncle Niu, looked at her, opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately said nothing. One by one, villagers from Dayuan village came out. When they saw Bai Qingyao sitting on the cart, they all fell silent. Halfway through the journey, a middle-aged woman stood by the roadside. Uncle Niu stopped the cart. He looked at her expressionless. Money. Here, here, here. Your money is not missing. Hearing Uncle Niu's words, the woman frowned and looked at him with displeasure. She took out a copper coin from her pocket and threw it directly into Uncle Niu's lap. Uncle Niu wasn't angry. He picked up the coin and put it into his pocket. As they passed by Qingyao and her children, she shot them a fierce glare. Then she sat in an empty spot on the cart, but unexpectedly, she was dissatisfied with the small space and squeezed toward Gu Zishuan's seat. Gu Zishuan, helpless, had to lean closer to Bai Qingyao. The woman snorted coldly, calling him a little brat. What did you say? Hearing her voice, Bai Qingyao's expression grew cold. She raised her hand to move Gu Zishuan to her other side and sat next to the woman. Isn't he just a little brat? And you, a white-eyed wolf. Zhang's family has treated you so well, and you can turn around and bite the hand that feeds you. What do you call that if not a white-eyed wolf? This woman was none other than Widow Wang, who had a good relationship with Zhang's family in Dayuan village. Now, Widow Wang looked annoyed, as if Bai Qingyao was something dirty. Yeah, isn't it true that all those who turn around and bite the hand are white-eyed wolves? As for that little brat, you'd better shut your mouth properly, or I can't guarantee when my hand might tremble. With that, Bai Qingyao took out a long wooden stick from somewhere, holding it delicately in front of Widow Wang's neck, just millimeters away from touching her skin.
Why you?
What do you want to do, you little brat? Widow Wang looked at the weapon in front of her, trembling with fear as she spoke. I tell you, killing someone means you have to pay with your life. Bai Qingyao sneered coldly. Killing someone? She wouldn't dirty her hands for someone like that. Killing you? Of course, I wouldn't do that for someone like you. Apologize to my son. Otherwise, don't blame me if I shake. With that, Bai Qingyao moved her hand, bringing her sharp tool closer to the Widow Wang's neck by another inch. She's killing. Hey you. Are you just going to watch me get bullied by this little brat on your car? Seeing that Bai Qingyao showed no intention of letting go, the Widow Wang turned her head to Uncle Niu. Hearing this, Uncle Niu simply looked up calmly and glanced at her. Gu families matter. This is still on my car. Be more careful. Don't worry, Uncle Niu. I know my limits, Bai Qingyao said. As she finished speaking, Uncle Niu turned his head back and focused on driving the cart. The Widow Wang saw that Uncle Niu was ignoring her and immediately blushed with anger. But when she turned her head, she saw the object pressed against her neck and hurriedly tried to please her. Gu families matter. Let's talk nicely, don't act rashly. Apologize to my son. Bai Qingyao refused to be swayed by her. She pressed her hand forward with a little more force. Hey, don't. I was just confused earlier. I shouldn't have insulted your child. I was out of my mind. Xian, can you forgive Grandma? My grandma is already dead. You're not my grandma. Gu Zishuan didn't speak, but Gu Zixing looked at her unhappily. The Widow Wang choked on her words, her face turning pale. Yes. Can you forgive Grandma? Once you've spoken, even if you apologize now, your heart still thinks otherwise. We don't want that kind of apology. Gu Zishuan glanced at the Widow Wang. They had heard these words many times before, but this was the first time she said them like this. Bai Qingyao was the first to step in for them, to stand up for them. This feeling wasn't bad at all. Gu families. Seeing that these kids wouldn't listen to reason, the Widow Wang cautiously turned her head and looked at Bai Qingyao. Bai Qingyao withdrew her hand, her gaze cold. Stay away. If I hear anything unpleasant from your mouth again, don't blame me for being ruthless. The Widow Wang's neck was free, and she quickly took a few steps back, looking at Bai Qingyao as if she saw a plague god. Bai Qingyao ignored her and looked at the three children. The ox cart had entered the town. She carried her basket on her back and, when Uncle Nyo stopped the cart, she jumped down directly. Then she took the three little ones and looked at Uncle Nyo. Uncle Nyo, will you still be here when we go back this afternoon? She had never taken Uncle Nyo's carriage home before and was a bit unsure. Yes, I'll be here until around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. But just to be clear, don't wait too long. Got it. Bai Qingyao nodded and led the three little ones to leave directly. Watching her walk away, Widow Wang suddenly rushed to the back of the carriage, then quickly moved to the front and pointed at Uncle Nyo. You, Uncle Nyo, did you not see her causing trouble on your carriage just now? I tell you, when you go back, don't take her with you. If you do, I'll have a serious talk with you. Uncle Nyo looked at her and said, We've arrived, get off quickly, you. Widow Wang wanted to say more, but everyone on the carriage had already gotten off. She hurriedly stepped down too. Before she could speak, Uncle Nyo drove the carriage away directly. She was left standing there, cursing loudly. Heartless thing. A broken shoe, and she really treats that little brat like her own son? Why wasn't she so eager before? Her voice drifted far away. The people nearby heard her and turned to look at her. Why are you looking at me? Widow Wang noticed the gazes and glared fiercely with her triangular eyes. The passers-by quickly looked away and busied themselves with their own tasks. Meanwhile, Bai Qingyao took the three little ones to a busy street and set down the basket she carried. All right, let's stay here. She took out everything she had prepared in the morning. As she arranged the oysters, a middle-aged man looked over. What are you selling? Before Bai Qingyao could speak, a voice suddenly interrupted from beside her. Hey, aren't these the things growing on the rocks by the seaside? Can you really eat these? His family lives by the sea, so he's seen things on the rocks before. But the ones this girl brought seem a bit bigger. However, that doesn't mean all of them are edible. Yes, they are. Not only can you eat these, but they taste very fresh and delicious. Really? The man looked skeptical. Are you sure these won't make people sick? Of course not. We ate these this morning, and we're perfectly fine now. Would you like to try one? Bai Qingyao knew that if she said they were tasty, others wouldn't believe her. It was better to let them try for themselves so they could be convinced. The middle-aged man looked skeptical, but when he saw Bai Qingyao's sincere expression and the oyster in her hand, curiosity took over most of his mind. He looked up to see the three little ones staring at him eagerly, looking a bit pitiful, which made him hesitate. All right, I'll try it. This is my special dipping sauce. With this, the flavor will be even better. The middle-aged man looked at the shell in his hand. How do I eat this? Just open the shell, take out the meat inside, and dip it in a little of the sauce. Following her instructions, the man removed the oyster meat, dipped it in the small amount of sauce Bai Qingyao prepared, and put it in his mouth. His eyes suddenly widened. Delicious! He chewed the oyster slowly, savoring the taste. Miss, how much do you sell this for? 1 coin per jean. Bai Qingyao smiled warmly as she spoke. Oysters are common for people living by the sea, but what's rare is her special sauce. Plus, these large oysters, each over half a jean, cost just 2 coins for 2 jean, so buying a big one is about 2 coins. The basket she brought probably weighs around 30 to 40 jean. Although she wouldn't make much money, it was her first day, and she wanted to try her luck. It would also help her understand which direction to develop in the future. All right, give me 10 jean. The middle-aged man waved his hand and paid Bai Qingyao 10 coins directly. When it was time to weigh the oysters, Bai Qingyao was stumped. She didn't have a scale at home and couldn't weigh them. Next to her stall, a middle-aged woman selling sugar cakes saw Bai Qingyao's difficulty and said, Miss, here, use mine first. Thank you, auntie. Seeing that Bai Qingyao had nothing to hold the oysters, the woman took out a few sheets of oil paper. A woman with 3 children came to buy things. The middle-aged woman looked at her with sympathy and sighed. People like her deserved a helping hand. After weighing the oysters, Bai Qingyao saw the oil paper handed over by the woman and quickly thanked her. Thank you. The middle-aged man took the oysters and left happily. Bai Qingyao then turned to the woman. Auntie, thank you just now. How much are these sheets of oil paper? I'll pay you back. No need, just a few sheets. Seeing you with 3 children, I know it's not easy. Helping a little is fine. White Qingyao smiled and looked at the woman before speaking. Annie, I don't have oil paper here, and I also need to sell things. How about I pay for some of your oil paper? She then took 6 coins out of the 10 coins she had just received and handed them to the woman at the oyster stall. The woman looked at the coins handed to her, smiling, but she knew that what White Qingyao said was true. Those oil paper bags aren't worth much. You don't need to pay. But how can that be? Auntie, if you don't accept this money, I will feel guilty. Just keep the money, you should. The 3 children stared intently at White Qingyao as she handed the money to an elderly woman nearby. Although confused, they didn't say anything. Seeing the coins White Qingyao handed over, the woman took 3 coins and returned the rest to her. Miss, you don't need so many oil papers. Take these back, all right? Thank you, Auntie. Seeing the woman's firm attitude, White Qingyao didn't argue and turned to buy some oysters, handing them to the woman. This is something I made myself. Auntie, don't dislike it. Try it and see if you like it. Then I won't be polite. The woman looked at the oysters in front of her and couldn't refuse anymore, so she accepted them generously. Soon after, many people passed by the stall, and after a while, a woman stopped. Young lady, what are you selling? Oyster, Auntie. Can people eat this? Of course. White Qingyao picked up a small oyster that was already prepared nearby and handed it to her. Our oysters are fresh. You can try one first. If you don't like the taste later, you don't have to buy. The woman was skeptical. She had never seen this before, but seeing the 3 children eating happily, she decided to come over. She took an oyster, dipped it in sauce, and put it in her mouth. Her eyes lit up. How much are these? 1 coin per jean. 1 coin per jean, the woman frowned. These are shells. How much can there be in a jean? Oysters are large shells, and at 1 coin per jean, there isn't much meat inside, so it seemed a bit expensive. Can it be cheaper? Annie, I can't lower the price anymore. These oysters were gathered early in the morning from the seaside. Each one is full and plump. Though they have shells on the outside, there's plenty of meat inside. Plus, with my dipping sauce, 1 coin per jean is already barely making a profit. But these are just things from the seaside, not worth much money. Annie joked. See, items like these are risky to find. You'd have to leave your life to fate. You seem to understand the truth, so I really can't lower the price. Hearing Bai Qingyao's words, the woman hesitated but then agreed because the items were truly delicious. All right, give me 3 jean. She took out silver coins and handed them to Bai Qingyao. Though 3 jean isn't much, it's enough for the family to try something new. Fresh oysters, tasty and smooth. Seeing that the business here was quite slow, Bai Qingyao also learned from the nearby stall owner. The 3 children watched Bai Qingyao and then approached the stall, but they were a bit shy to speak. Ashen, you and your brothers sit over there. After we sell the oysters, your mother will take you to buy something tasty. Okay. Gu Zishuan nodded sensibly. If you're hungry, just eat some oysters first. The woman nearby, Aunt Luo, saw this and took some sweet cakes from her stall. Here, young lady, give this to the children. Auntie, that's not right. Why not? I just bought your oysters earlier, just some sweet cakes. Seeing Bai Qingyao hesitate, Aunt Luo frowned. If you pay, I won't be happy. Although they only met once, genuine connections between people are rare. Today, this young lady made a good impression on her. Also, young lady, my husband's family name is Luo. Just call me Aunt Luo. Okay, Aunt Luo. Ashen, Jing, Huai, come over here. Thank you, Aunt Luo. Thank you, Aunt Luo. Oh, you're welcome. The 3 children looked thin but not ugly, and their faces were quite endearing, making people feel pity. Their innocent looks made others feel heartache. Seeing Bai Qingyao, who was plump, so thin and weak, Aunt Luo didn't ask much. Although they had only met once, from her behavior earlier, she could tell Bai Qingyao was definitely not a bad person. It seemed there must have been a reason in the past. Thank you, Aunt Luo. Bai Qingyao expressed her gratitude again. Since the previous 2 customers left, few people stopped at the stall. Probably because oysters are rare and townspeople are hesitant to try them. Fresh and tender oysters, try before you buy, honest and fair. White Qingyao shouted confidently, and passers-by stopped to watch when they heard her call. Young lady, are you trying a sample before buying? Of course. Their oysters dipped in that sauce are really fresh and tasty. Old Lady Luo saw someone approaching, quickly put down what she was doing, and turned to speak. The person was skeptical, but picked up a small oyster to try. There was no fishy smell, just a hint of sweetness, with a slightly sour and spicy sauce, making the flavor quite unique. Give me 6 jin. The oysters looked quite large, each about half a jin. 6 jin would be about 10 or so, enough for their big family to try. All right. Old Lady Luo, nearby, was very friendly. Just then, a customer had left her side, so she opened the oil paper, packed the oysters, and handed them to the buyer. Enjoy it, come back for more. Wherever people gather, they tend to move toward crowded places. Seeing many people here, others also came over. White Qingyao's small stall was suddenly crowded with people. Young lady, give me 3 jin. I want 5 jin. For jin, okay, everyone please wait a moment. Although these were unfamiliar items for the town folks, trying before buying still attracted many. The 3 little helpers watched the crowd, and also stepped forward to help. In no time, 2/3 of the oysters they brought had been sold. Meanwhile, on the street side, a horse-drawn cart slowly stopped. A gentle voice came from inside. Little Peach, what's happening over there? Miss, it seems to be a rural woman selling goods. Go take a look. The maid called. Little Peach stepped into the crowd and looked up. She didn't expect to see White Qingyao's somewhat dark face, but her bright eyes were very captivating. Boss, what is this? Little Peach's gaze fell on the oysters in front of White Qingyao, and she frowned as she asked. Young lady, this is called an oyster. You can try it first before buying. Then, White Qingyao handed over the oyster with sauce. Young lady, just remove the shell, dip the meat in the sauce, and then eat. Little Peach raised her hand to take it and nodded at White Qingyao. Boss, please wait a moment. I'll ask my young lady. White Qingyao nodded. Over there, Little Peach returned to the cart with the items. Miss, there's a woman selling oysters over there. Oysters? What are those? As she spoke, the person inside opened the curtain, but did not show their face. Seeing what Xiao Tao was holding, they reached out and took it. Miss, this thing? No problem. Since many people had already eaten, it should be safe. How do you eat this? Xiao Tao repeated the way Bai Qingyao had told her to the woman. The woman nodded, picked up an oyster, and dipped it in the sauce. With just one bite, her eyes lit up. This is a delicious food. Xiao Tao, did you buy this from that stall over there? Yes, miss. I bought it from there. Go, check if they still have more. If they do, buy it all. Later, I'll take some home for my parents and brothers to try. Yes. Hearing this, Xiao Tao turned back to Bai Qingyao's stall. Boss, I want all the remaining oysters. Please weigh them. Got it. As soon as she heard that, Bai Qingyao quickly responded. Miss, it's 23 jin in total. I'll round it down and charge you 20 coins. Xiao Tao looked at Bai Qingyao in front of her. Hearing her words, she felt very pleased. No need. My lady said you're doing business outside is not easy. As long as you're kind, that's enough. She then took a piece of broken silver and handed it to Bai Qingyao. Thank you for your understanding, miss. But since you're a big customer and helped me close my stall, it's only right to give you a discount. Bai Qingyao searched her coin purse for copper coins and paid Xiao Tao. Seeing this, Xiao Tao looked at her and took the packaged oysters, then left. On the way back, she told everyone in the carriage exactly what Bai Qingyao had said. After hearing this, the young lady lifted the curtain and looked toward Bai Qingyao, but only saw the busy backs of Bai Qingyao and her family. Let's go. Yes. Just as the crowd dispersed, the middle-aged man who had bought oysters earlier suddenly ran back hurriedly, sweating all over. He reached her and asked, Miss, do you still have oysters? Bai Qingyao had just tidied up the items on the ground when she saw the sweaty middle-aged man in front of her. Uncle? She recognized him as the first customer of the day. Miss, do you still have oysters? He originally bought 10 jin. Unexpectedly, just as he took them home, his mother-in-law's family arrived and tasted the oysters' freshness. As a result, they ate them all without leaving any. They were still eager to buy more. Sorry, sir. We're sold out for today. Hearing Bai Qingyao's words, the middle-aged man looked disappointed, then suddenly seemed to remember something and looked up at her. Will you come again tomorrow, young lady? Of course. Sir, can you tell me how much you need tomorrow? I will reserve it for you. All right, please set aside 20 Jin.
Okay.
After saying goodbye to the middle-aged man, Bai Qingyao bid farewell to Granny Luo and the three little ones, then headed out to buy supplies. Today, she brought 45 Jin of fresh oysters, sold for 42 coins. After paying Granny Luo 3 coins, she had 39 coins left. That was a good income. She didn't expect the oysters to sell so well on the first day. Since it was still early, she could bring more tomorrow. Bai Qingyao took the three little ones directly to the grain shop. There was no more rice or flour at home. If they didn't buy some now, even with seafood, they would go hungry. Mommy, look at the white flour. Gu Zihui looked at the nearby white flour, his eyes full of curiosity and surprise. Today, Mommy bought some white flour to make noodles and buns. Would you like to eat them? Gu Zihuan looked at Bai Qingyao, hesitating. Bai Qingyao noticed his gaze and understood what he was worried about.
Don't worry, Xian.
I have a plan. Besides, earning money is to spend it, right? Since we made some today, let's enjoy a good meal. Hearing this, Gu Zihuan nodded. His eyes also fell on the white flour in the distance, showing a longing. Honestly, he couldn't remember ever eating white flour, but when he passed by the vendor's stall, the smell of the buns made him almost faint with hunger. Bai Qingyao looked at the shopkeeper. Boss, how much for the white flour? The shop assistant didn't look down on them because they wore patched clothes, just answered professionally. 45 coins for white flour. Bai Qingyao then looked at the other flours. Do you have black flour or coarse flour? Coarse flour is 25 coins. Black flour is 15 coins. Bai Qingyao nodded, counted her silver coins, and was surprised. The 39 coins she earned earlier weren't enough to buy even 1 Jin of white flour. Sure enough, she still didn't have enough money. It seems she needs to get the Zhang family's money back quickly. Please pack 1 Jin of white flour, 3 Jin of coarse flour, and 1 Jin of millet. The three little ones are just growing up now. Although they can't eat plain flour every meal, their diet should be balanced. Thin noodles are not good enough. Switch between thick and patterned noodles. All right, please wait a moment, dear customer. The shop assistant heard her words and turned away the grains for her. That will be 145 silver coins, sir. Bai Qingyao handed him the small silver pieces in her hand. Fortunately, she still had some silver left from before. Otherwise, she would worry about buying seasonings later. Without seasonings, many of her plans would be limited. After receiving the grains, Bai Qingyao left the grain shop with the three little ones. Today we buy these. Once we earn enough silver, we will eat plain flour every day. Seeing Bai Qingyao's face, Gu Zihuan's ears turned slightly red, and he nodded. Now he was starting to believe her. Bai Qingyao reached out and patted Gu Zijing and Gu Zihuai's heads. Let's go, I'll take you to buy candies. After buying candies and handing them to the three little ones, Gu Zihuan shook his head. He didn't want any. He thought he'd leave them for his brothers to eat. It's okay, you can try some. Later, I'll buy some white sugar and make something delicious for you. Is it sweet food? Gu Zihui held a piece of sugar candy, looked up at Bai Qingyao after hearing her words. Yes, it's sweet cake. Is it the same as what Grandma Luo gave us? Almost, but there's a slight difference in taste. Bai Qingyao thought for a moment before speaking. I like everything my mother makes. Gu Zihui bit into his sugar candy, and his mouth became even sweeter. Bai Qingyao smiled and took them to buy seasonings. Making only oysters wouldn't earn much money unless in large quantities, but then transportation would be a problem. It seemed that, for convenience, she needed to earn enough to buy a cart. She didn't expect that people here rarely use seasonings. She could only buy many raw ingredients, grind them into powder at home, and season her food. Let's go. After shopping, there was still some time before the third quarter of the Shan hour. She took the three little ones early to the place they visited this morning, still carrying large and small bags. All the grains were packed in a basket on her back, covered with the seasonings she bought. Today's harvest was quite good, and Bai Qingyao's face rarely showed a smile. The three little ones felt much more relaxed. Soon, the sound of a cartwheel came from nearby, growing closer until it stopped in front of them. Really? Uncle Nio saw Bai Qingyao and the three little ones, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect they would come so early. He thought she wouldn't be punctual. Uncle Nyo. Bai Qingyao took out some copper coins from her pocket and handed them to him when she saw Uncle Nyo. That's too much. Looking at the 4 coins in her hand, Uncle Nyo suddenly spoke. Not too much. Besides, I'm carrying these on my back, and it's already more than enough weight. Uncle Nyo didn't want to take more money from the 3 children. Since he was selling goods, he had to charge them, otherwise, it would be unfair. He looked at her without saying anything further. On the way back, Mrs. Wang surprisingly didn't return. Bai Qingyao was quite happy without her. The journey was much calmer, without Mrs. Wang around. When they got home, it was getting dark. Squeak. She pushed open the yard gate and went inside, carrying something. Go rest for a while first. I'll cook dinner. Since they had just bought new things at home, she needed to tidy up.
It was also dinner time.
Bai Qingyao looked at the clams, which were almost sanded and dirty, and simply picked up a basin, carrying it into the kitchen. Soon, Bai Qingyao felt a shadow behind her. She instinctively turned her head. Ah Jing. To her surprise, it was Gu Zixing. Gu Zixing looked into Bai Qingyao's eyes, blushing, but still raised his head to look at her. What's wrong? Did something happen? He put down what he was holding, grabbed a rough cloth from beside him, wiped his hands, then crouched down to face Bai Qingyao. It was strange. Although he saw Bai Qingyao every day before, he only felt annoyance then. Now, looking at her slightly chubby face, Gu Zixing frowned, seeming very conflicted inside. Gu Zixing's face showed his inner struggle. Bai Qingyao saw this and guessed what he was thinking. Would you like to have clam soup tonight?
Yes.
Gu Zixing's face turned red. Can I call you Mama from now on? Hearing this, Bai Qingyao sighed inwardly. This kid, Ah Jing, really was a bit proud. Of course. It was my mistake before. From now on, I won't let you down again. Mama. As Bai Qingyao finished speaking, Gu Zixing suddenly threw himself into her arms, hugging her tightly. His eyes turned red, and he held her waist tightly, repeatedly calling out,
Mama, Mama.
His voice still carried a hint of crying. Bai Qingyao reached out and gently touched his head. Okay, Ah Jing is now a brave and handsome little boy. No more crying, all right? Tonight, Mama will make oyster pancakes for you, okay? Hiccup, still a child after crying for a while, Gu Zixing let out a small burp. His eyes were full of tears as he looked at Bai Qingyao. After Gu Zixing left, Bai Qingyao took the clams out of the basin. She added cold water to the pot. Once the water boiled, she put in the clams. After a few minutes, when the clams opened and were cooked, she scooped them all out. She poured the broth into a large bowl and let it sit to cool and settle. Bai Qingyao picked up the cooked clams and carefully removed the meat from their shells. She sliced the small green onions she dug out from the ground, separating the white parts from the green leaves. She heated oil in a pan, added the white parts of the green onions and other seasonings, and stir-fried until fragrant. When the aroma was just right, she poured in the cooled broth, leaving only the sediment and impurities in the bowl. She drizzled beaten eggs over the mixture, then added the cleaned clam meat and a little salt. She covered the pan with a lid. Bai Qingyao added a few more sticks of firewood. Soon, the pan was filled with thick white steam and a rich, inviting aroma. The 3 little ones outside the door caught the scent wafting from the kitchen, tilting their heads to look inside, their faces showing a hint of fascination. Watching Bai Qingyao's skillful movements, a sense of pride appeared in their eyes. Bai Qingyao lifted the lid and took out the remaining chopped green onions, sprinkling them into the soup. The aroma of the clam soup wasn't strong but gentle, with a faint hint of the sea, smelling fresh and not greasy. At this moment, people outside the Gu family courtyard caught the scent and couldn't help but stop to look. What's the Gu family cooking? Why does it smell so good? Who knows? The Gu family just finished something a few days ago, and now they're making more. They're probably hiding some delicious food again. The scattered voices outside the yard. Hearing this, Granny Zhang opened the door and looked out. What are you looking at? What they're eating has nothing to do with you. Finished all your chores at home. Coming here to watch the fun? They didn't even take your rice, so mind your own business. If you keep gossiping, You might even get your roof pulled off. Granny Zhang crossed her arms and looked at the few people not far away with a stern expression. Hearing Granny Zhang's voice, the three people looked embarrassed and quickly turned to leave. Seeing them go, Granny Zhang looked away and was about to return, but unexpectedly, the normally closed Gu family door was pushed open. Bai Qingyao came out holding a bowl. When she saw Granny Zhang, she hurriedly called out to stop her. Granny Zhang. Granny Zhang paused, turned around, and asked, "What is it?" "This is the clam soup I just made. Please try it." "No need, just save it for the children." "Yes, yes," Bai Qingyao quickly replied. "You helped us so much before. If it weren't for your fairness earlier, who knows what people in the village might say now. Rumors can grow bigger with each telling, and once they spread, they can become quite exaggerated." The original person's reputation was already poor, partly because of her own reasons, but mostly because the rumors kept getting worse, which was the main problem. Hearing this, Granny Zhang looked up at Bai Qingyao's eyes, then lowered her gaze to the clam soup in her hands and took it. "Then I'll accept it," Bai Qingyao grinned. "Then I'll head back first." When she left, there was still oysters baking in the pot. Judging by the time, the oysters should be almost ready now. When she reached her home door, she saw the three little ones gathered around the pot, eagerly staring at the oyster pancakes inside. She couldn't help but smile and hurried forward. "Mom." Seeing Bai Qingyao, Gu Zihuai and Gu Zixing stepped closer. Each of them held one of Bai Qingyao's hands, looking up at her. Gu Zixuan, hearing Gu Zixing's words, moved his eyes but said nothing, just looked up at Bai Qingyao. "Are you hungry?" Considering the time, they had already digested their lunch. "Let's go. Mom will take you to eat." In the kitchen, Bai Qingyao opened the lid of the pot, and thick steam rose from inside. She waved her hand slightly to clear the mist and revealed the oyster pancakes inside. This time, she made the pancakes with white flour, which made the aroma much richer. She used the freshest chives, unlike last time when she only used some wild greens, so the taste wasn't very authentic or delicious. But today's pancakes were made with full ingredients, and the flavor was more than twice as good as before. She placed the food on the table and served each of the three little ones a bowl of soup. They couldn't wait to eat, but Bai Qingyao hadn't sat down yet. The three kids sat eagerly at the table, waiting for her to join. When Bai Qingyao sat down holding a small plate of vegetables, Gu Zijing frowned and asked, "Mother, why are you eating vegetables? Aren't you drinking porridge?" "Mother is adjusting her diet recently, don't worry." The original body was too fat, with oil on her face, and even pimples on her forehead and cheeks. She couldn't let her face stay like that. At least, she needed to feel better about her face every day while eating. Adjusting her diet, Gu Zixuan looked up at Bai Qingyao, unsure why she said that. "Don't worry, after I get my health back, I'll be like you all." After saying this, worried they might be concerned, Bai Qingyao added, "Don't worry, I'm not reluctant to eat." Hearing this, the three little ones finally relaxed and started eating again. After finishing their food and washing the dishes, Bai Qingyao turned to wash Gu Zihuai's hands. "All right, you all woke up early today and must be tired. Go rest now." Gu Zijing heard this and stayed still, nervously twisting his hands. "Mother, can I sleep with you?" Bai Qingyao was surprised, then glanced at Gu Zihuai, who was also looking at her eagerly. Finally, her gaze fell on Gu Zixuan, and she sighed silently. "Zijing, Zihuai, can you sleep with your older brother first? Mother's bed is too small. Once we fix the house in a few days, I'll sleep with you again, okay? Besides, if all of you sleep with Mother, who'll sleep with your older brother? Wouldn't he be too lonely?" Originally, adding one more child wouldn't be crowded, but since she was overweight, she worried the bed couldn't hold everyone. Sure enough, hearing Bai Qingyao's words, Gu Zihuai and Gu Zijing frowned and looked at Gu Zixuan again. Gu Zixuan didn't say anything, but Bai Qingyao clearly saw the nervousness in his eyes.
"Then,
I'll sleep with Big Brother." "No need," Gu Zixuan said stiffly. "Then, can Xiao Xian sleep with his brothers?" Gu Zixuan was about to speak but caught Bai Qingyao's gaze and immediately swallowed his words. Also, she thought, "I need to go to the sea tomorrow and want Xiao Xian to help watch the brothers, okay?" "Okay." Gu Zixuan's cheeks turned red, and he nodded instinctively. Zhang, do you want to sleep with Big Brother tonight? Tomorrow morning, Mother will make you something delicious, okay? Okay. Gu Zhuai hesitated, but finally nodded. My mother's embrace is soft, but her bed cannot hold so many people. So, I will wait until she finishes tidying up before going to sleep with her. After comforting the three children, Bai Qingyao returned to her room. Thinking of another glowing orb, she took it out. She took out the glowing orb, which emitted a faint white light. Bai Qingyao's breath caught. It was a luminous pearl. To prevent its light from being too bright, she quickly put it away. This treasure must not be discovered by outsiders. The next day, before dawn, Bai Qingyao got out of bed. She looked at the tools she received yesterday. After examining them, she put them back into her storage box. She left the house and went to the beach. Only then did she take out her tools. Today, she planned to gather more oysters. For now, she needed to go beachcombing. Yesterday, she only had simple tools, not enough for a thorough harvest. These tools were makeshift, but they were enough for shallow water beachcombing. She rolled up her pants. There were many rocks here, so to avoid cuts, she wore her shoes and stepped into the water. She held a bucket in her left hand and a clamp in her right. She occasionally lifted rocks to see if there was anything underneath. The people in Dayuan village didn't wake early to beachcomb, but fishermen did go out early to fish. However, the fishing spots were on the other side. This side was full of rocks, and few boats docked here. Even if they did, they were probably temporary or old, and used boats. As Bai Qingyao moved further in, the water grew deeper. It was still a bit dark, but luckily, her special beachcombing flashlight from the gift pack was bright enough. Its light was much stronger than a kerosene lamp, making the clear and murky seawater visible. She lifted a large rock quickly, and her clamp immediately went to work. Splash! The clamp pulled out a crab with a faint blue shell. Bai Qingyao's eyes lit up. This crab was much larger than one she had seen before. Her family had just bought some oil, and when she returned today, she planned to buy some pork fat to make pork lard. Then she could fry delicious, crispy small crabs, perfect as a snack with drinks. While thinking about that, Bai Qingyao didn't forget to gather sea creatures. Before long, she had collected nearly half a bucket. As she moved further inside, the water became shallower. Bai Qingyao looked up and saw that the reef surrounding the area created a natural barrier, leaving only a small, tideless sandy beach inside. She stepped out of the water and walked straight ahead. Under the faint light, she looked around and suddenly headed toward a nearby reef, bending down. Soon, she picked up something from the ground, a giant conch shell. It looked to weigh about 2 pounds. If drained of water, it might be about 1 pound, which was a good catch. She placed it in a bucket and then looked around for more. She saw plenty of seaweed, and since she didn't mind, she gathered some up. She had no right to be picky now. After cleaning the seaweed, it could be used for cooking, especially for making soup, which tasted quite good. Suddenly, halfway there, Bai Qingyao tripped over something and almost fell. She looked down and saw a large conch shell. She was surprised to find so many big conchs on this small, abandoned beach. She collected them all and placed them in her wooden bucket. Looking at her haul, she realized she had gathered quite a lot today. Next, she planned to pry open some oysters, something her family was currently eating, so she had to be careful. With a bang, her small hammer struck the oyster shells just right, not breaking them but prying them open entirely. Her technique was skilled. In no time, she had opened one oyster after another. The small hammer was much better than the heavier tool she used yesterday, making her work twice as fast. She kept prying and collecting, and before long, her bucket was filled with a small pile of oysters. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, stored her catch in a storage box, and kept going. By dawn, she turned around and saw a pile of opened oysters. She nodded with satisfaction. She still needed to cook the oysters and then go to the market to buy other supplies. However, this meant she couldn't ride Uncle Neo's cart, as there was too much cargo to fit a person. After bringing everything back to Gu's house, a little while later, the three small ones woke up. The kitchen was filled with steam from cooking, attracting the fishermen who had gone out early to fish. Gu's family had started cooking early in the morning. What were they planning to do? It's quite strange. These past few days, whenever they pass by the Gu family's gate, they always smell a strong fragrance. I wonder what the Gu family is up to. Mother. After Gu Zishuan's 3 brothers came out of the house, they saw Bai Qingyao in the yard placing freshly steamed oysters into a wooden bucket. Chilled oysters taste very different from warm, cooked oysters. To sell cooked oysters, it's most important to keep the heat from just steaming them, but without letting them spoil. She wasn't worried when the quantity was small, but now that there are more, she needs to think about this. However, as long as not much time passes, it shouldn't be a big problem for now. Ah Xian, Ah Jing, Ah Huai, you're awake. Come quickly, wash your hands. Dinner will be ready soon. Mother has cooked something delicious for you. She took a conch shell she found, removed the meat, sliced it into pieces, and washed off the mucus with salt water. Then she briefly blanched the conch slices, stir-fried them with scallion oil until fragrant, and poured it over the slices, making a tasty dish. As for the kelp, she simply made a soup. Since the kelp was freshly picked from the sea, it didn't need extra soaking. Using fresh kelp makes the soup truly delicious. Mother, what is this? After washing their hands, the 3 little ones ran quickly to the dining table, looking at the food with curiosity. This is stir-fried conch slices with scallion oil, and that is kelp soup. Smells so good, so good. Gu Zixing sniffed deeply, inhaling all the fragrant aroma into his nose. The smell is so good, you'll be able to eat more later. Bai Qingyao pinched his little nose and served them their meals. In the morning, she cooked some plain porridge. When she lifted the lid, a rich rice aroma wafted out. Although it was millet, Bai Qingyao prepared it very carefully, and the smell was just as tempting as white rice. Yum, yum, so tasty. Gu Zixing took a big bite of the conch meat, his mouth full of oil. The conch meat was quite chewy, so Bai Qingyao processed it her way, making it tender and flavorful so the 3 little ones wouldn't have trouble biting it. There was also a bowl of untouched conch meat on the stove. She ate a few bites herself, then turned to the 3 children. Mother is going to deliver some to Grandma Zhang. You can eat first. By the way, Grandma Zhang's house seems to have a cart but no ox. Even so, a cart is very precious in a farm household, and they wouldn't lend it easily. Knock, knock. Who's there? Mrs. Zhang just came out of the inner room when she heard someone knocking on the door. It was early morning and their front door was still closed. Why would someone come knocking now? With suspicion, Mrs. Zhang walked to the door. When she opened it, she saw Bai Qingyao standing outside. She was a bit surprised but looked quite decent. After a moment, she spoke stiffly. Good morning. Do you need something? Bai Qingyao smiled and looked at her. Mrs. Zhang, this morning I found some seafood at the beach and brought it to you to try fresh. Mrs. Zhang looked at her. Seeing her, Bai Qingyao continued. Don't rush to refuse. Actually, I came this morning to discuss something with you. Mrs. Zhang calmly withdrew her gaze and opened the door wider. Come in. After opening the door, Mrs. Zhang took what Bai Qingyao was holding and invited her to sit in the yard. She then turned around to pour her a bowl of water before sitting down herself. Tell me, what is it? Mrs. Zhang, I want to rent your cart for a few days. Is that okay? A cart. What does she want to do with it? Does the Gu family have some work to do? It's for raising a child, but we can't just sit around and do nothing. I was thinking of finding some oysters at the beach to sell in town. She planned to sell oysters. Over time, it wouldn't stay a secret, especially since Mrs. Zhang was her neighbor.
It was better to be honest.
Besides, even if she told her, she knew oysters could make money, but her special dipping sauce was the key. Without it, eating too many oysters would get boring. Mrs. Zhang looked at her and said, All right, I'll have to prepare it and send it to you later. Thank you, Mrs. Zhang. Here's a deposit. Bai Qingyao took out a few copper coins from her pocket and placed them in front of Mrs. Zhang. No need for money. Use this as a deposit. That's not right. This is just for you to try out. She had brought it voluntarily. How could she use it as a deposit? What would that make her? Hearing Bai Qingyao say that, her attitude was truly different from before. 3 cents is enough. Mrs. Zhang looked at her again and spoke. This cart is just sitting idle here. 3 cents, and if not, I won't lend it. Bai Qingyao felt helpless. How could 3 cents possibly rent a cart? Mrs. Zhang was helping their family after all. She knew that. All right, thank you, Mrs. Zhang. White Qingyao collected the extra silver coins. If she kept delaying, their relationship might become distant, and people might be upset. At worst, she would make more food for Aunt Zhang and the others later. Coincidentally, this time she not only stole some large oysters, but also quite a few small ones. Those she still had use for. As she just stepped out of the Zhang family's gate, her gaze fell on someone nearby. White Qingyao slightly squinted her eyes. Across from her, Granny Zhang clearly saw her too. Unsure of what she thought, she turned to leave. White Qingyao quickly stepped forward. Granny Zhang, why are you leaving just because you see me? While speaking, she had already reached Granny Zhang. Granny Zhang looked at her, suddenly recalling her sharp tongue and ruthless methods from before. After returning home last time, she was scolded by the Zhang family, and even Sheng's attitude toward her had cooled down quite a bit. All of this was because of this little troublemaker in front of her. I have something to do, is that not allowed? Besides, this is your family's road. Why are you so nosy? Suddenly, Granny Zhang glared at White Qingyao fiercely. If she couldn't beat her, could she still scold her? A little troublemaker, a wife-killer's little troublemaker, daring to jump around in front of her. It was truly outrageous. Hearing her words, White Qingyao sneered coldly. Granny Zhang, you should run when you see me, but since you've seen me today, isn't it time to pay back the money? I don't have money. Granny Zhang instinctively responded when she heard White Qingyao, not noticing her expression. Dream on about getting money from her. Oh, really? Then I'll have to go to the county office. When that happens, your Zhang Sheng will get a good beating. Get a beating? Hearing this, Granny Zhang's face turned pale. You dare. She suddenly jumped up, pointing at White Qingyao. White Qingyao slightly squinted her eyes and raised her hand. Oh, my hand. She saw Granny Zhang's hand being twisted back by White Qingyao, who was now grimacing and shouting. I hate it when others point at me with their fingers. You better let go. Little troublemaker. Huh. White Qingyao's expression darkened, and Granny Zhang immediately started screaming loudly. I still owe you money. White Qingyao finally shook her hand free. Granny Zhang was caught off guard and almost fell face first into the dirt. Then, trembling, she hurriedly took out a silver coin from her bosom. Here. Looking at the silver coin in Granny Zhang's hand, White Qingyao frowned. This little? Are you sending a beggar away? I only have this much on me. These are what she prepared this morning to go to town and buy food for Zhang Sheng. Really? Seeing Bai Qingyao's gaze, Zhang's wife shrank back and took out a small bag of money from her close-fitting clothes, feeling a bit guilty. This money was secretly saved by her, originally meant to hide somewhere today, but she didn't expect to meet Bai Qingyao, who was like a troublemaker. Here, take it. Is that okay? Bai Qingyao glanced at her, her eyes shining softly. This Zhang's wife was carrying quite a lot of silver. The bag contained exactly 4 taels of silver, plus 1 tael she had before, making a total of 5 taels. 5 taels of silver was more than a poor family could earn in a year. But this Zhang's wife. She suddenly handed over 5 taels, which made Bai Qingyao think that her claims of being poor were just a show. This is 5 taels. I still remember the other 25 taels. If not, we'll see each other at the county office. After saying this, Bai Qingyao turned and left directly, leaving Zhang's wife standing there, her face pale with anger. Little brat. You cursed girl. Wait and see. Thinking about what she needed to do next, Zhang's wife's eyes flashed with a fierce look. Since it was like this, she couldn't blame her. Having taken 5 taels of silver, Bai Qingyao happily returned home. When she arrived, she found the 3 little ones sitting in the yard, full and waiting for her. The yard had been tidied up, now much cleaner and more organized. The vegetable garden was also prepared, suitable for planting some vegetables. Wow, Widow Wang was scolding when suddenly a basin of water appeared in front of her. She quickly stood up and moved away. Gasping for breath after surviving the ordeal, she looked angrily at the direction of the water splash. Are you blind? Didn't you see someone else here? Widow Wang spoke harshly, but Zhang Dajie coldly glared at her. Who told you to sit at my door? Bang. After saying that, Zhang Dajie ignored her and slammed the door shut. Hearing the sound, Widow Wang was stunned, trembling, then reached out trembling and pointed at the door. She couldn't speak for a long time. She didn't dare rush into Zhang's house to scold her, so she had to leave angrily. Bai Qingyao returned home, where the three little ones had already eaten and were sitting happily. Gu Zihuan had even tidied up the dining table and was about to wash the dishes. Seeing this, Bai Qingyao quickly put down what she was holding and went over. Xuan, you sit there. I'll wash. Bai Qingyao moved quickly, washed her hands thoroughly, and casually wiped them dry. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. The three little ones closest to the door went straight over. Unexpectedly, it was Uncle Jiang Dahu. Uncle Jiang, Gu Zishuan, and the others politely called out to Uncle Jiang. Seeing how clean and tidy the three little ones looked now, a hint of surprise flashed across Jiang Dahu's face. In the past, under the original owner, the three kids were always dirty, faces covered in dust and clothes grimy. Now, although they still wore patched clothes, they were clean, and it made people feel comfortable. Especially their small faces. After washing, they looked even more handsome, though still a bit thin. Realizing this, Zhang Dahu quickly spoke. Gu's wife, I brought the car for you. Oh, thank you. No problem. Seeing Bai Qingyao's polite face unexpectedly caught him off guard for a moment. Gu's wife, do you need help? He naturally noticed the baskets in the yard, faintly seeing something inside. No need. I'll tidy up in a bit. Bai Qingyao waved her hand. She couldn't let him find out there wasn't much inside, or else she'd have no explanation. If Aunt Zhang knew, she might think she was pretending to be proper. Zhang Dahu scratched his head, nodded, then turned around and left the Gu family step by step. After he left, Bai Qingyao sped up her work. Finally, she took out a fresh pot from the stove, set it aside, and moved the baskets onto the cart. Xuan Jing, Huai, let's go. She locked the door, and the four headed toward the town. Bai Qingyao placed Gu Zihuai on the cart, tried to get Gu Zixing and Gu Zixuan to get in, but they refused. She sighed and let them go. They returned to the same stall as yesterday. Granny Luo was already there early. When she saw Bai Qingyao, she warmly waved and called out, Qingyao, over here. Bai Qingyao pulled her cart over and stopped beside Granny Luo. Wipe your sweat. Seeing her covered in sweat, Granny Luo took out a cotton cloth and handed it to her. Bai Qingyao didn't mind and casually wiped her forehead. The three little ones, seeing Granny Luo, had already lined up obediently and looked at her. They all spoke in unison. Granny Luo was a bit overwhelmed by their aura and burst into cheerful laughter. Hey, children, come sit here. They had been out early with Bai Qingyao and were quite tired. Gu Zixuan led his younger brothers to the side, where there was a small stone bench just right for them to sit down. Meanwhile, Bai Qingyao had just taken out some oysters. Several people were already waiting in front of her stall, all customers who had bought oysters yesterday. Miss, please give me 10 jean of oysters. Oysters cost about 1 yuan per jean, and since they are large with big shells, they are not cheap. But everyone loves the taste so much that they become addicted. Plus, the oysters are fresh, so many people want to buy them. Most importantly, Bai Qingyao's special dipping sauce makes the oysters even more addictive. Okay, please wait a moment. Bai Qingyao quickly and efficiently scooped the oysters into paper, handed them to the customer. Young lady, what is inside here? The middle-aged man took the package and then looked at the wooden bucket nearby. When he looked down, he saw what was inside. These are also oysters, but they are raw. Uncle, if you're interested, you can buy some to try. These freshly cooked oysters are the most delicious and tasty. Really? The middle-aged man looked up at Bai Qingyao with some doubt. She nodded quickly. Of course, it's true. Then tell me, how do I prepare these? The man was intrigued by Bai Qingyao and looked excitedly at the oysters in the bucket. Just wash the oysters thoroughly, prepare some chopped scallions and garlic for seasoning, then steam them until cooked. Dip them in the sauce, and when you bite into them, the juice will splash out and they'll be fragrant and smooth. As Bai Qingyao spoke, sounds of people swallowing loudly could be heard around her. She looked up and saw the middle-aged man staring intently at the oysters in the bucket, as if he wanted to stare them into flowers. "Young lady, quickly, weigh 5 Jin for me." He wanted to try if the taste was really as good as she said. "All right, enjoy your meal first, then come back." With one customer, more followed. Yesterday's customers who hadn't had enough also came early today. Bai Qingyao was busy with no time to rest. About an hour later, a carriage stopped on the street nearby. A girl dressed as a maid hurried over. "Boss, do you still have oysters?" It was the maid who had helped her yesterday. Bai Qingyao recognized her at a glance. "Yes, I do." Hearing this, the girl sighed in relief and quickly spoke again. "I want all the remaining oysters. Pack them for me." Originally, the young lady was curious and bought items from a small stall. Unexpectedly, after returning home, the little young master, who had not eaten for days, ate several of them and still wasn't full, causing a fuss. Early this morning, she was sent by the master and madam to buy these oysters. Bai Qingyao didn't ask much and simply wrapped them up for her. "These are dipping sauces. Today I made an extra flavor, so I'll give it to you. Thank you very much." The young maid's eyes lit up. Others might not know, but she did. Yesterday, after the young master finished eating, he wasn't satisfied and even used the leftover sauce to eat a large bun. This made the madam very happy. Coincidentally, she had just replenished some supplies yesterday. She had planned to try making oyster sauce in the afternoon, and the extra seasonings became the dipping sauce. Unexpectedly, she met such a big customer. She helped load the items onto the carriage. Bai Qingyao's gaze caught the mark on the carriage. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she spoke quietly. "Young lady, these oysters shouldn't be kept for too long, or they will spoil easily." "Okay, I understand." The carriage slowly left. Bai Qingyao looked down. That was Sun's family carriage. The Sun family was the wealthiest in town. There was also a Zhang family, but the two families didn't get along. She didn't expect the person buying oysters to be from the Sun family. But it didn't really affect her much. They were just customers. She saw no difference. Today, sales were faster than yesterday. In just 2 hours after arriving in town, all the oysters on the cart had been sold. A xian, a jing, a huai, pack up. Let's go home. Okay? Just as they returned to Dayuan village and reached their door, Bai Qingyao saw a sneaky figure lurking in front of her house. The person kept peeking inside, through the door crack. Their house wasn't in the center of the village, but closer to the edge, with fewer people passing by than at the village entrance. The person was sneaking around because of this. The three little ones saw the person and instinctively hid behind Bai Qingyao. Over the past few days, they had started to rely on Bai Qingyao without realizing it. She searched her memory, her eyes deepening slightly. She pushed the cart to a corner and stopped, then walked toward the sneaky figure. "What are you doing?" The person was startled by her voice and jumped up suddenly. Looking back, it was Bai Qingyao. Her face changed instantly. "You damn brat. Why are you making so much noise? I haven't asked you yet. What are you sneaking around doing at my door?" The person heard Bai Qingyao's words and hesitated briefly, but quickly regained composure. He tilted his head and looked over Bai Qingyao, then glanced at the three little ones. When meeting her gaze, the three little ones' eyes flashed with a fierce look. It seemed they didn't have a good impression of this woman. She raised her hand and moved the three little ones behind her. Before she could speak, she heard the woman in front speak again. "What are you doing? Coming back so late? Don't you know I've been waiting here for a long time? What are you doing here?" Bai Qingyao didn't answer her question but asked her again. "Doing what?" "Of course, I came to ask you for this month's rent." After saying this, the woman frowned. "Hey, I said you're ugly, and now you're not thinking straight. The place you're living in belongs to our family, so shouldn't you pay rent? Hurry up and give me the money. I want to go back and eat." The woman in front was Madame Gu, the wife of the third little one's father. The third little one's father, Gui Chen, had died early. Years ago, he was raised with the help of the Gu family's eldest uncle, and over the years, he had always helped the Gu family. If we talk about kindness, Gu Yichen had long since paid off his debts. Rent? If I remember correctly, isn't this under Gu Yichen's name? Gu Yichen's parents died early, but the thatched cottage was indeed left by his parents. She didn't know when it had become hers. Since it's Gu Yichen's, why should I pay you rent? In the past, Yang used this excuse to ask the original owner for money, and she always gave in carefully. Speaking of which, the original owner's personality really proved that she was afraid of the weak and liked the strong. At home, she only showed off her skills to the three little ones. When faced with some tough people, she dared not speak up. Hearing Bai Qingyao's words, Yang suddenly looked up. Did you take the wrong medicine? After saying this, she suddenly realized, why shouldn't I get rent? Gu Yichen was raised by me. If you live here, you must pay me rent. Yang raised her hand and put her hands on her hips. Her chubby face trembled as she glared fiercely at Bai Qingyao. If it weren't for me, how could Gu Yichen be who he is today? Snicker, Bai Qingyao sneered coldly. This Yang really had a big face and didn't know what shame was. Gu Yichen owed the Gu family's eldest uncle, and that debt had long been repaid. Initially, when the court conscripted soldiers, Gu Lang and Yang Chunhua's son were listed on the enlistment roster. Once on the battlefield, their lives were uncertain. They didn't want their son to go to war, so they tearfully ran to Gu Yichen. In the end, Gu Yichen went to fight in place of Gu Yiho, on the condition that the eldest uncle of the Gu family would take good care of the three younger children. However, over the years, Gu Yichen never sent any news back, only the silver he sent each month. Later, they heard he had died, and since the court provides condolence money, they assumed that the silver sent home monthly was Gu Yichen's condolence payment. Over time, Gu Lang's family stopped caring about the three children and even exploited the silver sent from the court. Although the original person was hateful, the eldest uncles of the Gu family also couldn't forgive them. The three children were their nephews. When Gu Yichen left, they had promised to take good care of him, but now, they even came to collect rent from their home. Bai Qingyao looked at Yang Chunhua with a cold gaze. Gu Yichen never owed you anything. On the contrary, do you feel at peace with your conscience? Hearing her voice, Yang Chunhua suddenly narrowed her eyes and looked up, just meeting Bai Qingyao's icy stare. You're talking nonsense. What's not owed to you? Gu Yichen was raised by us. Yang Chunhua held her head high and spoke. If you ignored her flickering eyes, Bai Qingyao might have believed her confident tone. Really? But the court's roster clearly listed Gu Yiho's name. The one who ended up going to fight was Gu Yichen. Do you have anything to say about that? Great aunt? Bai Qingyao emphasized the words great aunt, making Yang Chunhua shiver and quickly look away. But Bai Qingyao wasn't going to let her go. Not to mention, this thatched cottage is under my parents-in-law's name. They left early, so naturally it was meant for my husband. So why are you here collecting rent? Could it be that you want to go to the village chief and talk to him? Yang Chunhua looked guilty and avoided her gaze. She didn't dare go to the village chief. If she did, she would end up losing face. Why can't I come to collect rent? Now that Achin is not back, who knows if you'll be unfaithful, seeming to find an excuse for her behavior. Yang Chunhua raised her chin again. And I also need to save some money for Ah Xian and the others. Great aunt, there's no need. I will naturally take care of Ah Xian and the others. In the past, Yang Chunhua often took money from the original owner, but now if she still tries to scheme against her, her plans will be doomed to fail. She is not the original owner, and will not let her get away with it. By the way, Annie, the money you have there, I think I should take it now. Of course, if you don't want to return it, that's fine too. But I will be going to town often, maybe even to the county seat someday. I heard the court is still recruiting soldiers. If I accidentally say something wrong and it reaches the county magistrate's ears, oh dear. White Qingyao covered her mouth fearfully, blinking her bright eyes. I probably won't say anything wrong, right? You agree, auntie, you. Yang Chunhua looked at her in shock. How did she change her expressions so quickly? Also, She was here to collect rent, yet she was being led around by her nose. You wicked woman. You want to harm Ahao. Auntie, what are you talking about? White Qingyao frowned, looking at Yang Chunhua with disbelief. How is our family's younger brother? How could I harm him? Suddenly, she covered her mouth and fake cried. Head of the household, why did you leave so early? Now we're left alone and poor, almost unable to cook. How can we have money to give to Annie? People around started gathering, drawn by White Qingyao's appearance, stopping to watch the scene. Seeing more and more people, Yang Chunhua instinctively covered her face. Damn, White Qingyao. She has no shame, yet she still cares about her reputation. She half covered her face, trembling as she pointed at White Qingyao from a short distance. She couldn't say a word for a long time, but White Qingyao wasn't going to let her off. Auntie, right now our family truly has no money to pay the rent. Can't you give us a few more days? Hearing this, Yang Chunhua's eyes widened. But when she heard her change her tone, she was secretly pleased. No, it has to be today. What today? Suddenly, a voice came from not far away. Yang Chunhua trembled in fright, then slowly looked up. Sure enough, she saw the village chief walking over from a distance. Yang Chunhua shivered with fear. Yang, what did you just say about today? The village chief looked at Yang Chunhua seriously, clearly noticing her guilty expression. Bai Qingyao would not let Yang Chunhua go. Previously, Yang Chunhua had bullied her family's 3 children many times. Now that she had the chance, she naturally wanted to take revenge. Village head sob. Great aunt, she came today to collect rent, but our family really can't pay that much right now. Collect rent? Hearing Bai Qingyao's words, the village head frowned. What rent? Isn't this Erlang's house? Why should there be rent? But great aunt says she raised her husband and now lives here, so she should pay rent. Nonsense. Before Bai Qingyao finished speaking, the village head interrupted angrily, looking at Yang Chunhua with suspicion.
It was clear what was happening.
Yang, this is Erlang's house. Why should you pay rent? Besides, you know well why Erlang left home and the hardships involved, now that Erlang's life is uncertain and you're still going to his house and acting so for his wife. Do you have a conscience? Although the village head was from the Gu family, he was known for being honest and upright. Village head, Seeing this, Bai Qingyao added fuel to the fire. Great aunt, although you say those previous savings were for the 3 children, our family is about to run out of food. Can you please give us some money first? Yang, have you collected rent before? The village head's eyes sharpened. Quickly return the money. Erlang has already repaid his debt of gratitude to you the moment he left home. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unkind. After speaking, the village head turned and left angrily. Although the village had left, many villagers had not yet dispersed. Who would have thought? Yang looks kind-hearted, but secretly, she can't stand Gu Yichen's 3 children. Exactly. Everyone knows what happened back then. We all know how Gu Yichen went to the battlefield. And it was all because of Yang. Hearing the bustling voices around her, Yang Chunhua trembled all over. She looked up, glaring fiercely at Bai Qingyao. You little brat, how dare you scheme against me? Now she realized that this little girl was clearly plotting against her. All her words seemed to be about money. She even dared to threaten her. She suddenly stood up and lunged toward Bai Qingyao. Seeing Yang Chunhua getting closer, Bai Qingyao did not move away. Instead, when Yang Chunhua was about 10 centimeters from her, she leaned in directly. Oh, aunt, I don't want the money anymore. Please don't hit me. The 3 children looked on without reacting, startled by Bai Qingyao suddenly collapsing to the ground. Gu Zihuai started crying immediately. Mother, Wawa. Gu Zishuan's face looked very unhappy. Great-grandmother, why did you push my mother? We don't want that money. Hearing this, Bai Qingyao secretly gave him a big thumbs up. A Xian, well done. Wait, it seems a Xian called her mother? A faint smile appeared in Bai Qingyao's eyes. After Gu Zishuan called her mother, he was just stunned for a moment. It doesn't seem so hard to call her mother after all. But for now, she should send Yang Chunhua away. When did I push her? Yang Chunhua looked suspiciously at her hands. She clearly hadn't touched her before she fell. Suddenly, she realized this little troublemaker was pretending to be hurt. Damn it. I saw everything. It was obviously you who pushed my mother. You little brat. Just as she was about to speak, Yang Chunhua suddenly realized that her words sounded wrong and quickly changed her tone. Xian, you must have seen it wrong. No, great-grandmother didn't push your mother. The villagers nearby heard her and looked disdainful. Yang, do you think we're all blind? No matter what, Bai Qingyao is Gu Yichen's wife. Aren't you worried that one day Gu Yichen comes back and find his family gone, and then comes to settle the score with you? Yang Chunhua's face suddenly stiffened. Gu Yichen might have already died. Otherwise, he would have returned long ago. How could he wait until now? Yang, do you still want the village chief to come back? Someone in the crowd suddenly spoke, making Yang Chunhua freeze. Fine, Aunt. Don't forget to send the silver coins later. Otherwise, if the village chief finds out. Yang Chunhua stood up and took a few steps, but when she heard Bai Qingyao's words, she clenched her teeth, pulled out a broken silver coin from her sleeve, and threw it on the ground. Then she hurriedly ran away, as if a wolf was chasing her. Bai Qingyao didn't mind. She picked up the broken silver coin from the ground and looked at the villagers around her. Thank you all. The others waved their hands dismissively and turned to leave. Bai Qingyao quickly turned around, picked up Gu's Ahuai, and said gently, Ahuai, be good, don't cry anymore. Oh, mother, it hurts. Mom is fine, Ahuai isn't crying anymore. Really? Hiccup. Gu Zaixian was crying, giving a small hiccup with tears in his eyes as he looked at Bai Qingyao. Of course it's true. How could Mom lie to Ahuai? Gu Zaihuai's eyes were red, looking like a little rabbit with tears in his eyes. Bai Qingyao reached out to wipe his face, then picked up a cloth bag from the corner and placed it in the cart. Xian, take your brothers to rest for a while. Mom needs to go out for a bit. Okay. Gu Zaixian thought about what he had just said and blushed. Hearing Bai Qingyao's words, he nodded with a slightly red face. Leaving the Gu family gate, Bai Qingyao first returned the stroller to the Zhang family. As she stepped out, she turned and headed straight toward the center of the village. Earlier, in front of the three children, she didn't make a move, but she had to deal with Yang Chunhua to settle her anger. She knew a shortcut that could get her to her house before Yang Chunhua. Sure enough, when Bai Qingyao reached a place about 100 meters from Yang Chunhua's house and Uncle Gu's house, she saw Yang Chunhua walking back, cursing loudly. Before Yang Chunhua could react, Bai Qingyao stepped forward quickly and directly put the bag over her head. Hey, who is this? Yang Chunhua was caught off guard and had her head covered. Then she felt fists hitting her, making her scream in pain. Oh, who is this? It hurts. Stop hitting me. Yang Chunhua shouted fiercely, but Bai Qingyao didn't loosen her grip at all. Instead, she became more vigorous. Who dares to hit my mother? Do you know my son is a scholar? You unseeing brat, did your whole family die? How dare you attack my mother? If I find out who you are, I won't let you go. Yang Chunhua spat out harsh words, seemingly trying to make Bai Qingyao stop, but Bai Qingyao wasn't afraid at all. After a while, Yang Chunhua collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Bai Qingyao looked at her coldly and turned to leave. Earlier, she had struck her in the most painful spot, but her appearance didn't show it. Even if Yang Chunhua went around claiming she was beaten, there was no evidence. Yang Chunhua, lying on the ground after Bai Qingyao left, took off the cloth bag from her head, looked around, but saw nothing. But at this moment, she had no energy to look for people around her. She was in pain all over and didn't even dare to speak. She slowly moved her body, crawling toward her house entrance. Meanwhile, after Bai Qingyao left, a figure suddenly appeared on a nearby tree. After glancing around, it turned and left quickly without stopping. On the other side, Bai Qingyao went straight to the foot of the back mountain. She picked some fresh wild vegetables to make a cold dish for dinner. After gathering the vegetables, she didn't rush home, but headed to the rocky beach. Today's sales of goods brought in over a silver coin and quite a few copper coins. Although not much, it was still some money. but she was still far from her goal. She sighed and walked forward quickly. Noticing Bai Qingyao's low spirits, the system suddenly appeared. She continued walking forward with a blank expression.
Oh.
She wasn't very excited, just arrived at the rocky beach and prepared some oysters. The oysters here weren't big, but Bai Qingyao didn't want to miss them.
She planned to make something with them.
In the past, oyster sauce was made from these oysters. If she managed to make it herself, it would cost much more than buying oysters alone. This way, her new house would have a solid foundation. Yes, the moment Bai Qingyao saw the Gu family's thatched cottage, she already thought about building a new house. But she still had a long way to go to make it happen. Lack of money was her biggest problem. But there were many sea creatures here, especially countless oysters, which could be turned into products. However, seafood dishes earn more points than raw materials. Thinking this, her hands kept working without pause. Soon, the small bucket in her hand was filled with oyster meat, covering the bottom. To make oyster sauce, these oysters were still far from enough. For a first try, she needed at least 6 or 7 gene of oyster meat. Only then would it be worth trying. She circled around the seaside, earning a lot of oysters. Bai Qingyao's figure moved from the south of the rocks to the north. As she passed, she saw many oysters on the rocks. She quickly pried them open, and the oyster meat came out intact. In her bucket, the oyster meat kept increasing. Looking at the sky, Bai Qingyao tidied up and carried the oyster meat out of the reef. The 3 little ones were probably waiting at home in a hurry, but since she had already told Ah Xian she was coming out, she thought it wouldn't be a big problem. Carrying her things, she had just reached a spot not far from the Gu family's gate when she saw smoke rising from the kitchen. She quickened her steps and pushed the door open to go inside. Hearing the noise, Gu Zijing, who was watching his younger brother, turned his head and saw Bai Qingyao at the door. He smiled happily. He ran over to her and took the tools from her hand. The tools weren't heavy, so Bai Qingyao simply went with them. She brought the oyster meat into the yard and placed it by the water basin. She looked at the 3 little ones. They were much livelier than before. Mom, Jing, Gu Zijing noticed the oysters in the bucket. These ones had their shells removed, leaving only the oyster meat. Mom, are these also oyster meat? They had eaten oyster pancakes before and seen what oyster meat looked like. Seeing the contents in the wooden bucket, they could recognize it easily. Yes, these are also oyster meat, Bai Qingyao patiently answered. What are these for? The meat was much smaller than what they had eaten before. So, what could they be used for? These oysters, don't be fooled by their small size. They are very useful. Later, Mom will use these to make something delicious for you. However, that thing wasn't meant to be eaten directly, but used as a seasoning. Since it was still early before mealtime, she believed she could boil oyster sauce by then. Delicious? Delicious? Gu Zihui, who had just come over, twitched his little ears and heard Bai Qingyao say delicious, which made her smile. She reached up and tapped his little nose. You little glutton.
Hee hee.
Gu Zihui looked up and chuckled. Mom will really make something tasty later, but it's for cooking, not for eating directly. When it's ready, Mom will use it to stir-fry for you tonight. Okay, Gu Zishuan, hearing Bai Qingyao's movements, also came out of the kitchen.
Mom.
He still felt a bit shy about calling her mom, but he had already spoken the words, so he couldn't take them back now. Xian, what are you doing? Bai Qingyao looked at Gu Zishuan's face, which still had a hint of black, and remembered the smoke from earlier in the house. She couldn't help but feel a little worried. Mom, I was boiling water just now. There was no hot water at home anymore. Since this small person couldn't carry much water, she decided to boil some instead. This way, Bai Qingyao could have hot water to drink and take a warm bath when she returned. Ashwan, you can wait for me to do these things. Is that okay? Are you hurt? Hearing Bai Qingyao's voice, Gu Zishuan blinked and his pupils slightly dilated. He didn't expect Bai Qingyao to be the first to care about him. If this had happened before, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. She raised her hand and wiped the dirt mark on Gu Zishuan's face. Mother knows you want to help, Ashwan, but these things can be dangerous. Next time, Mother will do it, okay? After her words, Gu Zishuan instinctively nodded. Only then did Bai Qingyao carry the bucket into the yard. The oysters still needed to be cleaned thoroughly. Otherwise, they would still be a bit dirty. Not only was there dust from the oyster shells, but also dirt brought in from the rocks. She poured the raw meat into a large basin and patiently washed each piece clean. After washing, she drained the water, placed the oysters in a wooden basin, then carried them to the kitchen and put them in a pot, starting to simmer over low heat. While simmering, Bai Qingyao didn't dare to slack off. A small mistake could cause the food to burn, ruining all her efforts. Gu Zijing and Gu Zihuai had come to the kitchen several times to check. But these oysters needed to be cooked for at least 15 minutes or more. When the oysters in the pot were almost done, the juice gradually thickened, and the number of oysters in the pot decreased. The fire was then turned off. She scooped out the oysters and squeezed out the juice inside. Bai Qingyao turned around and found the white coarse cloth she bought from the town yesterday. These cloths were breathable and perfect for filtering impurities. Once all the impurities were filtered out, she added some clean water to the oyster juice and about 5 spoonfuls of white sugar. The sugar from Dazhao wasn't pure white, but had a slightly caramel yellow hue, and it was very expensive. She bought about 2 taels of sugar, which cost her nearly 30 coins. It was even more expensive than grain. After adding the sugar, she sprinkled a little salt. Since there was no dark soy sauce to color the dish, she used another fragrant medicinal herb as a substitute. She had found this herb by chance. It had a natural aroma that wouldn't overpower the flavor of the seasoning but instead enhanced it. This is a medicinal herb she discovered during her exploration. Surprisingly, she found it here as well. She named it Flavor Herb. Due to limited resources, many ingredients needed to make oyster sauce were unavailable. She did her best to restore the taste of fresh oysters as much as possible. As the oyster juice in the pot gradually thickened, she stirred it slowly back and forth. When it reached a thick consistency, Bai Qingyao stopped and let it cool. During this time, Bai Qingyao turned around and searched for utensils in the kitchen. After cooling, the oyster sauce needed to be stored in containers, so she couldn't do without them. Finally, she found some small ceramic bottles in the corner, just right. The amount of oyster sauce in the pot wasn't large, only about 1 or 2 jin, roughly half to 1 kilogram. The ceramic bottle was perfect for holding it. In the deep mountains, atop a mountain peak, she could see the scenery below and the endless blue ocean. Your Majesty, a figure dressed in black descended and knelt on the ground, respectfully speaking to the figure in white nearby. I was a bit late. Yang was already beaten up. The black-clad person lowered his head further as he spoke. Who did it? It was Bai Qingyao. He was so shocked when he saw her that he was startled. That poison woman, Bai Qingyao, had actually gone and beaten young Manhwa, even cleverly covering her head so no one knew it was her. But this incident didn't match what he knew about Bai Qingyao at all. Oh, the man in white frowned slightly. It seems they won't cause trouble for now. Let's leave first. Yes, the black-clad man was momentarily stunned, then clasped his fists and responded, turning to leave. After he left, the man in white slowly turned around, revealing a bearded face. If only you looked at his eyes, they were very beautiful. His eyebrows were sword-like, and his eyes bright. Hardly any better description. But his thick beard added a wild look, making him seem especially unruly. Bai Qingyao. Achoo! Just as she finished filling the oyster sauce, Bai Qingyao suddenly sneezed heavily. But smelling the aroma coming from the ceramic bottle, she smiled contentedly, though she wasn't sure how the taste was. She picked up a spoon, took a small taste, and put it in her mouth to try. The taste was a bit bland and different from what she had eaten before. It seemed that this batch of oysters was not as perfect as she had imagined. It still lacked many ingredients, so she would add more little by little later. The small handful of wild vegetables she picked from the mountain had been washed clean, and she cut them into small pieces. After cleaning the pot, Bai Qingyao started cooking. Soon, a strong aroma filled the yard. A Xian, a Zhang, a Huai, Wash your hands quickly. Mealtime is coming. Hearing this, the three little ones ran quickly to the basin and washed their hands. Mom, today's food smells so good. Today I baked some pancakes and cooked chicken and vegetable porridge. Drink more, okay? Okay, I want to drink a big bowl. Gu Zhihui nodded and stared intently at the bowl in front of him, speaking in a cute but firm tone. Snicker. All right, Ahuai, drink a big bowl. A Xian, a Jing, hurry up and eat too. The three little ones ate happily. Over the past few days, Bai Qingyao's cooking had really made their small appetites grow. The oyster pancake was soft enough for Ahuai to chew, even though he was young and couldn't eat large bites like Gu Zhe Xian and Gu Zhe Jing. Bai Qingyao paid more attention to him. Ahuai, eat slowly, no rush. Mom, it's delicious. Gu Zhihui chewed his pancake and mumbled happily. Bai Qingyao smiled, her eyes full of satisfaction. After the meal, she had just entered her room when Gu Zhihui, holding a small pillow, came in from outside. Ahuai, what's wrong? Mom, can I sleep with you? Bai Qingyao looked around the room. Compared to before, it was now very tidy, just a bit smaller. She moved closer to the wooden bed and patted the space beside her. Ahuai, come over here. She held Gu Zhihui's hand, signaling him to come forward. Meanwhile, after Gu Zhihui left the room, Gu Zijing, arms crossed, sat alone on the bed, sulking. Gu Zhexian came in from outside and saw the angry Gu Zijing. He walked forward expressionlessly, looked around, and didn't see Gu Zhihui, so he frowned. Jing, where's Ahuai? That little liar. Ahuai took his pillow and went to Mom all by himself. He didn't expect that Gu Zhihui would have so many little thoughts. He used the excuse of going out to fetch water to secretly hold a small pillow and go find his mother. Just thinking about it made him angry. Gu Zishuan was stunned and finally understood why Gu Zijing was angry. If you want to see Mom, you can go now. Gu Zijing was surprised, nodded, then shook his head. He wanted to see their mother, but if he went, only their older brother would be left alone, which didn't feel right. After a while, Gu Zijing finally spoke. Big brother, I think we need to talk to Ahuai clearly. He can't just keep Mom all to himself. Mom is only one person, and they should take turns staying with her so it's fair. Hearing this, Gu Zishuan thought carefully. It seemed they really needed to talk to Ahuai, or else they wouldn't be able to get close to their mother. But he didn't give an answer. Right now, Gu Zhihui, happily lying next to Bai Qingyao, had no idea that the next day would bring shocking news. After a simple wash-up, she had already laid a layer of dry grass on the ground, with a patched quilt on top, for her to practice exercises. Her original body's belly was very large, and she needed to do some sit-ups at night to recover. But with her build, lying on the bed would eventually crush that small wooden bed. After she finished tidying up and got into bed, Gu Zhihui suddenly leaned over, his bright eyes fixed on her. Why, what's wrong? Mom, I have a secret to tell you. What? Bai Qingyao was stunned. Actually, Big Brother really likes Mom. The little child was very innocent and wouldn't lie. He only said what he saw and felt. Bai Qingyao was momentarily stunned, but then spoke. Mom knows, and Mom also likes Xian very much. Hearing this, Gu Zhihui was surprised for a moment. After a while, he squeezed out a sentence. Mom, I like you very much, very much. He even emphasized the words very much 3 times. His childish tone made her feel a bit stunned. After reacting, Bai Qingyao couldn't help but laugh and cry. Mom also likes Ahuai and also likes Xian and Jing. You are all my children. How could I not like you? If I talk about the original body, she probably didn't like these 3 children because when she married Gu Yichen, the 3 little ones already existed. She naturally didn't like her husband having children with someone else, so she didn't like them either. Actually, she didn't even know who the biological mother of these 3 children was. They were just brought back from outside a year after she married Gu Yichen and registered under her name. Some villagers knew about this, but only those close to Gu Yichen understood, while others didn't know much. Many still thought Bai Qingyao was the real mother of the 3 children. Thinking of this, Bai Qingyao sighed. She felt sorry for the children. They didn't know who their mother was, and their father was still on the battlefield, missing in action. It's very likely he has already died. The only person who can take care of them now is probably her. Although she hasn't been with them for long, since she came here and took over the original body, she will do her best to raise these 3 children well. Then she plans to find a peaceful, beautiful place to enjoy her retirement life. She got into bed and lay on Gu Zihuai's side, patting him gently while humming a tune to help him fall asleep. But after a while, Gu Zihuai was still wide awake, watching her with big eyes. Bai Qingyao felt helpless. "Ah Huai, aren't you sleepy?" Gu Zihuai honestly shook his head. "Mother, I'm so happy I can't sleep." He loved the smell on his mother's body. It was so nice and fragrant. He didn't want to sleep at all. "Then I'll tell you a story. Be good and go to sleep, okay?" "Okay." Gu Zihuai nodded obediently. Once upon a time, in a faraway place, there were mountains and seas, and a magical stone. One day, this stone gave birth to a monkey. Bai Qingyao's gentle voice drifted out from the room. Gu Zihuan and Gu Zijing heard the sound and looked up instinctively. They listened to Bai Qingyao's story, gradually becoming captivated by her voice. As they listened, they heard Gu Zihuai's voice again. "Mother, the Monkey King lives in a cave in the mountains. Isn't the cave behind the water? Isn't there water inside?" Gu Zihuai's eyes widened with curiosity. "Can a monkey live in water?" "Of course not. Then the water curtain cave must be a special place, with everything inside." And one day, the Monkey King decided to leave Mount Huagua to find the secret of eternal life. And then what happened? He became Sun Wukong and went to heaven, but didn't those people treat him badly? Later on, facing Gu Zihuai's bright, shining eyes, Bai Qingyao reached up and gently tapped his small forehead. "There won't be any more stories for now. If you want to hear more, you'd better sleep well. When Mother tells you again next time, you can listen then." Gu Zihuai looked a little disappointed. Not far away, Gu Zishuan and Gu Zijing, who were lying on the bed, also looked disappointed when they heard this. "It would be great if I could turn into Sun Wukong, so I could go wherever I wanted any time. But being close to Mother is still the best. Big brother, Mother's stories are so good. I haven't had enough yet." Zishuan pulled his ears back, looking sad. Zijing nodded expressionlessly and then said, "Tomorrow, we must tell Ah Huai clearly. Mother isn't just his. We need to take turns sleeping with Mother. Mother's stories are so magical. I've never heard anything like them before. And Mother's voice is so warm. Kids get sleepy quickly." Not long after Bai Qingyao finished speaking, Gu Zihuai hugged her arm and fell asleep. Once he was deeply asleep, Bai Qingyao took her hand back, fanning him gently. It's still summer, a bit hot, and the child was sweaty. If she let the wind blow on him, he might catch a cold. Gu Zihuai was sleeping peacefully, so Bai Qingyao turned her attention to the turtle, which had been acting restless for a while. "What's wrong? Can't you behave yourself today?" Unexpectedly, the turtle looked at her excitedly. "Girl, today I tried again and came to a conclusion."
"What?"
Seeing the old turtle suddenly speak seriously, Bai Qingyao instinctively straightened up to avoid waking Gu Zihuai. She lowered her voice on purpose. "I experimented today, and it turns out only the food you make can give me a little bit of vitality. The vitality on those raw oysters is so faint, I can barely sense it." Bai Qingyao. "To thank you, I've decided to give you another treasure." With that, the turtle spat out a glowing orb. Bai Qingyao narrowed her eyes and stared at it intently. "Can you spit out a glowing orb anytime and anywhere?" "Of course." But his tone lacked confidence. Bai Qingyao chuckled. "Really?" The turtle thought to itself, "I've never seen such a clever little girl. All right, it's because these foods give me vitality that I can barely produce some less precious glowing orbs. With its current ability, it can't produce very valuable ones." Bai Qingyao. "Well, that's just great." She looked down and saw some threads and silk. They were quite sturdy. "But what can these be used for?"
"Well,
"You can make things like fishing nets. Put the bait I gave you inside, and it will attract more fish. Using them to fish, you could get a good catch." Bai Qingyao. "So, I should be grateful?" "Tortoiseshell. Not necessarily. As long as you give me food." But Bai Qingyao didn't mind. These threads looked quite a lot, enough to weave fishing nets and groundworms. Tonight, She would work overtime, and tomorrow morning when she went to the sea, she could put them in the water to catch some things. Since she already had them, she should use them properly. Otherwise, what's the point of having them? She put the items back into her space. They were quite large, so it was better to keep them there for safety. The next day, before dawn, Bai Qingyao quietly got up. She looked at Gu Zhihui still sleeping. She gently bent down, just about to put on her shoes when she heard a faint sound behind her. Mother, Gu Zhihui, still sleepy, sat up in bed, rubbing his eyes with his right hand while the other eye was open, looking foggy at Bai Qingyao. Ah Huai, sleep a little longer. It's not dawn yet. Is mother going out? Gu Zhihui was now a bit more awake, watching Bai Qingyao. Yes, the tide is out now. Mother is going to the sea to catch seafood. I'll be back soon to make something tasty for you. Bai Qingyao put down her shoes and sat by the window again, trying to soothe Gu Zhihui to sleep. Mother, can I go with you? Ah Huai, it's too dark outside. You're still young. Even though the tide was out, Bai Qingyao was worried about taking Gu Zhihui with her. If anything happened, she'd regret it too late. There's plenty to eat in the sea, but it's also dangerous. Some things are not to be messed with. Mother, I'll be good. Please take me with you. Gu Zhihui, knowing Bai Qingyao couldn't resist their cuteness, was now making a big effort to look adorable, blinking his eyes. Really cute.
All right. Bai Qingyao sighed.
But, Ahuai, you have to promise me you'll stay on the beach and not run around. Okay, she dressed him in clothes and added an extra jacket. The seaside in the morning still felt cool, so she couldn't let Gu Zhihui catch a cold, or it would be troublesome again. She placed him in a basket and carried him as she headed toward the sea. When she reached the rocky beach, she didn't rush to collect things. Instead, she found a high, hidden spot where she could see everything and carefully settled Gu Zhihui there. Ah Huai, just wait here with Mama. When Mama is done, I'll take you home. I know, Mama. After settling him, Bai Qingyao picked up her things and headed toward the beach. However, she didn't forget her plan to set the fishing net and the earth dragon trap today. This was the result of working through most of the night. The thread she used was very strong. This place wasn't ideal for fishing nets, since there wouldn't be many fish in the shallow water. But she didn't have a boat, so she couldn't go out to sea to fish. In the end, she chose a spot that looked promising to cast the net and trap, placing some turtle bait in the earth dragon trap. When she threw the net, she accidentally threw it onto some rocks and caught a bunch of stones. She was quite skilled at this. After thinking for a while, Bai Qingyao decided to pull the net back. She carried it and took a detour to the other side, where there were huge rocks and turbulent sea water beneath them. Whether she could catch anything depended on luck. This spot was basically her makeshift grave for the net. Anyway, retrieving it meant it was dead, just like her hopes. She couldn't help her alive, and if it died, it wouldn't bother her anymore. Net, listen to me. Thank you. Because of you, it has a resting place. After placing the earth dragon trap and the net, she was ready to move on to today's main task. Opening oysters. She didn't expect all the oysters from yesterday to sell so quickly. But if she kept collecting oysters to sell, she wasn't sure when she'd save enough money to buy land and build a house. She needed to think of other ways. The sky gradually brightened, the sun rose, and the tide started to come back in. Bai Qingyao looked over and saw Gu Zhihui patiently waiting for her nearby. It was about time they packed up and went home. Mom. Seeing Bai Qingyao, Gu Zhihui got up from the ground and happily ran toward her. Ah Huai, don't come over. Mama's dirty and smells fishy. I'll wash up at home first and then hold you. I don't mind, Mama. As he spoke, Gu Zhihui directly hugged her. Back home, Gu Zhichuan and the others hadn't woken up yet. Bai Qingyao looked at the water jar in the house, which was already empty. After setting down her things, she picked up a water bucket and prepared to go to the village to fetch water. Most villagers also fetched water in the morning or after work at night. After all, she still needed to earn money during the day, so she could only find some time in the morning and evening. Ah Huai, you go back to your room, close the door tightly. Mother is going to fetch water. No matter who comes, you must not open the door, understand? Bai Qingyao crouched down and looked into Gu Zhihui's eyes. Yes, Mother. Gu Zhihui nodded. Bai Qingyao reached out and patted his little head, then said, "Oh, why? You're so well behaved. When I come back, I'll make fish cakes for you to eat, okay?" This morning, while gathering seafood, she had picked up 2 small fish. They weren't big, but the fish meat was substantial, reminding her of a delicious food. Okay, hearing Bai Qingyao's words, Gu Zihuai's eyes lit up. Fish cakes? He had never tried them before. If mother said they were good, they must be tasty, right? Bai Qingyao smiled and picked up her water bucket to go out. She closed the door securely. With the 3 little ones at home alone, she still felt uneasy without an adult. Thinking this, she went next door and knocked on Zhang's door. She still needed Zhang's help to feel at ease. It seemed that, besides building the house, she also needed to carefully consider the safety of her family. Just as she reached Zhang's door and raised her hand to knock, the door suddenly swung open with a loud bang. Bai Qingyao instinctively took a step back. She looked up and met Zhang's mother's gaze. Zhang's mother saw Bai Qingyao, then looked down at the wooden bucket in her hand and immediately understood. Going to fetch water? Yes, the water in the house has run out. I need to get some. Later, she also had to rush to the town early because she had promised several people to give them oysters.
How?
Do you want me to watch the children again? Seeing Bai Qingyao's obedient look, Zhang's mother still felt somewhat uncomfortable. She guessed her purpose for coming and spoke with a stern face. It wasn't that she didn't want to watch the 3 little ones, but, thinking of the Bai Qingyao from before, she felt a bit complicated inside. Seeing this, Bai Qingyao quickly spoke. Zhang's mother, you are kind and good-hearted. I'm most familiar with you around here. I've already treated you like my own mother. Rest assured, I won't let you watch the children for nothing. She then hurriedly stuffed some small silver coins into Zhang's mother's hand. Zhang's mother, upon seeing this, suddenly changed her expression. Who cares about your little silver coins? She snatched her hand back sharply. Seeing her face suddenly turn cold, Bai Qingyao took back the silver coins without changing her expression. Instead, she smiled warmly and spoke. I knew that Aunt Zhang cared about me, and our little family of 3. As she spoke, Bai Qingyao quickly changed the subject. I'll come back later to make fish cakes. Once they're ready, I'll send some over for you to try. Oh, Aunt Zhang is truly like a little angel, tough on the outside but soft-hearted inside. She knew from the start that she wouldn't accept the money, but she took it out to show her attitude. Aunt Zhang is kind to the little ones, but she shouldn't take advantage of that kindness to keep bothering her. Looking back, the original me was really blind, ignoring this true care. Before Aunt Zhang could react, Bai Qingyao had already walked far away with a water bucket. She had to withdraw her gaze, but suddenly, the door of the Zhang family opened. This Bai Qingyao used to either give a cold look or pretend not to see her.
Now.
Actually, this is quite good. She looks much more pleasing to the eye. As she reached the village, she unexpectedly encountered some bad luck. She chose to ignore it and kept walking forward, but it seemed the other person didn't want to let her go so easily. Zhang Sheng saw Bai Qingyao and thought about how his whole body still hurt. That day, after returning home, he was beaten up by some scoundrel who blindfolded him. His waist still aches from it. Now seeing Bai Qingyao, she acted as if nothing was wrong, pretending not to see him. Could it be that she's playing hard to get? If Bai Qingyao knew what he was thinking, she'd probably think that beating was too light and that he was just guessing wildly now. Bai Qingyao, you... Zhang Xing started to speak, but was startled when Bai Qingyao suddenly turned around. You, what do you mean you? Looks like you haven't learned your lesson from last time. You, it's really you. Bai Qingyao? What do you mean me? You're still pretending to be clueless. On the way home last time, the person who hit me with a sack was you. You admitted it just now. Bai Qingyao. Is this kid crazy? When did she admit to being hit with a sack?
Wait.
Sack? She looked at Zhang Sheng with a strange expression. No wonder he looked a bit awkward walking just now. He had been beaten up. I think you've done too many bad things, deceived many honest girls. Someone probably couldn't stand it and beat you up with a sack. You deserved it. Bai Qingyao was just joking, but when Zhang Sheng heard this, his face changed slightly, and he even avoided her gaze. Her eyes flickered. You also harmed other girls? Zhang Xing's face suddenly changed. You're talking nonsense. You are framing me. Why are you reacting so strongly? If there was nothing wrong, you wouldn't be so upset. Otherwise, you really would deserve to go to hell. The biggest sign of a guilty person is often loudly denying others' accusations. Anyway, you still dare to appear in front of me. The 30 taels of silver your family owes me haven't been paid back yet. You have 3 days to pay it all, or else. We'll meet at the official office. Are you really so heartless? When did I ever have feelings for you? I am a beautiful flower, and I didn't blindly fall for your pile of dung, Zhang Xing. It was the first time he saw someone speak such false words, without changing their expression.
Her skin
Really was extraordinarily thick. You're unreasonable. Zhang Sheng was so angry at her words that his face turned red. He raised his trembling hand and pointed at her, unable to speak for a long time. Bai Qingyao looked at him with disdain. 3 days. Give me 3 days to get the money, and then bring it to me obediently. Otherwise, if I come to your door, it will be a different story. After saying this, Bai Qingyao turned and left directly. Zhang Sheng looked lost and dejected. He had thought Bai Qingyao was playing hard to get. After all, she was so ugly no one liked her. Her willingness to get close to him was a great gift. But now, she suddenly turned hostile and was so cold-hearted. Can a person really change so much in a short time? A strange flicker passed through Zhang Sheng's lowered eyes. Meanwhile, at the largest restaurant in Taohua Town, Wanyue Residence, the shopkeeper listened to his subordinate and fell into deep thought. After a while, he looked up at the young servant. Are oysters really that delicious? Yes, very delicious. The young servant nodded quickly. Thinking back to that taste, he still felt it wasn't enough. If that woman comes again today, go buy some for her. Whether they are tasty or not, he needed to try them himself before making a judgment. Yes, after 4 or 5 trips back and forth, they finally filled the water tank in the yard. Bai Qingyao was soaked through. In this hot summer, running back and forth to fetch water, it was no wonder she was sweating. But this also gave her a chance to lose weight. She had to get rid of this layer of fat. As for her face, it wasn't really a big deal. The issue is caused by excessive liver heat, which has led to many pimples. These are not serious problems. The main concern is the pockmarked and uneven scars on her right cheek, which look quite frightening. She doesn't know much about medicine, and this place isn't as advanced or prosperous as her past life. Treating her condition might be quite complicated. However, she does know a bit about herbal medicine for clearing heat and detoxifying. Since she has had pimples before, she once consulted a traditional Chinese doctor. Later, she plans to go up the mountain to see if she can find herbs she needs. Little girl, what are you thinking about? Bai Qingyao woke up early. She took out her tortoise shell and placed it on a nearby stone table. Seeing her worried look, the tortoise stretched its neck and spoke to her. Hearing this, Bai Qingyao looked down at it. I'm thinking about the pimples on my face. Oh? You mean those ugly, bumpy scars? Those scars really look bad. The tortoise has wanted to say this for a while. But isn't it true that women love beauty? In their tribe, female tortoises are very focused on appearance. Even a single spot on the face is unacceptable, not to mention the marks on this little girl's face. Our female tortoises in the tribe pay a lot of attention to beauty. You little girl are too careless. Bai Qingyao. Are you comparing me to a turtle? Although she knows it's not human and considers herself lucky to be compared to a female tortoise, she still feels insulted. The tortoise seems to realize what it just said and stretches its neck, looking old and tired. Little girl, what about the pearl I gave you before? That's a natural beauty tool. Our tribe uses it for skincare. Huh? Bai Qingyao was surprised and looked up. Can it make you more beautiful? Of course. After saying this, the tortoise suddenly remembered something and gritted its teeth as it spoke. I told you, I am a divine beast. Do you know what a divine beast is? It's not like those low-level creatures in the sea. The treasures of their tribe are also highly sought after by other underwater tribes. However, their tribe doesn't live in the same place as those sea creatures. They prefer to stay hidden and isolated. If it weren't for this whirlpool that washed it ashore, it wouldn't have come out at all. It's their tribe's treasure. Why, when it's in the hands of this little girl, is it looked down upon? Are my pimples just pimples? I don't need beauty treatments or whitening. The tortoise slowly retracted its neck, looking disappointed and frustrated. Who cares about your pimples or spots? Even if you have hemorrhoids, they can be treated. White Qingyao. This pearl is not like the ones you think of. It comes from a 10,000-year-old vine and has medicinal value. It can easily treat the small issues on your face. Not just pimples, this can cure even common illnesses. This item is no longer an ordinary object. She didn't expect that even her weak self could spit it out. It was a good deal for this young girl. Initially, when she heard the first part about the tortoise shell, she wanted to speak, but after hearing the second part, her eyes lit up. She never thought this thing could have so many uses. With that in mind, the pearl could be very useful. After talking with the tortoise shell, Bai Qingyao started to handle today's spoils. She peeled and deboned 2 small fish caught from the tide, leaving only the tender fish meat. "Mother, are you making fish cakes?" Gu Zijing saw from afar that Bai Qingyao took out eggs. Remembering her previous words, he put down his small wooden spindle and ran over. "Yes, soon you'll get to eat delicious fish cakes." Her hands were busy, so she asked, Jing, can you help me bring that small wooden basin?" The basin was placed near the water bucket in the yard. She had forgotten to bring it out earlier. Gu Zijing obediently ran over and brought the basin. "Mother, here you go." The basin was quite large, but Gu Zijing was only about 5 years old. Holding the basin with both hands made his small hands look even smaller. "Thank you, Jing." "You're welcome, Mother. The kitchen is a bit stuffy. Why don't you go play with your brothers for a while? When the fish cakes are ready, Mother will call you." "Okay." Gu Zijing left the kitchen, and Bai Qingyao refocused on the chopping board in front of her. Although she was making fish cakes, the ingredients included not just fish meat but also eggs and other seasonings. She crushed the fish meat, added some egg whites, sugar, salt, and spices. Her hands moved quickly, and the fish was soon minced into a paste. Making fish cakes isn't difficult. The key is the seasoning, which means each person's fish cakes will taste different. Also, the heat during steaming must be precisely controlled. While the fish was steaming, Bai Qingyao washed all the oysters, about 100 jin in total. Yesterday, she also bought around 200 jin of oysters, but the silver money left by the servant from the Sun family was clearly more. This time, Bai Qingyao didn't return the extra money. Since the buyer was generous, she was happy to keep it. Who would complain about having less money? And this money was earned by her own skill. Today, when she was opening oysters, she had almost finished opening the oysters in that small area. That spot was small, so next time she would go around that small patch and open oysters from its back. Xian, Jing, Huai, come and eat. Seeing the worn-out clothes on the 3 little ones, Bai Qingyao planned to buy each of them a few new clothes after selling the oysters. Otherwise, not only would others see it, but she also felt uncomfortable seeing them like that. Now that the family had some money, they could buy whatever they needed. "Mother, is this fish cake?" Gu Zijing looked at the small fish cake, blinked, and waited for Bai Qingyao to speak. Gu Zishuan and Gu Zihuai also looked up at Bai Qingyao. At that time, they had heard Gu Zijing mention that Bai Qingyao was making fish cakes. They were curious, but didn't rush to ask her. Now, seeing the fish cake and smelling its slightly sweet aroma, the 3 little ones couldn't help but be eager to go to the dining table. "Yes, this is fish cake, made with fish meat. Wash your hands quickly and come to eat." Bai Qingyao gave each of them a piece. Gu Zihuai had already started eating eagerly. Don't be fooled by his young age. He was the most enthusiastic about eating. He opened his mouth wide and took a big bite, revealing the tender, fragrant flavor. It was smooth and tender, with a hint of sweetness and a faint fresh aroma. When eaten, there was no fishy smell at all. "Mother, this is so delicious." "It doesn't taste like fish at all." Gu Zijing also took a bite and spoke honestly. It was smooth and had a chewy, sticky texture. This fish cake was even tastier than the oyster pancake. Compared to oyster pancakes, they preferred this fish cake more fragrant, sticky, and soft, with a faint fresh scent and no fishy smell. If she hadn't told them it was made from fish, they wouldn't have guessed, nor would they have thought of it. The three little ones had almost finished their fish cakes. Bai Qingyao then gave each of them another piece. Don't rush, eat slowly. There's more in the pot. After the fish cakes were cooked, she took a plate to Zhang Daniu's family. Zhang Daniu helped watch the three little ones. Since they didn't charge her, she thought it was right to give them some delicious food in return. By the time the three little ones were full, Bai Qingyao had mostly tidied up. Gu family sister-in-law. Just as she stood up, she heard a voice from the yard. She got up and went outside, seeing Jiang Dahu standing in the yard with a cart beside him. Seeing him, Bai Qingyao was a bit surprised. Dahu, Madam Gu, my mother said you would definitely need this cart today, so I brought it to you. After saying that, he also took out a plate from behind him. This is the plate you took from my house this morning. I also brought it for you. Talking about this, Jiang Dahu licked his lips. That thing was the best food he had ever eaten in his life. Soft and sticky, with a fresh aroma. It was a flavor he had never experienced before. Okay, thank you. Have you eaten breakfast? When she approached, Jiang Danyang's meal wasn't ready yet. Now that Jiang Da, who was coming over, Bai Qingyao casually asked like chatting with family. I've eaten, Jiang Da, who replied, then chuckled foolishly a couple of times. Madam Gu, your rice cake is really delicious. That's called fish cake. I made it myself when I had free time. If you still want to eat, there's more in the pot. I can get some for you. No need, I'm full, Jiang Da, who quickly waved his hand. He said he wasn't praising it just to eat more, but genuinely thought it was very tasty, so he complimented it. While they talked, Bai Qingyao already brought over 3 pieces of fish cake. The rest she planned to take to the town to try selling. If it worked, she could sell it as breakfast in the future, when she went out in the mornings. Today, she didn't just make fish cakes. She also made a lot of oyster pancakes, which she hadn't made much of last time. The family's wild vegetables were already scarce, and making oyster pancakes wouldn't be enough. Honestly, adding chives made them even more delicious, but she hadn't seen chives here yet, so she could only use tender wild greens as a substitute. Surprisingly, it also had a unique flavor when eaten this way. Jiang Da, who didn't want to take it, but Bai Qingyao stuffed a handful into his hands.
Take it.
All made from fish I caught while sea foraging. It's not worth much. Compared to the help from Zhang's family, a few fish cakes really couldn't replace it. Fish! Jiang Da, who was suddenly stunned when he heard Bai Qingyao's words and looked up sharply. This was made from fish? Jiang Yufang was also somewhat a fisherman. Sometimes he went fishing, sometimes caught a lot of fish, but every time his mother cooked fish, it had a strong fishy smell. He hated fish meat the most. But their family wasn't very wealthy, so even fish meat couldn't be eaten every day. Now Bai Qingyao said that the delicious cake she made this morning was made from fish, and he couldn't believe it. He not only didn't taste any fishy smell, but also detected a faint sweet aroma. Madam Gu, you said that was made from fish meat? Why didn't I taste the fishy smell? Yes, those are made with fish meat and eggs. The fishy smell is gone because the fish has been specially treated, and with some seasoning, the fishy taste is covered up. It only leaves a fresh, sweet, and crispy texture. Jiang Dahu was stunned, not understanding what she meant by special treatment or seasoning. Forget it, he thought, he's only suited to eating simple food. Jiang Dahu scratched the back of his head and helped Bai Qingyao load her things into the car. Originally, he wanted to help push her to the town, but Bai Qingyao refused. She already asked Jiang Dama to watch her children, and if she asked Jiang Dahu to push her cart to the town again, what would that make her? Isn't she just taking advantage of his family? When they arrived in town, Granny Luo was still at her usual spot, waving enthusiastically when she saw Bai Qingyao. Bai Qingyao pushed her cart and took the 3 little ones directly to Granny Luo's place. She also prepared a piece of fish cake for Granny Luo. Over these days, Granny Luo had grown familiar with Bai Qingyao. She picked up the fish cake and ate it with familiarity. Girl, this is delicious. After taking a bite, Granny Luo's eyes lit up immediately. This food suited her taste. Bai Qingyao smiled and said, I'm glad you like it. After spending these days together, she could tell that Granny Luo, who was selling at the stall, didn't care much about gains or losses. The sweets on her small stall, whether they saw a cute child or a poor child, she would give them away. It was obvious she came from a well-off family, otherwise, she wouldn't be so generous. But why set up a stall here? Maybe to stimulate herself. Not long after she took out her things, a young man hurried over, looking surprised at the items on the stall. "Boss, are you still selling cakes today?" He hadn't seen this kind of cake before and didn't know if it was good or not. Meanwhile, Granny Luo, holding a piece of fish cake and still chewing, saw him and said casually, "Young man, this fish cake is really delicious." Then she seemed to realize her words sounded weak, clenched her teeth, and painfully tore a piece from her own fish cake to give to him. "Here, I haven't tried this piece. You try it, it's definitely tasty." Bai Qingyao watched stunned. Granny Luo. This was too straightforward and blunt. However, she quickly reacted and said, "Yes, little brother, try it. If you like it, you can buy more later." She hadn't yet tasted the fish cake and oyster pancake herself, but she didn't expect Granny Luo to be so straightforward. The young man reached out and took some, stuffing it into his mouth at once, and his eyes lit up instantly. "Boss, give me a pound of everything here." "Huh? A pound isn't enough. You're just a young man, and a pound won't even fill your teeth." Granny Luo finished the fish cake in a few bites and quickly spoke after hearing his words. But the young man shook his head and said, "Honestly, I was sent out by our shopkeeper to buy these. I can't buy more than he told me to, no matter how tasty it is. He could only buy as much as the shopkeeper ordered, nothing more." Granny Luo listened, but didn't say much. Bai Qingyao heard this and smiled. "It's okay. Whatever you need, I will give you." The lady's words just now had no other meaning, so don't take it to heart. As she finished speaking, her gaze fell on the young servant. His clothes were plain, typical of a waiter in a restaurant, but the hem of his garment had a moon character. She glanced at him and then looked away, no longer paying attention. "I understand." The young man nodded with a smile. After weighing the items, Bai Qingyao watched his back until he disappeared into the crowd. Granny Luo, after finishing her food, clapped her hands casually and sat down beside Bai Qingyao. "Girl, do you know where that young man is from?" "Huh." Granny Luo truly regarded Bai Qingyao as one of her own, even calling her girl. Hearing this, Bai Qingyao continued, "Wangyue residence." Now Granny Luo was shocked. "Girl, do you know him?" No, if she did, she wouldn't have reacted like that just now. "Girl, tell me, how do you know he's from Wangyue residence?" Even she only found out after seeing him, which is why she said what she did earlier. He said the items were requested by their employer, and his outfit looks just like a restaurant waiter's uniform, especially the one with the moon character on it. It's clearly a work uniform. Only the largest restaurant in Tahua Town, Wangyue residence, would have waiters in uniform like that. Other restaurants also have special clothing, but they don't have such distinctive symbols. If you see it, you can recognize it immediately. Old Lady Luo looked up at Bai Qingyao and gave her a quick glance. Her sharp eyes were really impressive. Then she heard Bai New State try to speak again. "Actually, what made me sure was your question." She had never seen the people from Wangyue residence, nor their clothes, only heard some rumors about the town. If the other person wasn't extraordinary, Old Lady Luo wouldn't have spoken. Hearing this, Old Lady Luo didn't get angry. Instead, she smiled and lightly touched her forehead. "You really are clever." They hadn't known each other long, but Old Lady Luo had never met anyone as clever as her. Bai Qingyao chuckled softly. Gu Zihui tiptoed over, walking with small steps. "Old Granny Luo, my mother is very smart." "Yes, yes." Gu Zishuan and Gu Zihui quickly nodded in agreement. If Bai Qingyao wasn't smart, she wouldn't have so many good ideas. "You all are just like your mother," Old Lady Luo said with a smile. It was rare for her to see such lively children. Since returning to Peach Blossom Town, everything felt comfortable, especially after meeting Bai Qingyao. Feeling happy, her stomach was also satisfied. This little girl was really good at teasing people. Her stomach missed her so much that she even dreamed about the delicious food the girl made. Today, there were oyster pancakes and fish cakes, which attracted many curious onlookers. They came forward to buy. Compared to oysters, the pancakes and fish cakes used different ingredients and prices. Oysters were sold by weight, while the pancakes and fish cakes were sold by piece. The young man from Manhwa residence had only sold 3 pieces. 1 coin per piece. The fish cakes and oyster pancakes weren't large, about the size of a normal pastry. The oyster pancake was about 1/5 of a flatbread, with 1 oyster on each piece. Of course, these weren't big oysters, just small ones. Some people came to ask about the price. When they heard it was just 1 coin for a small piece, they shook their heads and left.
But a few stayed to buy some, wanting to try.
In the end, quite a few were sold. Looking at the remaining oyster pancakes in the basket, Bai Qingyao let out a sigh of relief. It seemed to be going well. They had sold many fish cakes, though she had made only a few, leaving 2 or 3. As for the oyster pancakes, about 10 remained. She had brought 50 pancakes in total, and now only 10 were left. The business was quite good. She turned her head to look, and the 3 little ones were playing with Granny Luo over there. As for her stall, it was standing alone, with a price tag hanging on it, offering self-service and payment. Wow, Granny Luo was so advanced, running a vending machine. Although it wasn't completely unattended, it was almost the same as having no one there. After about half an hour, the oysters in the basket were almost gone. Bai Qingyao packed up her basket and glanced at the 3 little ones. Ashwan, pack up. Let's go home with your brothers. Gu Zishuan heard Bai Qingyao's voice, stood up obediently, packed their things, and then walked in front of her. Let's go. Mom will take you to buy some clothes. No need, Mom. These clothes can still be worn. Gu Zishuan spoke softly. He didn't want to waste money. Mom worked hard to earn it. Ashwan, we earned enough today. Let's buy a new outfit. Mom can still afford it. Finally, under Bai Qingyao's insistence, she asked Granny Luo to watch the stall, and he took the 3 little ones directly to the nearest cloth store. As soon as they entered, a young clerk came out and frowned when he saw them. Go, go, go. Hurry up and leave. No beggars allowed here. Hearing this, Bai Qingyao's face instantly darkened. Who do you mean as a beggar? Ha! With clothes like yours, what else could you be but a beggar? 1 adult and 3 children, all wearing ragged patched clothes. Well, the fat, ugly woman's clothes were somewhat better, but the clothes on the 3 children had visible loose threads. What else could they be but beggars? I didn't expect there to be such a dog in this ready-made cloth store. Barking at everyone. We don't want to buy anything from a place like this. After speaking, she turned with the 3 little ones and left for the shop across the street. The clerk across the street saw them, and his eyes flashed with surprise, but he didn't say anything. Customer, what would you like to buy? Find some suitable clothes for these 3 children. The clerk quickly responded, Customer, I don't know what style you want. I've brought a few options. Hearing the voice, Bai Qingyao instinctively looked up and saw the clothes in the clerk's hand. A dark blue outfit, but it didn't look out of place. She picked it up, compared it to Gu Zishuan's figure, and a bright light flashed before her eyes. Then she looked at a few other pieces. Just these, pack them up for me. The clerk was surprised and packed the clothes. Customer, children's clothes cost 200 coins each. You bought 6, totaling 1,200 coins. Although I know the clothes are expensive, hearing the price still makes me gasp. These clothes are really too costly. Mother, aren't you going to buy any? Gu Zishuan noticed that Bai Qingyao only bought clothes for them and didn't buy any for herself. He frowned slightly. Mother doesn't need to buy now. I'll wait a while. She is still losing weight. If she loses weight later, the clothes she buys now won't fit anymore, which would be a waste. Also, her original clothes are still plenty, so she doesn't lack clothes. Hearing Bai Qingyao's explanation, Gu Zishuan finally relaxed and nodded. It's not just about saving money. After they finished shopping and returned to the stall, they found a middle-aged man waiting there. When Bai Qingyao saw the young man beside him, a look of understanding crossed her face. Grandma Luo was sitting leisurely nearby, occasionally fanning herself. The weather was quite hot. She also exchanged a few words with the middle-aged man next to the young man, seeming familiar. Hey girl, you're finally back. He's been waiting for you for a long time. Seeing Bai Qingyao, Grandma Luo quickly waved her hand. Bai Qingyao watched over the three children and led them into a less crowded stall, then looked up at Grandma Luo. Grandma Luo, do you know him? No, it's the person brought by this young man. He said he's the shopkeeper of Moon Gazing Inn. Grandma Luo spoke cheerfully. Bai Qingyao. But just now, the way you talked to him didn't seem like a first meeting. However, Bai Qingyao didn't mind this detail and turned her gaze to the shopkeeper of Moon Gazing Inn. This shopkeeper was not very old, probably in his 30s or 40s, wearing a dark blue robe. When he smiled, fine lines appeared at the corners of his eyes. His features were neat and scholarly. Seeing Bai Qingyao, Su Ming first observed her. Although Bai Qingyao wore patched, worn-out clothes, was overweight, and had a face with some pits and scars, Su Ming sensed a different kind of aura from her. Miss, are you the owner of the stall? I am Su Ming, the shopkeeper of Moon Gazing Inn. Shopkeeper Su. Bai Qingyao's face showed no particular emotion. Her slow tone was natural, neither overly flattering nor pretending. She appeared calm and indifferent. Su Ming didn't mind this and straightforwardly explained his purpose. Earlier, I tried the oysters and fish cakes made by the young lady. Would she be willing to sell the recipe? His main goal in coming here was to get that recipe. At first, he only asked the servant to buy oysters, but unexpectedly, he also brought back oyster pancakes and fish cakes. He accidentally ate them all without realizing. Once he realized, he hurriedly led his men here. To his surprise, Bai Qingyao had already packed up her stall. Luckily, the lady nearby said she hadn't left but had gone shopping with her children. He then relaxed. Fresh oysters are quite special. If sold at Wangyuan, they could become very popular. The fish cakes are even better than any he had before, fragrant but not greasy, soft and sticky, with a light, fresh aroma. They taste wonderful. If sold at a restaurant, they would surely attract many customers. Many wealthy merchants love trying new and interesting foods. Hearing his words, Bai Qingyao didn't hide anything and spoke directly. How much are you willing to pay, shopkeeper? From her tone, there was still hope. Su Ming quickly responded. He had already researched before coming here. These oysters are common along the coast, but they grow on rocks. Before Bai Qingyao started selling them, no one had eaten these things. They come in large shells, which are hard to carry, and the meat is scarce. Fishermen who could fill their stomachs usually didn't bother with them. Most importantly, they didn't know how to prepare them. Bai Qingyao's success was mainly because of her special dipping sauce. He had studied it before, and even the chefs at Wangyuan couldn't match the right amount of ingredients for her sauce. The taste was far superior. In the end, he decided to visit the market himself. Wangyuan became the top restaurant in Taohua Town not only because of its backing but also because of the owner's keen eye for discovering new foods. Customers crave not just delicious food but also novelty. No matter how tasty a dish is, eating too much can get boring. This is why a restaurant owner needs to have a good eye for new things. If the young lady is willing, I will offer 50 taels to buy her sauce recipe. As for the fish cakes and oyster pancakes, I am willing to pay 180 taels. He offered 100 taels for the fish cakes, and for the oyster pancakes, he thought the price should be lower than that of the oysters. Shopkeeper Su is honest. All right, I'll make this deal. However, White Qingyao paused and said, Shopkeeper Su, I can sell you the recipe, but from now on, I will continue to set up my stall in town. I promise I won't sell the recipe to any other restaurant. Are you willing to agree? If he refused, White Qingyao would have to stop selling. She needed money, but she didn't have enough tools to go to deeper sea areas, so she could only pry oysters. Moreover, given the instability of that unreliable system, she wasn't sure when it would upgrade. She couldn't risk her future life just for a small quick profit now. Su Ming looked at her. When he heard his offer, White Qingyao showed no excitement. Instead, she accepted calmly and even discussed conditions with him confidently. Her courage was truly impressive. Of course, that's fine. Since they did business at Wangyua House, it was all voluntary. White Qingyao only stated her request, which was beneficial for Wangyua House. There was no reason for him to refuse. The deal was settled. Once decided, Su Ming had someone prepare the contract. They returned to Wanghua House. Each side kept a copy. After White Qingyao checked that everything was fine, she signed and stamped her thumbprint. Shopkeeper Su looked at the recipe. When he saw that the fish cake was made from fish meat, he was surprised. Fish is usually very fishy and smelly, yet it could be turned into such delicious food. White Qingyao was truly remarkable. He looked up and saw that her face remained calm, with no sign of excitement. He sighed, realizing his vision was still limited. Shopkeeper Su, I look forward to working with you. Miss Bai, I also look forward to working with you. They exchanged smiles. Suddenly, White Qingyao remembered something. Shopkeeper Su, since you've bought the recipe, you probably need a way to buy oysters, right? Oysters aren't very popular yet, but many people saw White Qingyao selling and tried to pry oysters themselves after returning to their villages. Although the taste wasn't as good as White Qingyao's, it was still somewhat fresh and new. Miss Bai, do you have something to say? Honestly, there's a reef in our village. If Shopkeeper Su is willing, I can help inform the villagers so they can pry oysters and sell them to Wanghua House. Then I thank Miss Bai. Hearing this, Su Ming's eyes lit up. Buying the recipe was one thing, but sourcing raw materials was another, especially oysters. Without enough oysters, even with the dipping sauce, it wouldn't be enough. Moreover, Bai Qingyao said those words clearly because she hoped he would agree. Why not help her out by making a favor? This way, not only would the oyster raw materials problem be solved, but she would also gain a favor from Bai Qingyao. Why not do it? By the way, Manager Su, this is some oyster sauce I made during my free time. You can add a little when cooking, it tastes pretty good. This small bottle is a gift for you. Please don't mind it. Thank you very much, Miss Bai. After Bai Qingyao left Moon Gazing Inn, she headed straight to her stall without noticing a woman in a corner of the inn, carrying a basket, staring intently at her with her mouth wide open, almost as if her eyes were about to pop out. Dayuan village. After returning home and putting away her things, Bai Qingyao remembered her business at Moon Gazing Inn. She planned to tidy up and then visit the village chief's house. At this moment, in the center of Dayuan village, where women gathered, a small group was chatting. It was also a place where women often gossip. You all don't know, I saw Bai Qingyao come out of Moon Gazing Inn in town. Moon Gazing Inn? That's the place. How could we, poor folks, afford to eat there? But Bai Qingyao came out of Moon Gazing Inn. One woman in the middle was describing vividly, spitting as she spoke. Really? Some people there asked questions, doubtful. Isn't Bai Qingyao often going to town lately, selling things? Everyone knew that Bai Qingyao had been going out early and returning late recently, supposedly to gather oysters to sell. But they didn't think much of it. Those things growing on rocks? How much could they be worth? And those oysters were hard to gather, as if they were growing on stones. They could hardly be collected in a day's work, earning only a few coins. It was better to farm honestly. Ugh, the woman rolled her eyes disdainfully. You believe whatever she says? Who knows what she's really doing in town? But she has 3 kids with her, right? What else could she be doing? Her last words were spoken softly, but many still heard her. Anyway, I didn't see the 3 little ones. Everyone knows what Bai Qingyao used to look like. Maybe those 3 kids have already been sold by her. What? A gasp sounded around. Everyone looked at the woman in disbelief. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not lying, she had done this kind of thing before.
Ah.
In that case, the 3 little ones of the Gu family. Many people looked regretful. Among the crowd, a middle-aged woman heard this and frowned silently, then quietly left and went straight home. Once home, she didn't stay long and went directly to the main hall. As soon as she entered, she saw a man sitting on a wooden bed, had bowed, lost in thought. Hearing the noise, he looked up. You're back? You can still stay at home. Do you know something serious has happened? What happened? Gu Jingde frowned and looked at his wife. He saw Xuaningxiang with an anxious look. Bai Qingyao sold Xian and the others. How can you still stay calm? Who told you that? Gu Jingde frowned. A few days ago, he saw Xian and the others. They looked much healthier than before. Also, Bai Qingyao seemed to have changed a lot. Where did these rumors come from now? I just passed by Shui Lake and heard Grandma Ge describing vividly that she saw Bai Qingyao sell Xian and the others. What? That's impossible. Gu Jingde slammed the table in front of him and stood up angrily, then went outside. Xuanning put down what she was holding and quickly followed. The Gu family. Bai Qingyao looked at the silver in her hand, 232 taels of silver, and some broken silver coins nearby, smiling with satisfaction. 200 taels were from selling the formula. If not in a hurry for money, cooperation would have been better. But it didn't matter. With this silver, she could build a new house. She could also add many things, and there would be plenty of chances to work together later. Her mind held more than 1 or 2 formulas. Mother, so much money. Gu Zhihui looked at the silver in front of him, eyes shining. 200 taels in banknotes, the rest in silver coins. Yes, now that we have silver, we can build a big house. No one will be able to break in. Their small, dilapidated thatched house and the surrounding wall were already worn out. If they didn't build a new house, she would be worried every time she went out. It wasn't about the money. She could store that in her space, but she was worried about the 3 little ones. She didn't dare leave them alone in such a house. Build a big house. Yes, a big house. Then Axian and the others won't go hungry anymore. I'm not hungry anymore, Gu Zhihui excitedly shouted, while Gu Zishuan frowned and stepped forward. Mother, Zishuan, what's wrong? Gu Zishuan, the oldest of the 3 children, was also the most thoughtful. Bai Qingyao paid more attention to his emotions. Mother, we earned some money. Let's pay back Grandma first. Although the original person was unkind to them before, she was still their nominal mother. She often went back to her family to get things, and once she even brought back a lot of money. Gu Zhihui saw it and was scolded by the original person. He remembered then that even though the money was from her, since she was married into the Gu family, the money also belonged to the Gu family in the eyes of outsiders. Bai Qingyao felt awkward. If Gu Zishuan hadn't spoken, she would have forgotten about this. Thinking of this, Bai Qingyao sighed. The original person was truly selfish. In her memory, the original person's family also pampered her. Even though their situation was poor, they still cared for Bai Qingyao. But the last time she went back, she took the money her mother had saved for a long time to marry her brother, and she did so as if it was only natural. Bai Qingyao. That original person was really hard to judge. She was selfish and only cared about herself, with no real family feelings. All right, mother, I remember. No matter what, she still had to repay the debt the original person owed. She needed to find a chance to go back, or misunderstandings would only deepen. While she was thinking, a commotion came from the yard. Bai Qingyao, come out here. You're a wicked woman. Why can't you accept 3 children? Bai Qingyao, come out. Bai Qingyao frowned and put away the silver and money on the bed. Over there, Gu Zijing had already run out after hearing the noise and bumped into Gu Jingde, who was rushing over. Ah, Jing? Why are you at home? Gu Zijing was a bit confused when he heard Gu Jingde's words. Village chief, I'm not at home. Where am I then? And where are your brothers? They are with mother in the house. They had been counting money just now, and when they heard the noise, he ran out. Village chief, are you looking for my mother? Gu Zijing looked at Gu Jingde, then turned his head. Mother, the village chief is looking for you. Ah Jing. Before Gu Jingde could speak, Gu Zijing's voice had already gone out. Gu Jingde felt a bit awkward. He looked up and saw Bai Qingyao coming out of the house. Village chief, are you looking for me? She was just about to go to the village chief's house, but unexpectedly, Gu Jingde arrived at her home first, and Bai Qingyao saw a crowd gathered in front of her door. She frowned and wondered what had happened. Along with her, Gu Zichuan and Gu Zhihui came out. Gu Jingde felt a bit awkward. What is going on? Aren't Ah Xian and Ah Jing just at home happily? Ahem. Everyone is at home. Bai Qingyao didn't speak at this moment, but she noticed many people showing strange expressions after seeing the 3 little ones. Old Lady Go was also among the crowd. When she met Bai Qingyao's gaze, she felt guilty and lowered her head. With this group of people looking like they were here to blame her, it was easy to guess. They probably thought she sold the 3 children. She suppressed her strange feelings and looked up at Gu Jingde. Village chief, may I ask what brings you to my house? Gu Jingde looked a bit embarrassed and cleared his throat. He hesitated for a long time but couldn't say anything. It was Xiang who stepped forward. Qingyao, I just heard in the village that you bought the 3 children again. Your Uncle Gu hurried over here. Don't think too much about it. Xiang also felt awkward. After all, she was the one who told Gu Jingde the false news. Seeing this, old lady Ge sensed trouble and tried to sneak away. Xiang saw her and quickly shouted, Old lady Ge, stop right there. Hearing Xiang's angry voice, old lady Ge paused slightly, froze in place, then reacted and started to run. But now, with many people outside the door, she couldn't run away easily. What were you saying in the village just now? I didn't say anything. Old lady Ge looked away nervously when faced with her. Didn't you say the Gu family sold the 3 children? Old lady Ji's voice faltered. She hadn't seen Bai Qingyao take the 3 little ones to the 9-story building of Wangyue residence, so she naturally thought Bai Qingyao had done something to get there. Otherwise, where did she get so much money? Ding, new task issued. Lead the people of Dayuan village to go sea diving, make more marine creatures appear. If successful, earn 10 points and a random gift pack. If failed, deduct existing points and reclaim 1 previous gift pack. By Qingyao. This damn system. Now, the people of Dayuan village hardly trusted her. Why does this system want her to lead them to sea dive? The reason I discussed that condition with shopkeeper Su from Wangyue residence was because she lives in Dayuan village. The oyster matter can't be kept secret forever, so it's better to exchange a favor within the village. Moreover, she is still living with the 3 little ones in the village. I didn't see the 3 children at the time, and Bai Qingyao also went to Wangyue residence. Gu's family is so poor. How could she possibly afford to go there? Hearing Grandma Ji's words, Bai Qingyao couldn't help but laugh in anger.
I don't know about that.
Is going to Wangyue residence just for entertainment? Can I do other things there? Doing other things? Grandma Gus sneered at her dismissively. Everyone knows you're lazy and greedy in the village. Going to Wangyue residence, are you just there for business? You're right, I am there for business. Bai Qingyao didn't want to argue with her. Such comments have always existed because of the impression the original self left on them. These impressions can change over time. Bai Qingyao wants to show them she is no longer the same Bai Qingyao as before. She looked up at Gu Jingde beside her and continued speaking. Village chief, you're just in time. I won't have to make another trip later. Most villagers were present now, so she decided to speak directly. Wangyue Residence's shopkeeper plans to buy oysters at 2 coins per 2 jin. Since Dayuan village is near the sea and has a reef area with many oysters, if villagers are interested, you can tell me. I'll report back to shopkeeper Su. Hearing this, Gu Jingde became excited.
Gu.
Qingyao, is what you're saying true? Dayuan village seems spacious, but many people still can't get enough to eat. Fishing is risky, and many go out to sea because of necessity. Although oysters are hard to pry open, village women often do it in their free time to supplement their family income. That was Bai Qingyao's initial idea. Yes, Bai Qingyao nodded. But the oysters must be large. Big oysters fetch a better price, while small ones are cheaper. Also, when opening oysters, they must stay intact to keep them fresh. If oysters are damaged, especially in summer without ice, they can spoil quickly. It would be a loss. Small oysters can be used to make oyster pancakes. As for the fish used in fish cakes, Bai Qingyao didn't mention it to Su Ming. Since Wangyue Residence is the top restaurant in Taohua Town, it has its own dedicated supply channels. Gu Jingde felt guilty after hearing Bai Qingyao's words and looked at her with some embarrassment. Young Miss Qingyao, I'm sorry. I misunderstood earlier. He shouldn't have come to accuse her without knowing the full story. At least, he should have understood the truth before speaking. Seeing this, Xiang hurried forward. Qingyao, it's my fault. I believed others' words and misunderstood you. If you want to blame someone, blame me, not Uncle Gu. He's just worried about the 3 little ones. Uncle, I understand. Because of past mistakes, it's normal for them not to trust her. But because of this, Bai Qingyao could see they truly cared for the 3 children, even more responsible than Uncle Gu Yichen's older brother and sister-in-law. Village chief uncle, my mother is very kind. She would never sell us. Gu Zijing, caught between them, understood what they were saying and couldn't help but speak up in protest. Gu Zishuan and Gu Zihui nodded in agreement. Gu Jingde felt a bit awkward and cleared his throat. Young Miss Qingyao, I will handle this matter. Once I confirm everything, I will tell you. This was a good thing for the village, harmless and beneficial. How could he not be excited? Okay, Gu family, did you really make money from harvesting oysters? Grandma Ge, now understanding, stepped forward with a flattering look, staring intently at Bai Qingyao. I knew it. Where did you get the money to go to Manhwa house? You must have made a lot of money. Now you're telling us? Has the money already been earned by you? Grandma Ge, hearing her words, Gu Jingde's face darkened. What is she saying? Bai Qingyao earning money is her own skill. What is Grandma Ge talking about? Moreover, Bai Qingyao sharing this with them and working together to earn money should be something to be grateful for. Village chief, I'm telling the truth. I saw Bai Qingyao coming back from town with big bags and small bags. If she wasn't earning money, what else could it be? This reef is in the village. How could she earn black money alone? I think this money should be shared equally. She had already noticed that the 3 children next to her were wearing new clothes that didn't look cheap. Bai Qingyao must have earned quite a bit of money. Many people, hearing Grandma Ge, felt tempted but didn't speak up. Bai Qingyao sneered coldly. I earn my money through my own skills. What does it have to do with you? Since you mentioned it, I saw you sneaking out from the back mountain that day. Did you find some treasure? That thing belongs to the village too. Shouldn't it be shared equally? Why should I share? If I find something, it's mine. Why give some to you? The back mountain isn't yours. That day, she was actually collecting eggs from the back mountain, but unexpectedly, that foolish girl saw her. You knew about it too? White Qingyao just said it casually, but surprisingly, she guessed right. If that's the case, then the oysters I found should be mine. Your things are yours, and my things are mine? That's not fair. While saying this, White Qingyao looked around at the villagers. She knew that after Grandma Ge finished speaking, many people probably had some thoughts. She's not a pushover. If everyone really believes Grandma Ge is right, why not show some kindness and contribute some silver coins for everyone? I believe everyone would be very grateful. Hearing this, the people who had some ideas suddenly lost their courage. Not to mention how much they could get, they didn't want to share their money at all.
You.
Grandma Ge didn't expect White Qingyao to be so eloquent and quick-witted. She was so angry her face turned pale. Enough. Grandma Ge, go home. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Seeing Gu Jingde's dark expression, Grandma Ge quickly swallowed her words and didn't dare to speak anymore. Sorry, Qingyao. After saying that, Gu Jingde, with a dark face, drove everyone away. When they left, Gu Zijing sat on a small stone bench in front of the door, panting. White Qingyao looked at him and crouched down. Ah Jing, what's wrong? At this moment, Gu Zijing's face was red, and his brows were tightly furrowed. He looked angry and stammered as he spoke. He didn't know how to describe those people, but they were just too mean. He hated them. Mother, how can they say such things? Mother had changed completely from before. Now, she was the best mother in the world. Ah Jing, never mind what others say. Just be yourself. They said that to anger you, to find a weakness and control you.
Huh?
Gu Zijing looked up confused. But they still want to take our family's money. That was earned with mother's hard work. Hui also said, that is our family's money. Our money belongs to us. Yes. After comforting them, Bai Qingyao did not forget the land dragon and fishing net she left in the sea. 9 hours have passed since the 24-hour deadline. If they go to collect it tomorrow morning, they might be too late. Also, she wasn't sure if they could catch yellowfin bream. Mother, we want to go too. Bai Qingyao thought for a moment. After what happened earlier, many people were probably watching their family. Bringing the 3 little ones was safer. Gu Zhixian went to a corner nearby and picked up a basket. Since they were going to the seaside with Bai Qingyao, they couldn't go empty-handed. The clams they dug last time were edible, so this time they planned to dig some more. Let's go. Bai Qingyao closed the door with the 3 little ones and headed toward the reef. When they arrived, Bai Qingyao saw the waves crashing against the rocks nearby, with very strong splashes. Xian, keep the brothers nearby and don't get too close to the water. Okay. She turned around and went to the other side of the rocks. It wasn't high tide yet, but the waves were loud. She was worried about sudden accidents, so she asked Gu Zaixian to watch the brothers carefully. When she reached the other side, she saw that the fishing net's rope was still intact, tied to a nearby rock. There was no sign of wear at all. Given the strong waves and the rope being tied to the rocks, there should have been some damage, but the rope was perfectly fine. Could it be that the rope was given by Tai Mei? She wasn't sure what kind of silk thread was used to make these nets, but she was certain it wasn't ordinary thread. Even so, it was beyond what this era's technology could normally produce. Bai Qingyao ignored it and directly untied the rope, pulling it up. At first, she couldn't lift it. She was stunned. After just a morning and a little afternoon, there was already so much inside. She took a step back, one foot on the reef in front of her, and gently applied force to lift the net. The net left the water and revealed what was inside. Bai Qingyao glanced casually and saw lively jumping fish inside. There really was yellowfin bream, and they were quite large. They were still alive and jumping. The net was on the reef, and Bai Qingyao finally saw clearly what was inside. There were yellowfin bream, yellow croaker, several octopuses, an eel, crabs, and other scattered seafood. Of course, the fishing net also contained many dry branches and decayed grass, which were probably originally from the ocean and got caught in the net. Overall, the harvest was very plentiful. She placed the net directly into a basket, planning to sort through it at home. These items don't last long, and if not eaten quickly, they can spoil and smell bad in the summer. She needed to think of a way to handle them. Carrying the basket, she went to the beach and saw 3 little ones sitting on the ground, digging in the sand. The sand here is soft, and few people come this way, so there are quite a few clams buried in the sand. In just a short while, the 3 little ones had dug up many clams. Seeing Bai Qingyao approach, Gu Zihui got up from the ground, ignoring the sand on him, and hurriedly ran into Bai Qingyao's arms. Bai Qingyao placed the basket on the ground, and Gu Zihui looked inside, his eyes suddenly wide with surprise. Mother, so many fish. Hearing his exclamation, Gu Zishuan and Gu Zijing immediately looked over and saw the contents in the basket, opening their mouths in shock. Their 3 little faces were full of excitement. Not only fish, but also things they didn't recognize. Everyone was alive and surprisingly quiet inside the basket. They had seen small crabs on the sand before, but never such large ones, bigger than the blue swimmer crabs Bai Qingyao brought home last time. Alright, dig some more. Later, Mother will cook something delicious for you, okay? Okay. Today, they caught some crabs, and they were quite big. She needed to think carefully about how to prepare them. As for the eel, there was some white rice at home, so she could make eel rice. At the Gu family courtyard, Bai Qingyao cleaned the yard thoroughly. She laid a few large leaves on the ground and then poured out the fishing net from the basket. As soon as it hit the ground, the fish inside jumped lively, splashing seawater and mucus everywhere. She looked down at the contents on her body with a helpless sigh. That's the downside of fishing. She smelled of fish and seaweed. But she didn't mind at all. She rolled up her sleeves, sat on a small stool, and began to take out everything from the net. The fishing net produced by the system was different from the ones she had seen before. The net was very smooth, with just a slight shake. Many sea creatures fell out. This net could catch the catch securely, without letting them escape easily. Additionally, removing the goods was very smooth. Gu Zishuan saw Bai Qingyao busy working and picked up a small broom to sweep the yard. Suddenly, there was a creaking sound at the gate. Gu Zishuan instinctively looked up from his broom. He saw Granny Zhang walking in from outside, carrying a bowl. Bai Qingyao also heard the noise, looked up, but because her hands were sticky from handling the goods in the fishing net, she had to wipe her hands on her patched apron. Granny Zhang glanced around the yard and paused when she saw the fishing net in front of Bai Qingyao. Her eyes widened in shock when she saw the fish and shrimp in the wooden basin. She knew Bai Qingyao had been going to the sea recently, but she didn't expect that besides finding oysters, she could catch so many other things. And those fish could only be caught by fishing, right? She casually placed the bowl on the old wooden table in the yard. Dahu went to the mountain today and caught a wild chicken and some meat to help the three little ones get stronger. Behind you in village is a mountain, but near the sea, there is another mountain. From the high ground, you can see the endless sea with many protrusions. These are deserted small islands. However, fishermen here rarely dared to go to the islands because they didn't know if there were wild animals there. If there were, their safety wouldn't be guaranteed. Most people gave up the idea of going to the islands. A few fishermen who risked their lives to go to the islands didn't find many prey. Over time, no one went to those islands anymore. Bai Qingyao took out a bench from behind and placed it in front of Granny Zhang. "Thank you, Granny Zhang. Grandma, please sit down. I'll pour you some water." After speaking, Bai Qingyao turned and went into the house, coming out with a water jug in her hand. Granny Zhang sat down and watched Bai Qingyao pour water skillfully. After a moment of silence, she looked up and spoke. "About the oysters, actually, Granny Zhang, I know what you're going to say." Bai Qingyao smiled. Although she hadn't been here long, she had learned a little about Granny Zhang during this time. "I used to live a muddled life and was often cared for by the villagers. Now that I have the chance to repay my neighbors, I feel more relaxed. Moreover, the oysters that Wangyu Aja needs daily are more than I can handle alone." I just spoke a few more words in front of Manager Su. Aunt Zhang shook her head and said, "There are seas all around Peach Blossom Town. Where aren't there these things? The moon-gazing residence is so famous. Surely they can find someone to open oysters." In the end, it was Bai Qingyao who helped the villagers. "Aunt Zhang, you really overestimate me. I want to help the villagers, but only if it doesn't affect my own interests. If she had no personal gain, she wouldn't bother with these tiring and thankless tasks. She sold her recipe and made a small fortune, so she naturally wanted to handle the follow-up matters well." Aunt Zhang listened to her talk so much, then finally stopped and didn't say anything more. "Oh, Aunt Zhang, do you know anyone in the village who is good at craftsmanship? I want to build a house." "Build a house." Hearing Bai Qingyao's words, Aunt Zhang was surprised. Building a house is not a small matter, yet Bai Qingyao said it so casually. The villagers usually build houses with bricks, and the work is handled by old Gu at the village head's house. But in recent years, few people have built new houses, and old Gu hasn't helped anyone build a house for a long time, Aunt Zhang roughly explained, and Bai Qingyao got a general idea. "By the way, if you're going to build a house, will it be here?" Aunt Zhang looked at her thatched cottage. If she built a house here, they would have nowhere to go for a while. After all, if she built a house, they would have no other place to live. Bai Qingyao shook her head. This place isn't really hers, and even if she built a house, she preferred to be closer to the sea so she could go fishing more easily. Aunt Zhang frowned. "You want to buy land and build a house?" Seeing Aunt Zhang's expression, Bai Qingyao was a bit puzzled. "Is there a problem?" There wasn't really a problem, but the only suitable land for building was near the foot of the mountain or along the coast. That place isn't very good. Actually, those plots of land had been empty for a long time, and no one had bought them. Bai Qingyao nodded thoughtfully, but a clever glint flashed in her eyes. Aunt Zhang's words were just what she wanted, wasn't it? "I understand, Aunt Zhang." She appreciated the kindness, and she wouldn't refuse help. Aunt Zhang didn't know how much she understood, but she had said everything she needed to. In the end, Bai Qingyao's choice would depend on herself. She sighed. "I've said everything I need to say. I'm going back now. As for buying land and building a house, you can think it over yourself. The Gu family house is quite old. Although it has been repaired when Gu Yi was at home, several years have passed. It is still livable but very dangerous." In Bai Qingyao's eyes, this place now looks like a dangerous building. "I understand, Aunt Zhang." Bai Qingyao lowered her eyes. She currently has less than 300 taels of silver. If she buys the land at the foot of the mountain and builds a house, it will definitely not be enough. She mentally calculated that this matter is not urgent. She needs to think carefully and inspect everything before making a decision. Aunt Zhang left the Gu family. Bai Qingyao quickly finished her work, took everything out of the fishing net, and it added up to a large bucket. There were several fish. They definitely couldn't finish eating today. When she returns the bowls to the Zhang family later, Bai Qingyao plans to give them one fish. The rest, if not eaten, will be preserved as smoked fish. When she has free time, Bai Qingyao washes her hands and returns to her room. Inside the room, Tortoiseshell is happily eating the fish Bai Qingyao made. Cough cough, Bai Qingyao walks over and clears her throat lightly. Tortoiseshell, who was originally focused on eating, slowly lifts its head when it hears her. Little girl, what good food do you have for me? Today she left the small fishing boat on the shore. Although the boat looks old and worn, it is surprisingly sturdy. How can you spit out the fishing boat? Hearing this, Tortoiseshell casually responds. We tortoises have many treasures on our bodies. Our shells have a huge capacity, able to hold everything in the world. When needed, we can spit things out at any time. Those things are what I swallowed before, made from the best materials. However, it has swallowed too much, and now it spits out whatever comes out. It didn't mention this naturally, or Bai Qingyao would think it unreliable again.
All right.
Hearing this, Bai Qingyao falls into silence. On the other hand, although it's just an old fishing boat, now that she has a fishing net and a small boat, she can go fishing at sea. In the future, she will have more options for making a living. But just collecting these won't earn much money. She must think of a long-term way to make a profit. Mother, what are we going to eat tonight? While thinking, a voice suddenly sounded beside him. Bai Qingyao looked down and saw Gu Zhihui still holding a shell, tilting his head and staring intently at her. The small shell had already been smoothed over with no sharp edges, so it wouldn't hurt his hand. How about we eat eel rice today? Eel rice. Bai Qingyao's eyes lit up. She knew what to do next. The process of making oyster sauce wouldn't be delayed, but it wouldn't interfere with other ways to earn money. Also, the bottle of oyster sauce at Wangyue residence should be useful soon. Wangyue residence in Peach Blossom Town. Su Minggang received the recipe and immediately asked the kitchen to start making it. Oysters couldn't be delivered quickly, but they could definitely make the fish cakes. Every day, fresh fish was delivered to Wangyue residence. Even if the dishes weren't as delicious as Bai Qingyao's, the place was well known, and many people came because of its reputation. Boss, it's ready. The head chef brought the freshly made fish cakes to the table, blinking at Su Ming. After the boss returned, he handed him the recipe directly. Su Ming read it and wasn't very optimistic. He knew how fish could be quite fishy, and now the boss wanted him to make fish cakes with fish. He couldn't accept that. Fish-based pastries would have a very strange taste. However, Su Ming was firm and had to follow the instructions. Unexpectedly, the fish cakes, once made, first impressed him. The flavor could only be described with one word: delicious. He never thought that something made from such fish could smell so good. It was simply incredible. Su Ming looked at the steaming fish cake in front of him, his eyes brightening. He casually took a piece and took a bite. Frowning slightly, it wasn't as tasty as Bai Qingyao's, but it was not far off. This was the first time the chef had made fish cakes, so whether in technique or heat control, there were some differences. Reaching this point was already very good. Go, make more, and give each table a small plate as a free gift. Yes. Hearing Su Ming's orders, the chef quickly nodded. His instructions made sense. After all, he was the boss, and Su Ming had contributed greatly to Wangyue Residence's success. Wait, Chef Zhang, I also brought back a small jar of oyster sauce today. Yes, oyster sauce. Add some when you cook later. Understood. After Chef Zhang left, a gleam appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and a happy smile spread across his face. Each table was given a plate. Although he felt a bit sad, the fish cake was new and not well known. Only after guests tasted it could their craving be sparked. I must say, Su Ming truly knows how to attract people's hearts as the manager of Wangyue House. Chef Zhang was quick. He made a few dishes with oyster sauce. He tasted one first and immediately looked surprised. The dishes with oyster sauce were especially delicious. No one knew where the manager found such magical ingredients. Meanwhile, at the Gu family, Mother, what is eel rice? Bai Qingyao raised her hand and pointed to the eel nearby. It's made from this kind of fish. They are fried until golden, then mixed with other ingredients, and the three little ones had run over from somewhere nearby. Hearing Bai Qingyao, they instinctively swallowed their saliva. Is it tasty? Gulp. Gu Zijing swallowed and looked at Bai Qingyao. Whether it's good or not, aging will find out soon. She reached out and gently poked Gu Zijing's little nose. Then she turned around and picked up the wooden box behind her to cook for them. Dinner was simple, a plate of eel rice, and Bai Qingyao also made fish soup for them. All the nutrients were cooked into the milky fish soup. The three little ones drank it, their lips shining with a white glow. The rice was topped with thick slices of eel. The fragrant broth soaked into the rice, making it look especially tasty. Gu Zijing couldn't wait. He took a bite of the eel rice, which he had already been told about, and his eyes lit up immediately. Mother, it's delicious. Eat more if you like. First, drink some fish soup, then eat slowly. Thank you, Mother. Gu Zishuan took the fish soup, his face slightly reddening. Bai Qingyao didn't speak again. She hadn't eaten much. She was still trying to lose weight, and too much oil wasn't good for her. Fortunately, she had collected some seaweed at the beach earlier and made seaweed soup. For dinner, she drank seaweed soup with plain rice. Burp. After eating and drinking enough, the three little ones patted their bellies happily and burped contentedly. Seeing them like that, Bai Qingyao couldn't help but chuckle softly. All right, rest for a while. Mother will go out for a bit and come back soon. Be good at home, okay? Mother, I will watch over my brothers. Gu Zishuan looked up at Bai Qingyao with a determined expression. Okay, then I'll leave it to Zishuan. Reef Beach, Bai Qingyao hasn't forgotten. This morning, she placed a small land dragon on the reef beach. When she went to retrieve the fishing net, she didn't take it back. Since she plans to use seafood for cooking, the food inside the land dragon should help her. Walking to the place where she released the land dragon earlier, Bai Qingyao glanced at it. The seawater was a bit rough, and she wasn't sure if the land dragon had been washed away. She picked up the line tied nearby and pulled the land dragon out of the water. Seeing the lively, jumping prawns inside, Bai Qingyao's eyes widened. She had only put a little bait given by tortoise shell inside, yet it attracted so many prawns. Splash. Water splashed onto the ground. The land dragon was completely out of the sea, holding a large basket full of prawns, which felt quite heavy. Just after being pulled ashore, the prawns inside were still lively and jumping. Bai Qingyao looked down. Besides the prawns, there were sea snails and crabs. There were also some fish, including a chubby, round thing that caught her attention. It turned out to be a small pufferfish. She had never seen a pufferfish in the sea before. The land dragon was placed on the rocks. She opened its mouth and took out the pufferfish. It looked like a tiny hedgehog, covered in spines, looking very interesting. However, although pufferfish can be eaten if not handled properly, it could be deadly. For her own safety, she decided not to think about eating the pufferfish. Bang! She raised her hand and threw the small pufferfish back into the sea, then carried the land dragon towards home. The next day, early in the morning, Bai Qingyao got up. Instead of going to sea, she took out the fresh prawns she processed yesterday. Some of the prawns had already been cleaned, with the meat set aside. She planned to make a hearty broth with the rest, then use it to cook dishes. These small seafood items are not easy to sell on the market and are very cheap, but when made into food, many people would like it. First, she decided to make seafood noodles. Whether wide noodles, thin noodles, or others, using seafood broth as the base, topped with garnishes, will taste very delicious. Many hardworking people in town, after a tiring day, eating a bowl of seafood noodles would leave them with a wonderful memory. Bai Qingyao was busy preparing the broth. After finishing, she spooned it into wooden buckets. When the three little ones woke up, they saw Bai Qingyao busy in the yard, with a strong aroma filling the air. Mom, it smells so good. You all go play for a while. Breakfast will be ready soon. If you're hungry, you can eat a fish cake from the table. Okay. Gu Zhihuai took a fish cake and went straight to the big gate, sitting on a small stone bench in front of it. Soon, a chubby little figure approached from not far away. When he saw him, Gu Zhihuai's small body instinctively trembled. His hand holding the fish cake tightened. Before he could stand up, The little figure rushed over like a firecracker, showing a fierce look on his face. "Gu Zhihui, you little brat, how dare you run away when you see me?" The chubby little figure ran up to Gu Zhihui, saw what he was holding, and immediately pushed him aside, grabbing the fish cake from his hand. Bang! Gu Zhihui was pushed down, his legs buckled, and he sat on the ground. "These things are not for you to eat. They are mine." The chubby kid, Gu Zhihui's younger brother Gu Zeliang, bit a big piece of the fish cake after grabbing it. He didn't expect it to be so tasty. He finished it in just a few bites. Gu Zhihui's eyes reddened as he was pushed to the ground, but he remembered his mother's words, "A real man shouldn't cry." He forced back his tears.
But
his snack was taken away. Gu Zishuan came out of the yard and saw Gu Zhihui sitting alone on the ground, with a small chubby boy standing in front of him.
his face changed.
He quickly stepped forward to help Gu Zhihui up. "Gu Zeliang, what are you doing?" Gu Zishuan, a few years older than Gu Zeliang, stood in front of him. Gu Zeliang only saw a shadow looming over him and then looked at Gu Zishuan. He backed away a few steps, feeling a bit scared. "Are you going to do something? Did you push Ahuai?" Gu Zishuan looked at Gu Zeliang with a blank expression, a hint of anger in his eyes. Gu Zeliang was the grandson of the Gu family's eldest uncle. When he was at his uncle's house, he often bullied Ahuai, even stealing their food. Back then, Bai Qingyao didn't care about them, so when they were bullied, they could only swallow their pain. But now, things are different. Bai Qingyao has become better and is protecting them. "I pushed him, so what?" Thinking of what happened at their house before, Gu Zeliang raised his head proudly. "All of you are raised by my grandparents. Everything in the house should belong to me. Who told you all to secretly eat good food behind my back? You little brats, what right do you have to eat such delicious things? A group of unlucky people all doomed." Oh no! Before Gu Zeliang could finish speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his ears.
Who
dares to pull me?" Gu Zeliang, a chubby little boy, turned around and saw Bai Qingyao's stern face. He quickly swallowed his words. But then he thought of something and pointed at her.
"Ugly
"Monster, you actually dared to pull me. I will tell my grandma." In the past, Bai Qingyao was very afraid of the Gu family's eldest aunt. He thought that if he mentioned her, Bai Qingyao would be scared. "Little brat, daring to bully my Ahuai, I will teach you a good lesson on behalf of your grandma." Seeing Gu Zhihui with red, teary eyes and looking wronged but unable to speak, Bai Qingyao felt her heart ache. This chubby kid used to bully Ahuai many times. Today, he must remember this lesson. "If you dare hit me, I will tell my grandma to beat you to death." He was just a kid about Gu Zixing's age, yet he kept talking about beating to death. She wondered what young Chunhua had fed him. Ahuai was younger than him, but he could hit him. Bai Qingyao looked around and saw a small stick nearby. She picked it up and aimed it straight at Gu Zeliang's backside. Anyway, she had a bad reputation in the village. At worst, she'd be known as someone who bullied children. "If you bully Ahuai again, I'll throw you into the sea to feed the fish." Perhaps Bai Qingyao's tone was a bit harsh. After hearing this, Gu Zeliang pouted and burst into loud tears. "You dare! I will make my grandma beat you to death." After saying that, he covered his bottom with one hand and ran back toward his home. Bai Qingyao didn't bother to chase him anymore. Bullying a kid was really shameful, but if she didn't punish him, he would keep bullying Ahuai and the others. Let's go home." At the entrance of Dayuan village, a carriage slowly approached the village. The driver sitting at the front spoke to those behind. "Shopkeeper, we've arrived at Dayuan village." Hearing this, the people inside lifted the curtain and looked out. In front of them was a large stone with the words Dayuan village carved on it. Most of the houses inside were made of thatch. It was clear that this village was quite poor. As the carriage entered the village, many villagers looked up and stared with surprise. Such carriages are too expensive for ordinary people. Only wealthy families can afford them. Now they have unexpectedly arrived in their village. Su Ming stepped down from the carriage, looked at the person in front of him, smiled warmly, and had a gentle expression. "Madam, do you know where Miss Bai Qingyao's family lives?" Bai Qingyao, hearing this name, the woman was momentarily stunned. then her face changed. Isn't that the troublemaker from the Gu family? That person's name? Seeing the man in front of her, she became cautious.
Who are you?
What do you want with her? Su-ming didn't expect the woman to suddenly become so emotional. He hesitated for a moment, but quickly recovered. Before he could speak, a voice came from nearby. This is Su Zhonggui from Manhwa residence. Yes, that's Su Zhonggui. I saw him when I went to the town earlier. It's Su Zhonggui. I saw him too. Hearing the voices, the woman looked suspicious and asked, Are you really Su Zhonggui? Su-ming quickly composed himself. I am Su-ming. He wanted to say more but saw the woman suddenly change her expression, then smile. Oh dear, I was wondering why the magpie was chirping so loudly this morning. Turns out, there's a distinguished guest. Su Zhonggui, Gu's family is right behind the village. Come on, I have nothing to do. I'll take you there. Su-ming? What's going on? Just a moment ago, she looked very cautious. Why is she suddenly so enthusiastic? Her change of attitude was too quick. But Su-ming, having experienced many storms, saw her behavior and didn't think much. Thank you for your kindness, but just showing me the way is enough. All right, follow this road straight ahead, then turn right after a fork in the road. The thatched house at the very edge is Gu's family. Thank you. Su-ming expressed his gratitude to the woman, then returned to his carriage and headed straight toward Bai Qingyao's home. After he left, the villagers who had been standing there suddenly burst into conversation. Was that really Su Zhonggui from Manhwa residence just now? Could it be that what the Gu family said is true? Those stones on the ground, can they really be sold for money? That it seems like it's probably true. That Su-ming didn't know what they were thinking now. All he cared about was finding Bai Qingyao as soon as possible. Yesterday, after cooking with her oyster sauce, guests kept coming one after another. The small jar of oyster sauce I brought back was used up in just one day. Yesterday, when closing, many customers still wanted to stay longer and said they would come back today to Wanggueju. But Wanggueju's oyster sauce was already finished, so he had no choice but to rush to Dayuan village. Shopkeeper, it smells so good. I wonder which family's food is so fragrant. The groom who followed Su-ming sniffed the air, smelling the delicious aroma, and looked surprised. This smell was even more tempting than the food at their restaurant. Su-ming also caught the scent in the air. As the owner of Wanggueju, his sense of smell was much sharper than usual. But he temporarily hid the strange look in his eyes. He hadn't forgotten his task for today. He walked to Gu's house, looked at the simple door in front, and didn't show any contempt. Instead, he tidied his clothes, held his head high, and walked to the door, grabbing the latch. Knock, knock. The door was knocked on. Su-ming heard footsteps approaching from inside, along with a childish voice. Who is it? Right after their door closed, someone came to knock. Gu Zixing frowned, glanced at Bai Qingyao, who was still busy nearby, and strode toward the door. Squeak. The door opened, revealing the person outside. A strong aroma hit him, making the two tired-looking people feel dizzy from the scent. Is this Wanggueju's shopkeeper? Hearing the voice, Su-ming finally snapped out of his surprise. He looked up but didn't see anyone, then heard a voice and instinctively lowered his head. Yesterday, Bai Qingyao took the 3 children to Wanggueju, and Gu Zixing and the others had seen Su-ming before. Mother, shopkeeper Su is here. Gu Zixing looked at him, then turned and ran back into the yard. Bai Qingyao heard Gu Zixing's voice, paused slightly in her actions, finished serving the last bowl of soup, took off her apron, and headed towards Su-ming and the others. Shopkeeper Su? Miss Bai, I apologize for the intrusion. Su shopkeeper, you're too polite. Please come inside. Following Bai Qingyao into the yard, Su-ming and his companions entered. Once inside, the aroma grew even stronger, making his stomach growl loudly. Shopkeeper Su, you came just in time. If you don't mind, would you like to join us for a meal? Su-ming felt a bit awkward. Normally, he shouldn't eat, but the smell was just too tempting. Then, thank you very much, Miss Bai. Bai Qingyao smiled, turned around, and went into the kitchen. She brought out 2 bowls and served one for each of them. Simple food, Master Su. Please don't mind. How could I? Miss Bai, you're too modest. Just smelling this aroma makes my cravings come out. Looking at the noodles in front of him, topped with a few shrimp. Master Su, please. The three little ones eagerly watched Bai Qingyao. She added some fish pieces and shrimp to their bowls before speaking. Ashwan, you guys should eat quickly too. Although Gu Zihuai was young, Bai Qingyao had made a special dining chair for him in the past few days, so he could sit comfortably while eating. His eating speed was a bit slow. After taking a bite, Su Ming was immediately captivated by the flavor. The rich broth, the tender and sweet shrimp, and the soft but slightly chewy noodles, all cooked perfectly. He finished his bowl and felt a bit unsatisfied. Master Su, would you like another bowl? Su Ming's face turned red. No, it's fine. Miss Bai, you've been very kind. Bai Qingyao smiled but didn't speak. Instead, she looked at him. Su Ming straightened up and quickly explained his purpose. Miss Bai, I came here today to talk about oyster sauce. Hearing this, Bai Qingyao wasn't surprised at all. If possible, I'd like to buy the recipe for making oyster sauce. Su Ming stared at Bai Qingyao, but she shook her head. Sorry, Master Su, I don't plan to sell the recipe for oyster sauce. Hearing this, Su Ming felt a bit disappointed. Before he could speak again, Bai Qingyao continued. However, Master Su, we can try a different kind of cooperation. What do you mean? Su Ming was momentarily stunned, not quite understanding. You mean licensing? Profit sharing? He knew about profit sharing, but what did she mean by licensing? That's right. I can authorize you to use the oyster sauce recipe, or you can invest in the business, and after setting up the workshop, share the profits. Su Ming fell silent after hearing this. Bai Qingyao didn't rush. She quietly waited. After a while, Su Ming finally came back to himself, hesitated, and looked up at Bai Qingyao. It had to be said, Bai Qingyao was truly sharp, but she also had the capital to do so. And this kind of cooperation could really be a win-win situation. Although oyster sauce is just a small seasoning, adding it to many dishes can make the flavors richer. Most importantly, Wenggueju is not only in Taohua Town, its main customers are still in the capital city. The capital is full of wealthy and influential people who are generous with their favorite foods. If they had oyster sauce, their business would surely improve even more. But, Miss Bai, if we accept your authorization, wouldn't other restaurants also be able to buy oyster sauce once they get the approval? As expected from the manager of Wenggueju, Su Ming spoke directly. Using oyster sauce alone would make this restaurant more popular, but if more restaurants start using it, Wenggueju would lose its advantage. Su Ming thought about this, and Bai Qingyao also understood. Since it's a partnership, I won't let manager Su down. Bai Qingyao spoke slowly. If Wenggueju becomes a partner in the oyster sauce workshop, they can share in the profits and Wenggueju can get priority for supplies. If the workshop develops other seasonings later, Wenggueju will also have priority. With this, we can also buy oyster sauce directly from you, but these points alone wouldn't fully convince him. Of course. As a partner in the workshop, we won't let manager Su suffer losses. You probably already know that oyster sauce isn't suitable for every dish. If we cooperate, I can tell Wenggueju where the oyster sauce is best used, and I will also give you 2 free recipes. Also, making oyster sauce is complicated and can't be done quickly. It involves careful control of heat and ingredient amounts. If you really get into the details, the process is quite tedious. Moreover, I know that the ingredients include not only oyster sauce but also shrimp powder, crab yolk paste, and others. Bai Qingyao had to show her value clearly so that manager Su would feel more at ease about the partnership. She is now alone and unprotected. If she builds a workshop, there will definitely be many problems later, so she needs a reliable and steady backing. She found out that behind Wenggueju are people from the capital city who can stand among the 2 major families' conflicts and still hold the top position. This shows that Wenggueju's backing is not simple. After hearing Bai Qingyao's words, Su Ming fell silent for a moment. Then he looked up at Bai Qingyao. Miss Bai, if that's the case, I need to inform our employer. After all, he is only the manager of Wenggueju. The true decision-maker is still the employer. Of course, White Qingyao also understood that no one could immediately agree to a cooperation proposal. They needed to consider the risks carefully. After saying this, Ming looked toward the wooden barrel nearby. Miss Bai, what are you doing? I'm planning to set up a stall in town to sell some noodles. I still need a way to earn a living and support my family. She could prepare the noodles in advance, so they could be cooked directly in the pot when taken to town. However, a portable boiler isn't easy to make, especially under the current difficult conditions. White Qingyao had to find other methods and made a simple stove in the morning. But today, she couldn't set up her stall yet because the stove wasn't ready. Ming was surprised. He had been here for a while but hadn't seen the father of the 3 children. He guessed that White Qingyao was raising the children alone, which was quite pitiful. Shopkeeper Su, what do you think of these noodles? Would they sell well in town? Hearing this, Ming quickly snapped out of his thoughts and looked up at White Qingyao. Miss Bai, your cooking skills are excellent. These noodles may look simple, but they are rich and fragrant, with a lingering taste. They are truly top quality. Although it was just a simple noodle dish, it was made with great care. Ming rated it very highly. Such noodles couldn't be made by Chef Zhang at Wangyuan. Thinking of that delicious aroma, Ming involuntarily swallowed and hesitated to speak. By the way, Miss Bai, do you still have oyster sauce at home? The ones they used yesterday were finished. If she didn't have oyster sauce today, many customers might be disappointed. Honestly, Miss Bai, your oyster sauce attracted quite a few customers. Today, I came here not only to discuss the recipe, but also to buy some more. I don't have much left. I only made 2 small jars at first, and I gave one to you. And what about the other jar? Ming asked anxiously. He really needed that oyster sauce now. The other jar, I gave some away, so now there's probably only half a jar left. White Qingyao remembered that there should still be a little more than half in the jar. Miss Bai, can I buy this half jar? Shopkeeper Su, if you want it, I'll give it to you. That's not right. As he spoke, Ming took out a silver ingot from his pocket and placed it on the table. He understood Gu's situation and naturally wouldn't take advantage of Bai Qingyao. As for the cooperation, the host would most likely agree, since working together benefits Wangyue residents and harms no one. Keep this money for yourself, or I'll feel embarrassed to take it. Since Manager Su says so, I can't refuse anymore. I'll accept it. That's right. Ming spent about half an hour at Gu's house before leaving with a small jar of oyster sauce. When he left, Bai Qingyao also gave him some old soup, which she had cooked for a long time, so it was ready to eat with noodles. Carrying those things, Ming left Gu's house with a happy smile. Bai Qingyao watched the departing carriage, about to turn around, but suddenly she turned her head back. Her gaze swept over nothing but empty space. She frowned slightly. There was nothing there? She had felt someone watching her just now. Her expression looked strange, so she entered the courtyard and closed the gate. Not far from Gu's house, on a hillside, a figure stepped out of the shadows. He looked at the tightly closed gate, his eyes flickering. After a few moments, he turned and left. When he left, the gate of Gu's house was opened again. Bai Qingyao looked at where the man had just been, her brow slightly furrowed. Her feeling was right, someone had been watching her all along. But who could it be? Or perhaps, someone watching Gu's house. She temporarily set aside the matter of the rice cake and decided to go see the back mountain. Recently, she had been busy fishing and hadn't gone up the mountain. Besides, she couldn't just eat seafood all the time. She needed to try some new dishes. However, the mountain was full of unknown dangers. She couldn't bring the 3 little ones with her, so she decided to leave them at home. Before leaving, she specifically told Gu Zishuan, Ashwan, only open the door to familiar people. Don't let anyone else in. Stay at home and wait for me, okay? Yes, mother. I've remembered. I'll take good care of my brothers. After leaving Gu's house, Bai Qingyao headed straight toward the back mountain. The path to the back mountain was the same as the one leading to the rocky beach. The back mountain was not far from the rocky beach, but now few villagers from Dayuan village went up the mountain. The trail was steep, covered with weeds, and only faint footprints could be seen on the ground. The deeper she went, the lighter the footprints became, indicating that villagers only stayed on the outskirts and rarely ventured deep inside. As Bai Qingyao walked, she pushed aside the wild grass in front of her. The wild grasses here have grown up to Bai Qingyao's calves. I'm not sure if there are bugs or other creatures inside, so it's safer to pull them apart carefully. She just started climbing the mountain. Everything around is very quiet, and she can't even hear any animal sounds. Carrying her things, she continues walking inside. To find good items in the mountain, she must take risks. Risks and opportunities go hand in hand. Rustling sounds, the sound of leaves falling and being blown by the wind, comes from the woods. Looking down from the mountain, she can see the blue sea clearly. Bai Qingyao also notices small black dots near the shore. They are probably islands, but no one lives on them. Her feet make crunching sounds as she steps on the ground. There are many dry branches scattered on the forest floor, almost without water, probably fallen a long time ago. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, she feels the ground getting wetter. This side is shaded, especially in the woods, so some dampness is normal. But the humidity here seems to be higher than usual for a forest. After just a few steps, Bai Qingyao spots a dead, dry tree not far away, with many dark things on it. Her eyes light up. Those are mushrooms. The mushrooms still look a bit moist. It recently rained. Even though some time has passed, the dampness in the woods has kept them from drying out completely. She quickly walks over and gathers all the mushrooms into her basket. Dried mushrooms can be stored for a long time, so even if she doesn't eat them now, she can keep them for later. She doesn't mind having plenty of food. There are quite a few mushrooms in this area. After a short while of picking, her basket is almost full. She stops and prepares to go further. When exploring the mountain, she can't just bring mushrooms home. On the way, she also finds many wild vegetables. Most of the edible wild vegetables around the mountain have been picked by nearby villagers. Her family hasn't planted any vegetables yet, so she can only gather some fresh, tender greens. Squeak, squeak, Bai Qingyao crouches on the ground. Suddenly, she hears a sound nearby. Her expression tightens, and she quickly stands up. That sound. She quickly finds a hiding spot. Sure enough, just as she hides, she sees a colorful wild chicken emerge from the grass not far away, followed by a few chicks. The wild chicken is out foraging with its chicks. A smile flashes across her face. She has found prey. It's just that this wild chicken is hard to catch, and the little chicks are even more agile. Most people simply can't keep up with them. She took down the basket from behind her and quietly backed away from the spot. Once she was far enough from the wild chicken, she placed the basket on the ground, took out a shovel from her space pocket, and dug a hole. Based on the footprints left on the ground and her guesses, this place is a common path for the wild chickens. She had just finished digging a trap here, and soon she could go look for other things. She searched around and unexpectedly found an old, broken trap nearby. The mechanism inside was worn out, and it looked like it hadn't been used for a long time. She decided to make use of it. After finishing everything, she stood up, clapped her hands, and felt satisfied. White Qingyao had just stood up when she sensed a shadow flicker behind her. She quickly turned her head, but saw nothing. She picked up her basket and strode forward, a faint glint in her eyes. There are other people in these mountains. Hearing this, White Qingyao's face looked a bit grim. She had planned to go further in, but now her plan had to be cut short. After all, she didn't know who the other person was, but anyone who could freely move through these mountains must be skilled. In the deep mountain, separated by a cliff, a narrow mountain trail led through the cliff to a vast, wide valley. Inside the valley, there were rows of wooden houses, and near them, some strange wooden stakes. At this moment, a figure came from behind the cliff, hurriedly heading toward the central wooden house. The door creaked open. A flash of white light appeared and disappeared quickly. The figure who entered looked at the scene before him, a moment of surprise crossing his face, but he quickly regained composure. He saw a man in front of him, just putting on a shirt, turning around with a blank expression to look at him. Not even knocking? If you don't knock next time, don't bother with these hands either. Bai Jingyuan's smile froze. Are you serious? The man gave him a look that seemed to say, "This is how I feel," finished dressing, and sat down on a nearby chair. Seeing this, Bai Jingyuan looked distressed. Gui Chen, do you have no conscience? I came all this way, and this is how you treat me? I'm cutting ties. I want nothing to do with you, he said, hands on his hips, opening the door, ready to leave. 10,000 taels of gold. Cough, cough. Hearing Gu Yichen's words, Bai Jingyuan almost choked on his own saliva. What do you mean? He suddenly turned around, glaring fiercely at him. You owe me 10,000 taels of gold. If you leave today, you'll get my IOU tomorrow. And also, don't think I don't know you're hiding silver in the Divine Doctor Valley. Bai Jingyuan was still scheming in his mind when he heard Gu Yichen speak softly. His previously tense heart suddenly shattered into pieces with a loud snap. He was heartbroken, clutching his chest. You, Gu Yichen, do you have no conscience? I've done so much for you, and now you're even thinking about my dowry. You have no heart. Bai Jingyuan held his chest, lowered his head, and looked like a worried young wife. Gu Yichen didn't even lift his eyelids, his face expressionless as he spoke. Who spent a fortune at Ichuan Garden yesterday? Is that you claiming to be broke? How can you compare me to my little spring red? She's the best girl in the world. With that, Bai Jingyuan showed a silly smile. Gu Yichen. Cough, let's get to the point. Do you know what I saw just now when I came here? Bai Jingyuan straightened his expression, turned around, and looked seriously at Gu Yichen. When I went up the mountain, I actually saw someone else in the woods. Although it was just a woman, it means someone has started paying attention to this mountain. We need to prepare to leave. By the time he finished speaking, Bai Jingyuan's face was no longer playful but serious. What kind of woman? She's a very fat woman. Her face. Thinking about what he saw, Bai Jingyuan frowned tightly and shivered. She looks really terrible, full of pits and scars, quite frightening. Gu Yichen's eyes darkened slightly. Sure enough, it was her. Since he fainted last time, that woman seemed like a different person. Could she have been impersonated? It seems he needs to go back and investigate carefully. Some things are finally coming to an end.
Huh.
Why aren't you reacting? I'm talking to you.
Hey.
We're about to be exposed, do you know that? Bai Jingyuan spoke eagerly, but when he turned his head, he saw Gu Yichen sitting there as if nothing was wrong, lost in thought. Seeing that he ignored himself, Bai Jingyuan was so angry that he sat down directly, poured a cup of tea, and suddenly drank it all in one gulp. Cough, cough, cough. However, as soon as he swallowed, he immediately vomited everything out. What is this? There was a strange taste. He frowned and looked up sharply at Gu Yichen across from him. Gu Yichen, are you? Did you put some laxative in the tea? If I didn't know medical skills, I would have been finished here today. There's no reason to add laxatives to good tea. Oh, Xiaobai hasn't been feeling well lately, just to help his digestion. Bai Jingyuan. If the person in front of him wasn't his lifelong friend, he would have cursed him to death. He never acts properly. If he weren't weaker than him, he would have fought him today to prove his status. Gu Yichen looked up at him, and Bai Jingyuan's words suddenly shut up. If he angered this fierce god, he would be the one in trouble later. Cough, so. What should we do now? What do you mean, what should we do? Gu Yichen frowned. Well, I just said so much, but it was all nonsense. Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Bai Jingyuan felt his head was about to burn. Now, there are people in this mountain. Someone has entered. Should we leave? Halfway through speaking, he emphasized this point. Gu Yichen stood up from his chair. No need. We'll talk about this later. Have you handled your side of things? Hearing this, Bai Jingyuan's previously simmering anger suddenly flared up again. That damn old man does he really think I can't do anything to him? Staring at that dead fish face every day, as if someone owes him 800 taels. I am his savior, after all. Grandpa Du is a key figure in this matter. Even if we can't get much out of him now, we can't let him die. Don't worry, I want him to live, and no one can kill him yet. Besides, he didn't believe that the old man could keep pretending to be mute forever. Bai Jingyuan secretly clenched his teeth. When he went back, he would have a good talk with that old man. Meanwhile, Bai Qingyao noticed there were others in the mountain and didn't go far, staying nearby. When she returned, she saw that there was already a wild chicken in the trap. Not far away, there were also a few chicks. When she saw a few small chicks, Bai Qingyao was ready to catch them alive. These wild chicks could be raised to entertain the three little ones. As for the larger wild chickens, they could be used for soup, so she didn't set deadly traps for them. She carried the wild chickens and small chicks up, with a basket on her back, preparing to head home. Halfway there, she suddenly stopped. Her sharp eyes caught a white shadow in the grass nearby. She clenched her small shovel tightly and held her breath. She slowly approached and, upon reaching the grass, gently parted it. Not far away, she saw a white wolf sitting on the ground. Her heart skipped a beat, and her breathing slowed. What luck! She had just entered the mountain and already encountered a wolf. But it seemed the wolf was injured. She needed to take advantage of its injury and leave quickly, or she might become its prey. The wolf suddenly turned its head and let out a howl. The sound didn't seem dangerous. It almost sounded like it was asking for help. White Qingyao paused, wondering if the wolf was begging her. Impossible, she thought. A wolf wouldn't ask for help. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, she dismissed it. How could a wolf be begging? The wolf continued to howl. She hesitated, feeling conflicted. It wasn't that she was soft-hearted. After all, this was a wolf. But there were villagers and three little ones down the mountain. This wolf didn't look simple. If it called for help, there might be more wolves. If they gathered, coming down the mountain would be dangerous. After a moment of hesitation, she made up her mind and turned away. But as she turned, she met a pair of moist, pleading eyes. The wolf looked at her pitifully, as if it was seeking help from a heartbreaker. White Qingyao. Haven't we met before? Why does this wolf look like that? The wolf saw her reaction and a glimmer of joy appeared in its eyes. It quickly stretched out its paw, showing her something on it. White Qingyao was stunned. No wonder the wolf was sitting there. It had stepped on a trap. The trap was rusty, probably left by a hunter long ago. She wondered how the white wolf had stepped on it. Let me make this clear. I'll help you, but you can't bite me. If you do, I'll have to hurt you, she said as she forcefully slammed her shovel into the ground. The shovel wasn't big, but it was very sharp. Plus, Bai Qingyao was quite strong. With a little effort, the shovel sank deep into the ground. The white wolf. It stared wide-eyed at the thing on the ground. No, look at its depth. And that branch, still a bit green, was actually split in half under its influence. Was this woman still acting like nothing happened? Wait, Bai Lang suddenly shivered.
How could it be so terrifying?
This woman. No, was she really a woman? Bai Qingyao didn't know what it was thinking. She crouched down and looked at the trap on Bai Lang's paw. She could faintly see the white bones inside. She frowned. This white wolf was surprisingly patient. Looking at the wound, it was impressive that the wolf had lasted this long. She sighed as she looked at the white wolf lying on the ground. She regretted staying here and wondered if it was worth anything. Suddenly, Bai Lang felt a chill on its back. When it looked up at Bai Qingyao's gaze, it felt strangely ominous. It was too scary. Hold on, I'll get it off, she said. She frowned. The trap was too tight. She could see its bones, and there was rust on it. After removing it, she needed to stop the bleeding first. Wait a moment. She remembered there was a herb nearby that could stop bleeding.
She needed to use it now.
Bai Lang watched her circle around and then return holding some wild grass. It stared with curious, moist eyes, watching her. It didn't know what this grass could do. This is a hemostatic herb. Your wound needs to stop bleeding, or you might bleed to death, she explained. Hearing this, Bai Lang's claws, which had been clenched, suddenly relaxed again. Seeing how intelligent the wolf was, Bai Qingyao couldn't help but marvel. Living here, such a clever wolf showed that this mountain was truly a treasure. But even after stopping the bleeding, the wound still needed treatment. However, she didn't know how to treat it. Just as she was thinking this, a small porcelain bottle slipped from her hand. Seeing the bottle, her eyes flickered. Inside was a herbal ointment she made from familiar herbs. It had some healing properties, especially because she added powder from a pearl given by Dai Mao earlier. She wasn't sure if it would work. I'll apply medicine for you. It might hurt a bit, so bear with it, she said. Hearing this, Bai Lang nodded. Its gaze fell on the slightly greenish ointment, and it sniffed it curiously. It seemed to smell something interesting and brightened up. Bai Qingyao was a bit stunned. From the beginning until now, this white wolf was surprisingly clever. While she was applying the ointment, the originally bloody wound slowly began to heal. The white wolf opened its eyes wide, and Bai Qingyao looked at it with surprise. Once the wound had mostly healed, with only a little blood remaining, it was almost completely healed. If it weren't for that small amount of blood, you wouldn't be able to tell it had been hurt. Such a magical ointment. No wonder Tortoiseshell looked so surprised earlier, as if she didn't recognize its value. It seems she really doesn't recognize it. Still, I hope I can get a few more pearls later just in case. The white wolf turned its head to look at its leg. The original wound was almost healed. When the ointment was applied, there was no pain, only a cool, comfortable feeling. It tentatively moved its leg and felt no pain. Then it stood up and took a walk, feeling light and unburdened, as if it had no injury at all. It curiously looked at Bai Qingyao, wondering how she managed to do that. Howl. At the same time, a figure hurriedly rushed toward the Gu family's house. Bang, bang, bang. A woman stood in front of the Gu house, loudly knocking on the door. The three little ones playing in the yard stopped what they were doing when they heard the noise and looked up toward the door. Gu Zishuan stepped forward, blocking his younger brothers. Bai Qingyao, you little troublemaker, come out now. Our Lianzi was upset because of you, and you've been so cruel to a child. You wicked thing, come out here and face me. If you don't give me an explanation, I won't let you get away with this. Clang, clang, clang. As she spoke, Yang Chunhua kept pounding on the door. Gu Zishuan was the first to stand in front of his brothers. Hearing the loud banging, the three little ones looked pale, but even though they were scared, Gu Zishuan stood firm in front of them. Ah Jing, ah Huai, don't be afraid. Mom will be back soon. Gu Zishuan looked up, trusting. Big brother, I believe you. And Mom will definitely teach her a lesson. If we don't go out now, she can't come in. Mom said that as long as she's not home, we shouldn't open the door. Gu Zishuan nodded. Gu Zishuan's younger brother, Gu Huai, clenched his clothes tightly. Big brother, is that bad person coming into our house? To them, Yang Chunhua was just a bad person. In the past, she either hit or scolded them, which left a big psychological shadow on the three little ones. Don't be afraid, Ah Huai. Let's wait quietly at home for Mom to come back. Let's go hide in the room first. Bai Qingyao, you shameless little troublemaker, come out quickly. Yang Chunhua saw no one was responding to her. She took a step forward when suddenly a voice came from behind. What are you doing? She turned her head and saw someone from the village, but she didn't care. Am I bothering you here? I'm going back to my own house. Do I need to tell you anything? The person was silenced by Yang Chunhua's words and looked upset. How can you talk like that? Your house? This is the Gu family's house. Besides, they are not home right now. Knocking so loudly. Don't you know you're disturbing the neighbors? Pfft. Yang Chunhua turned her head to the man speaking. None of your business. Do you live here? Move aside quickly, or I'll include you in the scolding. You, how do you speak like that? Just saying it like that. What? Do you want to fight me now? The man's face changed. If she weren't a woman, he would have already fought her. If there's nothing else, move aside now, or else. The man didn't expect Yang Chunhua to be so unreasonable. He glanced at the Gu family courtyard and sighed. This Gu family was really unlucky to meet someone like her. Seeing him leave, Yang Chunhua's attention returned to the big gate in front of her. Big brother, it seems quieter outside. As she left, Gu Zijing tilted his head, ears pointed toward the gate, listening carefully to the sounds outside. Gu Zishuan shook his head. I don't know, but we should stay here quietly. Suddenly, loud noises came from the gate, louder than before. Big brother, when will mother be back? Gu Zihuai's voice carried a hint of crying as he looked up at Gu Zishuan. Ah Huai, be good. Mother will be back soon. After saying this, Gu Zishuan looked cautiously at the gate. All right. I've treated your wounds. Hurry and leave here. I should go back too. Bai Qingyao waved her hand. This thing really works. She looked at it, then put it away. Ow. The white wolf tilted its head, looked at Bai Qingyao, and after a moment, turned and left. Once it was gone, Bai Qingyao prepared to go down the mountain. The three little ones were at home, so nothing should happen. But just in case, it's better to go back quickly. As she reached the outskirts of the mountain, a sudden voice came from behind. Bai Qingyao turned around and saw Bai Lang carrying a robe in his mouth, walking over from nearby. "Is this for me?" she asked. Bai Lang threw a roe deer at her feet. Bai Qingyao was surprised but then spoke. Hearing her words, Bai Lang nodded and then turned to leave. After watching his departure, Bai Qingyao finally regained her senses. She picked up the roe deer from the ground and placed it in her basket, then headed downhill. Meanwhile, after Bai Lang left, he headed straight toward a cliff deep in the mountain. He knew the way and easily crossed the cliff, walking directly to a row of wooden houses. The door creaked open. Bai Jingyuan just stepped outside and saw Bai Lang, the sneaky little wolf, and asked, "Little White, where have you been causing trouble?" It seemed like he had caught him, so Bai Jingyuan quickly spoke loudly. He hadn't forgotten the tea he had prepared earlier. Now that Bai Lang was in front of him, he wanted to vent his frustration.
Woof.
Hearing Bai Jingyuan's voice, Bai Lang, who had been planning to leave quietly, lowered his head and showed his sharp teeth, barking at him. "Oh, you dare to growl at me? Little White." Bai Jingyuan hadn't finished speaking when Gu Yichen strode out. Looking at Bai Lang, Gu Yichen frowned and asked, "Little White, where have you been causing trouble?" "Woof." Hearing this, Bai Lang retracted his sharp teeth and looked at him accusingly. His front paws moved in a human-like way, pointing at this and that. Gu Yichen frowned and asked, "Are you saying you got caught in a trap? What about your wound?" Bai Lang pointed to his right leg. There was only a faint bloodstain and a red mark, showing no obvious injury. "Is it okay now?" "How can it be okay?" Bai Lang hesitated, unsure how to explain. Gu Yichen took out a picture book from behind and opened it. It had pictures and words. He pointed to a ceramic bottle on the page. "Did she use a pill?" Bai Lang nodded. "A pill that can heal wounds instantly? Such a magical pill. Little White, tell me exactly what kind of pill is so amazing that it can heal wounds quickly." Hearing this, Bai Jingyuan paused and suddenly turned around, rushing to Bai Lang's side. Startled, Bai Lang's fur stood on end. "Roar!" It growled softly at Bai Jingyuan, but Bai Jingyuan didn't mind. He was staring eagerly at its leg. "Wow! So amazing! There are such wonderful things in the world." Having worked as a doctor for many years, he could tell at a glance that the wound on the little white leg had just appeared. Before this, the little white creature had been here peacefully, unharmed. This means the injury was definitely caused today. Meow, the little white lowered its head, and its forelegs moved as if pointing at something. Gu Yichen watched its actions, his eyes growing darker. Meanwhile, Bai Jingyuan was getting more and more curious, eager to find out about Bai Qingyao. The Gu family. Yang Chunhua knocked loudly on the door outside for a long time, but there was no response. "You little brat, come out now. How dare you hit Liangzi? Today I will teach you a lesson." And those three little brats, born to be unlucky, they've already caused trouble for their mother. Now they dare to oppose my Liangzi. They really think they're something, Yang Chunhua scolded loudly while scanning the surroundings. Her eyes finally landed on a wooden stake near the door. She walked over and picked it up. Bang! The wooden stake hit the door with a loud crash. Creaking, the old door of the Gu family, already worn, broke apart when Yang Chunhua struck it with a stake. One corner stubbornly hung on the door frame. Seeing the door open, Yang Chunhua threw down the stake, crossed her arms, and stormed inside. As soon as she entered, she saw three little ones standing in the yard, looking at her cautiously. "Where is that little brat Bai Qingyao?" Gu Zaixian and the others didn't speak. Yang Chunhua frowned and glared at them coldly. No wonder she's that little brat's teacher. No manners at all. "Can't you see an elder is here?" She glared fiercely and looked around. When her eyes fell on the fish hanging on the door frame nearby, a bright light flashed in her eyes. She strode forward and directly reached out to take it down. Bang! Yang Chunhua hit the door with a stake, without hesitation. Creaking, the old door, already fragile, broke apart completely, with one corner hanging stubbornly on the frame. Seeing the door open, Yang Chunhua threw down the steak and huffed, standing with her hands on her hips, looking aggressive. As soon as she entered, she saw the three little ones standing in the yard, looking at her warily. "Where is that little brat by Qingyao?" Gu Zaixian and the others didn't speak. Yang Chunhua frowned and looked at them coldly. "It's no wonder she's that little brat's teacher. No manners at all. Didn't you see an elder coming?" Her eyes widened as she looked around and saw a fish hanging on the door frame nearby. A flash of bright light appeared in her eyes. She stepped forward quickly and reached out to take it. Gu Zijing's cheeks quickly swelled up, but he didn't cry. Tears welled up in his eyes as he stared at Yang Chunhua. Yang Chunhua didn't think she was wrong at all. She put away the fish and looked at them. "Why are you all staring? Everything here belongs to me. How dare you secretly eat fish? Are you all getting too impatient? That little brat by Qingyao really knows how to enjoy herself." Looking at the things in the yard, they were much better than before, neatly arranged. Suddenly, she remembered something and turned around sharply, rushing straight into the kitchen. Gu Zishuan saw her like this and quickly ran to the kitchen door, blocking her. "Little brat, move aside." Even though Gu Zishuan was quite mature mentally, he was still just a child. When Yang Chunhua pushed him, he fell to the ground. "Ugh. Bad person. Go away. Hurry up and leave." Gu Zihui saw his two brothers being hit and immediately rushed forward, crying and shouting. "A bunch of ungrateful little kids. Have you forgotten your family name? You still live here, but this is my place. Get out of here now." Yang Chunhua was really ruthless. Not only did she push Gu Zihui away, but she also raised her foot to kick him. Seeing this, Gu Zishuan quickly stepped in to block her. "Ugh," he groaned softly, biting his lip to endure the pain. "Still dare to glare at me?" Yang Chunhua's expression turned fierce. She raised her hand to strike again. She had already held back earlier, but if she hit him now, Gu Zishuan might get seriously hurt. "Big brother, Ah Xian." Two voices called out at the same time, followed by a loud bang. Bang. "Hey, who? Who dares hit my mother?" At this moment, Yang Chunhua, who had been so proud, was now stunned as she was pushed against a nearby doorframe. Bai Qingyao quickly withdrew her foot and helped the three children to stand up. Earlier, when she returned, she felt her eyelids twitch and had a bad feeling. She didn't expect that as soon as she came back, she would see her door taken apart. In the yard, Gu Zihui's crying could still be heard. At this time, most neighbors were out working in the fields or busy with chores. Few people were at home. The Gu family was at the end of the village, where there were even fewer people nearby. So no one knew that Yang Chunhua was causing a scene here. "Who?" Yang Chunhua was pushed down and hit the doorframe. She took a while to get up. Just as she was about to speak, she met Bai Qingyao's cold gaze and instinctively shrank her neck. She still remembered the last time Bai Qingyao made her pay a few silver coins. She thought Bai Qingyao was a bad omen. "You rude. Bai Qingyao, what are you doing? I am your elder." "Elder? You also know you're an elder?" Smack. Bai Qingyao showed no emotion as she raised her hand and slapped her. Whether she was an elder or not, daring to bully the little ones was asking for trouble. "You dare hit me?" Yang Chunhua screamed, covering her face in disbelief as she looked at Bai Qingyao. "Hitting you? That's not even close." After saying that, Bai Qingyao threw the things she was holding aside, grabbed Yang Chunhua's hair, and pressed her to the ground, starting to hit her. One punch after another, each one hitting the spot. "Ouch, Bai Qingyao, you mean girl. How dare you, you lowlife." And so on. Yang Chunhua kept shouting vulgar words, but Bai Qingyao automatically blocked her words. After a while, she got up from the ground. Yang Chunhua didn't seem to have any injuries. She walked over to the three children, looking at Gu Zishuan and Gu Zixing with concern. Their cheeks were swollen. From the corner of her eye, she glanced at the door, as if someone was there. "Ooh, Auntie, what are you doing? If you want fish, just tell me. I'll bring some for you." "Why are you hitting my Axian and Ajing? They're just kids." "Woo-woo. Seeing Bai Qingyao suddenly start crying, Yang Chunhua was stunned. She was still hurting all over from her own beating. Why was Bai Qingyao crying? Gu Zishuan was also surprised, but when he saw Bai Qingyao blinking at them, he patted Gu Zixing, and the three children burst into loud crying. Woo-woo, don't hit us. We won't eat fish anymore. We'll give it all to Liangzi. At this time, more and more people gathered outside the Gu family's house, attracted by the commotion. From the first few to now over a dozen. They looked at the chaos in the yard and pointed at each other. What's going on here? It's obvious. Yang Chunhua, that wife, took advantage of Bai Qingyao not being here to attack the three kids of the Gu family. Look, those three kids' faces still have slap marks. It's clear Yang Chunhua did it. I didn't expect that Yang Chunhua would be such a mean-spirited person. Everyone was talking loudly, and Yang Chunhua's vision blurred. You're all talking nonsense.
I was the one who was hit by Qingyao.
If you don't believe me, look, she rolled up her sleeve, but couldn't find any injury or bruise. How is that possible? Clearly Bai Qingyao hit me all over, so how come there are no wounds? She was so convinced, she wanted to lift her clothes to prove it. Oh, Yang Chunhua, do you have no shame? In front of everyone, you still want to take your clothes off. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. Hearing this, Yang Chunhua hesitated, her face changing, almost losing her dignity. She looked up and glared fiercely at Bai Qingyao. You sneaky girl, are you plotting against me? Wah, auntie, what are you talking about? If you dislike me, just say so. Why did you hit our little Xian and Jing? They're still just kids. Bai Qingyao spoke in a childish tone. Hearing this, Yang Chunhua felt her vision darken. Who was this little girl pretending for? You. Yang Chunhua was interrupted before she could speak again when she heard an angry shout from the crowd. Then she saw the village chief walk over with a stern face. Yang Chunhua shrank back slightly and whispered, Village chief. You still remember I'm the village chief? What are you doing? Bullying three children, how can you do such a thing? I didn't do it. It was Bai Qingyao, that little troublemaker. You didn't? Then where are you right now? This is the Gu family. Gu Jingda, before she finished speaking, looked angry and cut her off. Last time, he misunderstood Bai Qingyao, but now he couldn't just accuse her without reason. Plus, Yang Chunhua suddenly appeared at the Gu family, three children covered in injuries, Bai Qingyao crying. Doesn't all this point to her? And now she still dares to lie openly in front of everyone. Do they think they are blind? Yang Chunhua was silenced by Gu Jingda's words. Thinking about her purpose here, she stubbornly spoke up. I'm here because Bai Qingyao, that little troublemaker, dared to hit our Liangzi. You're lying. It was Gu Ziliang who snatched Ah Huai's fish cake and pushed him to the ground. My mother only told him to leave our house. She didn't hit him. Gu Zixing, hearing this, raised his swollen, red face and glared angrily at Yang Chunhua. It's just a piece of cake. Naturally, Liangzi from our family wants you to give it to him.
What kind of nonsense is that?
Gu Jingda was so angry when he heard this. Yang Chunhua used to have a good reputation in the village, but it turns out she was just pretending in front of others. Yang Chunhua, listen to what you're saying. Do you even have the appearance of an elder? Village chief, this is a matter of our Gu family. It's better if you don't interfere. Is that so? Gu Jingda looked expressionless, but his deep voice made it clear to those who knew him that he was angry. Yang Chunhua didn't notice and kept talking to herself. Of course, I am their great-grandmother. We are family. Now that they've been led astray by Bai Qingyao, I have to bring them back. Gu Jingda sneered. If it had been before, he might have believed her a little, but now. I may not be a direct relative of the Gu family, but I am the village chief of Gu village. I promised Aiken to take good care of the three children. Yang Chunhua wanted to say more, but when she looked up, she saw Gu Jingda's dark eyes. She suddenly remembered what she had just said. Gu Jingda was not a direct blood relative of the Gu family, but he was raised personally by the old clan leader and was listed on the family tree. He was very kind to Gu Yichen. Now she had foolishly said those things. Village chief, I didn't mean that. It seems you don't want to stay in this village anymore. Hearing this, Yang Chunhua was shocked. Village chief. If her family found out, they would skin her alive. Village chief, I didn't mean that. I just, enough. No matter what you want to do, Aiken cut ties with you when he left home. Their family has nothing to do with you anymore. Leave quickly or don't blame me for being rude. Gu Jingda shot her a glance. She stood up and, stumbling, was about to leave. Just as she reached the door, Gu Jingda suddenly stopped her.
Wait.
You beat up the 3 children like this. Leave some medical fees, 1 or 2 silver coins. What? Hearing this, Yang Chunhua instinctively raised her voice. It's just minor injuries. They'll heal in a few days. Why waste money on a doctor? The further she went, the softer her voice became. And Bai Qingyao also hit me. Should I ask her for medical expenses?
1.
3 silver coins. Gu Jingda looked at her and said, You seem fine. Where did Bai Qingyao hit you? Yang Chunhua definitely remembered that sneaky little Bai Qingyao. She had clearly hit her, yet there were no marks on her body. It was truly unbelievable.
No.
Then how can you prove Bai Qingyao hit you? Hurry up and give me the money, or I'll kick you out of the village. Hearing this, Yang Chunhua painfully pulled out a silver coin from her pocket and forcefully threw it in front of Bai Qingyao. You're so ruthless. After she left, the village chief looked at the people outside the door. Everyone stop looking. Go do what you need to do. The crowd dispersed. Bai Qingyao carefully examined the injuries of the 3 little ones, especially the scars on Gu Zishuan's back, and a flash of anger appeared in her eyes. Damn it! Yang Chunhua is truly despicable. Beating her up was too kind. Mother, I'm fine. Don't worry. When she said this, Gu Zishuan's face turned pale. Gu Jingda also saw the bruises on Gu Zishuan's back, and his expression darkened even more. The punishment for Yang Chunhua was too light. Gu family members, you take care of Asian first. I need to leave for a while. Bai Qingyao nodded but kept her eyes fixed on Gu Zishuan. Taimu appeared beside her unexpectedly, watching the 3 little ones with a look of concern in her eyes. Why is that human woman so scary? The 3 little ones are so adorable, yet she could hurt them? Bai Qingyao was too upset to respond to her. Her aura was very low. Ashwan Jing, why, come on, let's go inside. Mother will apply medicine for you. The 3 little ones obediently followed Bai Qingyao into the room. Taimu, does pearl powder help with their wounds? Yes, it does. Taimu nodded. You don't understand medicine. Well, if you have free time later, you can come over. I'm quite skilled in medical knowledge. You can learn from me. That pearl isn't just for this purpose. It can't be wasted on her. Bai Qingyao didn't expect Taimu to say that, but thinking ahead, she nodded. Thank you, senior. Hearing her respectful address, Taimu paused briefly, but didn't say anything. When they entered the room and lifted Gu Zishuan's shirt to see the full scars on his back, Bai Qingyao's anger grew even more intense. It seemed she could feel her emotions, as Gu Zishuan's small hand rested on the back of her hand. Mother, I'm fine. Bai Qingyao suppressed her anger and said, All right, I'll apply medicine for you. I finished my medicine and closed the door behind Bai Qingyao. She looked at the old, broken gate at the entrance of the courtyard and walked straight out. Yang Chunhua. At this moment, Yang Chunhua was limping back home. Bai Qingyao took the shortcut she had used last time, watched her figure, and quietly stepped forward. She kicked her down the hillside. There were no stones on this hill, and the ground below was soft grass, cushiony and safe to fall on. Oh no!
Who's that?
How dare they kick me? Hearing her voice still calling out, Bai Qingyao narrowed her eyes and turned to leave. Halfway there, she saw Gu Jingda standing nearby. Bai Qingyao. Why is the village chief here? Gu Jingda. He was a bit confused. When he left earlier, Bai Qingyao was still at home. How did she suddenly appear here, in just a moment? Cough, village. Bai Qingyao started to speak, but she saw Gu Jingda turn and walk away, pretending not to see her. After he left, Bai Qingyao returned to the gate of the Gu family. She saw Gu Jingda waiting at the door. Seeing Bai Qingyao, Gu Jingda looked a little uncomfortable. Cough, Gu family. Qingyao, take good care of the 3 children. After saying this, Gu Jingde turned and left quickly, afraid that Bai Qingyao might say something unexpected. Bai Qingyao. Why is the village chief acting so strange? Also, his way of addressing her suddenly changed. Wait, the village chief was there just now. Could it be? And he probably saw what she did but pretended not to notice. It seems the village chief was also there to confront young Manhwa earlier. A smile appeared on her face. The village chief really is adorable. She composed herself and looked at the old, broken gate in front of her. She sighed. It seems building a house must be put back on the schedule. Today, she saw the overall layout of Diyuan village from the mountain. However, her favorite place is still the mysterious small island. Building houses there would be a big project, but she would have the greatest freedom on the island. Plus, she can't limit herself to the current situation. If her collaboration with Wang Yueja goes well, they will need to build a workshop for oyster sauce production. That would require more land. An island is undoubtedly the best choice. Building these on the island costs a lot of money. With her current funds, she probably doesn't have enough, and she also can't afford to buy the island right now. Thinking of this, Bai Qingyao sighed. It seems she needs to buy some recipe books or pastry formulas to gather enough money to buy the island. Her retirement life can start soon. Back at home, Bai Qingyao first checked on the three little ones. Earlier, young Manhwa came here and scared them all. Now they're sleeping in bed. She opened the windows a bit for them. With the current weather, the three of them would sweat soon if they stayed close together. After finishing all this, she quietly left again. In the yard, she poured out the contents of her basket. The black fungus was placed on a wooden rack outside to dry. Once dried, it could be stored. There was also a wild chicken. The family's chicken coop hadn't been used for a long time and was now broken and full of holes, clearly unusable. She stood up and looked at the old chicken coop near the wall. It could still be repaired and used. The small wild chicken chicks in her basket looked a bit tired and lacked energy, so she needed to act quickly. She cleaned the weeds around the old coop and found some unused wooden boards in the corner. The overall frame of the coop was still intact. She just cleared out the weeds inside and fixed the nearby wall with some stones. The templates she had were for making a roof. Lately, she felt the weather was damp and often rainy. So, these materials were essential. Without them, a heavy rain could easily harm the little chicks. After finishing everything, about half an hour passed. Bai Qingyao wiped her forehead and took the basket from the yard. She reached inside, and the little chicks were still scrambling around. But the basket was small, so her hand could easily reach in. She caught one chick and threw it into the coop, then sprinkled some grains. The grains were old food from her family, stored in the corner. She found them while cleaning a few days ago. It was just right for feeding the chicks. Cluck, cluck. Bai Qingyao straightened her back, lowered her hand, and looked down, unintentionally meeting the sad-looking gaze of the wild chicken. Cluck. Seeing Bai Qingyao look over, the wild chicken immediately became energetic. It ignored its injured wing and desperately called out to Bai Qingyao, as if trying to call her soul back. Seeing this, Bai Qingyao felt surprised. This big wild chicken is still so lively. What are you doing? Cluck cluck. The wild chicken flapped its wings and squatted in the basket. After a few seconds, it stood up again, raised its injured wing, and pointed to the spot where it had just been sitting. Suddenly, there was a wild chicken egg in that place. A flash of shock appeared in Bai Qingyao's eyes. Could it be that this wild chicken laid an egg to avoid becoming food? She tentatively pointed at the egg and asked, "Is this for me?" Cluck cluck. The wild chicken stared with its small green eyes, spun around and nodded. Bai Qingyao. She felt like she had been hit with 100 points of shock. She just caught a wild chicken, and it's so clever? Never mind. After a moment, Bai Qingyao sighed. Since it was like this, she decided not to keep it. All right, but let's agree in advance. If you stay, you have to lay one egg for me every day. Not 3 eggs in total. With 3 children at home, she couldn't favor one over the others. The wild chicken. Its eyes filled with tears, but facing Bai Qingyao's fierce gaze, it humiliated nodded. As soon as she put it into the chicken coop, it hurried off to the corner, as if there was something terrifying there. Even the chicks didn't get a chance to see what it was. Was I really that scary? Who are you talking to? While Bai Qingyao was thinking, a voice suddenly came from behind. She turned around and saw Granny Zhang had come over without her noticing. Cough, Granny Zhang. Granny Zhang nodded with a puzzled look. Who were you talking to just now? No one. Bai Qingyao quickly composed herself. Granny Zhang, why are you here now? Hearing this, Granny Zhang looked a bit upset. I went to my mother's house this morning. When I just got back, I heard about what happened at your home. How are the 3 children? I gave them medicine and they're already asleep. Granny Zhang nodded. Yang Chunhua, that old hag, really is terrible. She can do such things to such young children. It's also my fault. If I hadn't gone back this morning, maybe things would have been different. Granny Zhang, you can't blame yourself. Hearing her words, Bai Qingyao quickly spoke to comfort her. It is already very helpful that you usually help me take care of the little ones. Moreover, when Yang Chunhua comes, who can stop her? She is considered the great-grandmother of the little ones. Who would have thought she has such a mean heart? Mrs. Zhang sighed and then spoke. Your family's gate was also damaged by her. I'll ask who to repair it later. If the gate isn't fixed well, their home will be uneasy tonight. All right, thank you so much. Mrs. Zhang looked at her with some displeasure, paused for a moment, then continued. I used to dislike you because you're lazy, sneaky, and cunning in every way. Hearing this unexpected comment, Bai Qingyao froze in place. Mrs. Zhang was very direct. But I've also seen how you've been treating the 3 children lately. As long as you don't hit or scold them and just live peacefully, I'll be at ease. By the way, Mrs. Zhang was somewhat friends with Gu Yichen's late mother, so she took extra care of Gu Yichen. Mrs. Zhang, I understand. Mrs. Zhang genuinely cares about them, and Bai Qingyao knew this well. As long as you understand, there was nothing more she could say. When she looked up, she saw some chicks nearby. What's that? Oh, I went to the mountain this morning and was lucky enough to find a nest of wild chickens. Since there's nothing much at home, I thought bringing some back would cheer up the little ones. Mrs. Zhang's face still showed surprise. Such good luck? Remember, wild chickens on the back mountain are rare, even for many hunters. Bai Qingyao encountered one just by going up the mountain. She opened her mouth but didn't say anything. Raising it is good. It looks like a hen and can lay eggs for the children to eat. As soon as Mrs. Zhang finished speaking, she saw a wild chicken jump out of the nest with a loud bang, and there was an egg where it had been. Mrs. Zhang. Bai Qingyao. She had joked earlier about laying 3 eggs a day, but now it seemed the wild chicken was serious. Mrs. Zhang looked shocked. Could this wild chicken really lay eggs just like that? Qingyao, this chicken is pretty good. Bai Qingyao. Little did she know, the reason the wild chicken was acting this way was because of the white wolf she saw earlier in the mountain. It had been so frightened that it was trembling. The white wolf is the ruler of the mountain. All the wild chickens around have been disturbed by it. Only it, hiding here and there, didn't expect that today, while foraging, it would fall into a tiger's den even worse than a wolf's nest. She is on good terms with that white wolf, so how could it dare not listen? If the white wolf finds out, it will surely be in trouble. Although she is just a chicken, she still has a life to protect. Meeting Bai Qingyao is truly a big disaster for the chicken. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing Granny Zhang's words, Bai Qingyao started coughing violently. Indeed, it's quite good. Not long after Granny Zhang left, Zhang Dahu carried a big piece of wood to the Gu family. Hello, Sister Gu. Seeing Bai Qingyao, Zhang Dahu smiled honestly. My mother asked me to come fix your door. You're a lifesaver, Dahu. It's no trouble at all. Hearing Bai Qingyao's voice, Zhang Dahu quickly waved his hand. It was his mother's order, so how could he say it was hard work? Bai Qingyao smiled and then turned to go to the kitchen. Since wild chickens can't be eaten, the answer was that the roe deer sent by the white wolf was still edible. That deer was already completely dead, and even if there were spiritual plants, she wouldn't know about them. Thinking of this, Bai Qingyao called out in the yard, Dahu, go back for a while and tell your mother not to cook. I found some things in the mountain, and I'll cook them for you tonight to try something fresh. No, Dahu, don't refuse, or I'll feel embarrassed to ask you to help fix the big door. Zhang Dahu's face turned red, and after a long pause, he managed to say one word. Okay. Hearing this answer, Bai Qingyao smiled happily. She had just seized this point of Zhang Dahu, so she said that the roe deer was whole, and Bai Qingyao wasn't very skilled at processing it. After busying for a while, she finally cleaned the meat off one leg. This roe deer was very fat, and one leg was enough for their group to eat. The hide of the roe deer also had some value. After peeling it off, Bai Qingyao took it into the yard and coincidentally saw Zhang Dahu's shocked eyes.
Goo.
Sister Gu, is this roe deer the thing you said you found in the mountain? Yes. Wow. Hearing her casual tone, Zhang Dahu took a deep breath. This is a roe deer. He also occasionally goes up the mountain, but how come he never found one? He spoke softly. Sister Gu, you're really lucky. Really? I think so too. Zhang Dahu. Seeing his gloomy expression, Bai Qingyao burst out laughing. Actually, I set traps on the mountain, and since this roe deer was injured, it worked out cheaply for me. She couldn't say she met the white wolf. If they found out, the villagers would panic about wolves in the back mountain. Trap, hearing Bai Qingyao's words, Zhang Dahu's eyes lit up. Sister-in-law Gu, you know how to make traps? Can you teach me? He really wanted to learn hunting, but the hunters in the village had long stopped going up the mountain. Those who did go up didn't want to take apprentices. After all, teaching an apprentice means sharing what they catch. Especially in poor areas, teaching someone means they have to split what they catch in half. There are also expensive hunters who take most of what they catch, so even if he learned something, he'd end up giving most of it away, which defeats his purpose. Now that he saw Bai Qingyao could set traps, he became interested again. Bai Qingyao turned around, a question mark appearing above her head. What? You can make traps. Can you teach me? Zhang Dahu put down his template and looked at Bai Qingyao with a kind of eager excitement, making her a bit uncomfortable. Hey! Before Bai Qingyao could speak, Zhang Dahu suddenly let out a yelp. Looking up, she saw Zhang Daniu had come over without her noticing, grabbing Zhang Dahu's ear with one hand, pulling hard. No softness at all. You brat still daring to think like that? Are you crazy? Ouch, mother, it hurts. Zhang Daniu let go, and Zhang Dahu reached up to touch his ear, which was still hanging from his head. He sighed in relief. Who knows if there are wild animals on the back mountain? Did I not tell you before? Are you trying to make me angry to death? Ouch, mother. I just want to help share some of the family's burden. Just take care of yourself and farm the land properly. That's enough for me to thank the heavens. And people who can set traps, they're capable. How dare you ask Bai Qingyao to teach you? Bai Qingyao stared blankly at the scene, surprised to see that Zhang Daniu had such a side. Cough, Qingyao. Don't take this brat's words to heart. It's okay, Zhang Daniu. Bai Qingyao hesitated for a moment, then continued. Actually, Zhang Daniu, if Dahu wants to learn, I can teach him. Really? Before Zhang Daniu could speak, Zhang Dahu suddenly jumped out. This lively and energetic Zhang Dahu is something Bai Qingyao has never seen before. It's clear that Zhang Dahu truly enjoys hunting and genuinely wants to learn. How could Zhang Dahu's mother not know what her son is thinking? That's not possible now. The Gu family is having a hard time. You can set traps and find some food in the mountains. If Dahu learns to do that. No, that's not good. Mother Zhang, it's okay. There are more ways to help with the household than just hunting. I see that Dahu really likes it. Let him hunt on the outskirts, that's enough. Yes, mother. I promise, as long as you let me learn, I'll stay on the outskirts and won't go deep into the mountains. After a while, Mother Zhang sighed. All right, remember what you said. Thank you, mother. Hearing that Mother Zhang relaxed, Zhang Dahu happily ran off to work on the main gate. Seeing him like this, Mother Zhang couldn't help but shake her head. This was just a small episode. Soon, Bai Qingyao went to deal with the roe deer meat. In the past, roe deer were protected animals, and Bai Qingyao had never eaten them. But there weren't many ways to prepare this meat. She decided to make soup, and also some preserved meat. A big pot was filled. She lit a fire in the stove and started thinking about moving the stove. She planned to set up a portable stove, so a movable stove was essential. Zhang Dahu finished the main gate and came over, seeing Bai Qingyao holding a piece of charcoal, seemingly drawing something. Miss Gu, what are you doing? I'm planning to make a portable stove. A portable stove? Moving. Zhang Dahu looked confused. He stared at the drawings for a while before finally understanding. Let me handle this. I'll help you make it. Dahu, can you understand this? Zhang Dahu scratched the back of his head. A little, but I think I can do it. Bai Qingyao's face lit up. Great, thank you so much. No need. No need. Zhang Dahu mumbled awkwardly. Actually, he should be thanking Bai Qingyao. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have the chance to learn hunting. Although it was just setting traps, it was already very close to hunting. I should be thanking Miss Gu. Bai Qingyao chuckled softly. All right, let's not say thank you to each other. Suddenly, a strong aroma wafted into the yard, and Zhang Dahu's stomach growled just at the right moment. Bai Qingyao looked over, and he couldn't help but blush. Big Tiger, please put away the things in your hand first. After we finish eating, you can do it. It's also a good time for you to call Aunt Zhang and the others so we can eat together. I will finish what I'm doing first. I'll work on the stove this afternoon.
All right.
Bai Qingyao nodded. The meat in the pot was ready, but they couldn't only eat meat at noon. The wood ear mushrooms hadn't dried yet, so they could fry some at lunchtime. They could also add a fresh, tender wild vegetable. Qingyao, I see you haven't planted many greens. These are just picked from the field.
Try some.
Just then, Aunt Zhang came in holding a basket of greens. Seeing that Big Tiger hadn't fixed the door yet, she frowned. Why is it taking so long? Has it not been fixed yet? Hearing her dislike, Big Tiger's face turned red. Almost done. Then hurry up. Aunt Zhang shot him a look but didn't say anything. She walked into the yard. Big Tiger pouted, feeling unsure if he was really her son, since she seemed to dislike him so much. All right, I'll stir-fry some greens for lunch today. Everyone can eat together later. No need, Qingyao. You and the others can eat. Big Tiger, and I will go back. That's not possible, Aunt Zhang. You and Big Tiger helped me so much today. I must keep you for the meal. Besides, I've already prepared everything. Please don't refuse. Aunt Zhang wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Qingyao. Aunt Zhang, if you don't agree, I feel bad asking you to come help me. Reluctantly, Aunt Zhang nodded. After Bai Qingyao finished stir-frying the greens, lively sounds came from inside the house. Looking up, she saw the three little ones coming out.
Mama.
Seeing Bai Qingyao, the three children immediately ran over and hugged her, speaking softly. Are you awake? Bai Qingyao put down the plate in her hands, her gaze gentle. Does it still hurt? Not anymore. The three children shook their heads. Gu Zaixian also felt amazed. Even though he had been kicked by Yang Chunhua, his body didn't hurt at all now. The medicine his mother gave him worked well. Even the slap marks on Gu Zaijing's face had faded. A Xian, a Jing, if anyone comes to our house again, you must hide well and not fight back. Wait for Mom to come back and handle it, understand? The three little ones were too young to face such situations and would only get into trouble.
We understand, Mom. Du Shikshuan nodded.
From now on, I will also protect my younger brother. Xian, while protecting your younger brother, you must also take care of yourself, understood? Yes. Old Lady Zhang overheard their entire conversation. Now, her opinion of Bai Qingyao had completely changed. She truly cares for the three children now. This way, Chen can also rest assured. Bai Qingyao cooked the roe deer meat until it was tender and soft, so the three little ones could chew it easily. The flavor remained fresh and natural, full of original taste. Mom, this is really delicious. If you like it, eat more. There's still more in the pot, she said, adding some greens to the children. You should eat some vegetables too, or else eating only meat might make you sick.
Okay.
Halfway through eating, a sudden noise came from the door. Everyone instinctively looked up. They saw Gu Jingda standing at the door, unsure whether to come in or go back. The smell from the Gu family's yard was so tempting that he hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed to just walk in. But the aroma kept lingering near his nose, making it hard for him to move. "Village chief? Why are you here?" Seeing him, Bai Qingyao stood up from the dining table and hurried to the door. "Cough, I was thinking your gate was broken, so I came to see if you needed help," he said. Hearing this, Bai Qingyao smiled. Old Lady Zhang asked Dahu to come help, and it's almost done. "All right then, you all eat." "I'll go now," he said, turning to leave. Bai Qingyao quickly spoke again. "Hey, village chief, you haven't had lunch yet, right? We just finished eating. Why don't you stay and have a little?" "No need, I'll just go home and eat," he replied. Although the smell was tempting, Gu Jingde controlled his strong desire and refused. "Stay and eat a bit. I also have something I want to ask you," she insisted. She had planned to visit the village chief this afternoon, but since Gu Jingde came to her house, she didn't need to make another trip. Gu Jingde was surprised. "You need to see me?" Before he could react, he was already seated at the table. "Grandpa village chief," the three children said politely when they saw him. Gu Jingde responded with a faint smile. "Does it still hurt?" "Mother applied medicine, so it doesn't hurt anymore." Gu Zaixian shook his head. "That's good." Bai Qingyao returned with a bowl and placed it in front of Gu Jingde. "Village chief, this morning I went to the mountain to gather some things and made some soup. Please try it." Looking at the meat in the bowl and glancing again at the yard, his eyes flashed with surprise. "Is this venison?" "Yes, I was lucky and found a robe." Gu Jingde. His luck really is good. But he doesn't believe it's pure luck. Thinking of Yang Chuanhua's appearance and then matching Bai Qingyao's smile, for some reason, Gu Jingde always feels that Bai Qingyao isn't as simple as she seems on the surface. However, she treats the three little ones well, so there's no problem there. After eating and drinking enough, Gu Jingde rubbed his belly. He hadn't eaten so freely in a long time. Remembering Bai Qingyao's words, he frowned. "What did you say? You want to buy that island?" No one has ever lived on that island, and it's unknown if there are wild animals. If she goes there, it could be very dangerous. Moreover, she has 3 children with her. "Yes, I want to ask the village chief how much the island costs." Gu Jingde frowned. "We don't know if there are wild animals on the island. If you want to live there, danger is unavoidable. Also, the land deed for that island isn't with the village, but with the county office. To buy the island, they still need to go to the county office. However, as far as I know, buying that island would cost at least 1,000 taels of silver." When Gu Jingde finished speaking, Granny Jiang and Jiang Dahe gasped. "That's so expensive?" Although the island is abandoned, it still covers a large piece of land. Acquiring it would cost at least 1,000 taels. But Bai Qingyao wasn't thinking about the price. She was considering that the island's location was excellent, backed by mountains and close to water. Choosing the island also had another reason. The island had a lot of potential and endless possibilities for exploration. Speaking of which, although Daxing Village is poor, its geographical location is excellent. It's very close to Hongsher Wharf, and beyond that is the county office. Hongsher Wharf is also a busy place, full of workers, and it's one of the places with the most visitors. It's a good location. Gu Jingde looked at Bai Qingyao. 1,000 taels isn't something an ordinary farmer can come up with. Even in a lifetime, they might not earn that much. In fact, the Gu family's current position is quite good. Seeing Bai Qingyao not speaking for a while, Gu Jingde couldn't help but speak. Bai Qingyao understood what Gu Jingde was thinking and smiled gently. "Village chief, don't worry. I have a plan. Right now, she doesn't have enough silver to buy the island. But that might not be the case in the future." "That's good." Gu Jingde thought Bai Qingyao had understood his words, so he relaxed. Then he remembered something else. Yang Chunhua. Hearing this name, Bai Qingyao instinctively looked up. Dajiang, the village head, didn't know the full story and looked upset as he spoke. "That old woman is really cruel. She could hurt such a young child." "Village head, you can't let her get away this time." Cough. Gu Jingde cleared his throat softly, glanced at Bai Qingyao, then continued speaking. "Yang Chunhua fell into a ditch on her way back and broke her leg. But don't worry, I will settle her account. That's more like it. That's karma. She deserved to fall and hurt herself. Knowing the full story, Gu Zhengde slowly turned his head, indicating he didn't want to say more. Bai Qingyao saw that the village head didn't plan to reveal anything, so she didn't speak either. But even if he had, she wasn't worried. After all, that old woman had hurt 3 young animals. After the village head left, Zhang Dahu started working on the moving stove. This was Bai Qingyao's stall for tomorrow, so she had to prepare it well. There were many small details she hadn't figured out, but Bai Qingyao explained them to him, and he understood. While she was at it, Bai Qingyao loosened the soil in the vegetable garden and sprinkled some vegetable seeds on top. These vegetables grow easily and are good for summer eating. Today's events taught her a lesson. She must quickly make building a new house part of her routine, or at least keep some animals at home to watch over the place. She wondered if anyone in the village kept dogs. Or maybe the white wolf she met in the mountains today. But wolves are usually hard to tame unless they are very intelligent. She wondered if that white wolf would agree. No matter, next time she goes up the mountain, she could ask it. She might even lure it with tasty food. Thinking this, Bai Qingyao's hands moved faster and faster. Soon, she had sown all the seeds in the vegetable garden. After finishing, she looked at Zhang Dahu still busy working. She picked up her basket and was about to leave. Dahu, you keep working. I need to go out for a bit. Okay. Zhang Dahu looked up and saw the basket behind Bai Qingyao, then nodded. Earlier, Tortoise had given her a small, old boat. She didn't know how old it was, but the fishing boat was well equipped, at least suitable for simple sea fishing. In a few days, she could make good use of it. The afternoon beach was full of waves crashing against the shore. Each time the waves hit, more white shells washed up onto the sand. Bai Qingyao glanced around and headed toward the shore where a fishing boat was docked. There were many old, worn-out fishing boats at the dock, discarded by fishermen. Although still usable, these boats were too dangerous to go into deep-sea areas. In shallow waters, they couldn't catch much, so over time, they were left here. Bai Qingyao looked around and saw no one. Luckily, there was no one around, or she wouldn't have known how to explain suddenly appearing on this boat. The boat was medium-sized, just enough to hold her, with a large storage space for her catch of seafood. Bai Qingyao had never steered a boat before. Looking at the boat in front of her, she frowned. Senior, do you know how to use this boat? I don't know, replied Tortoise Senior. I don't need to use it. I saw it was strange and swallowed it. Never thought it could come out again. Their tribe loved collecting treasures. If it weren't for survival, they wouldn't have opened their treasure vaults. Besides, this little thing is nothing special compared to the real treasures inside my stomach. It's just different, but not particularly unique. But don't be discouraged. This is suitable for you now. As for how to use it, you'll have to figure that out yourself. Bai Qingyao. Is Senior Tortoise showing off? Thanks, but that felt a bit insulting. Bai Qingyao felt she wasn't comforted at all. In fact, she felt quite looked down upon. But she couldn't do much. Having a boat was better than having none. Standing on the boat, she walked over to the steering mechanism and poked at the controls. Boom. Suddenly, the fishing boat shook. Bai Qingyao was startled and grabbed onto a nearby post to avoid falling. She patted her chest, feeling how frightening it was. Senior, is there really no instruction manual? Tortoise Senior looked at her with a troubled expression and coughed. This kind of small thing, you figure it out yourself. He was curled up on her shoulder, and after hearing her, he slowly spat out a few words. Bai Qingyao. All right then. She circled the boat, examined it, and found that although it looked a bit old and worn, all the necessary functions were there. She raised her hand and poked here, then poked there. After a while, the boat finally moved away from its original position, and she became truly skilled at steering. Far from the coast, Bai Qingyao still felt a bit nervous. She had ridden yachts, ferries, and ancient-style sailboats, but she had never rowed a boat herself. This feeling is strange but exciting. For her first time rowing, she chose a shallow area instead of the deep sea to keep herself safer. If she had gone into the deep sea, her life might have been at risk. She picked a good spot, took the fishing net from the basket beside her, found a suitable place, and with a flick of her hand, threw it into the water. After casting the net, Bai Qingyao turned and went into the cabin. The boat looked quite large, with many boxes on it. She decided to check what was inside those boxes. Turtle Shell seemed to sense her curiosity and slightly lifted its eyes, but quickly retracted its neck. Since the boat was given to her, it belonged to her now. A creak. The nearest box was opened, and a rotten smell wafted out. Bai Qingyao brushed off the dust in front of her. The dust settled, revealing what was inside. There were some sandbags and decayed food. The senior had said that the inside of the boat was like frozen in time. If the food had been good at first, it wouldn't have rotted. This means that when the senior swallowed this fishing boat, the food inside was already spoiled. There was nothing valuable in this box. She turned her head to look at the second box. There were 3 boxes in total, so not all of them could contain food. Creak. The second box was opened, revealing its contents, books. She picked up one and flipped through a page, realizing it wasn't written in the language of the Great Zhao. But there were annotations next to the text. She looked at several books in a row and suddenly understood. This boat was not a local product, it was from a foreign land. When outsiders entered the territory, they accidentally encountered a storm, and no one on the boat survived. This box contained the lifelong knowledge of the ship's owner. The owner was a designer, and there were many design sketches inside, more precisely, various engineering plans. Bai Qingyao's eyes lit up. This was great news for her. Her gaze shifted to the third box. It was the last one, and she didn't know what was inside. She reached out and opened it. This box was placed at the very back, as if hidden away. It seems to be something the ship owner valued greatly, but its contents are unknown. When the dust settled, what was inside was revealed, a very large object. However, Bai Qingyao's first notice was not the object itself, but a small box beside it. She took out the small box, and as soon as she opened it, a row of shiny fish hooks caught her eye. Fish hooks? Her gaze then shifted to the heavy object. Is that a fishing rod? Her breath caught, and she struggled to drag the box out, placing the contents onto the ship's deck. Next, she turned to search the second box she had seen earlier. Given how much the owner valued these items, there should be some drawings inside. Sure enough, among the last stack, she found blueprints for the fishing rod. After reading them, she couldn't help but marvel. The ship owner must have been a great designer in life. This fishing rod was already semi-automatic. What's this? This is a fishing rod. Tortoiseshell looked at the dark object. And that? I'll show you how it works. Seeing this, Bai Qingyao felt a bit eager to try. She decided to test its function. At first, she was a bit unskilled. The mechanism was not very responsive. She thought she should oil it when she got back, or it would be hard to cast. Soon, the fish hook entered the sea, and she felt the line sink. Bai Qingyao's eyes lit up. She was about to pull the rod when suddenly, the boat shook violently. She was startled. What happened? Then she saw a faint white shape in front of the boat. What's going on? Tortoiseshell shook her head, looked up, and then spoke. It's a young dolphin, probably attracted by the bait. That thing is a big supplement for all marine creatures, and that includes young dolphins. Bai Qingyao. Her gaze slowly fell on the huge creature in front of her. A dolphin? And it's even been alive for 1,000 years? How fantastical! The dolphin, confused, turned its head and showed a pair of clear eyes. Both stared at each other in silence. The dolphin was still holding the bait it had just snatched from the sea in its mouth. It was still tasting the delicious food, but suddenly, it felt something pulling at it. The object was small and curious, so it followed along. It lifted its head and met Bai Qingyao's shocked gaze. Under her astonished stare, the little dolphin quickly swallowed the bait in its mouth. Burp. Bai Qingyao just spoke a word when she saw the little dolphin suddenly panic and pull back its head. Hey, don't move. I'll help you get the fishhook out. The dolphin moved, causing the fishing boat to shake. All right, little one, don't move anymore. Bai Qingyao was surprised. She calmed herself and turned to look at the turtle. What should she do now? Return it to the sea? Squeak! The dolphin waved its fins and made a few sounds. The turtle looked at it. This little guy was attracted by the tasty bait. It has no bad intentions. After you remove the fishhook, put it back in the water. Bai Qingyao nodded and gently reached out to pat the dolphin's head. Soft and a bit smooth. Okay, go home now. The dolphin looked at Bai Qingyao, then at the turtle, and made a squeaking sound. It turned around and swam back into the sea. After a while, Bai Qingyao finally regained her composure. She looked up and saw a nearby island. Senior, look. That island is the one I want to buy. Following her finger, the turtle's wise eyes flickered with a faint light. That small island. The young girl had good judgment. Not bad. Hearing the turtle's praise, Bai Qingyao felt happy and waved her hand. Her fishing rod almost got pulled into the water earlier. She hurried over to check it. Luckily, the little dolphin didn't struggle too much and wasn't hurt. Splash! Just as she was thinking, she heard a splash. The little dolphin, which had just left, suddenly popped its head out again. Huh? Why are you back? Chirp! The dolphin moved its tail and swam a few more steps forward. Ripples appeared on the water surface, and suddenly, behind the dolphin, an old, rusty box appeared. Senior, this is such a cute little fellow. Girl, this is a gift from the little dolphin. It found something tasty, so it brought this to you. So that's how it was. Thank you. Chirp, splash. Bai Qingyao dragged the box onto the deck. Looking at the box on the deck, it was rusty in spots. It looked old, and she wasn't sure what was inside. She paused, stepped forward, and opened the box. When she saw what was inside, her mouth dropped open in shock. It wasn't anything ordinary. Inside were piles of gold and silver treasures. There are even quite a few pieces of gold. She didn't expect that these things could actually be given to her by a dolphin. Senior, take it. These bait are much more valuable than these, and besides, sea creatures can't use these things. Compared to these, edible food is more attractive to it. Bai Qingyao didn't realize how important these were to it, but she knew herself. She turned to the little dolphin. Thank you, little dolphin. Since it lives in the sea, it doesn't need these things at all. Chirp. Does it ask if you like these? If not, it will find more for you. Enough. Senior, please tell it that I like these very much. These items could easily buy the island. After going out to sea, she didn't expect to gain so much. Bai Qingyao truly didn't expect that a small dolphin could be so bold. When the dolphin heard the turtle's message, it was very happy and swam around the fishing boat. Luckily, it is still young. Otherwise, when it becomes an adult, it wouldn't be able to appear in these shallow waters. Thinking for a moment, Bai Qingyao took out a few pieces of bait and placed them in front of the little dolphin. Smelling the rich aroma of the bait, the dolphin poked its head out, but then looked at the turtle. The turtle nodded. Eat. Hearing this, the dolphin happily started eating. Bai Qingyao watched it and hid a smile at her eyes. She stood up. Senior, it seems the little dolphin is a bit afraid of you. She wasn't sure if it was just her feeling. I am much older than it and I am a divine beast, so I naturally have a presence that intimidates them, so that's how it is. She turned and walked to the side of the boat, sat down, leaned against the railing, stretched her legs out, and occasionally reached out to touch the little dolphin, feeling very relaxed. At this moment, the fishing hook sank, and a fish took the bait. Bai Qingyao stood up and pulled the fish out. This time it was a normal catch, a yellow-finned sea bream. Looking at the sky, Bai Qingyao reeled in the fishing line and spoke to the little dolphin in the sea. You should go home quickly too, or your parents will worry. We should head back as well. Chirp. The little dolphin wagged its tail reluctantly, looked at Bai Qingyao, then turned around and dove into the sea. Senior, let's pack up and head back too. Getting the money from the little dolphin, buying the small island shouldn't be a problem. But before that, she needed to exchange all these gold, silver, and jewelry for banknotes. If she took these valuables directly to the county office, it might cause quite a bit of trouble. It was almost an hour and a half, so Bai Qingyao quickly pulled back the fishing net she had thrown into the sea. As she expected, Mixing the special bait given to her by the turtle with regular bait worked even better than she thought. The small net was filled with dark fish of many kinds. She looked inside and saw about 5 or 6 different types. She placed the net on the deck and was glad she had planned ahead. She took out a wooden bucket and sorted the fish from the net. Bai Qingyao only filled a small bucket and then prepared to go home. When she arrived, Zhang Dahu had already set up a small moving stall. It was now placed in the middle of the yard. Bai Qingyao saw it immediately as she entered. "Mom, you're back," the 3 little ones exclaimed. The first to see Bai Qingyao was Zhang. He pointed at the bucket in her hand and curiously leaned in to look. "Yes, I caught a lot today. We can make many tasty dishes," she replied. Hearing tasty, Gu Zihui started to drool and giggled, grabbing Bai Qingyao's clothes and not letting go. "Sister-in-law Gu, come see if this will work," Zhang Dahu called out just then. Bai Qingyao snapped out of her thoughts. The stall was mostly made of wood, with a clay stove built on top, covered with a layer to insulate against heat, preventing the fire from burning the stall. 4 large wheels supported it, with 2 smaller wheels in the middle, making it easy to move. Next to the stove, there was a wooden cabinet she had designed herself, which could hold items like seasonings and rolling pins. They could even make noodles on the spot, which was very convenient. "Mom, is this what we'll need in the future?" the 3 little ones asked. They watched Zhang Dahu work for a long time, seeing him piece together the scattered wood into the current shape. "Yes, look here. When the time comes, I'll put small stools for you. When we arrive, you can sit on them, and I'll even put some snacks for you," Bai Qingyao said, pointing at a small cabinet nearby. It was small but could hold quite a few things. She looked around and was very satisfied. Everything she needed was there, and it was all very well made. "Dahu, you did a great job making it look just right," she praised. "As long as it looks good, that's enough," Zhang Dahu replied happily. Hearing Bai Qingyao's words, Zhang Dahu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Dahu, you don't have to be like that. Your skills are very good. Even if you don't do other work, you're excellent at carpentry." After hearing Bai Qingyao's praise, Zhang Dahu shyly scratched his head. "My skills are still far from perfect," he said. But Bai Qingyao shook her head in disagreement. "Dahu, you shouldn't say that. Everyone has their own strengths. Like you, your woodworking is really impressive." "I'm never lying. Yes, Uncle Dahu, your little cart is really nice," the 3 little ones chimed in, coming forward to praise him, making Zhang Dahu blush. No. It's still the drawing my sister made," he said. Without Bai Qingyao's design, he wouldn't have thought to make the stove like this. It's a movable stove, something never seen before. Plus, Bai Qingyao also asked him to add heat insulation, which made it much safer. This stove was truly one of a kind. Feeling a bit shy, Zhang Dahu still felt very proud of the stove he made. At this moment, the 3 little ones came closer. "Mom, what is this for?" they asked. "This." Bai Qingyao looked at them with a mysterious smile. "It's a secret for now. When we go to town tomorrow, you'll find out." The 3 little ones looked confused, but when they heard about going to town, they became excited again. Every day in town, they could earn a lot of money, so they wouldn't go hungry anymore. How could they not be happy? The next day, early in the morning, before Bai Qingyao called them, the 3 little ones woke up early. As soon as they stepped into the yard, they smelled the same delicious aroma as yesterday. And today, the smell was even stronger. "Wake up, come quickly for breakfast. Later, Mom will take you to town." Today, besides going to town, they also needed to visit the county office. Fortunately, the county office was not far from Taohua town, or they wouldn't be able to set up their stall today. Yesterday, Bai Qingyao didn't go to sell, and Granny Luo thought something had happened. When she saw Bai Qingyao arrive today, she hurried over. "White girl, what happened yesterday? Did you encounter any problems? If you have any issues, don't keep it to yourself. Just tell Granny, and she'll help you solve it." Hearing Granny Luo's caring words, Bai Qingyao showed a gentle smile.
"Grandma, ai fine."
Yesterday, there were some family matters. Seeing that Grandma Luo looked a bit nervous, Bai Qingyao quickly spoke up. "I'm glad you're okay." Seeing that she was unharmed, Grandma Luo patted her chest and let out a sigh of relief. Actually, Bai Qingyao was also a bit confused. When she first met Grandma Luo, why did she treat her so kindly, even a little too kindly? But she didn't feel any ill intentions from her, which meant Grandma Luo was genuinely sincere. No matter what, Grandma Luo was a good person and a respectful elder. She couldn't let her down. After saying this, Grandma Luo turned her head and saw the small stall in front of Bai Qingyao, and she was momentarily surprised. "Young girl, what is this? Aren't you selling oysters anymore?" Then Grandma Luo remembered something. "You didn't come yesterday, and many people came here looking for oysters. I'm selling," Bai Qingyao quickly replied. "I still sell oysters, but in smaller quantities. Today, I plan to sell seafood noodles. Oysters are plentiful and easy to sell, but selling only, that is too monotonous. Most importantly, these foods are good for trying new flavors, but no one eats them every day. Noodles are different. People need to eat, and noodles are filling." "Oh, Grandma Luo, have you had breakfast?" "I brought some noodles today." "I'll serve you a bowl." "Sure." Grandma Luo didn't mind being polite. Bai Qingyao didn't care either. As soon as she opened the wooden bowl with the broth, a fresh aroma wafted out, attracting passers-by to turn their heads. Grandma Luo caught the scent and forgot everything else. She hurried over to Bai Qingyao's stall, waiting for her to serve the soup. "Grandma Luo, here." Seeing Grandma Luo's childlike expression, a smile flickered across Bai Qingyao's face. "Miss, what are you selling? It smells so good." Someone passing by noticed the aroma and stopped to ask. "This is seafood noodles, 3 cents a bowl." 3 cents. Hearing the price, the passerby frowned. Usually, noodles cost only 2 cents. Now, this bowl costs 3 cents, which seems a bit expensive. While speaking, Bai Qingyao opened a nearby wooden barrel filled with the stove she had prepared early in the morning, along with fish and shrimp that had been cleaned of their strong smell. People could choose according to their preferences. Seeing this, the woman stopped talking. The little boy beside her suddenly tugged at her clothes. "Mom, it smells so good." The woman clenched her teeth and took out 3 coins from her pocket. "Give me a bowl of fish, and make sure it's full, boss." "You hear me?" "Don't worry, you'll get plenty," Bai Qingyao said skillfully as she scooped a bowl for her. "Are you taking it away or eating here?" "Eat here," the woman replied. If it wasn't good, she could always come back. Bai Qingyao nodded. Gu Zaixian, very observant, quickly brought down a small wooden table and stool from nearby, setting them behind them. "Please enjoy your meal." Just as she finished placing the food, a chubby figure ran over from a short distance, beads of sweat on his forehead. "Girl, you finally arrived. Do you have oysters? Hurry up and give me some." "Yes, I do. I'll pack some for you now," Bai Qingyao replied, opening another wooden barrel and taking out oysters. While waiting, the middle-aged man's nose twitched intensely. "Boss, what's that smell? It's so fragrant." "This is seafood noodles, 3 coins a bowl," Bai Qingyao answered. "Quick, give me a bowl." He loved eating more than anything, and the smell directly tickled his nose, making him feel eager. "Please sit down first," Bai Qingyao said. As soon as he sat, he heard the mother and son next to him speak. "Mom, this is so delicious. You should try some too." The little boy took a bite, his eyes immediately shining. The woman lowered her head and took a sip of soup. Although they didn't have noodles or meat, the soup was full of concentrated essence, fresh but not greasy, with a faint aroma that masked the original fishy smell. Bai Qingyao was busy, and Gu Zaixian moved a small stool in front of him. "Hey, okay," he said. Looking at the small boy in front of him, Gu Zaixian quickly reached out to take the stool, worried he might fall. Lao Danyang ate a big bowl, casually wiped her mouth, and walked over to Bai Qingyao. "Girl, your noodles are really delicious. Would you like another bowl?" "No, I've had enough," she replied, feeling a bit regretful. Earlier that morning, her mischievous son bought fish cakes from Wang Yuju. She had been greedy and eaten a few more than she should have. She didn't expect Bai Qingyao's food today to be even better. What a mistake. With a slurp, the middle-aged man eagerly took a big bite as soon as the noodles were served. Ugh, just coming up from the ground, still warm, He was burned and opened his mouth wide. He hurriedly blew air into his hands to cool his face. But his eyes were full of excitement. Delicious, so good. Boss, one more bowl for me. He originally thought the oysters and fish cakes were tasty enough, but he didn't expect that a simple noodle dish could be made so delicious by Bai Qingyao. Your noodles. In a short time, Bai Qingyao's noodles, fragrant and tempting, attracted many customers. Some people chose not to buy because of the price, but most of the noodles brought by her were sold. As the market gradually quieted down, only a few noodles remained. Girl, I have to say, your cooking skills are amazing. How can such simple noodles taste so good in your hands? Old Lady Luo looked skeptical. She had tried making noodles herself before, but they all seemed to be thrown away. Compared to hers, Bai Qingyao's noodles were clearly better. Old Lady Luo, you flatter me. Oh no, I don't usually praise others easily, but your cooking is the best I've ever had. Bai Qingyao smiled. Just as she was about to speak, her eyes caught a figure slowly walking down from a carriage parked nearby. She recognized the carriage. It was the Sun family's. They had come here before to buy oysters and fish cakes. The maid saw Bai Qingyao and didn't look proud, but instead helped a girl dressed in pink and green clothes walk over. Miss, do you still have fish cakes and oysters? There are some oysters left, but the fish cakes are all sold out. She didn't make many fish cakes. They had just been put out earlier and were quickly bought up. Hearing this, the girl in pink and green looked disappointed. Huh? Miss, are they eating noodles? Are they from your place too? The girl, Sun Yunyun, suddenly saw many people sitting at a table nearby, eating noodles with their heads bowed. A faint aroma filled the air, making her curious. Her voice was soft but not sharp, sounding very pleasant. Bai Qingyao looked up. Yes, these are seafood noodles. You can choose your toppings. She opened the wooden container, and the fragrant smell immediately attracted Yunyun. Are there still noodles left? She lifted her slightly moist eyes and looked at Bai Qingyao. Bai Qingyao nodded. There is more. What flavor does the young lady want to eat? There were options like egg drop, vegetable toppings, shrimp, and fish. Sun Yunyun looked in the direction of her gaze and saw the flavorful toppings she had smelled earlier. She raised her hand and pointed to the fish balls not far away. I want this. Bai Qingyao skillfully used a spoon to serve her a large scoop. Would you like to eat here, or take it away, young lady? The maid nearby frowned when she heard this. How could the young lady eat in public like this? Thinking this, she stepped forward to speak, but was interrupted by Sun Yunyun. Eat here. But, miss, the maid started to protest, but Sun Yunyun looked at her, and the maid had to shut her mouth. Sun Yunyun sat where the mother and son had sat earlier. Watching people happily eat around her, she suddenly felt hungry. But when she thought about her face, her hand instinctively went to her veil, and a faint sadness flickered in her eyes. Bai Qingyao moved quickly, and a bowl of noodles was soon served. Your noodles? Looking at the bowl, the maid frowned. Why are these coarse noodles? Young lady, today I only made some coarse noodles. There's no white flour noodles. But these coarse noodles have a special flavor. You can try them. Xiao Tao. The maid wanted to say more but was silenced by Sun Yunyun. Xiao Tao had no choice but to stop and dared not argue further. Thank you, young lady. You're welcome. Then she looked up at Bai Qingyao. After saying that, Sun Yunyun's attention was fully on the seafood noodles in front of her. She picked up a pair of chopsticks, gently scooped some, lowered her head slightly, and put it into her mouth. Bai Qingyao finished speaking and paid no more attention to them. This was Sun Yunjia's carriage. She had seen it before and guessed that the woman in the pink-green dress was probably Sun Yunyun, the young lady of the Sun family, though she wore a veil, likely for some other reason. However, she didn't try to flatter her. She hadn't expected that this Sun Yunyun was quite different from what she imagined. She could sit down and have a meal in this bustling place. It was truly surprising. Moreover, after the first bite of seafood noodles, Sun Yunyun couldn't stop eating. Soon, she finished a large bowl, leaving not a drop of broth behind. After finishing her meal, she used a cloth to wipe her mouth, but her eyes sparkled with happiness. Boss, how much noodles do you have left? Pack it all up for me. I want to take it home. Such delicious food must be shared with my parents to try. Xiao Tao glanced at her young lady and thought, after this trip, she seems to be in a much better mood. She felt relieved inside. If the young lady continued to feel down, the master and madam would never sleep peacefully. All right, please wait a moment. Bai Qingyao packed up all the remaining noodles and handed her a small paper bag. Miss, this is some vegetable cakes I made. Eating a little of this can help calm your temper. Thank you, Bai Qingyao smiled. Actually, she should be thanking them for letting her close her stall early. After they left, Bai Qingyao turned around and saw Granny Luo. Granny, can you watch my stall for a bit? I need to go to the county office. The county office. Hearing this, Granny Luo looked at her nervously. Girl, is something wrong? No, Granny, don't worry. I just want to ask about a piece of land in our village. I plan to build a new house. Hearing this, Granny Luo's worries eased. Go ahead. I'll watch here. Granny Luo patted her chest generously, and Bai Qingyao turned to the three little ones. Do you want to come with me? Yes, the three children answered in unison without hesitation. Then wait here with Mom. I'll be back soon to take you to the county office, okay? Okay. Although she didn't know what Bai Qingyao was planning, the three children nodded without hesitation. Before heading to the county office, Bai Qingyao needed to exchange the box of gold and jewelry given by Dai Mao for banknotes. She walked to a corner, tidied up her clothes, applied some makeup on her face, changed into men's clothing, and headed toward the largest pawnshop in town. Tahua Town is one of the poorer towns in Qingshui County. The pawnshops here are not as good as those in other towns, but having one is better than not. Sir, is this pawned item for redemption? Bai Qingyao approached the shopkeeper, who looked up at her with a neutral expression and spoke without much emotion. It wasn't because he looked down on her, but because business in this town was really slow. Few people pawn things all year round. Bai Qingyao didn't mind and took a small cloth bag out of her clothes. This is what she picked out from the box yesterday, several jade bangles. They are the worst items in the box, but in this era, they are still considered high quality. Seeing the bangles, the shopkeeper's eyes lit up immediately. Are you planning to buy these things? Yes, Bai Qingyao replied calmly. The shopkeeper picked up the items, raised his hand, and examined them carefully in the sunlight. Young master, these jade bangles and accessories are quite good in quality. Overall, our shop can offer 500 taels. Bai Qingyao frowned. Seeing her frown, the shopkeeper was afraid she might change her mind. 600 taels, no more than that. If you want more, young master, you can look at other shops. Although these items are valuable, if the price is too high, they won't make much profit, and it would be a waste of time. All right, this is the receipt. Safe travels. After taking the receipt, Bai Qingyao turned to leave the pawn shop, and then went to another bank. 600 taels still isn't enough. Entering the bank, the young servant at the door glanced at him with little interest. Where is your shopkeeper? Hearing her voice, the young servant raised his eyelids. Are you here to deposit money? If so, you don't need to see the shopkeeper. You can go directly to the counter at the front. Hearing his indifferent tone, Bai Qingyao looked at him calmly. She stepped toward the counter. Bang! Bai Qingyao placed a small wooden box on the counter. Exchange this for silver notes. As soon as Bai Qingyao finished speaking, the young servant at the counter instinctively looked up. When he looked down, he saw the box filled with gold. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief.
Young
master, what did you just say? Exchange this gold for silver notes. All right, please wait a moment. Seeing this, the young servant stammered and hurriedly turned to notify the shopkeeper. The gold Bai Qingyao brought was quite heavy. In Peach Blossom Town, few people exchange gold for silver notes at the bank. Most only deal with silver. Although this gold isn't a lot for the bank, anyone who can casually take out so much gold must not be an ordinary person. The young clerks here are trained in recognizing people so they can tell who's who. After receiving the message, the shopkeeper hurried to the main hall. Seeing Bai Qingyao, he quickly approached. Young master, are you here to exchange for silver notes? Yes. Hearing Bai Qingyao's distant tone, the shopkeeper didn't mind. Please wait a moment, it will be ready soon. The shopkeeper didn't deceive Bai Qingyao. After less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, he ran over with a silver note. Sir, sorry to keep you waiting. The weighing took a little time. You brought 100 taels of gold, which exchanges for 1,000 taels of silver. Here is your silver note. Bai Qingyao took the note calmly and nodded, but inside she was crying. She didn't expect that the tortoiseshell was so rich. The things she brought today were less than a quarter of what was in that box, yet she exchanged 1,600 taels of silver. It made her feel jealous. After Bai Qingyao left, the shopkeeper finally looked away. A young servant nearby looked confused. Shopkeeper, we often have customers who spend 1,000 taels, so why are you treating that young master differently? Hearing this, the shopkeeper looked at him. 1,000 taels isn't much, but look at that young master's clothes. They're not made of the finest fabric, yet he can easily bring out so much gold. You mean? The young servant suddenly understood. The shopkeeper looked at him with a teaching look. This money was stolen. Bang! As the servant spoke, the shopkeeper directly gave him a sharp slap. Stolen money? How dare someone come to the moneylender openly with stolen money? This young master must be from a wealthy family, sneaking out to experience life.
Oh.
The young servant rubbed his head and responded in a muffled voice. After leaving the moneylender, Bai Qingyao removed all her disguises and returned to her stall. Let's go. Mother will take you to the county office. Bai Qingyao picked up Gu Zihui from the ground and led the 3 children toward the county office. The county office wasn't far from Taohua town, but walking there took nearly half an hour. Once inside the town, Bai Qingyao noticed that everything here was different from Taohua town. It was busier, more prosperous, with more people coming and going. The market was also larger. The original body had never been to the county government before, and she had no memories of this place. She had to ask passers-by for directions to the county office. When she arrived at the gate of the county office, she saw a somewhat grand but old signboard. Without hesitation, she walked inside.
Who's there?
As soon as she reached the gate of the county office, Bai Qingyao was stopped outside. She took out a certificate from the village chief and handed it to the guard at the door. Brother Bao, I am from Dayuan village. This is a document issued by our village chief. Today, I came to the county office to ask about buying the land in our Dayuan village area. Hearing this, the constable frowned, but he knew that the ownership of each village's islands was indeed managed by the county office. Wait here, he said coldly, then turned and went inside. Mother, why are we here? Gu Zijing asked curiously, but he also felt a little scared. Those people earlier looked fierce and intimidating. It was quite frightening. Today we came to ask about buying the island in our village. An island? Gu Zijuan's eyes widened slightly. Mother, are you going to buy a small island? Yes, we plan to build a new house there, raise some poultry, and grow lots of delicious food. Yay! I'll help Mother raise chicks, Gu Zijing said excitedly, feeling less scared. Gu Zihui also spoke up confidently, then I'll help Mother plant vegetables. Good. All of you help Mother, she said. Just then, Bai Qingyao heard footsteps nearby. She looked up and saw the same constable walking over from a distance.
Come with me, he said.
Bai Qingyao followed the constable and the 3 children into the county office. The county magistrate sat on the main seat, with a young man standing beside him. The magistrate looked quite young, probably in his 20s or early 30s. It was surprising that he was already a county magistrate at such a young age. Greetings, Your Honor, Bai Qingyao said politely. No need for formalities, the magistrate replied kindly, without any sense of pressure. I heard from the constable earlier that you want to buy land in the village. If she remembered correctly, the county office only managed islands and mountains in each village. Other lands were rarely under their control. So, why was she here today? Yes, that's right, Bai Qingyao answered calmly. Which piece of land do you want to buy? Xueming waved and brought over a land deed and a map. Bai Qingyao looked up. Sir, I want to ask, what is the value of the island in Dayuan village? Xueming's hand paused slightly as he looked at the documents, then slowly looked up. You want to buy an island? Exactly. He frowned slightly. As far as I know, the islands near Qingshui County have no residents. No one even lands there, and it's unknown whether there are wild animals on the islands. Are you really determined to buy one? Yes, Bai Qingyao nodded. Which island do you like? After saying this, Xueming remembered something and continued, "But I must warn you first. Although these islands are uninhabited and no one goes there, they cover a large area, and the price is not cheap." Seeing that Bai Qingyao's expression remained calm, Xueming opened a booklet. "You mentioned Diyuan Village? Let me see. Diyuan Village has 3 islands. Which one do you prefer, Your Honor? It's..." Hearing her answer, Xueming quickly turned to that page. "The island you mentioned is of medium size compared to the other 2 and costs 1,700 taels." Hearing this, Bai Qingyao was surprised. She knew the island was expensive, but she didn't expect it to be this costly. "How about it?" "I want this one." Although it was expensive, she had enough silver to buy it. Hearing Bai Qingyao's decision, Xueming was a bit surprised. Looking at her clothes, she didn't seem to come from a wealthy family, and she was holding documents from Diyuan Village, clearly indicating she was from there. He also remembered Diyuan Village. It wasn't rich, but it was near the dock. However, the villagers there dared not try to buy land. Since he took office, Qingshui County had improved somewhat, but it still ranked at the bottom among various county offices. The development of Qingshui Village had become a concern for him. He hadn't expected that Bai Qingyao, today, came here to buy a never-before-considered island. Then, let's sign the documents. With the documents and land deed in hand, Bai Qingyao finally relaxed. Now she was an owner of an island, and her future quiet retirement as a recluse was just around the corner. After they left, Xueming suddenly turned to look at the man beside him and spoke. "Yi Cheng, you say, a common farm girl now has such great ability that she can buy an island? Yet I've been in office for so many years and have achieved nothing. There's no need to worry too much, sir. Perhaps this is an opportunity for you." "Huh?" Xueming looked up in surprise, with a look of doubt in his eyes as he gazed at Tang Yicheng. The adults have been busy with county affairs lately and probably haven't heard that 2 new dishes have appeared at Wangyue residence. One is called 10 live oysters, and the other is a type of pastry called fish cake. What's the problem with these? It's said that the oyster dish was originally made by a farmer girl from Taohua Town to sell. At first, no one wanted to try it, but after some people did, they found the taste very good, which caused a big fuss.
Are you saying that?
If I'm guessing right, it's probably Miss Bai from earlier. Tang Yicheng's eyes flashed with sharp insight. Making such an ordinary seafood dish so valuable shows that Miss Bai must have more clever ideas in her mind. You might want to keep an eye on her.
Tang Yicheng so my mitstioli.
Xueming immediately understood. He said, "Yicheng really has a sharp eye." After leaving the county office, Bai Qingyao hurried back to the town with the 3 little ones. When they arrived, Granny Luo hadn't left yet. Her stall's sugar cakes sold the most today. Usually, Granny Luo would pack up before all the cakes were sold, not caring much about how much money she made. Seeing Bai Qingyao walking over from afar, she waved excitedly. "Girl, have you finished everything?" "Yes. Thank you, Granny Luo, for watching my stall." Bai Qingyao bowed slightly to thank her. "No need to be so polite." Granny Luo waved her hand casually. "Since everything's done, it's time to close up today." Hearing her relaxed words, Bai Qingyao couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Granny, if you keep saying that, I might start to think you're just here to sell things."
Haha.
Haha. Hearing that, Granny Luo chuckled, almost revealing she was just a troublemaker. "No way. I came out just to sell things and support my family." She patted her chest confidently. Bai Qingyao smiled and said, Yes, Granny Luo is right." Seeing her reaction, Granny Luo didn't say anything more. After saying goodbye to Bai Qingyao, she turned into an alley. Once Bai Qingyao couldn't see her anymore, she straightened her back. A few young servants came out from a corner nearby. Seeing her, they hurried over. "Madam, why are you out selling again? Young master told us to take good care of you." Granny Luo rolled her eyes when she heard that. "Take care of me? That kid isn't even here now. What's there to take care of? Furthermore, I enjoy selling goods every day and having someone to talk to. Otherwise, staying alone in that yard would make my wife feel very bored." "I don't dare," said the 2 young men quickly upon hearing Granny Luo. Granny Luo snorted coldly, walked to the end of the alley, turned right, and soon disappeared from view. Bai Qingyao was about to head back with the three little ones when Gu Zishuan suddenly tugged at her sleeve. Huh? Xian, what's wrong? Gu Zishuan pointed to a place not far away and said, Big uncle, big uncle. Following Gu Zishuan's gaze, Bai Qingyao saw a middle-aged man in patched clothes, looking a bit disheveled. Standing in front of him was a person looking down at him from above. From her memory, this man was her maternal elder brother, Bai Qingshan. But she remembered her family was quite well off, so why did he look so poor now? Bai Qingyao led the three little ones over. As they approached, they heard the tall middle-aged man speak. Your game is getting worse. I'll give you 30 coins. If that's not enough, just leave quickly. Manager Zhang, this really isn't enough. The roe deer I caught is of very good quality, and it weighs over 50 jin. Look, can you give me a bit more? The person called Manager Zhang, hearing this, became even more sharp-tongued. Your roe deer's hide is mostly ruined. 30 coins at most. Bai Qingshan's face turned pale when he heard this. Manager Zhang's glance flicked over his expression, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. If he bought the roe deer for 30 coins, the rest of the money would go straight into his pocket. Thinking about his family's current situation, Bai Qingshan clenched his teeth. Just as he was about to speak, someone else took the roe deer from him. This roe deer is in perfect shape. The scars on its back are normal hunting marks. A 50-gene roe deer at Wanhua residence would cost at least 300 coins. You're dreaming if you think you can buy it for 30. How dare you? Manager Zhang's face darkened. However, Bai Qingshan instinctively looked over and, upon seeing Bai Qingyao, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Maymid, sister. Big brother. Bai Qingyao greeted him with a smile, feeling Bai Qingshan's joy. Big uncle. The three little ones also greeted Bai Qingshan warmly. Previously, the Bai family's uncle had been very kind to them. Alas, Xian, Jing, and Huai are here too. Seeing them, Bai Qingshan's smile became gentler. Bai Qingyao also remembered the important matter and looked up at Steward Zhang. This Zhang family is also a wealthy household. Buying a roe deer for 30 coins. If this gets out, no one will laugh at us. Big brother, since they're bullying us so much, let's just leave. Bai Qingshan nodded. Since his sister wanted to leave, he decided not to sell anymore. Steward Zhang's face changed slightly when he heard this. If this matter reached the master's ears, he wouldn't have a good outcome. If we leave the Zhang family, no one will buy these hunted animals every day. Steward Zhang was sure of this. He knew Bai Qingshan wouldn't give up a place where he could buy game regularly. Because of this, his offers had become lower and more picky. Of course, he also knew that the people in town wouldn't buy so many hunted animals at once, which is why he was so arrogant. Bai Qingyao clearly understood his intentions and sneered. This steward is really quite imposing. People say the Zhang family is a kind and virtuous family, but today, it seems that only families who can make the steward lower the prices for common hunters are truly virtuous. How dare you? Steward Zhang's face changed dramatically when he heard Bai Qingyao's words. How dare you slander our Zhang family? Who gave you the courage? If I dare to do it, why wouldn't I dare to say it? Bai Qingyao looked at him coldly. Steward Zhang's face turned pale with anger. Fine, 300 coins. Here, take them. Steward Zhang directly took out some copper coins, threw them into Bai Qingshan's arms, and a few fell to the ground. Today's matter, I remember it. In the future, don't even think about coming to my Zhang family again. Bang. After saying this, Steward Zhang took the roe deer and went through the back door forcefully, slamming it shut with a loud bang. When he returned to the Zhang family, Bai Qingyao finally looked at Bai Qingshan. Big brother, long time no see. Little sister, have you been doing well lately? There had been some trouble at home, and they hadn't visited her recently, but they had been thinking about her all along. They didn't expect to meet today in town. Big brother, I'm fine. Has something happened at home? Seeing Bai Qingshan's expression, Bai Qingyao felt that something might be wrong with the Bai family. The original body only cared about herself and had little contact with the Bai family's affairs, but since she had taken over this body, she wanted to take good care of everyone around her. As expected, After hearing Bai Qingyao's words, Bai Qingshan's face changed slightly. It's nothing, little sister. Don't worry. We can handle it. In just a moment, Bai Qingshan's face returned to normal. He took the copper coin he had just held, split it in half, and handed one part to Bai Qingyao. Moime, keep this money. If it's not enough, ask Big Brother next time. This is Bai family's older brother. Although he also needed the money, he still thought of Bai Qingyao. Bai Qingyao pushed his hand back. Bai Qingshan thought she might think it was too little, and a flicker of worry crossed his face. Big brother, I don't mean anything special. I've started a small business now, and can earn some money to help the family. As she spoke, Bai Qingyao patted her portable stove. Oh, big brother, have you eaten yet? There was no more noodles on the stove, but some toppings remained. Bai Qingyao remembered she had brought some oyster pancakes in the morning. She found a quiet place, parked her cart, lit a fire simply, and prepared a bowl of seafood soup with oyster pancakes to heat up. Big brother, eat some first to fill your stomach. Bai Qingshan looked at Bai Qingyao in surprise. Her smooth, flowing actions just now shocked him. If it had been before, he wouldn't believe Bai Qingyao could do such things. Hurry up and eat, big brother, she urged him. The three little ones saw this and quickly spoke up. Uncle, Mom's cooking is very tasty. Please try some. Bai Qingshan looked down at the food in front of him. It really smelled good, and the aroma filled his nose. He took a bite, then suddenly looked up at Bai Qingyao. Mei, it's delicious. Then big brother, finish it all. Bai Qingshan nodded seriously and started eating the fish in his bowl, biting into the oyster pancake with big bites. After finishing, he patted his stomach happily. All right, Mei, you seem to be doing well. I'll go back now. Seeing Bai Qingyao's current state, he figured she was doing pretty well, and he felt relieved. Big brother, here, this is for you. Bai Qingyao took out 5 taels of silver from her pocket and handed it to Bai Qingshan. When Bai Qingshan saw it, his face changed dramatically. Mime, what are you doing? Big brother, I need to go home and tidy up now. I'll come back to see Mom and Dad another day. I caused the family a lot of trouble before, so these silver coins are just my way of showing my heart. Stop talking nonsense. Hearing Bai Qingyao's words, Bai Qingshan shook his head in disagreement. You are my sister, the jewel of our Bai family. It's right for me to protect you and help you live a good life. You're rich now. Keep the money for yourself, buy some good food, and take good care of the little nephews and nieces. Bai Qingyao shook her head. Big brother, don't worry. I still have money. I earned some from business recently. Take these and buy some good food for our parents and Aheng. I'll bring you some delicious food next time I go back. Bai Qingshan hesitated a bit but was quickly pushed into her arms by Bai Qingyao. Listen to me, take it. All right. I'll accept it. Thinking about the current situation at home, Bai Qingshan clenched his teeth and decided to accept it first. When the family had more money later, he would give some to his little sister. That's right. By the way, little sister, how did you come here? Bai Qingshan saw her stove and suddenly remembered this question. Big uncle, we came on our own. On our own? Bai Qingshan frowned. Diyuan village is quite far from Tahua town, and Bai Qingyao brought so many things. Little sister, I'll take you back. Bai Qingyao paused for a moment. Okay, just right. Bai Qingshan could also pick up some seafood on the way. The family still had a lot of dried goods, which Bai Qingshan could bring back to eat. Back at the Gu family, Bai Qingshan looked at the big and small packages in his arms, unsure of what to say. He was clearly just taking his sister home, but he didn't expect her to bring so many things. And the 3 little ones kept pushing more into his arms. Big uncle, this fish cake is also delicious, really tasty. This sugar cake was also made by Mom, and there's rice cake too. Bai Qingshan didn't expect that after not seeing her for a while, Bai Qingyao had learned so many new things. Sister, are these all made by you? Yes, big brother. These are for Dad and Mom to try. Bai Qingshan lowered his eyes, then looked up after a while. Sister, you've worked hard. Bai Qingyao. What does that mean? Before, you didn't know how to cook at all. I didn't expect you to learn so much in such a short time. Actually, big brother, I've liked cooking for a long time. It's just that I never had the chance. The original body of course didn't like it, but now she had her memories. In the past, at the Bai family, Bai Qingyao was indeed very delicate and didn't do chores. Cough, 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 really? Bai Qingshan scratched the back of his head uncomfortably. It seemed that they really didn't let Bai Qingyao near the kitchen before. After Bai Qingshan left, Bai Qingyao tidied up the yard briefly and prepared to visit the island later. Although she was initially interested in the island, she hadn't actually seen it before. In the end, she decided to go because Dai Mao reminded her. Among the 3 islands near Dayuan village, only one is really suitable. In the middle of the island, there is a natural seawater lake with clean water flowing from underground. The island has many plants, including some rare species. However, she could only judge the island's true appearance after seeing it with her own eyes. Mom, do we really have to live on the island in the future? Looking at the distant island, Gu Zijing was curious. Gu Zihui was holding a piece of cake, looking up at Bai Qingyao with interest. Yes, Zihui, are you happy? Happy. Gu Zihui squinted happily. As long as he's with Mom, he's happy. Get on the boat. Mom will take you to see the island. Although the island is dangerous, she didn't want to leave the 3 little ones alone at home. So she decided to go with them. Later, she could ask Dai Mao to help, which shouldn't be too much trouble. Sniff. In the ocean space system, Dai Mao, who was playing with his grandson, suddenly sneezed several times in a row. He felt a strange, uneasy feeling. Grandpa, why are we here? Little Dai Mao sat on Dai Mao's back, looking confused. They were happily swimming in the ocean. Why did they come to this unfamiliar place? This little girl has something that Grandpa needs, and that thing is good for you too. Staying close to her won't be a bad idea. Is it that delicious-smelling food? Thinking of the bait Bai Qingyao gave him before, little Dai Mao's eyes lit up. That food was really tasty, but unfortunately it was gone now. Yes, but I also feel that this girl has other secrets. Mom, is this our little boat? Gu Zishuan noticed the fishing boat Bai Qingyao took them onto. In the past, their family didn't have a boat, but now Bai Qingyao took them onto a boat, which probably means it belongs to their family. Yes, in the future, our family will have a better fishing boat. Then, Mom can take you to explore the underwater world. Hearing Bai Qingyao's words, the 3 little ones brightened up and spoke in unison. Mom, is the underwater world fun? Of course, there are many sea creatures underwater, including large fish, beautiful corals, and delicious seafood. White Qingyao carefully listed them one by one. The underwater world is full of countless interesting and beautiful things, too many to describe with words. Unfortunately, there are no underwater submarines or else they could visit and explore. But with the blueprints and experience she has, maybe someday they can build one. Hearing White Qingyao's words, the 3 little ones looked excited and full of hope. While talking, White Qingyao was rowing the boat and had already approached the shore of the island. The island is not far from Dayuan village, about 200 meters in a straight line. However, living on the island would require many supplies, which need to be transported there. All the building materials for houses would have to be carried over little by little. Unfortunately, there's nothing here that can directly reach the island, unless a sturdy bridge is built. That would solve many problems. But those plans are still far in the future, and she hasn't decided how to develop the island yet. She stopped the small boat at the shore, helped the 3 little ones out, and led them toward the island behind them. The sand under their feet was soft, just like the beach they saw earlier. Behind the beach was a tangled thicket of bushes. There were scattered dry branches and leaves on the ground, some even blown to the shoreline, making the area look a bit messy. The view seemed endless, so she led the 3 little ones straight ahead. Mommy, why are there so many trees here? Gu Zihui lowered his head carefully, walking cautiously so as not to step on anything dirty. This place isn't inhabited. The dry branches aren't collected by anyone, so over time, the number of fallen branches and leaves has increased. Gu Zihui nodded understandingly. They were still at the edge of the island. Moving further inside, White Qingyao saw many wild fruits scattered on the ground. She squatted down, using a stick to poke at the soil. When she saw the reddish-brown soil exposed, her eyes lit up. This wasn't sandy ground, but normal soil. And because of the accumulated fallen leaves and branches over the years, The soil was very fertile. If used for planting crops or vegetables, the results would be excellent. Mommy, what is this? Suddenly, Gu Zijing pointed at a crooked tree, which was full of small fruits covered with fine hairs. Bai Qingyao glanced at it and immediately felt a bit surprised. This is a wild peach. When it ripens, it can be eaten, but it has tiny, sharp hairs on it. Ah, why? Don't touch it casually, or you'll get itchy. After saying that, she turned to Gu Zijing and Gu Zihuan. A Jing, a Xuan, when you see this kind of peach tree, don't touch it randomly. If you want to eat, just tell me, and I'll pick some for you. Got it, mother. Eat. Gu Zihuai only heard the word, eat, and immediately brightened up. Little glutton. Bai Qingyao patted his small head, then looked up at the peach tree in front of her. There were already some nearly ripe peaches on it. However, she wasn't sure about the taste, so she only picked 5. She took water from a basket she carried and carefully washed off the hairs on the peaches. She took the first bite herself. Surprisingly, the peach had no bitter taste at all. Instead, it was very sweet and juicy. It tasted a bit like the flesh of a honey peach. Really good. She handed the cleaned peaches to the 3 little ones, 1 each. Mother has washed the peaches. You can each eat 1 first. She didn't rush to pick more. Since they just arrived here, they shouldn't stop exploring just because of these peaches. She hurried inside, knowing that today she wouldn't be able to see everything, mostly because there were many wild trees. She decided to head toward the lake that Senior Taimu mentioned earlier. It was called a lake, but it was also seawater. When she approached, she was stunned by the scene before her. Not far away, there was a light blue lake. The lake wasn't very large, about the size of a 400-meter-long sports field. On the edge was soft, sandy beach, but beyond the beach was deep blue seawater. In the water, there was a large, flat rock. That huge flat rock was lying in the sea, looking like a natural floor. There were many white shells and broken stones on the rock, shining under the sunlight. Mother, so beautiful. Be careful, don't cut your feet. These shells and stones looked pretty, but were also very sharp. The good news was that this lake wasn't deep. When people stepped in, they could only go up to their calves. The end of the lake connected to the vast ocean. The fresh water was flowing both from underground and from the distant sea. Not far from here, there is a large open space. A look of surprise flashed across her face. This place is truly a perfect spot. The best location to build a house. However, this lake will need a fence later to prevent the little ones from falling in. It can also be turned into a natural large water pool. The water inside is fresh, and the fish caught can be kept inside, so there's no need to worry about them dying. Not far from here, there is soil suitable for planting crops. This place is truly a good feng shui location. She looked around nearby and finally focused on a spot not far away. The island isn't completely flat. After clearing a flat, open area, there is a high slope covered with tall trees. White Qingyao walked over, her fingertips touching the slope, and suddenly realized that it wasn't just dirt but a steep cliff covered with rocks. Inside the dirt, it's clearly a cliff of rocks. This is a natural cliff. There are mountains and a lake. This is truly a lucky feng shui spot. Mother, there is water here. White Qingyao turned around and suddenly heard Gu Zihuai's voice. She looked up and saw him crouching on the other side of the cliff, carefully staring at what was in front of him. Gu Zihuan and Gu Zixing also ran over after hearing his voice. This. Seeing the water seeping from the cracks in the cliff, White Qingyao's eyes sparkled. She walked over to Gu Zihuai and squatted down. Her fingertips touched the damp soil, and she slowly dug a little. When the water became clearer, she dipped her finger in and brought it to her lips. Fresh water. There is natural underground water on this island, which is very good news for her. Mother, is this water drinkable? Yes. You can drink it. Gu Zihuan's eyes sparkled. Then if we live on this small island in the future, we won't have to worry about water. After all, in Dayuan village, they have to go to the village center to fetch water. If their family moves here, fetching water would become a problem. Yes, we're really lucky. White Qingyao also felt relieved. When she bought the island before, She had thought about this problem. She initially planned that if it was really difficult later, she could trouble herself. But today, after exploring the island, she found such a big surprise. This is underground water. To use it later, they will need to dig it out like a well. When the time comes, water here will no longer be an issue. All right, we've looked around enough today. Mother will take you fishing to solve our lunch today. It's almost noon, and they can't stay here all day on an empty stomach. The three little ones nod without hesitation. As long as Bai Qingyao says the food is good, then it must be delicious. She quietly placed the fishing net on the boat earlier, along with the fishing rod hidden in the corner. On the island, they didn't see any wild animals, but there were signs of animals passing by on the ground. It's clear that wild animals do come here. However, now, they don't know where the animals are. Bai Qingyao carries a basket and walks toward the three little ones. Fortunately, the small fishing boat is quite big, so 3 more people won't cause any trouble. Mom, how do we fish? Gu Zihui looks at Bai Qingyao with curiosity. He's never fished before. Use this. Bai Qingyao takes out a fishing rod from the corner and places it on the boat's plank. Seeing it, the 3 little ones look at it curiously.
This.
How do we use it? Want to learn? Yes, the 3 of them speak at the same time. Then Mom will teach you. Bai Qingyao opens the control switch of the fishing rod, explaining how to operate it and switch modes. The 3 little ones listen carefully, occasionally poking at the small parts on the rod. This is bait. If the bait runs out, you just add some here. She points to a slot next to the fishing rod. As she moves her finger, there's a loud noise and the slot automatically opens. The 3 little ones watch in amazement. They've never seen such a strange device before. Once you learn, you can just press this button to cast the line. When the fish bites, press this switch, and it will automatically reel in. After bringing the rod back, she carefully maintained it according to her memory. The rusty gears were cleaned, and now everything works smoothly. She slides the buttons back and forth easily. Bai Qingyao patiently explains what each button does, how to operate it, and how to reel in the line. Do you understand? The 3 little ones look at her blankly. Seeing this, Bai Qingyao realizes that Ahuai and Jing didn't understand, so she turns to Gu Zihui. Mom, I want to try. Okay, if you can't do it, come back and ask Mom. Then Bai Qingyao takes out the fishing net from the corner, preparing to cast it. While the 3 little ones are studying the fishing rod, she throws the net and walks over to them. Mom, is this okay? Gu Zihui was quite interested in this. When he pressed it down, he heard a loud rumbling sound, and then he saw the object at the base spinning back and forth. This thing was new and interesting, and just now his mother was fiddling with it, causing the fishhook to fly out. Before he could react, he saw the fishing line sway and suddenly shoot out of the water. There was a fish hanging on the hook, swinging and bouncing around in midair. Mother, it's a fish. The fish took the bait. Gu Zihui, who had been staring at the water, turned his head quickly when he saw the hook move. When he looked, he was so excited that his face turned bright red. Bai Qingyao also noticed this, and she was surprised, her eyes wide open. That fish struggling in midair. Why does it look so familiar? A spotted fish? This is also a rare fish. If it weren't for good luck, it wouldn't be easy to catch such a fish. Although she had bait provided by Senior Tortoise, catching this fish wasn't just because of the bait. The bait had been diluted a lot, so it wasn't as attractive to fish as before. Gu Zihui catching this fish was partly due to luck. After leaving the island, Bai Qingyao returned home not long ago when she heard a noise outside the door. The 3 little ones ran to the door upon hearing it. They saw Su Ming outside the door at a glance. Shopkeeper Su. Bai Qingyao looked up when she heard the 3 little ones and saw Su Ming standing at the door, though she didn't know when he arrived. Shopkeeper Su. They had eaten grilled fish on the island at noon, and they caught quite a few fish. Some were placed in the lake on the island, and others were brought back to make broth. After all, they had to sell their goods tomorrow. Miss Bai, sorry to bother you. Seeing Su Ming's figure, Bai Qingyao wasn't surprised. It had been a few days since they last discussed cooperation, and by now it should be about time. May I ask what brings shopkeeper Su here today? Hearing Bai Qingyao's words, Su Ming guessed that she already understood his purpose. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Today, our master wanted to see the young lady. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, a figure slowly approached from behind him. Bai Qingyao instinctively looked up. A man in blue clothing approached from nearby. He wore fine cloud-patterned silk, was slim and graceful, with a healthy complexion. His eyes were gentle and humble, exuding an elegant aura. He carried a jade-colored folding fan and smiled as he walked over. Miss Bai, this is our landlord at Wangyue Residence, Su Zixing. Wei Qingyao was surprised to see that the person behind Wangyue Residence looked like a scholar, gentle and modest, not sharp or cunning like a typical merchant. This was quite unexpected. Miss Bai, I've heard of you for a long time. Mr. Su, Wei Qingyao nodded politely. Please, everyone, come inside. Since they were guests, she couldn't keep them standing outside. After realizing this, she turned to invite them in. Su Ming had visited once and knew the Gu family quite well. Inside the courtyard, he sat at a stone table with Su Zixing. It was Su Zixing's first time here. As soon as he sat down, he looked around at the surroundings. Sure enough, as Su Ming had said, the Gu family's conditions were poor. Barely any possessions could be seen. Wei Qingyao served them tea. May I ask, Mr. Su, what brings you here today? Hearing her words, Su Zixing withdrew his gaze and looked at Wei Qingyao. Miss Bai, since that's the case, I'll get straight to the point. I came today to discuss the oyster sauce you previously provided to Wangyue Residence. Although it was a condiment, it could greatly enhance certain dishes. But just this condiment alone wouldn't persuade him. Since you're so direct, Mr. Su, I'll be honest as well. Apart from the oyster sauce I mentioned last time, I can also make shrimp powder and shrimp paste. Those will not disappoint you. Since they plan to build a factory, why not make it larger? The fresh sea shrimp caught in Lonely last time gave her new ideas. Now that Su Zixing mentioned it, it reminded her again. Shrimp powder? A shrimp paste? What are those? Wei Qingyao stood up and went to the kitchen, bringing out 2 small jars. These are the shrimp powder and shrimp paste I made in my free time. Su Zixing and Su Ming instinctively looked over, seeing 2 small jars that seemed ordinary. Are these also used in cooking? Wei Qingyao smiled mysteriously. Since you two are here, why not stay for dinner tonight? We'll use these shrimp products to cook. Her confidence surprised both of them. Was she really sure that what she made would suit their tastes? But it did catch their interest. Since Miss Bai says so, we accept your kindness, they replied. After hearing their response, Bai Qingyao turned and headed to the kitchen with 2 items. The 3 little ones looked at Su Ming, then at Su Zixing, and finally followed Bai Qingyao into the kitchen. What's wrong? Are you hungry? The 3 shook their heads. In the end, Gu Zaixian bit his lip and spoke. Mom, are you trying to find a stepfather for us? Stepfather? Cough, cough, cough. Hearing Gu Zaixian's words, Bai Qingyao suddenly coughed. Ah, Xian, why would you think that? Just now, you were smiling so happily at the person beside Manager Su. Before the dog ran away, he was the one you brought home. The dog was a poor child in the village. His father was an alcoholic who often hit him and his mother. Later, his mother couldn't stand her husband's abuse and found a man outside, secretly bringing him home when her husband was away. Eventually, she ran off with that man. Now, seeing the man in the yard, Gu Zaixian felt uncomfortable. Everyone said that dad was dead, but if mom left, would they also end up like the dog, unwanted by their parents? Seeing the clear eyes of the 3 little ones, Bai Qingyao sighed helplessly. That's not true. Mom will never abandon you. Even though they were growing up mentally, they were still children. Those people, they aren't good for mom or for us. They are like great wealth, and mom wants to work with them so that we can have more money in the future. Really? Of course. When has mom ever lied to you? Bai Qingyao reached out and tapped Gu Zaixian's nose. The little guy was about to cry. So, Ah Xian, no matter what others say, don't believe them. Come ask mom. Mom will tell you. Those who speak badly about you are people who don't want to see you succeed. We understand, mom. Good, very obedient. Bai Qingyao patted their heads in turn. Go play outside first. Later, I'll make something delicious for you. Hearing this, the 3 ran out one after another. Su Zixing was still admiring the Gu family courtyard, but for some reason, he felt that after the three children ran out of the kitchen, their eyes subtly kept drifting toward him. However, there was no hostility in their gaze. When he looked up, he met Gu Zijing's excited eyes.
Su Zixing.
Why does this child look so excited and happy? Could it be that he has flowers on his face? Su Ming, do I have something on my face? Su Ming, standing nearby, looked at Su Zixing's face after hearing his words. No, you don't. Strange, then what are they looking at? Su Zixing muttered softly. Master, what did you say? Su Ming didn't hear clearly, so he asked. Hearing the noise, Su Zixing quickly snapped out of his thoughts. He shook his head. Nothing. Turning his head, he saw the three children had already run to the wall and were standing in front of the wild chicken coop. The wild chicken sensed the approaching figures of the children and shivered slightly. Cluck cluck. Thinking of Bai Qingyao's previous threat, the chicken crouched down with its thin body. When it stood up again, a small, shiny, greenish chicken egg appeared in front of the three children. Egg. Gu Zihuai's eyes lit up as he pointed at the egg inside the coop. Strange. Can it only lay one egg? Gu Zijing frowned and mumbled softly, seeming to wonder how they could share such a small egg. Cluck cluck. There's another one. Gu Zihuai stretched out his short little finger, pointing at the distant chicken coop. Recently, the three children had gained some weight from Bai Qingyao's care. Their originally thin fingers now looked a bit chubby, and their faces were rosy, clearly well-fed. Wow, does it still lay more? Before Gu Zijing finished speaking, the wild chicken laid another egg. The children's eyes immediately brightened as they stared intently at the chicken in the coop. The wild chicken. It felt like something terrifying was staring at it from behind, and its feathers almost stood on end. Cluck cluck. It was so scared that it scrambled around the nest. Several chicks came forward to help, but it kicked them away. Right now, the children were not important at all. Their lives were the most important. As it ran, an egg fell out from behind. Big brother, look. It laid 4 eggs today. Wow, mother is amazing. She brought back a wild chicken that can lay so many eggs. When they lived with the Gu family's eldest uncle before, a chicken only laid 1 egg a day. The wild chicken snuck into the henhouse. After seeing the 3 little chicks, it finally settled on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it had already lost a lot of weight compared to a few days ago. It's overwhelmed by the heavy workload every day and can't take it anymore. The 3 little chicks have no idea about the wild chicken's feelings. Gu Zixing went inside and took out 4 eggs, looking very happy. Xiaofan originally planned to make a vermicelli hot pot, but since there are no vermicelli here, she decided to try a different way. She thought about making a noodle-based broth with shrimp powder and then cooking a dish of braised prawns. As for the shrimp paste, while she was thinking, the 3 little chicks brought in 4 eggs. Mom, the chickens at home laid 4 eggs. We brought them to you. 4 eggs? Bai Qingyao was surprised and instinctively looked outside the window. She saw the wild chicken had somehow crawled out of the henhouse but looked very weak, as if its energy had been drained. But after glancing at the eggs in their hands and then at the shrimp paste, she remembered, that's right, I can make steamed eggs with shrimp paste. She could also use it to prepare a fish dish. So, in total, she could make several dishes. Shrimp paste can be added to many foods, but currently her ingredients are limited, so she would use whatever she had. Then, Mom, how about I make shrimp paste egg custard for you all later? Shrimp paste? Egg custard? Hearing Bai Qingyao mention the dish, Gu Zixing licked his lips and looked up eagerly, nodding happily. Bai Qingyao moved quickly. The aroma of the shrimp paste was very unique. As soon as she finished cooking, a rich smell wafted through the yard. Su Zixing sniffed the air. He remembered Su Ming once said Bai Qingyao was a good cook. He had some doubts before, but now, smelling the delicious aroma, he started to believe it. He was especially looking forward to Bai Qingyao's food. Soon, Bai Qingyao came out of the kitchen, holding 2 plates. Seeing this, Su Ming quickly stood up and stepped forward. Miss Bai, I'll help you. Most of the dishes on the table were made with shrimp paste and shrimp powder, with some oyster sauce included. The main meat was pork, and today she had bought a piece with bones, so she made some braised pork ribs. The rich smell of the food kept drifting into Su Zixing's nose, making his stomach growl. Master Su, Manager Su, these are made with shrimp powder and shrimp paste. Please try them. The two of them had been eager to try, and now, hearing Bai Qingyao's words, they quickly picked up their chopsticks and took a bite. Delicious. This shrimp is full of flavorful sauce with tender meat. After eating, there's a lingering fresh aroma on the lips and teeth. Once finished, it's hard to stop craving more. And then there's the fragrant pork ribs, with a strong smell of shrimp paste. The sauce sticks to the meat, not making it fishy, but instead neutralizing the greasiness and adding a unique ocean-like aroma, leaving only a savory taste. Su Zixing keeps eating, feeling his appetite grow. The three little ones were still eating at first, but seeing the two people across finishing so quickly, their movements slowed slightly.
This
is just too incredible. But it shows that their mother cooks very well, so much so that even the manager and owner of the Moon Gazing and can't resist the temptation of such delicious food. Su Zixing's chopsticks never stopped. He decided that, even if for no other reason, just for this bite, he must secure this partnership. Only then could he come here often to enjoy such meals. After all, Bai Qingyao can't possibly chase away her business partners, right? Bai Qingyao has no idea that Su Zixing is scheming this way. After finishing, Su Zixing patted his stomach happily and sighed contentedly. He looked up and met the gazes of Bai Qingyao and the three little ones, feeling a bit embarrassed. Cough, he cleared his throat awkwardly, and Su Ming, standing beside him, also glanced at his own achievement from earlier, blushing. Strangely, he didn't know why, but the food made by this young lady was so delicious that it greatly stimulated his appetite. Master Su, Manager Su, what do you think? Su Zixing blurted out. Very good, Miss Bai, I agree to this partnership. Bai Qingyao? Now Bai Qingyao was confused. Was it really so careless? Su Ming, however, couldn't help but cringe. Others might not know, but he understood his master very well. Although the master looks gentle and polite, like a noble son, in reality, he's just a foodie. He knew that after tasting the food made by Miss Bai, his master would definitely agree to the partnership.
But
I have one request. Su Zixing just finished speaking, and then continued. Master Su, you can speak freely. Can I come here to eat in the future? Don't worry, I'll pay for the meals. Bai Qingyao. Does Moon Gazing and not have a cook? Does he want to come here to eat? Isn't that troublesome? My biggest hobby is eating, so the establishment of Manhwa residence is partly because of this. After tasting the food made by the girl, I realized that our chefs at Manhwa residence still have a long way to go. You're joking, sir. If you wish, you can come anytime. Don't call me sir. Just call me by my name. If that's too formal, since I'm a few years older than you, you can also call me Brother Su. Before coming here, I had already checked. Bai Qingyao is younger than me, so it makes sense to say that. Bai Qingyao was a bit stunned, then thought that since he was the owner of Wangyue residence, he would surely investigate his partners carefully. Moreover, we will have many chances to work together in the future. Calling me Brother Su feels a bit distant. Su Zixing lightly tapped the stone table with his folding fan, but his gaze was on Bai Qingyao. His attitude was clear. In the future, they would not be enemies. Bai Qingyao smiled gently. All right, Brother Su. Then she paused and continued. Since that's the case, you can also call me Qingyao. Although Bai Qingyao no longer looked as overweight as before, her face still had some scars and unevenness, so she wasn't considered beautiful. But when she looked into her bright, sparkling eyes, Su Zixing felt that Bai Qingyao was very beautiful at this moment. Since they had agreed to cooperate, Bai Qingyao naturally wanted to share her plans with Su Zixing. Hearing her words, Su Zixing was a bit stunned. After reacting, he placed his folding fan on the table and looked up at Bai Qingyao across from him. Are you saying you want to build the workshop on the island? That was no small project. First, transporting materials to the island was very complicated. Also, if they hired workers later, their daily commute would be an issue. Although they were near the sea and had fishing boats, daily trips to the island would still be a problem. Bai Qingyao had already thought about this. Brother Su, I've thought about this, but I haven't perfected the plan yet. Once I have it figured out, I'll tell you. All right. Although they hadn't known each other long, his intuition told him that Bai Qingyao was not someone who would act recklessly. After Su Zicheng left, Bai Qingyao tidied up the table, took out paper and pen, and began planning the island's construction. Unfortunately, in this era, there's no reinforced concrete or steel bars. If they had those, building bridges would be much easier. What are those things? The light in the room came from a bright pearl that had been spat out by the turtle's shell earlier. Turtle heard Bai Qingyao's words and lazily opened its eyes. It's something used to support bridges, making them stronger and more stable, Bai Qingyao briefly explained, and the turtle's eyes narrowed slightly. Round pillars. Its small green eyes showed doubt, even disbelief. Yes, something similar. Suddenly, the turtle spat out a glowing ball, looking puzzled. Is this what you're talking about, Bai Qingyao? A question mark appeared above her head. What's going on? Senior, do you have everything inside your stomach? The turtle's face reddened, and it stiffened its neck. Of course not. Talking about this thing, I have to mention when I was young. Back then, I didn't understand much. I left home alone, not just a turtle. I swam directly from the western sea bottom to the southernmost sea bottom. I accidentally entered that area and saw a collapsed building underwater. Strangely, the pillars there hadn't rotted from seawater erosion. I instinctively thought it was a treasure and swallowed one whole. Unexpectedly, swallowing it almost cost me my life. It got stuck in my throat. Later, I had to use a lot of effort to swallow it down. Since then, I never dared to eat things randomly again. Bai Qingyao. Senior, you really are a person of strong character. No, a turtle. Can this be used? Yes, Bai Qingyao nodded and continued. Senior, how many of these pillars are in your stomach? About 180. Please, Senior, come with me. Late at night, Bai Qingyao checked on the 3 little ones and found they were already in deep sleep. She put on her shoes quietly and left the house silently, heading toward the island. After she left, a figure appeared at the Gu family, frowning as she watched her departure. What is she going to do now? He looked into the shadows, and another figure appeared at the Gu family gate. Master, keep watch here. Don't let anyone break in. Yes. After saying this, the figure disappeared. The man then walked toward the direction Bai Qingyao left. Bai Qingyao was familiar with the way and sailed her boat toward the small island. Senior, could you help me place the pillar where I want it later? Sure. But, don't worry, I'll make you a big meal when I get back. Gu Yichen watched Bai Qingyao board the island, but did not follow her. Instead, he kept a distance and watched as Bai Qingyao disappeared into the sea. Soon after, he saw a dark shadow appear on the water, accompanied by loud rumbling sounds. His eyes narrowed slightly as he saw the shadow flickering on the surface, along with the splashing of seawater. In the dark night, he heard the continuous sound of the waves, and the boat was getting closer to the shore. When it reached the shore, he finally saw clearly that it seemed to be a boat. But he had never seen such a boat before. Before he could think much, he saw Bai Qingyao steering the boat back toward the small island. He remained silent for a moment, then turned and left. After he left, Bai Qingyao drove the boat back to the shore. Senior, can you see who that person is? Earlier, she was busy over there when she heard Ma Turtle say that there was another person in the dark night. She was startled and quickly stopped what she was doing to get on the boat. That person is hiding in the darkness. I don't have full control of my abilities right now, so I can't see clearly. I see. She wasn't disappointed. Bai Qingyao lowered her eyes and looked at the shimmering sea. Under her command, the previous pillars had been firmly nailed into the sea by Senior Ma Turtle, ensuring they wouldn't move. As for building the bridge, the stones could also be used, and she would find a way to convince the villagers. She packed up the boat and quietly returned to the Gu family without a sound. The next day, she woke up early. Yesterday, Su Zicheng had come here, and everyone in the village knew that now, Wangyue residents had started selling oysters, which required a large quantity. This morning, she planned to teach the villagers how to fry oysters. As she stepped out, she didn't expect many people waiting outside the door. When they saw her, they greeted her warmly.
Qingyao.
Aishian's mother has woken up. Bai Qingyao nodded to them and walked toward Guzhengda. Village chief, are most people ready? Guzhengda looked around and nodded. Almost. Right now, it was just a learning session. He didn't ask everyone to come, only one person from each household, so they could learn from Bai Qingyao and teach their own families later. This way, it would save a lot of trouble. Then let's go. When they reached the reef, Bai Qingyao found a dense oyster area, put on her gloves, and prepared to start. Uncles and aunts, elders, these oysters are very sharp. When you pry them open, please be careful to protect your hands. Don't get cut by them. When opening oysters, it's best to find ones with some cracks, then follow the crack to open them. Guzhengda originally planned to go to the reef to see how the villagers were harvesting oysters, but unexpectedly, Bai Qingyao called him over. After hearing her words, he responded a bit slowly. Are you saying we should build a bridge? After teaching the villagers how to open oysters, Bai Qingyao pulled Guzhengda aside and shared her idea. Guzhengda never expected that Bai Qingyao would actually buy the island so quickly. When he saw the land deed, he felt like he was dreaming. It took him a while to realize what was happening. Now, hearing Bai Qingyao say this, he felt frozen all over. Build a bridge? Even a bridge over the sea? How could that be possible? Guzhengda was so shocked by Bai Qingyao's words that he nearly lost his mind. He looked up and met her eyes, realizing she wasn't joking at all. This means everything she said is true, and she isn't joking. Qingyao, are you serious? Of course. Bai Qingyao nodded without hesitation. Village chief, everything I just said was carefully thought out. There's no joke, Guzhengda. But no one has ever built a bridge over the sea before. Village chief, isn't that exactly what we have now? After saying this, Bai Qingyao's eyes sparkled, and she continued. Also, I checked the small island yesterday. I found many large rocks connecting the island to the shore. We can use them, and there won't be any problems. Guzhengda was stunned. Really, he had lived in Dayuan village for many years and had never known about these things. Of course, that's because he had never been to sea. Yes, I really went to see it yesterday. And based on my guess, if we use those rocks, building a bridge will be much easier. Most importantly, once the bridge is built, we can speed up building the workshop. With a workshop, many villagers in Dayuan village could have enough to eat. Guzhengda clearly thought of this too, and couldn't help but feel moved. Bai Qingyao saw that his thoughts had relaxed and continued speaking. Su Dongjia has agreed with us. As long as the person is trustworthy, people from our village can have priority to work in the workshop later. After a few minutes, Guzhengda finally looked up. All right, I will go tell the villagers about this. Village chief, you don't need to worry. If workers are involved in building the bridge, I am willing to pay them 300 coins a day. Hiss, upon hearing this, Guzhengda took a deep breath. 300 coins? An adult man usually earns less than 100 coins a day, unless working hard at the dock. Bai Qingyao offering 300 coins is indeed a large sum. Just for this reason, many people would be willing to come. As for skilled craftsmen, if you know any, that would be great. If not, I will go bother Su Dongjia. Guzhengda nodded. After Guzhengda left, Bai Qingyao looked at the villagers still cracking oysters and then took her fishing net to the other side. There were still plenty of fish at home, enough for today's stall. But who would mind having more prey? Today, just like usual, Bai Qingyao pushed the stall with her 3 little ones and headed straight toward the town. However, something strange happened. When she arrived in town, she found that Granny Luo was not there. She frowned and looked into the distance, but Granny Luo was nowhere to be seen. Mother, where is Granny Luo? Could she be sick? Gu Zishuan also noticed this. After helping Bai Qingyao pack up, he looked at her with a smile. Bai Qingyao reached up and patted his little head. Maybe Granny Luo has something to do and will come later, but to her surprise, she had been selling for nearly half an hour, yet Granny Luo still hadn't appeared. Instead, another figure arrived. Sun Yunyun came a bit earlier today than yesterday. Bai Qingyao's seafood toppings were still quite full. Boss, 1 bowl of seafood noodles. Today, I want it with fresh shrimp. All right, please wait a moment. She snapped out of her thoughts, smiled warmly at her, and quickly served her a bowl of seafood noodles. Xiao Tao watched her young lady and felt a flicker of worry in her heart. But at the same time, she was happy for her young lady. Young lady, maybe we should go back. If the madam finds out you're eating by the roadside, she'll be upset hearing this. Sun Yunyun's bright smile immediately faded. Why can't I stay here? Miss, you are a young lady of noble birth. Your body is precious. How can you? Xiao Tao hesitated, looking at the people passing by nearby. They were all wearing rough cloth short robes, while only Sun Yunyun's beautiful clothes stood out. Hearing her words, Sun Yunyun frowned. We are all human. No one is born noble. I am just luckier than others, having been born into a good family. From now on, don't say such things again. Otherwise, you shouldn't stay with me. Miss, When Sun Yunyun spoke, Xiao Tao's face changed color. I'm sorry, Mississippi. Please don't send me away. Sun Yunyun just looked at her. Xiao Tao, no one can choose their background, but if you start believing you're inferior, then you're truly beyond help. It sounded like she was talking to Xiao Tao, but it also seemed like she was talking to herself. Bai Qingyao heard this and looked up at her. This Miss Sun was really different from what she had imagined. All right, let's go. Before leaving, Sun Yunyun bought a few more bowls of noodles, just like yesterday. After she finished buying all the noodles here, Granny Luo still hadn't come. She frowned but didn't think much of it. Everyone has unexpected events sometimes. Without much thought, she took the three little ones and went home. Once home, she took out the mackerel she caught in the morning. Today, her luck was pretty good. She caught quite a few mackerel in one net, perfect for making braised mackerel for lunch. In the afternoon, the village head should have news. Mom, are we going to eat it for lunch today? In the yard, Gu Zihui ran over from nearby, squatting down to look at the mackerel in Bai Qingyao's hands, full of curiosity. Yes, today I'll cook braised mackerel for you. Gu Zihui grinned, showing a row of white teeth. Mom's cooking is always delicious. Flattery. Hui, come over quickly, don't disturb Mom. Over there, Gu Zishuan called him over, seeing Gu Zihui. Gu Zihui reluctantly moved his little bottom and ran over. Big brother. Gu Zihui was taken away by Gu Zishuan. In the yard, the vegetable garden already had tiny new sprouts. Every day, Gu Zishuan watered the garden. As for the wild chickens in the yard, whenever they saw the three little ones, they acted like they saw a fierce beast, running to hide in the chicken coop, refusing to come out. The three little ones could only watch outside the coop. Bai Qingyao didn't allow them inside because it was too dirty. Familiar scents wafted from the yard. The three little ones twitched their ears, and sure enough, Bai Qingyao's voice came from nearby. Xuan, bring the brothers over for dinner. But before the three little ones could go, a sound came from outside the gate. Bai Qingyao looked up, paused, and first saw two people carrying boxes walking in. Then, a familiar voice was heard. Qingyao, I came uninvited and apologize for the intrusion. Brother Su Zixing directed people to place things in the yard. When he smelled the delicious aroma, he instinctively walked over to them. Qingyao, I saw the letter you sent to Su Ming. I came here this time because of that matter. Yesterday, Bai Qingyao went to the town but missed Su Zixing. She told Su Ming about it and left a letter. Unexpectedly, Su Zixing acted so quickly and came straight to their house. Brother Su, please sit first. Qingyao, what delicious food have you made? Gu Zixian and the others looked at Su Zixing. Although they felt a bit reluctant, their mother had told them to be polite to guests. Uncle Su, this is braised mackerel made by my mother. Braised mackerel? It smelled so good. Su Zixing's eyes lit up. He arrived just in time. Su Zixing sat down and looked up at Bai Qingyao. I know some workers who build bridges, but they have never built a bridge over the sea. The most capable people in Dazhao are probably in the Ministry of Works, but the group he knew was also quite skilled. Now that Bai Qingyao mentioned it, he could ask them to help. Really, there was no news from Gu Jingde yet, but it might be difficult. Building a bridge over the sea was like a fantasy for most people. As long as you need it, he didn't expect Bai Qingyao to plan to build a bridge directly on the island. But thinking about it, once the bridge was built, it would be much easier to go to the island. However, this would delay the oyster oil project. Bai Qingyao also seemed to have thought of this. By the way, Brother Sue, there's one more thing. Regarding the workshop, my preferred site is still on the small island. But the planning isn't finished yet. Don't worry, I can temporarily make oyster oil at home. That won't delay Wanyue residents. Brother Sue, do you think this plan is okay? Su Zixing didn't think much about it. After all, he knew from the start that building a workshop would require choosing a suitable location, which would take some time. But now, Bai Qingyao's words made him believe that Moonwatch residents wouldn't suffer too much loss. Why not agree? Qingyao, you've thought everything through. I have no objections. Bai Qingyao smiled slightly, feeling reassured that she could focus on planning the small island. Su Zixing shared many details with her. It was expected that the workers would arrive in a few days, and Bai Qingyao needed to quickly draw the plans for the bridge. After all, there were still many of her masterpieces buried in the sea. To make full use of those, she had to create the blueprints herself. It wasn't that she doubted the wisdom of people in this era, it was just that those items weren't from Dazhao. The things given by Senior Tortoiseshell were indeed unusual, and she needed an excuse to let them use those materials.
But the details of the bridge design.
Thinking of the blueprints she left on the table, perhaps she could find some inspiration there. She needed to pay attention to the details. After thinking this through, Bai Qingyao looked at Su Zixing across from her. Brother Su, have you had lunch? Not yet. Hearing this, Su Zixing immediately perked up, waiting for her to say it. He quickly sat down at the table. Seeing this, Bai Qingyao couldn't help but smile and turned to the kitchen to bring him bowls and chopsticks. Su Zixing remembered something and turned toward the box he brought with him. He opened the box, took out a few items, and placed them in front of the three little ones. Are you A Xian? Gu Xian heard his voice, glanced at Bai Qingyao, and nodded. Uncle Su, I'm A Xian. He remembered Bai Qingyao calling him that, so he decided to call himself the same. Here, Uncle brought you some gifts, and A Jing and A Huai too. He took out the gifts one by one from the box. The three little ones looked at what Su Zixing was holding. This is Moonwatch Residence's pastry, along with some small toys from the town. I hope you like them. Bai Qingyao stepped out, looking at what he was holding with some surprise, but she didn't say much. By the way, Qingyao, there are also many seeds here. Some I don't recognize. They were brought by a friend from another country a while ago. I don't know them either, so I brought them to you. His friends also didn't know what to think. He owns a restaurant, but that doesn't mean he knows all the dishes. Plus, he doesn't farm, so bringing these things to him, they probably didn't know what he thought. This time when he came here, he thought of this first and brought it directly. He also didn't know if Bai Qingyao would like it. When she heard Su Zixing's words, Bai Qingyao's eyes lit up.
Seeds?
Luckily, there weren't many vegetable seeds at home. Su Zixing's gift really touched her heart, and she happily accepted it. Thank you, Brother Su. A handful of seeds might not be much to him, but to Bai Qingyao, they were very precious. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Early that morning, Bai Qingyao just returned from gathering seafood when she saw Gu Zhengda rushing over in a hurry. Village chief, she was surprised. Why was the village chief so anxious early in the morning? Qingyao, you're finally back. The people from Wanyue residence have arrived and have been waiting for a while. Hearing this, Bai Qingyao immediately understood. It was probably the people building the bridge. She quickly put her things back at home and followed Gu Zhengda in a hurry to the village chief's house. Now, many people had gathered outside the village chief's house. When some villagers saw them, their faces showed happiness. Building a bridge requires a lot of manpower and resources. Definitely not a small task. Moreover, Bai Qingyao was paying them 300 coins a day, so how could they not be tempted? Bai Qingyao approached the man in front. Are you Master Cheng? Miss Bai. The middle-aged man called Master Cheng saw Bai Qingyao coming over and remembered what Su Zixing had told him earlier. A smile appeared on his face. Master Cheng has traveled a long way. Please, come in for some tea. Bai Qingyao turned around and spoke a few more words to Gu Zhengda. He then signaled the villagers to disperse. As they left, Bai Qingyao also took Master Cheng and the others to Gu's house. Before coming, Master Cheng and the others had already heard about the Gu family. Now, seeing their situation, they still found it hard to believe. Someone who could afford to build a bridge at sea was now living in such a place? It was truly hard to believe. Bai Qingyao didn't know what he was thinking. Even if she did, she would only smile calmly. I've heard that Master Cheng has experience building bridges over water before. Miss Bai, you have given me too much praise. Master Cheng said this lightly, but his tone showed he agreed with Bai Qingyao. Actually, this isn't just him being confident. He dares say that, besides the officials from the Ministry of Works, among craftsmen and the common folk, he is definitely one of the best. Moreover, among those who have built bridges over water, he knows only a few. Does Miss Bai have any specific requirements for this bridge construction? Master Cheng directly got to the point. He had heard of building bridges on water before, but this was his first real practice. This was also the main reason he came here. A good builder finds new challenges very tempting. Hearing this, Bai Qingyao took out the sketches she had drawn earlier and placed them in front of Master Cheng. Master Cheng, these are my ideas for building the bridge. Please take a look. As soon as she put the drawings in front of him, Master Cheng was captivated by what he saw. The sketches were the most suitable ones she chose from all the drawings in the sea gathering system. Is this? At first, Master Cheng thought it was just an ordinary drawing, but once his eyes lingered on it, he couldn't look away. The design was simply too clever. Moreover, he had never seen this style of bridge before.
Wow.
Such a construction can indeed withstand the sea waves and extend the lifespan. It's truly the best design. He looked at it and muttered to himself, his eyes shining brighter. After a while, he suddenly looked up and turned to Bai Qingyao. Miss Bai, who drew this sketch, he was a bit excited, his eyes never leaving the drawing in his hand. I drew it myself. Is there a problem? No. It's perfect. Master Cheng quickly nodded. Even after many years of building bridges, he had never seen such detailed plans. Every material and shape was clearly marked. It seemed he didn't need to try. In his mind, he reviewed the ideas, and they all seemed feasible. It was truly amazing. However, despite his excitement, he had one question in his mind. From the sketches, it looks like the materials for this bridge are different from ordinary ones. Master Cheng, don't worry about that. I've prepared everything. The main materials are used for those columns. The remaining materials are sufficient for the project. She is not sure if it's just her imagination. Recently, her luck has been getting better and better. However, if her luck were truly good, she wouldn't have come here. That's great. Now we can start working this afternoon. Really so soon? Bai Qingyao was surprised. Even though she was anxious, she didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Master Cheng, hearing Bai Qingyao's surprise, awkwardly stroked his smooth chin. Cough, for building things like this, it's better to start as soon as possible. Bai Qingyao smiled. You've traveled a long way, so let's start tomorrow. We also need to choose some suitable workers. The few people who came with them are not enough to build the bridge. Yes, we need more workers. They can't stay at their house. She discussed with the village chief, and they decided to let them stay at the village chief's house for now, which would be more convenient. After making these arrangements, Bai Qingyao planned to return to Taoshui village. Taoshui village is her hometown. After visiting Bai Qingshan last time, she felt something was off. She sensed that her older brother seemed to be short of money, but she didn't dare to ask because of her. She planned to visit her family before the work started. Since she married into the Gu family, she hadn't truly gone back except to ask for money. This was a good chance to talk with her parents about moving in together someday. The island is big enough, and the Bai family isn't a peaceful household either. Mother, are we going out? Seeing Bai Qingyao pack her things, the three little ones ran over from outside. Gu Zishuan was holding a storybook given by Su Zixing, filled with pictures to help children learn. Bai Qingyao glanced at it, her eyes flickering briefly, but she quickly looked away and answered them. Yes, I promised Uncle Qingshan last time that I would go back.
Why?
Don't you want to visit Grandma's house?
Want to.
The three children said in unison. Grandma used to be very kind to them. The original body's family wasn't good to them, but Grandma would secretly give them tasty food. A few uncles also treated them well, so they liked the Bai family very much. All right, Mother will pack up, and then I'll take you there. Taoshui village isn't far from Dayuan village, but it's not close either. There is a distance of at least 10 miles. She can't possibly walk there with the three little ones. Bai Qingyao went to Uncle Nio's house at the village entrance and rented their ox cart. She planned to take the three children on the cart so they could travel faster. Since she was born into this world, it was the first time she visited Taoshui village. The area around Taohua town is near the sea. As they traveled, the most visible thing was the ocean. The three children were curious and looked around at everything. Although the Bai family treated them well, they had never been to the Bai family before. Previously, it was the Bai family visiting the Gu family to see them. This time, they were very excited to go out. After walking for about half an hour, they finally arrived at Taoshui village. As the ox cart entered the village, Bai Qingyao and her group attracted many people's attention. Most nearby villages had similar conditions, poor living standards, and few could afford ox carts. Especially now, seeing a woman driving the cart surprised everyone. Everyone was even more amazed. Whose relative is this? Not sure. There are three children on the cart and quite a few things. Plus, their clothes are made of good fabric. I don't remember anyone like this in Taoshui village. The crowd whispered among themselves. Bai Qingyao heard their voices but remained calm, walking confidently toward her destination. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd spoke out, filled with surprise. Isn't that Bai Dahai's lazy daughter? Really? Are you saying this is Bai Qingyao? She looks so different from before. Indeed, Bai Qingyao's appearance had changed. During this time, she had been eating according to her health recipe, and after some exercise, her weight had decreased significantly. Though her face still had some scars, they had faded a lot compared to before. She looked like a different person. How is that possible? Bai Qingyao is lazy and very ugly. This woman doesn't look that ugly at all. It must be her. The speaker was a middle-aged woman. She suddenly remembered something and spoke with conviction. I remember Bai Qingyao had 3 children after she got married. The ones on that cart just now are also 3 children, right? Hearing this, the crowd instinctively looked up, but Bai Qingyao and her group had already moved far away, disappearing from their sight. After a while, a faint voice came from the roadside. Didn't the Bai family just have some trouble? Why has Bai Qingyao suddenly come back again? The people by the roadside looked at each other in confusion, not knowing what to think. On the ox cart, the 3 little ones, feeling the gaze of those people earlier, became a bit suspicious. Mother, why were those people looking at us like that just now? They weren't looking at us, they were looking at our ox cart. In her memory, Taoshui village was poorer than Dayuan village, and they didn't even have a proper ox cart. Just being full was a problem. When the ox cart suddenly entered the village, of course, everyone was curious. The 3 little ones seemed to understand, but not quite. Bai Qingyao smiled and said, "All right, if you don't understand, don't think about it. We're almost at Grandma's house. We'll get off the cart soon. Okay, you're barely breathing, so why are you still keeping that dirty thing? Hurry up and throw her out. If she stays here, she'll make our place dirty. She's just taking up space and wasting money. She's really bad luck." "No, Grandma. My mother was hurt trying to save you. How can you be so cruel?" Bai Qingshan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes red as he glared at the old woman in front of him. Behind him, there was a woman with a pale face, her eyes closed, with little breath left. In the yard, the old woman glared fiercely and looked over with a stern expression. "You're better off not mentioning it. My mother is almost broken because of her. How dare she talk about saving my mother?"
Bah.
The one who saved my mother was clearly Lotus Flower. The old woman continued to curse and swear. "Quick, throw her things out." "No, you can't throw my mother's things away." A young, somewhat childish figure ran out from the corner, blocking the old woman fiercely. "You freeloading brat! Get out of here!" With a slap, the old lady struck the young man without mercy. His right cheek immediately swelled visibly. Qingjiang, seeing his younger brother being hit, Bai Qingshan's face changed suddenly. "Grandma, if my mother is gone, how will I explain to my father?" Bai Qingshan thought that if they brought out Bai Dahai, the old lady might calm down a bit. But she showed no sign of letting go of her anger. "Explain? I am his real mother. If he dares not listen to me, fine. This unlucky star is dead. Let Lotus Flower come in. You. Bai Qingshan was so angry at the old woman's words that his face turned red, and he couldn't even curse properly. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, the woman behind him, whose eyes were tightly closed, trembled slightly and slowly opened her eyes. Aoyama, where is your father? Mother, father went to buy medicine for you. He'll be back soon. Good. You all dare to hide money from me behind my back. Just wait and see. When the old lady heard Bai Qingshan, her face suddenly changed. What are you doing? Let go of my mother. The cart just arrived at the Bai family's yard. Before Bai Qiaoyao could get off, she suddenly heard shouting from inside. It's her older brother's voice. Hearing this, Bai Qiaoyao's heart skipped a beat. She turned around and covered the three little ones' ears, telling them, "Stay here and wait quietly for mother." She knew the voice well. It was her grandmother, who favored boys over girls. Without hesitation, she pushed open the door and stormed inside. What she saw made her eyes fill with tears of anger. She quickly rushed forward. Bang! She kicked the old lady, who was suddenly sent flying. You old thing, how dare you hit my mother? The yard instantly fell silent. The wind blew, carrying a whimpering sound. Bai Qiaoyao looked coldly at Wang Lady on the ground. Then she turned and walked toward the woman. Mother, how are you? Xue Mei, hearing the familiar voice, struggled to lift her heavy eyelids and saw Bai Qiaoyao. Tears flickered in her eyes. Mother, it's me. I'm back. Oh, suddenly, a cry of pain came from the yard. Wang Lady crawled up from the ground. When she saw Bai Qiaoyao nearby, her face changed drastically. Well, you little money grubber, you shameless girl. How dare you hit me? I'll beat you to death. Wang Lady shouted and cursed, then grabbed a stick to attack her. Bai Qiaoyao suddenly looked up, a fierce light flashing in her eyes, startling Wang Lady. But she ignored that and strode forward, grabbing another wooden stick from the ground. Crack! With a loud sound, the stick, as thick as a child's wrist, was snapped in half by Bai Qiaoyao. Wang Lady's eyelids twitched. What are you trying to do? What do you think I want to do? Bai Qiaoyao sneered. You say I want to do what? Wang Lady's face changed dramatically. I'm your grandmother. Grandmother?
Bah.
You're not even worth it. Fearing she might do something rebellious, Xue Mei quickly spoke up. Yao Yao. Hearing Xue Mei's voice, Bai Qiaoyao threw what she was holding in front of Wang Lady and turned back to Xue Mei. Mother, let's leave this place. Bai Qingyao half-supported Xue Mei, showing no emotion on her face. But those who know her well could tell she was very angry now because she was keeping a calm appearance. Big brother, pack your things. Let's go. Okay, Bai Qingshan didn't expect his sister to come suddenly. But now, they really couldn't stay in this house anymore. If they stayed longer, Xue Mei might be in danger. Bai Qingshan and Bai Qingjiang quickly packed their belongings. Meanwhile, Wang Lady saw their expressions and her face changed drastically. Put down your things. These are my family's belongings. A bunch of ungrateful people trying to take what's ours. Get out now. After saying this, Wang Lady glared fiercely at Bai Qingyao. And you unlucky star who married out a useless person. Now you come back and try to harm your grandmother. You're just like your shameless mother, reckless and shameless. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Before Wang Lady finished speaking, she heard a cracking sound. The wooden stick in her hand suddenly broke in half. Bai Qingyao's waist suddenly appeared to hold a knife, which was now only 10 centimeters from Wang Lady's face. Seeing the knife's sharp edge, Wang Lady was so frightened she swallowed nervously. What are you doing? Before she could speak, a hurried voice came from the door. Then 3 figures ran inside. 2 of them rushed to Wang Lady's side. One was a middle-aged man wearing rough cloth-patched clothes, with a slightly hurried but proper face, rushing anxiously to Bai Qingyao, looking at the woman in her arms with concern. Ah Mei, father. Seeing the middle-aged man, Bai Qingshan and Bai Qingjiang's faces lit up with joy. Their father was back. But when they looked at his hands, they saw they were empty. Father, where is mother's medicine? Hearing Bai Qingshan's words, Bai Dahan's face showed a hint of guilt, and pain flickered in his eyes. I didn't bring the medicine back. Your grandfather took the money. What? Bai Qingshan's face changed. Before he could speak, Bai Qingjiang loudly said, Father, that was my mother's life-saving medicine money. Please give it back to us. At this moment, the old man in rough cloth who had run to Wang Lady looked up with displeasure and glared at Bai Dahan. Big brother, is this how you raise your children? Talking to elders like this? White Qingjiang's face turned pale when he heard Bai Wangxing speak. However, thinking of Xue Mei, he clenched his teeth and spoke. Father, you can order us around all you want, but that money was my mother's life-saving money. You need to give us the money now. We don't have any money left. I have arranged for your younger uncle to study. What? As Bai Wangxing finished speaking, different voices came from all around. It was clear from the angry expressions on Bai Qingshan and Bai Qingjiang's faces. Bai Dahai, in particular, clenched his fists tightly, showing he was also angry. Your younger uncle is the hope of the family. If he passes the imperial exam, won't our family have a good life? But that money was my mother's life-saving money. White Qingjiang almost shouted these words. Bai Wangxing's face suddenly darkened. Oldest son, this is the good son you have taught. It's just some medicine. Did your mother look like that because of it? After taking the medicine, she got better, didn't she? Wasting that money is pointless. Better to give it to your younger uncle for his studies. As soon as Bai Wangxing finished speaking, a younger man beside him showed a faint smile. Yes, Qingshan, Qingjiang. Once I pass the imperial exam, the kind of mother you want will be no problem. No need to worry about this sickly person. Listen to this family talk. Are they speaking human words? Such arrogance. Using my mother's life-saving money to study for the exam. Even if you pass, you're not afraid of the king of hell coming to find you. Besides, someone so unfaithful and unfilial, selfish and self-centered. Even if you pass the exam, the county magistrate might not even want to promote you. And with your abilities, you think you can pass the exam? Bai Qingyao looked coldly at Bai Xiaoshan. Before she left home, Bai Xiaoshan was the one who acted arrogantly. Now he's even more brazen. A married daughter has no right to speak here. Bai Wangxing's face darkened when he heard Bai Qingyao's words. What's wrong? Did I hit a nerve? Using your daughter-in-law's life-saving money to pay for your son's studies. Such a person is low in character and unworthy of being called a person. How dare you? Bai Wangxing turned around, raising his arm to hit Bai Qingyao. Enough! Before his hand could land, Bai Dahai stopped him. He raised his scarlet eyes. Father, I am also your son. Aimei is your daughter-in-law. Why can't we save Aimei's life first? We can all chip in for Xiaoshan's studies later. Before Bai Wangxing could speak, Bai Dahai continued. Clearly, Aimei was saving her mother this time. Why is her mother so cold-hearted? This time, it was indeed Xue Mei who protected Wang Lady. The trouble started when Bai Xiaoshan provoked a girl from a local butcher's family. Seeing her looks, he used sweet words to deceive her. Later, the girl asked him to propose marriage, but he hesitated and refused. Wang Lady had high hopes for Bai Xiaoshan. She couldn't allow him to marry a butcher's daughter. She openly insulted the girl in front of everyone. The girl couldn't bear it and tried to end her life. Fortunately, her family saved her in time, or she might have lost her life. When her family learned what had happened, they were furious. The girl's father even went to find Bai's family with a knife. Wang Lady, seeing the situation escalate, pushed Xue Mei out of the way. As a result, Xue Mei was cut by the butcher's knife and fainted. After she lost consciousness, the butcher's family left angrily. Wang Lady shut the door tightly and didn't even call a doctor for Xue Mei, leaving her alone at home to fend for herself. Bai Qingyao listened to all this, her face turning pale with shock. Bai Dahai kept speaking. In the past, we handled all the household chores. Even when Qingshan and Qingjiang were wronged, I didn't say much. But now, Aimei's life is at stake. I can't just let this go. Today, if father doesn't produce the money, I won't give up. We will go see the officials. You. Hearing Bai Dahai's words, Bai Wangxing's face changed suddenly. Next to him, Wang Lady couldn't hold back anymore and slapped Bai Dahai hard. Unfilial son. Do you want her mother to end up in jail? Wang Lady's fist landed heavily on Bai Dahai, each punch solid and real. Bai Dahai didn't dodge. He allowed her to hit him. After a while, he looked up, his dark eyes fixed on Wang Lady. That money was from Qing Shan's hunting for Ame, and part of it was from Io. You can't take it. Such a sin. Wang Lady sank to the ground, crying out loudly. Bai Qingyao's eyes narrowed slightly. Since she now understood the full story, she wouldn't let this troublemaker get away easily. Big brother, go report to the authorities. White Qingyao was not interested in her crying and begging. She turned directly to Bai Qingshan and spoke. According to our laws, anyone who tries to harm others will be punished with 30 days of detention and 3 years of exile. Anyone who uses another person's life as a threat or intentionally kills someone will face the same punishment. Our laws apply even to relatives. White Qingyao's voice was quiet but clear in the empty courtyard. Originally, Wang Lady was crying loudly, but suddenly she forgot how to cry and fell silent. The others also looked at White Qingyao in disbelief. Big brother, hurry and go. White Qingyao ignored their stares and spoke again to Bai Qingshan. Bai Qingshan was stunned. After reacting, he nodded quickly and ran toward the door. Stop right there. Bai Wangxing saw her serious expression and got a little nervous. He quickly called out to stop Bai Qingshan. Are you saying that my father is protecting a criminal? What criminal? You little brat, I am your grandmother. At this moment, Wang Lady suddenly jumped up, pointing impolitely at White Qingyao with her hand. Her anger was almost overwhelming, and she looked furious enough to eat someone. White Qingyao seemed not to notice, and ignored Wang Lady's anger completely. You not only pushed my mother out, but now you're blocking the rescue. Someone like you, who commits so many wrongdoings, should be thrown in jail and punished by the county magistrate. Enough. I am the head of this family now. Bai Wangxing suddenly raised his voice sharply and looked at Bai Dahai. Dahai, let's forget about this matter. From now on, you're still my good son. Hearing this, Bai Dahai chuckled bitterly. As expected, his father never considered him a son. The same went for Ame, Qingshan, and the other siblings. Bai Wangxing had never truly cared about them. He sighed self-deprecatingly. Since that's the case, let's divide the family. What? The first to speak was not Bai Wangxing but Bai Xiaoshan beside him. If they divided the family, no one would do the work anymore. Everything would fall on him, and he would have no money or people to command. Divide the family. Bai Dahai didn't look at Bai Xiaoshan and repeated himself. Big brother, Bai Wangxing's tone grew more serious. As the main worker of the family, he couldn't let them leave. Bai Qingyao clearly guessed this too. This old man wants uncle and the others to work for free and doesn't want to pay for medicine. Is there such a good thing? Moreover, it was originally their fault that all this happened. Split the family or report to the authorities. When Bai Dahai said this, Bai Qingyao's eyes flickered, but he ultimately did not speak. This decision should be made by Dahai himself. Otherwise, he would regret it later. Only when he made up his mind could this matter be resolved. You, head of the family, we can't report to the authorities. Wang Lady's face changed dramatically. She quickly stepped forward and held Bai Wangxing's arm. Bai Wangxing knew this well. If they reported to the authorities, not only would Wang Lady be taken away, but even Bai Xiaoshan's scandals would come out. Everyone would know about his bad behavior. If it reached the county magistrate, he might lose his chance to take the exam. He didn't dare to think about it. This was also why the butcher's family wasn't afraid at all. The Bai family simply dared not make a big fuss. Xiaoshan, go ask the village chief. Bai Wangxing gritted his teeth and said these words. Big brother, are you really sure? Without family protection, you can't survive. No need anymore. We'll start over from scratch. Is this family any different now? In this family, besides themselves, no one truly considered them family. Today, the second brother's family returned to their parents' home, and the house felt a bit emptier. To be honest, only the second brother's family still cared about him, but not much. The village chief arrived quickly. Bai Qingshan told him directly that if he didn't want to go, he would report to the authorities. How could the village chief not be angry? If it reached the officials, the shame would fall on Taoshui village. The surrounding villages were already poor enough. They couldn't afford to lose face. Moreover, Bai Xiaoshan was not only the hope of the Bai family, but also the hope of Taoshui village. If Bai Xiaoshan succeeded in the exam, their village could finally hold its head high. Dahai, are you really going to split the family? Village chief, I am sure I want to split the family. The village chief sighed when he heard this. Since that's the case, let's follow the rules. He divided the Gu family's belongings into 4 parts, and the part belonging solely to Bai Dahai was separated out. Wait, Bai Qingyao looked at Wang Lady again, then turned to the village chief. Village chief, my mother was hurt because of Wang Lady. She should pay for the medical bills, including lost wages, emotional distress, treatment costs, and future recovery expenses. You're just a little girl. You have no right to speak here.
Shui Mei was in a bad state now.
If she hadn't quickly used her points to buy a healing pill from the shop earlier, she might have died. She definitely wouldn't let Wang Lady get away with it this time. This time, she had to make her pay a heavy price. My father still remembers the old friendship with you all, but I don't. If you refuse, try it if you dare. She then slammed her knife into the wooden table in front of them, about 5 or 6 centimeters deep. Everyone. Wang Lady instinctively swallowed her saliva and dared not speak. The village chief looked at them, then finally made the Bai family pay 20 taels of silver. Seeing the silver, Bai Dahai's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. It only costs 1 or 2 silver coins to hire a doctor in town, but Wang Lady kept refusing because she had no money. Now, for her little brother, she took 20 taels without hesitation. In her eyes, she had never truly seen her son like this before.
Such a sin.
What kind of life is this? I gave birth to a son, but he's just a curse. 20 taels of silver. How am I supposed to live? This is pushing me to death. Clang. The sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Bai Qingyao threw her knife in front of her. If you don't want to live, just end it yourself. Save my father the trouble of collecting your body. After speaking, Bai Qingyao looked at Bai Dahai and the others. Father, mother, I will take you home. The Bai family home was in the center of Taoshui village. Since they caused such a big commotion, many neighbors naturally paid attention. But the most eye-catching were the 3 little ones sitting on the ox cart at the door. Who are you from the Bai family? Some curious women approached to tease the obedient little ones. What's your relationship with the Bai family? Seeing how the 3 children were dressed and the ox cart below, they didn't look like poor children. Even if they were from a rural family, they must have some land. Gu Zishuan, hearing this, nervously stepped in front of his 2 brothers, wary and watching the woman carefully. We're waiting for Mom. Mom? Who is your mom? The woman frowned when she heard Gu Zishuan, looking at him with confusion. Mother is just mother. Gu Zishuan glanced at her, but didn't speak again. The woman listened and looked confused, her mind full of thoughts. She remembered that Bai's daughter was from the Bai family, but she couldn't recall that Bai family had a daughter. Wait, 3 children? It turns out Bai's family really has a daughter, Bai Qingyao, who is lazy and cunning. Someone had mentioned before that Bai Qingyao married into the Gu family in the same town's Dayuan village, and she has 3 children. But the woman looked at the 3 well-dressed children and grew more doubtful. Could someone like Bai Qingyao raise such tender children? She found it hard to believe. While she was thinking, the main gate of the Bai family was pushed open. The village chief from Taoshui village was the first to come out. Then, Bai Dahai's family appeared from inside. Shui Mei looked sick and was carried in by Dahai's arms. A voice came from inside. Dad, take Mom to the cart first. Hearing the voice, the 3 children brightened their eyes. Gu Zishuan was the first to step down from the cart, then helped his brothers down to prevent them from falling. As soon as they got down, they saw someone coming out from inside. Xian, bring your brothers over here. Bai Qingyao saw them and waved. Then she turned to let Bai Dahai carry Shui Mei onto the cart. This is Grandpa and Grandma, Uncle Qingshan and Uncle Qingjiang. The 3 children called out to each person in turn. Gu Zishuan stepped forward and tugged at Bai Qingyao's sleeve. Mother, what's wrong with Grandma? Grandma is sick. We're taking her home to rest, okay? Okay. Gu Zishuan nodded obediently. Bai Dahai listened to Bai Qingyao but hesitated. Shui Mei really needed rest now, or her body wouldn't last long. He swallowed his words. Bai Qingyao quickly tidied up the cart. There was plenty of hay on it, so she laid it down for Shui Mei to lean on. The woman at the Bai family's door, hearing Bai Qingyao's words, widened her eyes. It really was Bai Qingyao, but how did she look like this now? Compared to before, Bai Qingyao was much slimmer, especially her face, which looked much more beautiful. But now she looked more and more strange, completely different from before. The woman thought this, then heard their conversation. Parents, since the family is now separated, you should come back with me first. We'll wait until mother gets better. All right. White Dahai glanced at Bai Qingyao, then looked down at his wife on the cart and their son underneath. In the end, he nodded. Thus, Bai Qingyao did not take down the items she brought and took them back as they were. After they left, the woman finally realized what had happened. White Dahai's family has separated from the old Bai family. She found it hard to believe. If she hadn't heard it with her own ears, she would think it was just a rumor. After all, Bai Dahai was a well-known filial son in Taoshui village. Even though Wang Lady often scolded and hit him, he never thought of leaving. Today, he actually decided to split from his family. It seems this incident really broke Bai Dahai's heart. They didn't care what others thought now. On the way back to the Yuan village, the three men from the Bai family kept their heads down. Speaking of hardships, the Bai family had their share. Bai Qingshan was already 20. His marriage plans had been set, but after learning about the Bai family situation and Wang Lady's fussing, the match was called off. The other side even came to insult them, making Bai Qingshan lose face. Everyone in Taoshui village knew that Bai Qingshan was abandoned by the woman's family. Both openly and secretly, people mocked them. But Bai Qingshan didn't care much about it. The woman had asked for 50 taels of betrothal gifts, which they couldn't possibly afford. All the family's money was in Wang Lady's hands, and she didn't want to spend a penny on them. Once your mother gets better, we will leave your home. Taking his parents back to his wife's family, who had done such a thing. If others found out, they would laugh at her. Bai Qingyao didn't care what others thought. What about her parents? She treated them well, didn't she? No need, parents. Just stay comfortably at home. Besides, I plan to rebuild a house on the island soon. If you're there, you can help watch over it. Hearing Bai Qingyao's words, the three Bai men suddenly looked up. Build a house? Even Shui Mei looked surprised and a bit confused. Bai Qingyao explained briefly, and the three men listened in confusion. It hadn't been long since they last saw her, and now she had become so impressive. She had bought an island and was talking business and cooperation with the owner of Wangyue residence. It sounded unbelievable. But despite their shock, they didn't doubt what Bai Qingyao said. As long as Bai Qingyao said it, they believed it. Ah Yao, you've worked hard. With no son-in-law around and only her daughter raising the three young children, it was truly not easy. Now, things are finally getting better. They should be happy for her. Bai Qingyao didn't think much about it. Father, there's no need to work so hard. You and Mother, I used to worry about you before, but from now on, I will take care of you and make sure you live a good life. And big brother and second brother. If it weren't for her previous selfishness, constantly wanting to fix her face and wasting a lot of family money, despite Wang Lady causing trouble, they wouldn't have suffered so much now, thanks to the savings she secretly accumulated before. All of this is her fault. Don't say such foolish things. We are your parents, and it's right for us to want you to have a good life. The love of parents is truly deep. Bai Qingyao sighed, feeling regretful. She didn't understand how to cherish what she had. Bai Qingshan and Bai Qingjiang shared the same attitude. Bai Qingyao was their only sister, and they loved her very much. Feeling touched, Bai Qingyao didn't say much, but secretly decided that she would make sure her parents and brothers all live well in the future. Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, and second uncle, don't worry. We will also treat you very well. The three little ones, hearing Bai Qingyao's words, looked at Bai Dahai and the others with a hint of approval in their eyes. Hearing the children's words, Bai Dahai and his wife felt warmth in their hearts. Good children, you're all good children. Shui Mei was now lying on the ox cart, her lips pale. Although she didn't speak, her tearful eyes clearly showed her feelings at this moment. Apparently, she was also warmed by the children's words. Bai Dahai and his wife liked the three children very much, perhaps mainly because of the original girl, but their kindness towards the children was very sincere. Mother, father, before we go home, we need to go somewhere else. The Bai family dared not trouble Sun Tuhu, but that didn't mean they were afraid. If someone dares to hurt others, they must pay the price. Little sister, where are we going now? To Sun Tuhu's house. What? As soon as Bai Qingyao finished speaking, Bai Dahai and his sons immediately changed their expressions. Earlier, when they divided the family, Bai Qingyao had promised not to cause trouble with the authorities over this matter. Now, why are they going to Sun's house again? Although they hated that butcher Sun's family very much, since they had already signed the agreement, they couldn't back out now. Little sister, we have signed a contract. Signed a contract. White Qingyao sneered and said, I signed a promise, but I only said I wouldn't report to the authorities. However, the Sun family owes my mother and they must pay it back. As she spoke, a hint of anger flashed in her eyes. Damn the Sun butcher. If she hadn't given medicine in time to slow her mother's injuries, Shui Mei might have already died. She couldn't just swallow this anger. Sure enough, after White Qingyao finished speaking, the three White family brothers grew even more silent. How could they not want to teach that Sun butcher a lesson? You're right, sister. It was Bai Qingjiang who spoke first, a clever glint flashing in his eyes. We said we wouldn't report to the authorities, but how can we just let the Sun family get away after hurting our mother like this? We must give him a lesson. Hearing Bai Qingjiang's words, White Qingyao nodded with approval. Second brother. Well said. Seeing her sister's gaze, Bai Qingjiang felt proud. His sister praised him. The Sun family was not far from the White family, only 2 streets away. Bai Qingyao drove an ox cart, and soon they arrived at the Sun family's gate. The Sun family was considered fairly wealthy in Taoshui village. They lived in a blue brick house, which was more prosperous than most others. At least, they didn't have to worry about food and drink. Sister, wait for me while I go knock. Bang. Before Bai Qingshan could finish speaking, he felt a shadow flash past him, followed by a loud collision in front. He looked up and saw the main gate of the Sun family was broken apart, one part lying on the ground, another hanging limply on the threshold. Bai Qingshan. Dust particles drifted down from the air onto his head, and he froze in place. Not only him, but Bai Dahai and others looked at Bai Qingyao with shock. Her movements were so fast that they couldn't see exactly how she did it, only that a figure flashed past, then dust flew everywhere and the Sun family's gate was shattered into pieces. What's going on? Did something happen? Suddenly, voices came from nearby. A group of people ran out of the Sun family's yard. After seeing the situation at the gate, Bai Qingyao clearly heard a sharp voice. Who the hell dares to destroy my family's gate like this? It was me. Bai Qingyao looked up and coldly stared at the woman in front of her. Little brat, you dare to break my family's gate. You've committed a terrible wrong. Look at yourself in the mirror and see how ugly you are. How dare you come to my house to challenge us? Who gave you such courage? Hearing her insults, Bai Qingyao's face grew angrier. After the middle-aged woman finished scolding, she took a deep breath, looked up at Bai Qingyao, and was surprised to meet her cold, sharp eyes. Is this the Sun family? So, what if it is? The woman was caught off guard by Bai Qingyao's sudden question and answered instinctively. Since it's the Sun family, then you haven't broken the wrong door. After saying this, Bai Qingyao continued, I not only want to break your gate but also report your man to the authorities. Your man saw my mother get hurt and ran away out of fear. He's going to jail for sure. What? The woman was stunned by Bai Qingyao's sudden words and didn't know how to respond. Then she looked up and saw the ox cart behind Bai Qingyao, with Shui Mei lying on it and Bai family's 3 brothers standing nearby. Her heart skipped a beat. The Bai family? Are they here to settle scores? Thinking about Bai Qingyao's words, her face changed color. What are you talking about? She couldn't admit it, or else she would end up in prison and their family would be doomed. Whether it's true or not, the county magistrate will judge fairly. The woman didn't expect Bai Qingyao to be so firm, and suddenly she felt unsure. She looked up into those cold eyes and felt her heart sink even more. She hesitated, then looked up at Bai Qingyao. This matter isn't our fault. Shuemei got hurt because she was unlucky. She threw herself into danger. The more she spoke, the more she convinced herself that they were right. It wasn't their fault. It was Bai family's fault. If she hadn't approached them first, the knife wouldn't have hurt her. Moreover, it was your own family's mistake in the first place. Bai Xiaoshan dared to deceive my daughter. He's responsible for that. Now you come here? Bai Xiaoshan bullied your daughter, and you can go find him. But now my mother is hurt, and you must give us an explanation. Otherwise, we'll see what happens. Bai Qingyao's words left no room for negotiation, making the woman across from her feel nervous. She couldn't quite understand what Bai Qingyao was thinking right now, but if she really reported to the authorities, the officials might indeed arrest their family head. That can't happen. Our family relies mainly on Sun the Butcher. If he gets taken away, how will the women survive? What are you trying to do? There's a reason for everything. Call that butcher out and we'll cut him, then this will be over. What? The woman suddenly raised her voice, and not only her, but even Bai Dahai and the others looked at Bai Qingyao in shock. Is what a Yao, the sister, said true? If they end up killing the other person, the blame will fall on them. Bai Qingyao didn't know what they were thinking now, but her face and her presence radiated a fierce energy, as if she was ready to tear Sun the Butcher apart to vent her anger. Even Bai Dahai and the others couldn't tell her current attitude. The woman felt more and more nervous under Bai Qingyao's gaze. Then, what do you want to do? At this moment, she no longer looked proud like when she first saw Bai Qingyao, only terrified. Crack! Suddenly, Bai Qingyao broke a piece of wood with her bare hands. The woman. How can this little brat be so strong? This was a wooden board on her door, and she had just broken it with one hand. Is this the strength a girl should have? Sun the Butcher hurt my mother. Not only did he not apologize, but after hurting her, he hid inside his house. Such a person is even more hateful. She showed no sense of responsibility, and now she was even sending her wife out while she cowered inside. Sun the Butcher was definitely inside the house now. The yard still had the dishes from their meal, 6 pairs of bowls, and after the woman screamed and called them by family members, a faint, almost invisible gaze seemed to fall on them from the room from time to time. Moreover, after her mother was hurt, the Sun family had been silent, not even going hunting. Wasn't that guilt? She knew she had signed a promise at Bai's house before, so she wouldn't really report to the authorities, but she wanted to scare Sun the Butcher a little. Since Sun the Butcher isn't sincere, we can only go to the officials. After speaking, Bai Qingyao got on her ox cart, ready to leave Sun's house. Hold on, wait. Sure enough, a middle-aged man ran out of the house. After coming out, he glared fiercely at the woman, then turned to Bai Qingyao with a changed expression. Let's speak nicely. Tell me how much silver you want, and I will give it to you. Please don't report this to the authorities. Huh? You hurt my mother, and she almost lost her life. Can money really buy her safety? What about the suffering she endured? How do you explain that? Thinking of the injuries on Shuemei, Bai Qingyao couldn't help feeling angry. When Sun the Butcher saw she wasn't willing to give in, he made a bold move. If that's the case, go report to the officials. But don't forget, this is all Bai Xiaoshan's fault. If Bai Xiaoshan hadn't tricked his daughter, things wouldn't have come to this point. By then, the county magistrate will also punish you. We might as well go all out. Bai Qingyao sneered. Go ahead. What does Bai Xiaoshan have to do with me? Sun the Butcher didn't expect Bai Qingyao to be so stubborn. His anger towards Bai Xiaoshan grew even more. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't be in such a mess now. And it was clearly that damn Wang wife who pulled Shuemei away. If she hadn't done that, he wouldn't have had to dodge like this. Miss, let's talk nicely. I'll compensate you with silver. 10 taels of silver. 10 taels? Will that buy my mother's life? Bai Qingyao sneered at him. I'll cut you once and then give you 10 taels. As she spoke, she took a silver piece from her sleeve and threw it in front of Sun the Butcher. He flinched, surprised. Why was this girl so stubborn? Was she really going to cut him? Bai Dahai was also startled by Qingyao. Shuemei, trying to hold herself up, tugged at Bai Qingyao's sleeve. Yao Yao, mother's fine. Don't do anything reckless for me. Her daughter was supposed to be pure and clean.
2.
No, 30 taels. Is that okay? Sun the butcher clenched his teeth. This damn girl was really stubborn. If he didn't take more, she probably wouldn't stop. He signaled a woman nearby to hand over the silver, then picked up the 10 taels on the ground and returned it to Bai Qingyao. She didn't take it. Bai Dahai quickly stepped forward and took the silver. Since my parents are not pursuing this, I'll let you go for now. Father, let's go. Seeing them finally leave, Sun the butcher finally relaxed. This little girl from the Bai family was truly terrifying, chubby, but with such a strong presence. But he remembered the 30 taels. And Bai Xiaoshan, the Bai family. This matter was far from over. On the other side, after leaving the Sun family, Bai Dahai's heart was still pounding. He was truly frightened by how Bai Qingyao held a knife earlier.
Wait.
Where did she get the knife? Yao Yao, where did you get the knife? Bai Qingyao casually replied, Oh, I just grabbed it. It's not sharp, so it can't even cut meat. Bai Dahai. Never mind. It's all in the past now. Yao Yao, you were too impulsive just now. You can't let one person make you risk going to the authorities. Hearing this, Bai Qingyao chuckled softly. Dad, do I look that foolish, Bai Dahai? If I didn't do that, how could Sun Butcher go and bother Bai Xiaoshan? Honestly, she did want to seek justice for Shuemei, but not in this way. Also, taking 30 taels from Sun Butcher meant the Sun family would be left struggling. And Bai Xiaoshan and Wang Laidi, who caused all this, surely wouldn't have a good life either. Bai Qingjiang was the first to react, looking excited. Sister, you're so clever. They promised not to report to the authorities, but the real culprit behind this must be punished. Bai Dahai felt a bit uneasy inside. Bai Qingyao guessed his thoughts. Dad, you have feelings for them, but Wang. Grandma has never truly cared for us. If not for Mom getting hurt because of Bai Xiaoshan during the division of the family, we probably wouldn't have even gotten that 1 acre of land. That's right, Bai Dahai's family split apart, but they only received 3 taels of silver, 1 acre of land, and a dilapidated bamboo house by the coast. That bamboo house was barely livable, full of holes, the roof was broken, and most importantly, it was just one small house, clearly meant to leave Bai Dahai and his family out in the cold. Moreover, the village chief clearly supported Bai Xiaoshan, and Wang Laidi was crying and wailing, even threatening to die.
Bai Dahai finally relented.
But how could Bai Qingyao be willing to let them rest easy? Wang Laidi's plans were probably misguided. Bai Dahai sighed, accepting the situation, and didn't say much more. Back in Dayuan village, Master Cheng had almost finished studying the blueprints. He was waiting eagerly at her door, wanting to discuss them with her. Bai Qingyao quickly returned the ox cart and invited him into her home. Master Cheng then shared his ideas about building the bridge. Hearing this, Bai Qingyao's eyes grew brighter. As an experienced master, he had identified the biggest problems and details of building a bridge over the sea in just one afternoon. Bai Dahai and the others still didn't quite understand. Bai Qingyao simply explained briefly, and everyone looked at her with disbelief. So, the people in front of them were actually the daughter, younger sister, they had invited to help build the bridge? Her daughter, younger sister, is really impressive. The 4 members of the Gu family didn't doubt whether Bai Qingyao could succeed. They only felt proud. The Gu family's yard was very simple. Recently, Bai Qingyao had carefully planned it out, but the yard was still just a basic earthen wall. If someone with bad intentions came, this wall wouldn't stop them at all. Bai Dahai looked at the simple yard of the Gu family and felt uneasy inside. His son-in-law was not here. Although he was in the army, he hadn't sent any news for a year or 2. It was probably bad news. He had planned to come back later to help his daughter fix things up, but now another problem had arisen at home. Now, he felt he might have to rely on his daughter. Really? After Master Chung finished talking to Bai Qingyao, he also realized he might have come at the wrong time and felt a bit awkward. He had a bad habit. Once busy, he would forget everything else. Miss Bai, that's all I wanted to say. If everything goes well, we can start work tomorrow. I'll take my leave now. Hearing this, Bai Qingyao quickly responded, it's almost mealtime. Please stay and eat with us. No need. Maybe another day. The Gu family had guests tonight, and it would be awkward for him to stay longer. Alright, then I'll invite you to dinner another day. Bai Qingyao glanced around. Today was indeed inconvenient. Bai Dahai and the others came over, but there weren't enough rooms at home, and they still had to tidy up the old and used room. Because of that, they couldn't prepare many dishes. Okay. Master Chung waved his hand casually. Although Su Zixing had emphasized before that Bai Qingyao was good at cooking, he hadn't paid much attention to it. He had eaten many delicacies from the mountains and seas before. No matter how good they were, they all seemed similar. Unbeknownst to him, Master Chung would later want to give his current self a big slap for having such thoughts. After Master Chung left, Bai Qingyao went over to the things she had just taken down from the ox cart, preparing to bring them into the kitchen. Little sister, I'll do it. Bai Qingyao saw Bai Qingyao moving and hurried over. Little sister, what are these? He picked up the basket on the ground, lifting it easily. It was quite heavy. He felt curious. What could be inside? Inside, there are food items I prepare myself, meant to send to you all. There is also a lot of cloth, all prepared for you. Fortunately, these things did not fall into the hands of those bad people. If they had ended up with the old couple from the Bai family, Bai Dahai and Shui Mei probably wouldn't get to enjoy much. Little sister, don't bring so many things next time. There won't be a next time, White Qingyao said with strong dislike for the Bai family members. Even if Dad wants to return to Taoshui village someday, we should stay far away from the Bai family, and those people from Taoshui village are clearly on Xiao Shan's side. If you go back, you'll probably face exclusion. I don't like Taoshui village either. Sister, maybe you should talk to Dad about this. White Qingjiang also doesn't like Taoshui village. The people there, for some reason, all seem brainwashed into believing Xiaoshan can pass the imperial exam. Is passing the imperial exam that easy? They just want to bring glory to the family. Bah. Xiaoshan is their little uncle, and they know very well what he's really like. All those stories are just boastful talk. White Qingyao glanced at White Qingjiang. He looked a bit guilty and smiled foolishly. If he were to talk about this, Bai Dahai would definitely scold him and maybe even refuse to feed him. But his sister is different. What she says, Bai Dahai will consider. He knows his father very well. I'll talk to Dad about this after some time, he said. Since they just left the Bai family, bringing this up again now might only make things worse. What are you two whispering about over there? Bai Dahai came out after settling Shui Mei, just as White Qingyao and Xinjiang were whispering closely. He didn't know what they were saying. Hearing his voice, White Qingyao and Xinjiang quickly looked up and saw Bai Dahai walking over. Father, how is Mother? She's asleep now. Big brother went to get a doctor, but hasn't returned. I came out to see if I could help. The three little ones stayed inside with Shui Mei, watching her closely. Father, can you help me tidy up that room? We might run out of space tonight. Sure, I'll do it right now. Hearing there was something to do, Bai Dahai temporarily set aside his slight unhappiness, rolled up his sleeves, and started working. After about the time of a cup of tea, Bai Qingshan hurried inside, bringing the children with him. Bai Qingyao quickly led them into the inner room. As soon as they entered, the three little ones all stood up and called out, Mother. Bai Qingyao patted their heads and then called the doctor to examine Shui Mei. The doctor paused for a moment, and Dahai, feeling anxious, put down what he was holding and rushed over. Doctor, how is she? How are Mei's injuries? The doctor's eyes showed a hint of surprise as he put away his tools. This lady's injuries look serious, but strangely, her body seems to be healing very quickly. Did she take any medicine before? After the doctor finished speaking, Bai Dahai and the others felt confused. They hadn't asked for a doctor before, nor had they given her any medicine. However, Shui Mei looked up at Bai Qingyao. Earlier, Bai Qingyao had fed her a pill, though she didn't know what it was. After eating it, She felt much better, and the feeling of suffocation disappeared quickly. Yes, I gave her a pill earlier to help relieve her symptoms. Hearing this, the doctor's face lit up with joy. Could I see that pill? His voice was a bit hurried, and he blushed with excitement. Bai Qingyao shook her head. I only have that one pill. It was given to me by a divine doctor I met before. That young lady. Where is the divine doctor now? Sorry, the divine doctor left after giving us the medicine. The doctor looked a little disappointed but also expected it. I was too impulsive. Please don't mind. The lady's injuries have improved. I will prescribe a few more sets of medicine. As long as she takes them on time, she will recover soon. Thank you, doctor. The doctor waved his hand. As he was about to leave, he saw a carriage stop outside the door. Then, someone unexpected stepped out. Seeing that figure, Bai Qingyao was a bit stunned. It wasn't someone else but Xueming, whom she had met once before. But why was he here? After getting out of the carriage, Xueming felt a bit emotional. This was his first time in Diyuan village. He had only heard that it was poor, but after seeing it with his own eyes, he realized that the reputation of poverty was completely accurate. However, the scenery here was very pleasant, and the environment was especially refreshing, making people feel clear-headed. But the Gu family's residence was beyond his expectations. Originally, Bai Qingyao had spent a lot of money to buy an island without hesitation. He thought the Bai family must be one of the wealthiest in Diyuan village. Looking at this simple thatched house in front of me, I doubted whether I had come to the right place. Just then, I saw a figure at the door. I was about to speak when the figure turned around, revealing a face. It was Bai Qingyao. Xueming quickly hid his doubts and stepped forward confidently. Greetings, Lord Xue. No need for formalities. Today, he was dressed casually, and he had come here without an invitation from the host, which was quite impolite on his part. Bai Qingyao stood up and looked up at Xueming. May I ask, why has the Lord come today? Xueming cleared his throat before explaining his purpose. A while ago, you bought an island. Our dynasty has never bought an island before. Although the current emperor promotes convenience for the people, officials everywhere still need to keep watch after the purchase. Bai Qingyao understood. Thinking carefully, she realized the importance of this. If someone with bad intentions bought the island, it would not be good for Dazhao. Today, Xueming came here to explain. Feel free to inspect. After saying that, Bai Qingyao paused and added, because we planned to build a bridge recently, the island might be a bit chaotic. Please forgive us. A bridge? Xueming quickly caught the key point in her words. Yes, to make transportation easier in the future, I decided to build a bridge connecting Diyuan village and the island. We already have a preliminary plan, and construction will start tomorrow. Xueming's brow furrowed. A bridge over the sea, that's a first. May I come here during the construction? Building a bridge over the sea is no small task, but once completed, it would greatly benefit the country and the people. Currently, no one has bought the island, and besides the high price, the most important thing is the transportation between the island and the shore. Please, Lord, there was nothing inappropriate about this, and with Xueming's support, the construction of the island would be much easier. At least, some small issues could be resolved this way. Xueming was thinking about other matters, but quickly refocused. In that case, I will come again tomorrow. He needed to discuss this with Tang Yuqing when he returned. Safe travels, Lord. Xueming arrived quickly and left just as fast. Bai Qingyao returned home calmly. As soon as she entered, she was met with 3 pairs of eyes staring at her. Father? Older brothers, why are you all looking at me like that? The 3 sudden heads startled her, almost making her punch each of them. Little sister, Bai Qingjiang looked at her with teary eyes. When she looked up, Bai Qingshan and Bai Dahai also looked at her in the same way. She suddenly understood everything. Father, elder brother, second brother, don't overthink. That was mother. A medicine that can save lives is definitely not more important than mother. Fortunately, recently she learned some medical knowledge from Senior Tortoise. Although her skills are limited, Senior Tortoise said that mixing pearl powder with different medicines can produce different effects. By the way, little sister, who just came earlier, Bai Qingshan glanced outside the door and saw the back of a departing carriage. He couldn't tell who it was, but he heard the voice of his sister talking to someone earlier. They had been in the yard the whole time, so they didn't know who it was. Oh, it was the county magistrate. I bought an island, and he needs to investigate it in person. What is investigation? The three of them looked at each other in confusion.
Wait.
Who did Sister Ayao say came earlier? The county magistrate? Little sister. Who did you say came earlier? The county magistrate of Qingshui County, Lord Shueming. What? The three of them looked up in disbelief at Bai Qingshan. After a moment, Bai Qingjiang was the first to react. So, little sister, when you talked about reporting to the officials at Bai's house, were you serious? Of course, Bai Qingshan nodded. It's not because she knows Shueming, but because she can see that Shueming is a good official. He wouldn't do the corrupt things that greedy officials do. That's why she said what she did earlier. The three looked at Bai Yao's calm face and didn't know how to react for a moment. It seemed like Sister Ayao didn't care at all. But how could they be calm inside? That was the county magistrate, an official, the highest-ranking official in Qingshui County, and they had never seen him before. Bai Shaoshan, because of his identity as a scholar, made everyone in Taoshui village flatter him. If it had been the county magistrate, Bai Dahai quickly shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts. After all, he was an official, and they couldn't afford to offend him. Bai Yao didn't know what they were thinking. She turned to Bai Dahai. Dad, later help me fix the roof and I'll go to the seaside. This morning, she left the fishing net behind. Now she plans to take it back, and the family can enjoy fresh seafood tonight. Little sister, you're going to the seaside? I'll go too. Help you carry things. Hearing Bai Qingyao's words, Bai Qingshan volunteered to go along. He had just looked around the yard and saw many dried seafood and ingredients that Bai Qingyao had already prepared. His hands itched to help, and he wanted to go see with his sister. Although Taoshui village is near the sea, it is closer to the mountains. Our family often goes hunting in the mountains and rarely fishes at the seaside. Why do you want to go with us? Bai Dahai looked at him disapprovingly. Don't cause trouble for your sister. Dad, how is that causing trouble? I can help carry things for my sister. Think about it, if we catch a lot of fish, wouldn't it be very heavy? How can my sister carry it all alone? Hearing this, Bai Dahai nodded. All right, but remember, no causing trouble. Got it, Dad. Compared to his sister, he really felt like he was an outsider, not a real family member. When the three little ones heard Bai Qingyao was going to the sea, they perked up their ears and hurriedly ran out of the house.
Mom.
We want to go too. Since catching a big fish last time, the three little ones had been secretly eager to play again. Okay. Bai Qingyao looked at them with a loving smile. Reef Beach. Bai Qingjiang followed behind Bai Qingyao and headed straight to the reef beach. When they arrived, he put down his things. Bai Qingyao took a look at the nearby dragon's lair. The dragon's lair was baited only at noon, but with the bait and supplies, there were quite a few things. Just as she was about to pick something up, Bai Qingjiang suddenly spoke. Little sister, I heard a Xian and the others say your family has a small boat. Bai Qingyao was surprised, then nodded. I usually use it to go out to sea. Bai Qingshan's eyes lit up. Little sister, can I ride in it? The Bai family makes a living through hunting, but in the past, Bai Dahai also took his brothers out to sea. However, later, Wang Lady wanted to save money to send Bai Shaoshan to school, so she forced Bai Dahai to sell the boat. After that, they could only hunt in the mountains. Although the risks at sea are high, catching rare items can fetch a good price. The most important thing is, there aren't many game animals in the mountains, making hunting there much harder than fishing at sea. Of course. However, since there are some waves at sea now, they had to go around to the other side. Recently, they got a new boat, so they could give it a try. Seeing their own boat, the three little ones' eyes widened. Mom, why has our boat changed, and it has become much bigger? Not only is it larger, but its appearance is also more luxurious. Compared to the small, shabby fishing boat before, this boat is much more high-end. Yeah, that small boat was a bit old, but this is still the same one. Still the same? The three little ones suddenly hold their breath, looking at the boat in front of them with disbelief. Yes, my mother only changed it a little. It's still the same boat. She only recently studied it. The great captain had already modified the boat long ago, but she only just discovered it now. Not only the three little ones, but even Bai Qingjiang's eyes widened in amazement. He had never seen such a fishing boat before. Even the previous one from the Bai family was just a plain, ordinary small fishing boat. This boat looks much stronger at first glance, and it's safer to go out to sea. A hint of a smile flashed in Bai Qingyao's eyes. Isn't safety important? It's a combination of clever mechanisms and the strongest materials, which won't rot for 100 years. If it weren't sturdy, she wouldn't dare take the three little ones out to sea. Bai Qingjiang boarded the boat, and Bai Qingyao carefully carried the three little ones onto it, then started rowing forward. Little sister, what is this? Looking at the fishing rod in front of her, Bai Qingjiang circled around it but couldn't figure out what it was. Second uncle, we know. The three little ones hurried over when they saw the fishing rod. Annie said this is a fishing rod. You can fish with it, and you can catch very big fish. They didn't know what kind of fish they might catch, but it seemed like they could catch very large fish that would taste super good. A fishing rod. It looks like this? Bai Qingyao stepped forward, opened the fishing rod, and was suddenly surprised to see it. Wow, is this really so advanced? Little sister, where did you get this? Bai Qingyao was stunned. She really couldn't explain this. She couldn't say she found it, could she? If she told anyone, they wouldn't believe her, and they might even think she was talking nonsense. Second brother, I have a secret to tell you. I met an old immortal in the mountains before, and he said we are destined to meet. He gave me a treasure pouch, and this is what's inside. Unfortunately, only I can see the treasure pouch. Bai Qingjiang. Is there such a thing? He immediately became serious, looking at Bai Qingyao with a stern expression. Besides me, only Dad and the others know about this matter. Don't tell anyone else. If others ask, just say you bought it from somewhere else. This item looks unusual. If someone with bad intentions finds out, it could lead to trouble. I understand, second brother. Bai Qingyao felt warm inside. She reached out and opened the fishing rod. After steering the boat to the spot where they had cast the net before, she stopped. The weather was still good, perfect for playing and fishing for a while. Bai Qingjiang was attracted by the fishing rod and stayed close to it. Suddenly, fish on the line, he shouted and saw the fishing line being pulled into the sea by something very strong. Gu Zishuan quickly pressed the button to reel in the line. Soon, they saw the hook come out of the water with a large blue fish weighing about 6 or 7 jin. Bai Qingjiang's eyes lit up with excitement. He caught a fish. Great. Now there's meat to eat. Though the fish was small, it was still food. After catching the fish, Bai Qingjiang hurriedly called out to Bai Qingyao, Sister, this fishing rod is really good. Come teach me how to use it. Snapping out of her thoughts, Bai Qingyao walked over and showed him the basic way to use the fishing rod. Bai Qingjiang was eager and started fishing again immediately. Unfortunately, the second fish was very clever. After eating the bait, it ran away. He didn't give up and fished several more times, but only caught one fish. His face drooped in disappointment. Why was he so unlucky? Second uncle, can I try fishing once? Hearing Gu Zishuan's voice, Bai Qingjiang quickly moved aside to let him have a turn. He felt a bit annoyed. He had been so happy just now that he forgot about the little ones. Of course, he blushed a little. He was grown up, but he was still more playful than the children. Gu Zishuan skillfully baited the hook, then cast the line, staring intently at the sea. Soon, there was a movement on the water surface. Then, a bright orange fish appeared, larger than the blue fish. Bai Qingjiang. Is this a deep-sea fish too? A spiny fish? Girl, this kid is quite lucky. Tortoise shell peeked out of her small bag on her shoulder. Bai Qingyao had designed a small cloth bag on her clothes to hide it, so it could go inside at any time. Bai Qingyao? She turned her head and saw Gu Zishuan busy winding up the line. Suddenly, an orange-red fish appeared in her view. They used ordinary bait today, yet they caught deep-sea fish? Gu Zishuan kept trying, casting the rod again. His small hands clicked happily on the mechanical buttons. Soon, they saw a fish bite the hook. King crabs, large lobsters, big bluefish, and grouper. Bai Qingyao exclaimed, Wow. Axian, what kind of luck is this? Is he a chosen one? King crabs, large lobsters, and grouper, all valuable deep-sea fish. "Girl, I've lived so many years, but I've never seen such a good fishing skill," said the old man, feeling a bit jealous. But he was a turtle shell, so he wouldn't argue with humans. There wasn't a single empty rod. Bai Qingjiang next to them was even more silent, wondering why Aishian caught a prey with every cast. Looking at the lively seafood on the deck, everyone fell silent, and the surrounding became eerily quiet. "Mother, can we eat this?" Gu Zishuan was the first to break the silence, looking up at Bai Qingyao. The things he caught looked strange, especially the bright orange fish, so vivid. Could it be poisonous? And those tentacle-covered creatures looked similar to crabs they had eaten before, but not quite the same. Plus, there was that big lobster. Bai Qingyao snapped back to reality and quickly said, "Yes. Of course we can eat them. Aishian, you really are my little treasure," she said happily. Hearing Bai Qingyao's straightforward words, Gu Zishuan blushed but felt very happy inside. "Mom said I am her little treasure." "Mom, and us too," Gu Zixing and Gu Zihuai said, not wanting to be left out. "You're all Mom's little treasures," Bai Qingyao said, gently patting each of their heads. She packed up the items on the plank. Since Bai Qingjiang was here, she couldn't just put everything into the ocean space. She could only put the catch in a basket to take home. As for the fishing net, "Second brother, go pull out the rope tied to that pillar over there." They found a long stake in the water, probably left from a long time ago. Although this is the ocean now, long ago it might not have been a sea. Even if there was water, it wasn't as deep as now. The stake in the sea was very sturdy, made of stone. Even after long erosion by seawater, it remained very hard. Bai Qingjiang heard Bai Qingyao's words and walked toward the stone pillar. She parked the boat next to the stone pillar, easily reaching it with just a stretch of her hand. It was very convenient and safe, with no risk of falling into the water. The boat had a safety railing, which could be opened when using the net, making it easy to handle. Bai Qingjiang pulled the fishing net out of the sea and saw the lively fish inside, opening her mouth in surprise. The net didn't look very big, yet it caught so many fish and was still in perfect condition. It was so sturdy. Her eyes fixed on the net, curious about what material it was made of. Bai Qingyao stepped forward and looked at the fish inside. There were quite a few, and if they took them all back, they wouldn't be able to finish eating. "Little sister, with so many fish, can we eat them all?" He also remembered the big fish Gu Zishuan caught earlier. He still had a large bluefish. With so many fish, they definitely couldn't eat them all. But if the fish died, they wouldn't taste good. Catching so many was also a worry. "If we can't eat them all, we can go to a small island nearby. There's a natural lake connected to the sea, with its outlet blocked by a net I made. The fish can't escape, so we can put them there. When we want to eat, we can fish them out later." Bai Qingjiang was surprised to learn about such a place, an island. He had never been there before, and it was her island. He felt more excited thinking about her. Bai Qingyao turned the small boat in a different direction toward the island. After about 10 minutes, they finally reached the coast, docking the boat. Bai Qingjiang was the first to step ashore, then carefully carried the 3 little ones down one by one. He turned around and saw the island covered with trees, endless and lush. Excited, Bai Qingjiang ran onto the sandy beach. The trees outside looked just like those on the mountain. "Second brother, inside there are wild peaches. They're very sweet. We can pick some later, eat them tonight, or make peach preserves." "Peach preserves?" Bai Qingyao heard an unfamiliar word and looked up. "What's that?" "It's a very tasty thing." "Then I'll go pick some now." Although he didn't understand exactly what Bai Qingyao meant, he trusted her words. If she said it's good, it must be good. Bai Qingjiang didn't know, but the 3 little ones did. If Bai Qingyao said it's delicious, then it definitely is. Bai Qingjiang turned around and ran inside, then quickly turned back halfway. "Come on, sister. Where's that lake?" If Dad finds out that his sister is carrying such heavy things, he will be very angry. When they reached the lake, Bai Qingjiang was surprised again. This lake was completely different from what he imagined. It was much bigger than he thought. He released all the fish into the water, stood there quietly for a few minutes, until all the fish swam inside. Then he left to pick the wild peaches his sister mentioned. Bai Qingyao was not idle either. Last time she came to the island, she noticed many wild vegetables here, like purslane, which can be eaten raw or cooked. She picked some, but not too many, since tonight's main dish was seafood. A king crab alone took up a lot of space in their stomachs, along with fish and shrimp. Sister, I picked a lot. Is it enough? Before Bai Qingjiang's people could run over, they heard his voice. The three little ones, who had been helping Bai Qingyao dig wild vegetables, looked up when they heard the sound. They saw Bai Qingjiang carrying a big leaf wrapped around many wild peaches, weighing about 10 jin, around 5 kilograms. That's enough, second brother. That's too much. There weren't enough materials here, and making canned food wouldn't last long, especially in summer. Forget it, they could share some with neighbors later. It's fine. I can eat more then. Bai Qingjiang didn't mind and still wore a silly smile. When they returned home, Bai Dahai and others had already tidied up the rooms. There were 3 rooms in total, 2 for storage and 1 for firewood. One was a shed for livestock, but since the Gu family no longer kept animals, Bai Dahai and Bai Qingshan decided to renovate it. They replaced the walls with wooden planks and cleaned it up, turning it into a new room. Bai Qingyao was shocked to see how much the house had changed. Her father was quite skilled. However, the thatched house still looked a bit like a dangerous building. But then she thought building houses on the island could also be planned. Although transporting materials by boat was slower, it saved a lot of time and increased efficiency. Io, what are these? White Dahai looked at the king crab and lobster that Bai Qingyao had poured out, feeling a bit shocked and swallowing hard. Father, these are king crabs and lobsters. They look scary, but they taste very good. Bai Qingyao quickly tied their claws to prevent being pinched. At Duyuan village, Gui Chen looked at the old wooden sign at the village entrance and the broken stones, standing silently. He had planned to return a few days ago, but something suddenly happened over there, causing a delay until today. Now he wondered what the Gu family situation was. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Gui Chen turned around and saw an older woman looking at him in shock. She circled around him in disbelief, inspecting him carefully before finally confirming. Isn't it said that you've already? On the battlefield, she pointed at Gui Chen, unable to believe it for a while. Gui Chen looked at the woman in front of him. He searched his memory and recognized her. Grandma-son, it's me. Really, Gui Chen? Are you alright? Why haven't you come back all these years? Military duties are busy. Now I've retired and come home, planning to live a good life. Grandma-son looked at him and believed him without much doubt. That's good. That's good. It's good you're back. Your return means the orphaned and widowed family of the Gu family can live better. At least, they won't be bullied anymore. Hearing this, Gui Chen's face changed. Grandma-son, are they being bullied? Grandma-son sighed. Your eldest uncle's family is really not good. The villagers only found out today that Bai Qingyao has to give them money every month, but because of that, the 3 children are living a bit hard. I understand. Thank you for telling me, Grandma Sunday. His breathing grew heavier. Thinking of the woman in his memory, who wasn't kind, and the 3 children in her hands, he quickened his steps. But before he could walk back, just as he reached the village center, he heard a rustling sound behind him. Then he saw Gu Jingda rushing over anxiously. He looked up and met Gu Jingda's gaze. Ah Chun, it's really you. Seeing his figure, Gu Jingda was overwhelmed with tears. He knew that Gui Chen was very lucky and wouldn't be in danger. Uncle Gu. Seeing Gu Jingda, Gui Chen also felt some emotion inside. To be honest, apart from old Master Gu, only Gu Jingda had been kind to him in the village. I'm back. Sorry to make you worry. Just being back is enough. Just being back is enough. Gu Jingda's eyes filled with tears as he gently patted Gui Chen's shoulder. Come on, let's go home and talk. The village has changed a lot recently. Okay. At the Gu family house, Bai Qingyao used a brush to carefully clean the king crab and lobster, then place them directly into a pot to steam. There are many ways to cook king crab, but Bai Qingyao prefers the pure, original flavor. Soon, she planned to make a steamed fish, specifically a longevity fish, which is also known as a long-life fish, steamed with simple seasoning tastes pretty good. Dad, can you help me clean the fish? Bai Qingyao understands Bai Dahai well. If she doesn't let him do something, he will feel upset. It's better to give him a task to keep him busy. Sure, I'll go clean it right now. As expected, upon hearing Bai Qingyao, Bai Dahai showed a relaxed expression. Meanwhile, Bai Qingyao placed the clams in lightly salted water to help them spit out mud and sand, making them cleaner. Soon they would be ready to use. She boiled some water to blanch the clams later. Girl, is this okay? Bai Dahai often helped Shuemei with chores at home, so he was quite quick now. He took the longevity fish, and Bai Qingyao scored both sides with a knife. She poured scallion and ginger water over it and let it marinate to remove the fishy smell. She added some herbs, replacing cooking wine with other ingredients. During the marinade, the clams had already spit out the mud, and the water was boiling. She washed the clams thoroughly, then poured in freshly boiled water. The clams, touching the hot water, opened their shells instantly. She took out sugar, salt, and other seasonings. In a pot, she added a little oil, then garlic, sautéed until fragrant, then added chopped scallions and chili peppers to stir-fry. When the ingredients were fragrant, Bai Qingyao poured the clams from the basin into the pot, added sugar and seasonings, and stir-fried on high heat. Soon, a rich, spicy aroma filled the air. When Bai Qingyao smelled the aroma, he followed it to the kitchen. Wow, it smells so good. Sister, what delicious thing are you making? Wait, as soon as he said that, he realized when did his sister start cooking. And it smells so wonderful. Boiled clams quickly. As she spoke, Bai Qingyao swiftly removed all the clams from the pot. Second brother, help me carry this to the yard. She didn't have time to explain and simply rinsed the pot, took out the marinated fish, poured water into the pot, and started steaming. It would be ready in about 20 minutes. She turned and went to the pot in the yard, opened the lid, and white steam drifted out. When the steam cleared, it revealed bright red king crabs and lobsters inside. These shells are very hard, and the three little ones wouldn't enjoy eating them. She found a knife and dismantled the crab legs, leaving a small opening. With a gentle pull, the meat could be easily taken out. While doing this, she also kept an eye on her steamed fish. It shouldn't be steamed too long, or it would become dry and lose flavor. Suddenly, she heard the village chief's voice outside the door. Qingyao, Ashuan, Jing, Huai, come out quickly. Look who has returned. Before seeing anyone, they heard Gu Jingda's voice. After glancing at Bai Qingyao and getting her permission, the three little ones quickly ran out to the door. As they stepped out, they saw Gu Jingda's figure, standing beside a very tall person. The three children looked at the tall man in confusion. Seeing their puzzled expressions, Gu Jingda chuckled softly. What's wrong? Don't recognize your dad. Dad, Gu Zishuan's eyes lit up. It's really Dad. Dad. Gu Yichen looked at the three children with a gentle smile. Your dad is back. After the excitement, Gu Zishuan quickly turned and ran toward Bai Qingyao. When Gu Jingda arrived, Bai Qingyao thought something was wrong. She put down what she was holding and headed toward the door. Mom, Dad is back. She hugged Gu Zishuan and was about to speak when she heard him say, Huh?
What?
Who's back? Mom, Dad is back. Aren't you happy? Suddenly, a thunderclap seemed to strike her. Her dead husband had returned. Although it was a clear, sunny day, Bai Qingyao felt as if faint thunder was echoing in the sky, directly overhead. Before she could react, Gu Zishuan pulled her toward the door. As they approached, she saw Gu Jingda with a big smile on his face, looking just like he was about to marry his son. After seeing Bai Qingyao, Gu Jingda quickly waved at her. Qingyao, over here. Look who's back. Gu Yichen heard Gu Jingda's voice and looked up at him with a hint of surprise in his eyes. His uncle's attitude toward him seemed much better now. He had only recently returned to Dayuan village and didn't know much about their current situation. At this moment, he was silently watching Bai Qingyao across from him. The woman looked a bit different from when he saw her before. She seemed to have lost some weight, and the spots on her face were fewer than before. Her eyes looked brighter, and her overall aura was completely different, like a different person. Meanwhile, Bai Qingyao was quietly observing Gu Yichen, the husband who was supposed to have died long ago, according to legend. She was momentarily stunned by his appearance. No wonder the original her liked Gu Yichen so much. He had such an impressive face. Who wouldn't like it? However, the long scar on his left cheek was a bit unsightly. It gave him a fierce look, making him seem more formidable and not someone to mess with. She had thought that as a widow, she could raise the 3 children alone and live a peaceful life later. But now, her supposedly dead husband had suddenly returned? Things just got a lot more complicated.
You.
Bai Qingyao started to speak, but suddenly heard a loud cry behind her. Son-in-law, you didn't die? After shouting, Bai Daxing realized his words sounded a bit strange and quickly added, That's great. You're alive. But even those words felt a little off. He didn't have time to think about that now. He hurried over to Gu Yichen. Father-in-law. Gu Yichen naturally recognized Bai Daxing, Bai Qingyao's father. He had been quite kind to him before. His impression of the Bai family was generally good, except for Bai Qingyao. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Bai Daxing's eyes were full of excitement. Bai Qingjiang and Bai Qingshan also ran out from inside, and when they saw Gu Yichen, their faces showed clear excitement. Dad, village head, let's go inside first. Since they were all at the door, it didn't seem like a big deal. As Bai Qingyao finished speaking, everyone entered the courtyard. At this moment, the yard was lit by an oil lamp. Although the light was a bit dim and yellowish, it was much brighter than outside. Looking at the food on the table, Gu Jingda and Gu Yichen, who had just entered, froze. Were they just in time for dinner? Village head and
You.
The rice is almost ready. It will be ready to eat soon. All right, Gu Yichen replied calmly, with his eyes slightly lowered, a faint light flickering in his gaze. A group of people sat down. Bai Qingyao glanced at Gu Yichen, then turned back to the kitchen, not noticing Gu Zaixian following her inside. Mom, Dad is back. Are you unhappy? While Bai Qingyao was lost in thought, a voice suddenly came from beside her. She looked down and saw Gu Zaixian blinking, his face showing a hint of worry as he asked her. Why would I be? Seeing his expression, Bai Qingyao's brow twitched. She quickly crouched down, looked into his eyes, and said, Your dad is back. How could I be unhappy? Forget it. At worst, she could make an agreement with Gu Yichen later, each living their own lives, or discuss with him to get custody of the 3 children. Thinking this, Bai Qingyao's frustration eased considerably. She reached out to gently stroke Gu Zaixian's head. Kids shouldn't think so much. Otherwise, you'll end up looking like an old man with all those frowns. As she spoke, her hand rested on his forehead, slowly smoothing his furrowed brows. Mom, Gu Zaixian, rarely blushing, also heard the teasing in by Qingyao's words and turned red in the face. All right, Mom won't tease you anymore. Bai Qingyao stood up. Dinner is almost ready. Xian, you should eat more later. Still a child, he was easily appeased by Bai Qingyao's words and changed the subject. She removed some meat from the crab legs. At this time, the crab wasn't at its fattiest, but the king crab was large. Perhaps living in the sea and eating well, its meat was firm and plentiful. After steaming the fish, Bai Qingyao carried the dishes out. As she stepped out, everyone who had been talking looked up at her. Gu Jingda turned his head and looked at Gu Yichen on one side, speaking in a deep voice. Chun, since you're back, just live your life well. These past few years when you were gone, Qingyao has been through a lot, taking care of the 3 kids. Uncle Gu, I understand. Gu Yichen lowered his eyes and nodded. Qingyao, before, when Chun was not here, life was hard for you. Now that he's back, you should live well and raise the 3 children properly. Village chief, I understand. Look at me, seeing Chun return, I can't help but talk more. All right, the food has been served. Just in time, we caught some small fish today. Everyone, please try it. As Bai Qingyao finished speaking, everyone at the table looked at the dishes. Suddenly, the rich aroma made them feel very hungry, and their stomachs growled. Even Bai Dahai and the others didn't expect Bai Qingyao to make such a big spread of food. "Girl, did you make all this?" "Yes, my mother is amazing." Before Bai Qingyao could speak, Gu Zihui opened his small mouth and said, "My mom cooks so well. It's the best food I've ever eaten." Gu Yichen looked at Gu Zihui when he heard this. The little guy has grown so much in a blink. When he left home, he was just over 2 years old. Now he talks so smoothly. And seeing how chubby and healthy the 3 little ones look now, it's clear Bai Qingyao has taken good care of them. Okay, Grandpa will try some now. Of course, he wanted to taste the food his daughter made. But as he thought about it, he felt a bit sad. His daughter has worked so hard. Looking at this big table of delicious-looking dishes, he wondered how much hardship she must have endured to make it all so perfect. He looked serious as he picked up a piece of fish. As soon as he took a bite and chewed a few times, his eyes lit up. The fish had no fishy smell at all. It was fresh and tender, though it had a few bones, but it was incredibly delicious. Bai Qingyao reached out and gave some crab meat to the 3 little ones. The crab meat was firm and tasty, especially when dipped in sauce. Delicious. "Ashwan, Jing, Huai, have some crab meat." After giving some to the 3, Bai Qingyao also served some for Bai family's father and brothers. She didn't pay attention to Gu Yichen. He was still a stranger to her now. Gu Yichen didn't mind and casually took a piece of fish. The dishes smelled very fragrant, and she wondered how they would taste. She carefully removed the tiny bones from the fish and placed the meat in the bowls of the 3 little ones. "Thank you, Dad." Honestly, since Gu Yichen returned, the 3 little ones were a bit happy, but also a little uncomfortable. It had been a long time since he left, so they couldn't expect to adapt immediately. "Eat up." Gu Yichen raised his hand and gently touched the heads of the 3 little ones. The familiar feeling, though late, made him feel a bit emotional. Looking at their faces, especially Gu Zixian, whose features were gradually maturing, a wave of nostalgia flashed through his mind. He was really becoming more like them. He lowered his eyes, picked up his chopsticks again, and took a bite of the food. The fish was flavorful without being greasy, even carrying a hint of sweetness. The aroma of scallions and garlic faintly seeped through the fish meat, along with a subtle, delicate fragrance. This fish dish surprisingly tasted better than the top restaurants in Kyoto. Could it really be made by Bai Qingyao? After all, she used to never even enter the kitchen. Now, her cooking skills were truly impressive. After eating the steamed fish, he tried another dish, which also tasted excellent. Moreover, there was something strange on the dining table, something he had never seen before. It looked a bit like a monster.
Could this thing
Also be edible? But before he could wonder more, he saw the 3 little ones already familiar with their surroundings, picking up crab legs from their bowls, eating and dipping them in sauce with great enjoyment. Bai Qingyao looked at Gu Zihui beside her. Seeing his face covered in food, she reached out and wiped his mouth, saying, "Eat slowly. There are other dishes too. If you fill up on this, you won't be able to eat the others, right?" Gu Zihui blinked, like a little hamster, swallowing a piece of crab meat, then placing the crab shell on the table. He slowly turned to look at Bai Qingyao. "Mommy, I want to eat fish." Seeing how adorable he looked, Bai Qingyao chuckled softly. She reached out and pinched his cheeks, smiling as she said, "Okay, Mommy will get some for you." She helped him with his fish, then also served fish to Gu Zixian and Gu Zijing. The 3 children should be treated equally. At least, they shouldn't be made to feel unfair in these matters. As for Shuemei, she had prepared some plain porridge and small dishes. Since she was still on medication, she couldn't eat certain foods. Once she recovered, she promised to cook delicious meals for her mother. Gu Zhengde was also eating happily now. Ever since that meal at the Gu family, he couldn't forget it. But as an elder, he couldn't just go to their house to eat and drink for free. "Qingyao, your cooking skills are really good," he said. After eating her food, going back felt tasteless. Gu Yichen nodded in agreement from beside them. Her cooking was indeed very delicious. Bai Qingyao has now become a person who loves to eat. A bowl of rice, along with the broth from stir-fried clams, soaks up the flavor. Each bite is salty and slightly spicy, with well-seasoned clam meat. When bitten, the juice bursts out, filling the mouth with the fresh aroma of clams. Bai Qingshan is the same. Having never tasted such delicious food before, he couldn't help but eat another bowl of rice. The large pot of rice, originally steamed, was completely finished unexpectedly. Gui Chen looked at the rice in front of him and fell into deep thought. He hadn't eaten so much in a long time, 3 full bowls. He even didn't feel any discomfort during the meal. Had his vigilance decreased? If there was poison in the food? His eyes darkened slightly at the thought. Bai Qingyao accidentally looked up and saw Gui Chen frowning, his gaze fixed on his bowl, as if pondering something. Suddenly, she had a bright idea. Could this man think she had drugged the food? Uffed! Who does he think he is? However, Gui Chen quickly retracted his gaze, as if nothing had happened. Bai Qingyao became even more confused. Was she overthinking? Never mind, she decided not to think about it anymore. Anyway, she wouldn't be with him for long. Gui Chen had no idea that Bai Qingyao was already thinking about escaping. After dinner, Gu Jingde left the Gu family. Bai Dehan and the others exchanged glances with Gui Chen, but didn't speak. Bai Qingyao went over and looked at them. Father, elder brother, second brother, aren't you going in? Haven't you tidied up the room? They're done. Bai Dehan glanced at Gui Chen and spoke hesitantly, then looked at him again. Bai Qingyao immediately understood and turned to Gui Chen. Father, you and mother stay. Elder brother and second brother stay. As for... Bai Qingyao paused, then looked at Gui Chen. I'll sleep with the third kid. You can stay in the room next door. Is that okay? Okay. Gui Chen nodded. I'll bring the bedding to you later, she said. Luckily it's summer and the blankets at home are enough. Otherwise, it would be freezing now. When Gui Chen turned to leave, he looked at Bai Qingyao and saw she had no intention of stopping him, so he went back to his room. Fortunately, Bai Dehan had repaired the room earlier in the afternoon. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough now. After finishing everything, Bai Qingyao raised her hand and relaxed her shoulders, then returned to her room. As soon as she entered, the 3 little ones looked up at her all at once. What's wrong? Bai Qingyao stopped and looked at them. Mom, let's sleep together tonight. Yeah, tonight we sleep together, okay? Usually the 3 little ones slept separately from Bai Qingyao, but today they were all together with her, which made her very happy. After all, the 3 little ones are soft and cuddly now, making it especially comfortable to hold them. Okay. Next day, Bai Qingyao woke up early, but she didn't expect the man next door to wake up even earlier than her. When he saw her, he greeted her. You're up so early? Yes. Gui Chen spoke carefully, not wasting words. Bai Qingyao initially didn't want to pay attention to him, but after taking a few steps, she turned back. Although you're the father of the 3 little ones and my nominal husband, I think we need to have a talk. A talk? Gui Chen raised an eyebrow slightly and looked at Bai Qingyao. Yes, a talk. She wanted to set some ground rules with him. Hearing her words, Gui Chen put the wooden basin he was holding aside and then walked directly toward Bai Qingyao. They sat at a stone table in the yard, silent for a long time. It was Bai Qingyao who broke the silence first. Cough. She hesitated briefly but quickly adjusted herself. Although we are married, I know you don't have feelings for me. In the past, I was naive and thought we were married, so I insisted on things. Now, during these 2 years you've been gone, I've also understood. Forced relationships aren't sweet. If you don't like me, I've come to accept it. Since you're back now, our marriage. She paused and took a different approach. Our marriage contract still needs to last a while, but don't worry. Once the 3 little ones fully accept it, I won't stay here anymore. Anyway, her island will soon be organized, and even if she misses the 3 little ones, she can visit them or even take them to stay on the island for a while. As for now, the 3 little ones had been longing and hoping for Gui Chen to return. Now that he's back, they probably can't accept their parents being apart right away. This time is also a buffer period for the 3 little ones. Hearing Bai Qingyao's words, Gui Chen was momentarily stunned and didn't respond right away. After a moment, he looked at her carefully and saw that she was serious, with no hint of joking on her face. Only then did he realize she was truly earnest. Okay. Seeing him nod, Bai Qingyao relaxed a little. As for the custody of the 3 little ones, I still want to fight for it. I will give them the best life, and I hope you can. Impossible. He was determined to keep the 3 little ones with him. After saying this, Gui Chen looked at Bai Qingyao again. But if they want to stay with you later, I have no objection. The condition is that Bai Qingyao's identity must be completely trustworthy and able to withstand his scrutiny. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel comfortable leaving the 3 little ones with her. Originally, his choice was out of necessity. Without her, there would be someone else. Choosing her was also partly because she had planned it, but she was also very easy to control. Once everything settled, he could use that as an excuse to abandon her. However, he didn't expect that now she had changed so much. Deal. Hearing this, Bai Qingyao's eyes lit up. She was quite confident about this matter. She looked at Gui Chen in front of her, feeling more at ease. As for now, let's play our roles well and not interfere with each other. Okay. Gui Chen nodded, observing all the changes on Bai Qingyao's face. Right now, she looked pretty normal. After agreeing with Gui Chen, Bai Qingyao happily went to prepare the soup. During this time, she needed to oversee the bridge construction, so she didn't have much time to set up her stall. Today, she went to town to arrange everything properly. Peach Blossom Town was as lively as ever, with constant shouting and bargaining on the streets. Occasionally, customers stopped at stalls to ask prices and haggle. Today, Bai Qingyao didn't bring the 3 little ones. It wasn't because they didn't want to come with her, but because there were many people at home. Plus, Gui Chen had gone back, so Bai Qingyao decided to leave them at home. Originally, Bai Dahai was a bit worried about her going out, so he simply asked Bai Qingjiang to go with her. He also helped push the small cart and do some hard work. In the morning, Bai Qingjiang woke up and didn't see Bai Qingyao. After asking about the 3 little ones, he learned she had gone oyster digging after finishing the soup. He quickly washed his face and followed her. He experienced the joy of oyster digging firsthand. Now, following Bai Qingyao to town, he didn't expect her business to be so busy. They had just arrived, and less than 15 minutes later, a long line had formed in front of them. My sister, our business is doing so well. I thought White Qingyao had been lying to them before. But then I realized her noodles are so delicious that many people like them. This morning, we ate noodles made by White Qingyao, and the taste was so tasty, I can't forget it. A customer nearby heard Bai Qingjiang and, since he wasn't yet served, spoke up. Young man, you look unfamiliar. You probably don't know, right? Miss Bai's little stall is now famous in Peach Blossom Town. The noodles are tasty, made with good ingredients, and very filling. Especially the workers at the dock in town. Everyone praises it. Hearing this, Bai Qingjiang proudly lifted his head. This is his sister. She is really impressive. Today, Granny Luo arrived unusually late and kept looking back as if she was avoiding someone. Bai Qingyao poured sauce over her noodles and looked up at Granny Luo. Just then, Granny Luo stopped her small stall in front of Bai Qingyao. Hearing her voice, Bai Qingyao turned around, a bit surprised, and after seeing no one there, she relaxed. Bai Qingyao was amused by her expression. Granny Luo, are you hiding from someone? As for who she was hiding from, Bai Qingyao didn't know, but it was obvious she knew the person. Otherwise, she wouldn't look guilty when called out. Girl, you don't know how hard life has been for me lately. Granny Luo looked at Bai Qingyao as if she had found a long-lost relative, pouting and starting to cry. Granny, what happened? Bai Qingyao saw her like this and put away her smile, speaking seriously. You don't know. My son found out I was here selling noodles and ordered everyone at home not to let me go out. I was almost suffocated staying inside yesterday. If I see that unfilial son, I will beat him to death. He doesn't come to see me and just lets people control me. Although she said this, Granny Luo's tone was just a little complaint with no other meaning. Bai Qingyao. She thought Granny Luo was being held captive. Before she could speak, she heard Granny Luo continue. That ungrateful kid even claims that I am too old and that I might get into trouble if I go out alone. That's nonsense. I'm healthy and strong. As she spoke, Granny Luo turned her head. Girl, bring me a bowl of noodles quickly. I was busy hiding from them this morning and didn't get enough to eat. Granny Luo's voice sounded a bit sad. Bai Qingyao hurriedly served her a bowl of noodles and placed it in front of her. Grandma, take your time eating. Seeing the noodles, Granny Luo's eyes lit up. She found an empty seat and sat down. As she ate, she made satisfied slurping sounds. Eat slowly. While eating, Granny Luo was complaining about her unfilial son and feeling upset about being locked inside all day. Your son is doing it for your own good. Calm down. For my own good? Humph. If he really cared about me, he wouldn't have let me come back alone, although she herself decided to return to live here. Sneezing. In a luxurious house in the capital city, a middle-aged man sat in a study. He wore a light blue robe and suddenly sneezed heavily. A young servant nearby quickly stepped forward. Master, are you catching a cold? You've been reading reports all day. Should we call the doctor to check? No need. The middle-aged man waved his hand and spoke to the servant. Sneezing. Just as he was about to look at the report in his hand, another sneeze suddenly came. He felt his nose itch and reached up to touch it. After several sneezes, the man put down what he was holding and looked at the servant beside him. How is the old madam doing? Talking about the old madam, the man looked a bit worried. His mother was quite old and kept wandering into strange places. What if something happened? He had planned to take leave and bring his mother back, but she left a letter secretly returning on her own, and he was busy with work and couldn't go after her. The master says the old madam is doing well. The servants reported that she has recently taken up selling things at a stall and even made friends with a young girl. The old madam often praises her. Oh, hearing this, the man looked up slightly and glanced at the servant. It is said that the old madam met the girl while selling things. She really liked the food the girl made, and over time, she started treating the girl as family. The housekeeper, who was nearby, stepped forward and explained the whole story. The middle-aged man heard this and frowned slightly. Send someone to protect the old lady's safety. Check on that young girl. If there's any danger, warn her immediately. Yes, the butler nodded respectfully. The old lady was the most important person in the household, and she was the boss. Now, they had to investigate secretly without her knowing, but it was all for her safety, so they had to find out the truth. After eating a bowl of noodles, Granny Luo felt comfortable and rubbed her stomach, even letting out a satisfied burp. She looked up at Bai Qingyao and said, Girl, your noodles are still the tastiest. God knows what she had gone through locked inside the house all day. She couldn't eat well or sleep well, always thinking about how to escape.
Sigh.
Fortunately, she managed to escape, or she wouldn't know how she'd survive today. Bai Qingyao saw the lively expression on Granny Luo's face and couldn't help but smile. Grandma, if you want to eat more, just say so. But I won't be able to come to town for a while. Why? Granny Luo suddenly stopped what she was doing and looked up at Bai Qingyao. Girl, you won't come anymore, right? It's because my family has been busy these days, so I can't run the noodle stall. I plan to take a break for a few days. After a pause, Bai Qingyao looked at Granny Luo and continued. Grandma, if you want, you can come to my house to eat. Really? Hearing this, Granny Luo's eyes lit up. Going to Bai Qingyao's house? That means lots of delicious food. Of course, Bai Qingyao nodded with a smile. Although she hadn't known Granny Luo for long, she liked her from the bottom of her heart and considered her family. Granny Luo was very happy to hear she could visit Bai Qingyao's home. She was already thinking about what gift to bring when she went. Meanwhile, a customer arrived at the stall. Bai Qingyao turned around and saw Bai Qingjiang already skillfully serving noodles to the customer. So, little sister, Bai Qingjiang turned and looked at Bai Qingyao, eager for praise. Second brother is amazing. Hearing the compliment, Bai Qingjiang was so happy he felt like he was flying. If he had a tail, it would be wagging happily. Bai Qingyao turned to the customers still eating and told them that she wouldn't be able to come for a while. The customers looked disappointed and tried to persuade her to stay. Miss, if you stop selling noodles, how will we get by? Boss, won't you come back again in the future? Don't worry, everyone. Once I finish my busy work, I will come back to set up my stall. Also, since this place is close to the dock, if you don't mind the distance, you can go there. Dayuan village is not far from the dock. Later, I can make more and sell at the dock. After all, the workers will need breakfast then, and noodles are one of the options. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and someone asked a question. Boss, why go to the dock? Some people are close to the dock, but others are a bit farther away. My home is near the dock. Later, I can make more and set up a stall there.
If you want to eat, you can go buy it.
Bai Qingyao smiled slightly. Maybe there will be other delicious foods then. Hearing Bai Qingyao, everyone's eyes brightened. Other foods? Bai Qingyao makes fish cakes, oyster pancakes, seafood noodles. Each one is very tasty. If there are more. Everyone here swallowed their saliva in unison. Boss, we will definitely go then. Not for anything else, but for something to eat. They must go see. Sun Yunyan arrived a bit late today. She often comes here recently and has become familiar with Bai Qingyao. Miss Sun, still the same as always. Sun Yunyan eats her food regularly. She has tried every type of noodle here, but her favorite is shrimp noodles. Yes, Sun Yunyan nodded. The veil on her face was gently blown by the wind around her, revealing her delicate chin. Bai Qingyao placed the noodles on the table. Sun Yunyan picked up her chopsticks, lifted a corner of her veil slowly, and started eating. After finishing, Xiao Tao paid the bill, and the two were about to leave. Miss Sunday, hearing Bai Qingyao's voice, Sun Yunyan paused, looked up. Miss Bai, is there something you need? Miss Sun, it's like this. Recently, my family has some issues, so I might not be able to come here. Please forgive me. After speaking, Bai Qingyao took out a wooden box. Inside this box is a kind of beauty ointment that can remove pimples and repair the skin. Since you've been helping with my stall's business lately, I hope you won't mind this beauty ointment. Sun Yunyan looked at Bai Qingyao. Thank you, Miss Bai. After saying that, she signaled Xiao Tao to take the box. Xiao Tao hesitated a bit, but Sun Yunyan was very pleased. From the moment she arrived here, she realized that Bai Qingyao was not someone easy to trust others. Now, she could give herself ointment, even a simple item, which showed that Bai Qingyao's gesture was a sign of friendship. Bai Qingyao was never someone who meddled in others' affairs. Her reason for helping her now was partly because of her good character and partly because Sun Yunyan had helped her promote her noodle stall. The stall became popular so quickly thanks to Sun Yunyan. She was originally just a customer, but she gave many people these noodles and even brought her friends here. It might seem like a small thing to her, but Bai Qingyao remembered it. Now, giving her medicine was like returning a favor. Sun family, miss. Maybe you should let the doctor look at this ointment, Xiao Tao said quickly when she saw Sun Yunyan open the jar. Under Sun Yunyan's gaze, Xiao Tao hesitated but spoke up. Miss, we don't know what's in this ointment. You can't use it carelessly. If the lady finds out. Sun Yunyan glanced at her. Even if I use it, can my face get any worse? She turned and looked into the mirror behind her. In the mirror, her face was delicate with a nice chin and a full forehead, and her eyes were bright and gentle. But when her gaze moved to her cheeks, they were covered with scars and small pustules, looking quite frightening. A dark shadow flickered in her bright eyes. Look at her face. It's already ruined. Xiao Tao opened her mouth to speak, but suddenly saw a figure walk out from the door. She quickly bowed in greeting. Madam. A woman dressed in fine clothes entered. Seeing Sun Yunyan sitting in front of the mirror, she frowned and looked at Xiao Tao with displeasure. Xiao Tao, I told you. No mirrors are allowed in the ladies' chamber. How could you do this? Madam, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Xiao Tao quickly lowered her head to admit her mistake. Sun Yunyan came back to her senses and put her veil back on. Mother, don't blame her. It was my idea to bring it in. Hearing Sun Yunyan's voice, the woman sighed, walked over, and sat down in front of her. Yunyan, Mother, you don't need to worry about me. I understand everything. Her appearance was hard to accept, and her face was unlikely to get better. I just heard you talking about ointment. What kind of thing is that? Mrs. Sun saw the dullness on Sun Yunyan's face and changed the subject. She sensed something unusual about the situation. Xiao Tao, tell me, what happened? Xiao Tao, hearing Mrs. Sun's question, dared not hide the truth. She also believed that the ointment shouldn't be applied carelessly. Even if Miss Yunyun trusted Bai Qingyao, the ointment was to be applied on the face, so it was better to be cautious. She explained everything clearly, even exaggerating a little. Miss Yunyun is so noble. How could she use medicine recklessly? That street vendor really doesn't know his place. Xiao Tao, hearing this, Yunyun's face changed, and she looked at her coldly. Mrs. Sun also frowned upon hearing this, but didn't think Xiao Tao was wrong. She took the ointment and looked at it. It was green and smelled faintly fragrant. It wasn't pungent, but the color looked a bit frightening. Yunyun, this medicine can't be used carelessly. If something goes wrong, what will we do? Xiao Tao's actions are correct. After saying this, Mrs. Sun closed the ointment and continued, but if you really trust that by girl, have a doctor examine the ointment. If it's safe, you can use it later. She knew that by girl. Yunyun had brought her back, and they had eaten together. The taste was quite good. She didn't expect Bai Girl to also make ointments. Yunyun's expression froze. Mrs. Sun was right. No one would dare to use an unfamiliar person's ointment carelessly, especially her. All right, Xiao Tao, go to the front hall and ask Dr. Sun to come. Yes, madam. Dr. Sun was the family's trusted doctor and was currently in the front hall, diagnosing the old lady of the Buddha Hall. Xiao Tao moved quickly, and Dr. Sun was soon summoned. When he arrived, Mrs. Sun didn't say much. She handed him the ointment. Dr. Sun, what do you think of this ointment? Dr. Sun didn't expect Mrs. Sun to call him over just to look at a box of ointment. He didn't think much and took the ointment, sniffed it, and said, "It contains honeysuckle, Poria angelica." He continued, "These are gentle herbs and have skin-nourishing effects." Hearing this, Mrs. Sun's eyes lit up. Then, does it help Yunyun's face? Dr. Sun was momentarily stunned but understood why Madam Sun was anxious. After Miss Sun's face issue appeared, he examined her, but couldn't find the cause. Up to now, her face has worsened quite a bit compared to before. As for the ointment,
I don't know exactly.
but this ointment is definitely harmless. There were a few herbs he couldn't identify by smell, but as a doctor, he could tell it was a non-toxic ointment. Thank you. Dr. Sunday Madam Sun composed herself and spoke in a calm tone. She then looked at Xiao Tao beside her. Xiao Tao, send Dr. Sun off. After they left, Madam Sun finally looked at Sun Yunyun. Before she could speak, Yunyun spoke directly. Mother, I want to try.
No.
Madam Sun immediately refused. Since Dr. Sun couldn't determine what the ointment was for, it couldn't be used. Yunyun's face was very important. Mother, even if I use the ointment, my face won't get worse. It's worth a try. Faced with Yunyun's determined yet somewhat sad eyes, Madam Sun found it hard to say anything. In the end, she sighed. All right, but if it doesn't work, you must stop immediately. Okay. Yunyun nodded. For some reason, she felt that Bai Qingyao wouldn't say things without reason. That was her sixth sense. Dayuan village after breakfast, Master Cheng hurriedly took people to the island. He had already heard from Bai Qingyao that there were many tall stone pillars in the sea, which could be used to build a bridge, avoiding many problems. At first, he thought they were just ordinary stone pillars. But today, seeing them, he had never heard or seen anything like this before. It was amazing. In the sea, these hard stone pillars appeared, arranged in the shape of a bridge, with only a few deviating from the pattern. When Bai Qingyao used a pile-driving boat to drive in the piles, she had already thought of this. To avoid suspicion, she deliberately misaligned many of the pillars, making it look like an accidental discovery. After about half an hour, Master Cheng roughly located the positions of the underwater pillars. This would help in building the bridge. Gu Yichen, after breakfast, also came to the coast. Since he was back and the village was going to build a bridge, he naturally wanted to join in. Village chief, you're here. I have something I want to discuss with you. When Bai Qingyao arrived, she saw Gu Jingde walking over from nearby. Building the bridge was also a matter for Dayuan village, and once the bridge was finished, they would need to build workshops on the island. This would greatly benefit the village, so he couldn't stay still. As he reached the coast, Bai Qingyao's voice was heard. Gu Yichen also instinctively looked over.
Huh?
Qingyao, what's the matter? Gu Jingde smiled warmly. Now, Bai Qingyao was like the village's lucky charm. Her previous effort in cracking open oysters had already helped many villagers get enough food and meet basic needs. Soon, there would be workshops too. Of course, she was to be respected as a benefactor. It's like this. I want to ask if there are any skilled craftsmen in the village. I plan to build a house on the island, and I need a tile maker too. Payment is no problem. She still had some silver coins. Although most of the silver notes exchanged at the pawnshop and bank had been spent, she still had plenty of gold, silver, and jewelry in the box given by Taimu. Building the house and buying bricks and tiles wouldn't be an issue. Isn't the bridge already built? Gu Jingde frowned. The bridge wasn't finished yet, so how could they go to the island to build a house? I want to first prepare the tiles and transport them to the island. As for building the house, my family recently bought a sturdy boat, so transporting materials won't be a problem. Plus, building the bridge will take quite some time. After it's done, building the workshop and the house would waste a lot of time. It's better to do both at the same time. Hearing Bai Qingyao's explanation, Gu Jingde's face showed understanding. However, this also meant that the workers' wages. Seeing the hesitation on Gu Jingde's face, Bai Qingyao seemed to guess his thoughts and continued. As for the workers' wages, don't worry. I made some small business deals recently and saved quite a bit of money. In fact, she had been selling noodles in Taohua town for over a month. Although her profit was thin, the high sales volume meant she earned quite a lot of silver. The money for buying bricks and tiles was already enough. Gu Yichen, standing nearby, had not spoken all this time, but he could somewhat guess the reason for Gu Jingde's hesitation. Buying such a large island had already cost a lot. Plus, building the bridge would require even more money. Even if Bai Qingyao was very capable of earning, where could she get so much money as a woman? Hiss, hearing Bai Qingyao's words, Gu Jingde took a deep breath. How much money had Bai Qingyao made during this time? But this is also their skill. Since she already said that, Gu Jingde naturally had nothing to say. The Gu family in the village, Gu Sanshu and his family, make bricks and tiles. Their craftsmanship is quite good, known throughout 10 miles around. As for building houses, you'll need to go to the Yang family in the neighboring village. But don't worry, I will help you talk to the Yang family. If there's business, they might be very happy. In recent years, life has been tough, especially since many people can't even fill their stomachs. How could they have money to build houses or make bricks and tiles? Although occasionally some families in town need such things, it's rare and not enough for a whole family's yearly expenses. Thank you, village chief. After Gu Jingde left, Gu Yichen kept his eyes on Bai Qingyao, as if thinking about something. When Bai Qingyao turned her head, she met his gaze and instinctively touched her face. Is there something on my face? Hearing her, Gu Yichen finally came back to himself. No. Bai Qingyao looked puzzled. Why was he staring at her? Her face wasn't looking good right now. Could it be that Gu Yichen had a strange preference? The thought was just forming, but Bai Qingyao immediately dismissed it.